Chapter 1. Say goodbye to your unlucky life, the system comes to help. In Shanghai, next to the golf course of Juanhong Group, Li Fan was picking up the balls hit by the guests and putting them into the bag one by one. He and his girlfriend Shin Wenwen have reached the stage of discussing marriage. So he secretly found a part-time job as a golf course maintenance worker in order to earn more money to support his wife. When Li Fan thought about his happy life in the future, he suddenly felt full of energy. On the golf course not far away, a man and a woman were huddled together. The man even taught the woman how to play ball, and they looked very loving. Li Fan was extremely envious. However, the next second, he was stunned on the spot. Because he discovered that the woman in the man's arms was actually his girlfriend Shin Wenwen. Shin Wenwen. What's going on between you and this guy? Li Fan was furious and rushed over with a bag of balls. Li Fan? Since you've seen me, I have nothing to hide. I've wanted to break up with you for a long time. Shin Wenwen didn't even glance at Li Fan, and her whole body pressed closer to the man next to her. Now I'm with Brother Hao. He's the son of Huifeng Group. He's worth tens of millions. A poor, powerless loser like you is not even as good as one of their toes. Go away and stop bothering me. After Shin Wenwen finished speaking, she kissed Suzy Hao shyly. Suzy Hao looked down at Li Fan with a look of sarcasm. He took out a few large cash bills from his wallet and said, "So you are that loser? Wenwen is my woman now, and I am also a respectable man. This little money is a token of my gratitude for taking care of her for so long." Li Fan clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were filled with flames of hatred as he looked at the two men. He threw the golf bag in his hand hard at the two men, and then left without looking back. In the 3 years that he and Shin Wenwen have been together, he has fulfilled every need she wanted. In order to buy her those luxury bags, I dare not spend more than $10 on a meal. Almost all of my monthly salary was handed over to her. I didn't expect the outcome to be like this. Li Fan was filled with grief and anger, but he walked hurriedly. I just had an argument with those two people and almost got late for my regular job. Now that you have lost your woman, you can't let your career die with her. After taking a long breath, Li Fan stepped into the large supermarket chain where he worked. Sorry guys, I'm late. Humph, you actually dare to come back? Just look at how much damage you have caused to the company. As soon as Li Fan stepped into the office, he saw the supermarket manager Rin Dawei pointing at dozens of boxes of broken eggs and cursing at him. Li Fan is a buyer for this supermarket. What Rin Dawei was pointing at now was the goods he had signed just yesterday. But I had clearly put the eggs safely in the storage room before. How could it suddenly break into this shape? Manager, I checked the goods yesterday and they were fine. This. Humph, Li Fan, you don't need to make excuses anymore. If you do something wrong, you have to admit it. Why are you making excuses here? Do you just not want to pay the money? Fan Shi from the neighboring class spoke with bared teeth, as if he was determined that it was Li Fan who caused the trouble. Looking at the situation in front of him, Li Fan immediately understood what was going on. Rin Dawei is Fan Shi's uncle, and he usually protects him and helps him clean up his mess. These eggs were most likely broken by Fan Shi. Now the two of them are singing the same tune, just to make themselves suffer this loss in silence. Li Fan was just feeling very angry because he was cuckolded. Now these people still want to trick him? No way. Manager, what evidence do you have to prove that I broke these eggs? I will never admit to something I haven't done. Li Fan's counterattack immediately made Rin Dawei furious. He is a supermarket manager, and now a small buyer dares to yell at him. You signed for the goods. I don't care if you have any evidence or not. Either you pay the money or get out. Colleagues who were watching the fun at the scene couldn't help but whisper about it. The manager's intention is clearly to make Li Fan take the blame. It's his fault that the storage room has no surveillance. He should just consider himself unlucky. But I clearly saw Fan Shi go into the storage room this morning. Do you think? Keep your voice down. If you keep talking, you'll be the one to pay for it. Discussions were ongoing, but no one spoke up to speak for Li Fan. Li Fan couldn't help sneering in his heart. In just one short morning, he had seen the fickleness of human nature. However, he is not a brainless fool. In order to prevent situations like today where he would be unable to defend himself, he had secretly installed hidden cameras in the storage room. Li Fan looked at everyone calmly, then displayed the surveillance video on his mobile phone in front of them. In the picture, Fan sure slipped and his 200-pound body fell heavily on the boxes of eggs. With a loud bang, all the eggs shattered, and the egg liquid soaked all over the floor. Li Fan. You are despicable. After seeing the video, Fan sure immediately pointed at Li Fan and cursed him loudly. He originally thought that as long as his uncle stepped in, Li Fan would take the blame, but he didn't expect that he actually had this trick up his sleeve. Ren Dawei's expression was also very ugly, but he had to help his nephew no matter what. Li Fan, what you are doing is completely destroying the unity among your colleagues, and who allowed you to install a camera in the storage room? Even if you didn't break the eggs, you should at least take 90% of the responsibility. Why didn't you put a warning sign over such fragile items? You don't want to pay the money, right? Fine, just go to the HR department and handle your resignation. Then pack up your things and get out. Just go if you want to. Who wants to work under someone like you who is protecting someone with connections? Li Fan spat harshly at Ren Dawei. He immediately posted to the company group what Ren Dawei had done with the woman in the storage room. He also sent a copy to his wife. Li Fan. Amid Ren Dawei's fear-filled roar, Li Fan packed his things and walked out of the supermarket without looking back. On the way home, Li Fan sighed at the series of blows. I felt so majestic just now, but now I feel so anxious. It's not easy to find a job these days. I really don't know what to do next. Ding. It is detected that a host meets the matching conditions of the blind box sign-in system. System loading, 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. Is the host bound to this system? An inexplicable mechanical sound rang in his mind, and Li Fan was stunned for a moment. Is he hallucinating? System? Isn't that the golden finger that only appears in novels? It seems that I haven't had enough rest recently. Li Fan shook his head vigorously, and when he heard no more sound, he took another step forward. Host sluggishness detected, this system is about to start binding itself. The binding is successful, and the blind box sign-in interface is opened. Chapter 2, First Blind Box Sign-in, Opening a 2 Billion Hotel. The next second, something like a smart screen appeared in front of Li Fan. Oh my god. Is this true? There really is a system. Li Fan jumped up excitedly. God really treats him well. Knowing that I suffered a double blow in love and career today, I gave myself a golden finger. With the system, those who once bullied and framed him are nothing. Now let me introduce the rules of using this system to the host. When the host signs in on the blind box sign-in page, he or she will have the opportunity to open the blind box and obtain the corresponding items in the box. All items opened can be circulated reasonably and legally in the real world. The sign-in page will be refreshed at midnight every day. After the refresh, the blind box items from the previous day will be overwritten and will no longer appear. In principle, there will only be one sign-in opportunity per day. Li Fan listened to the introduction of the system with great interest. According to the system's introduction, there is one chance to sign in today. Sure enough, after Li Fan came up with the idea of signing in, a gift box-shaped image suddenly popped up on the smart screen in front of him. There is a palm pattern right below the gift box. Li Fan immediately put his hand on it. The gift box emitted a white light, and then a hotel model and text introduction appeared. Ding! Sign in successfully. Today's blind box item, Hilda Hotel. With a click, a stack of property ownership certificates suddenly appeared in the box in Li Fan's hand. What he didn't expect was the first blind box he opened. It turned out to be the most famous Hilda Hotel in Shanghai. The market value of Hilda Hotel is at least 2 billion. The building is high-end and luxurious, and it is the first choice of hotel for many aristocrats and celebrities. And it is located in the most prominent place in the city center. I didn't expect that such a good thing would now be in my hands for free. Before, my landlord always raised my rent for no reason. Now it's a good time to check out and live in my own hotel. Li Fan quickly packed his things in the rental house. He threw all of Shin Wenwen's things at the door and rushed to the Hilda Hotel. At the entrance of Hilda Hotel, several doormen saw Li Fan and immediately came forward to greet him. Just now, the moment when Li Fan got the hotel received the news of the acquisition. The manager immediately sent Li Fan's photo to every employee in the hotel. Hello, Boss Li. The beauties at the front desk all bowed in admiration and politeness to welcome Li Fan. Boss Li, this is the top floor supreme suite with a sky garden that has been arranged for you. Please come this way. Li Fan nodded with satisfaction. It turns out that big hotels are different and they are very considerate. However, after Li Fan and the staff entered the elevator, Shin Wonwon and Gui Ziheo also stepped into the door of Hilda Hotel together. Su Ziheo came here today not just to bring Shin Wonwon to make love. It was to discuss cooperation with the hotel manager. Although he is the son of Huifeng Group, his grandfather who holds the power of the group has always valued his capable cousin Su Qianmu more. Therefore, he is currently only in charge of the travel company under his own group. If he could work with a top hotel like the Hilda Hotel, then Grandpa will definitely look at him differently, and maybe even hand over more core businesses to him. While Su Ziheo was thinking about his thoughts, he hugged Shin Wonwon and went up to the luxury suite on the second to last floor. On the other side, Li Fan put away his luggage, but his stomach suddenly growled. I was so distracted by those two incidents this morning that I almost forgot to eat. It's a good opportunity to go and try the hotel's cooking. Li Fan took the elevator down, but it stopped at the second to last floor. When I opened the door, Su Ziheo was about to come in with his arm around Shin Wonwon. Li Fan! Why are you here? Didn't I tell you that we broke up? How long are you going to pester me? When Shin Wonwon saw Li Fan appear, she immediately started yelling. Li Fan looked at Shin Wonwon like a shrew and suddenly felt lucky to have broken up with her. A vain and brainless woman like this is not worthy of who I am now. I came down from my own suite. Who followed you? My own suite? Li Fan, don't you need to draft your big words? The top floor suite at the Hilda Hotel is something that even the dignitaries can't book. Even Brother Hao doesn't dare to say that he can live in a suite like this. How dare you speak so arrogantly here? Shin Wonwon was almost pissed to death by Li Fan. Before, she just thought that Li Fan was incompetent, but she didn't expect that now Li Fan is not only incompetent but also likes to pretend. He doesn't have to become so insane just because he broke up with me, right? Wonwon, why are you angry with this kind of person? I guess Brother Li must be short of money, so he came here to work as a cleaner after picking up golf balls, right? Su Ziheo tilted his mouth and looked at Li Fan. No one understands the value of this hotel better than him. Li Fan was wearing cheap clothes, most likely he was here to clean the floors and change the sheets in the top suites. As for the excuse of staying in a top-notch suite, he took it as a complete joke. Because those who can live in the top suites must be worth at least hundreds of millions. This is not something a lowly person like Li Fan can do. Li Fan sneered. It seemed that this hotel's vision in selecting customers was still not good enough. They actually let two uncultured mad dogs in. Whether I live in a top suite or not is none of your business. It's you who have made the air in my hotel stink. Now pack up your things and get out of here. Li Fan looked at the two of them calmly, emitting a powerful aura. Su Ziheo got angry immediately. Does Li Fan really think he can ride on my head? Return his hotel to him and ask them both to get out? He couldn't help but take action, but then he became aware of the surveillance camera in the elevator. I came here to sign a contract, and I can't let an insignificant person ruin my plan. Just wait for me, kid. I will take care of you sooner or later. When they reached the floor, Su Ziheo threw a vicious word to Li Fan, then hugged Shin Wonwon and went out. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he saw the hotel's manager Zhou Bohai looking at him expectantly. Brother Hao, look, that manager is staring at you. As expected, Huifeng Group is so famous that even the Hilda Hotel has to treat you with respect. Shin Wonwon flattered Su Ziheo in his ear in a disgusting voice. Su Ziheo was in a good mood after hearing this. This manager has such a good attitude, it seems like this cooperation is a sure thing. Zhou Bohai also happily stretched out his hands in a gesture for a handshake and walked straight towards Su Ziheo. Manager Zhou. Su Ziheo quickly stretched out his hand. However, just as the two were about to meet, Manager Zhou walked straight past him from the side and excitedly shook Li Fan's hand. Chapter 3, Hotel Slap in the Face, 30 million Lamborghini Venom in hand. Boss Li. I have been looking forward to seeing you for so long. Zhou Bohai excitedly held Li Fan's hand. He completely forgot about Su Ziheo and the other man who were trying to please him. Other guests throughout the restaurant floor also looked over curiously. So this guy is the new owner of the Hilda Hotel? I didn't expect him to be so young and handsome. The person who can buy Hilda in one go must be worth at least tens of billions, right? But how is he dressed? What do you know? That's called being low-key. The chattering sound reached Shin Wonwon's ears, and she looked incredulous. Zhou Bohai calls Li Fan Boss Li? These people also say that Li Fan is the new owner of Hilda Hotel? How is this possible? Before, if Li Fan was asked to buy him a bag, he would have to barely spend a month's salary to do so. Can you buy a hotel worth billions in the blink of an eye? Who are you trying to fool? Manager Zhou, you must not be fooled by him. Li Fan is just a supermarket buyer. I know best how much money he has. It's definitely not Boss Li's. When Zhou Bohai heard Shen Wenwen shouting and slandering Li Fan, he was afraid that he would be unhappy. Where did this woman come from who is talking nonsense here? Security. Security. Zhou Bohai turned around and wanted to ask the security guard to drive the two people away. Although Su Zihao was surprised, Li Fan's dress did not seem like that of a rich man. Then he immediately guaranteed Shen Wenwen's words. Manager Zhou, I'm from Huifeng Group, and I can prove that what she said is true. If you have any evidence against Li Fan, I can help you. Don't let people say that you don't know people well because of him. After hearing this, Zhou Bohai almost laughed out of anger. Our boss Li has clearly signed the agreement to acquire the hotel. How can you two outsiders know more about it than a manager like me? And you still say he doesn't know people well? Isn't this clearly an attempt to harm Boss Li in front of him? His words choked Su Zihao and the other man. Look at how confident Zhou Bohai is. Su Zihao began to panic. Could this Li Fan really be Hilda's boss? Then wouldn't my cooperation be? Shen Wenwen was also shocked. She never expected that Li Fan, who she had just dumped, would suddenly become a billionaire. Didn't she miss out on a very rich and wealthy husband for nothing? She instantly regretted it. Seeing that the two of them suddenly became like quails and dared not speak, Zhou Bohai snorted coldly. Also, Mr. Su, as far as I know, the current manager of Huifeng Group is Miss Su. How dare your small travel company shout in front of our Hilda Hotel? Zhou Bohai's words hit Su Zihao's sore spot, and his face turned pale and blue. Seeing the two men being defeated, Li Fan finally felt better. Manager Zhou is a capable person. Manager Zhou, I think our hotel still needs to strengthen the screening of guests, otherwise it will disturb other guests. As soon as Li Fan said this, Zhou Bohai immediately understood what he meant. Security. Throw this uncivilized couple out right now. Also, everyone, remember, our Hilda Hotel will never allow any cooperation with such people. Several security guards quickly ran out and picked up Su Zihao and Shen Wenwen like they were chickens. Completely ignoring their confessions and pleas for mercy, they took the people away and dumped them directly in front of the hotel. I'm really sorry, Boss Li. It's all my fault for not managing the place properly, which is why these people disturbed you. After dealing with the two people, Zhou Bohai hurriedly apologized to Li Fan. It's not your fault. Just be more careful in the future and don't let bad people affect the hotel's business. After hearing Li Fan's magnanimous words, Zhou Bohai finally felt relieved. He immediately welcomed Li Fan to the luxurious dining table in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass window. The guests who were dining there were filled with envy when they saw how respectful Manager Zhou was to Li Fan. Ding! The host has been detected to have gained a lot of favorability. You will get an extra sign-in opportunity, limited to 10 minutes. Extra check-in opportunities? I didn't expect that the system would provide me with opportunities based on real feedback. After hearing the system's announcement of a time limit, Li Fan quickly signed in silently in his mind. He pressed his palm on it just like last time. The gift box was opened, and this time a car pattern emerged. Oh my god, it's actually a Lamborghini Veneno worth about 30 million. Li Fan shouted in his heart. If he remembered correctly, there were only 3 of these cars in the world. Ding! Lamborghini Poison has been distributed to you, storage location, Hilda Hotel main entrance. Suddenly, there was something heavy in Li Fan's pocket. The car keys that turned out to be poison looked ordinary. Li Fan looked out through the floor-to-ceiling window and saw the Lamborghini parked in front of the hotel. With that cool appearance and shining silver light, no wonder they say no man can resist poison. Li Fan felt his blood boiling just by looking at it. After eating something, Li Fan couldn't wait to go downstairs and take a good drive. However, as soon as he walked out of the hotel, Su Zihao and Shen Wenwen ran towards him like hungry wolves seeing meat. Boss Li, I was misled by this woman just now, which is why I said those disrespectful words to you. Please forgive me, our company really needs this cooperation. To prove his innocence, Su Zihao slapped Shen Wenwen on the spot, as if he wanted to draw a clear line between them. No, brother Fan, it was clearly him who taught me not to treat you well. In fact, I have always had you in my heart. It was Suzy Heo who forced me to do that, so I. Shin Won-won felt extremely angry when she saw Suzy Heo completely distanced himself from her. But she immediately put on an innocent look. She still thought Li Fan was the same as before. As long as she acts coquettishly and shows weakness, she will treat me as her sweetheart again. After all, she is confident that she can make all men fall at her feet. However, Li Fan was not interested in watching them fight each other. Now a circle of people has gathered around his Lamborghini. If this continues, I won't be able to leave. Next to the Lamborghini, a few passers-by who knew cars were completely unable to move when they saw the poison in front of them. I never thought I would see a living poison in my lifetime. I have no regrets in this life. Some have even started acting as tour guides. The lightweight design of the carbon fiber chassis, the 6.5-liter 12-cylinder engine, 750 horsepower, and the maximum speed of 355 km/h, plus the smooth body design and high-quality interior, are simply works of art in the sports car world. Someone turned on the live broadcast on his mobile phone, and more than 10,000 people instantly poured into the live broadcast room. Li Fan shook off Shin Won-won's hand that was grabbing his sleeve, and shot a cold look at the two of them. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. I don't have time to watch you guys act here, get lost. He ignored the two of them, took a step forward, and pressed the car key again. With a click, the door of the Lamborghini Veneno instantly spread out like the silver gray wings of a god. The Y-shaped headlights emit dazzling light, welcoming its owner. Everyone looked at Li Fan, who was walking towards the poison. They saw that his steps were steady and powerful, and he came to the car door neither hurriedly nor slowly. Chapter 4, the high-speed rail station was surrounded by onlookers, and Lamborghini brought back the girl next door. With a flash, Li Fan sat in the driver's seat of Du Yao. This move shocked everyone at the scene. The number of comments in the live broadcast room opened by passers-by also increased rapidly. Oh my god. This kid looks like he's only in his early 20s. How can he prescribe poison at this age? He's dreaming of me. He's in his 20s and driving a Lamborghini, but I can only drive a four-wheeled bumper car. Is this the difference between people? There was a loud bang in the sky, and the old slave made a brilliant appearance. Brother Shinhao, want to make friends? My WeChat number is 12,345. On the other side, Suzy Heo was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. The price of this car alone is worth several of his, not to mention that this limited edition is impossible to buy without some connections. Li Fan's strength is far more exaggerated than he imagined. But after all, Suzy Heo is also a member of Huifeng Group. Although his own company is average, his own industry still has the strength to compete with Li Fan. What's more, I begged him so much just now, but Li Fan still doesn't know what's good for him. So at this moment, besides being surprised, he was also filled with overflowing hatred towards Li Fan. I'll deal with you once I get Huifeng. Suzy Heo spat fiercely in the direction of Li Fan. He kicked Shin Won-won away again, then left without looking back. But now Shin Won-won has no intention of trying to keep Suzy Heo. Because it is obvious that Li Fan is the bachelor worth investing in now. Besides, she had followed him for so many years, and she didn't believe that Li Fan could really be so cruel. So she ignored everyone's gaze and quickly ran to Li Fan's car. Brother Fan, I really know I was wrong, please forgive me, I will make it up to you. Shin Won-won said this shyly while giving Li Fan a wink. Li Fan suddenly felt so nauseous that he got goosebumps all over his body. When he had no money before, this woman despised him in every way. Now that he sees that he is rich and powerful, he rushes to lick his own flesh and blood. He now suspected that he had been under a spell, as he could have endured such a woman for 3 years. The moment Shin Won-won was about to touch the car door, Li Fan immediately spoke up to stop her. Don't touch my car, it's dirty to me. Shin Won-won was so scared that she collapsed to the ground after stepping on the accelerator hard. Li Fan drove the poison with ease, made a beautiful turn and disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone was left looking at Shin Won-won with disgust as she failed to get close to him. There was a lot of ridicule in the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. This woman is too shameless. She is willing to seduce someone in public. That's right, luckily my super rich brother has good eyesight and didn't get fooled by her. Shin Won-won, however, ignored the criticisms from the people around her and was only thinking about how to find another opportunity to get back together with Li Fan. On the central avenue of the Magic City, Li Fan drove his poison bike along. The cool breeze caressed every inch of his car, making him feel very refreshed. The experience of this short day was richer than what he had experienced in the past 20 years. He couldn't help but look forward to his new life. At this time, Li Fan's mother called him and he turned on the car system to answer the call. "Son, do you still remember our neighbor Aunt Wan's daughter? She's the one you used to play with." "Oh, Sister Chenner? I remember. What's wrong, Mom?" "Your Aunt Wang said Chenner is going to Shanghai to look for a job. I thought you were there too, so we could help take care of each other. She's almost at your high-speed rail station at this time, remember to pick her up." Chenner, as Li Fan's mother refers to her, is surnamed Ji and is 2 or 3 years younger than Li Fan. When he was still in his hometown, Yi Chenner followed him like a follower all day long. "It has been about 6 or 7 years since I last saw her." Although the two had a good relationship in the past, they haven't seen each other for many years after all. Li Fan felt a little nervous inside. "Then I'll stop by and pick her up now." After receiving Li Fan's affirmative answer, his mother began to chat with him about family matters. "By the way, son, how is everything going over there lately?" Hearing his mother's question, Li Fan hesitated for a moment and still did not tell her what happened today. "First, I don't want to worry my mother. Secondly, the wealth he has now would probably scare the old couple if he told them about it. I'm fine here, don't worry about me, Mom." That's good. Your Aunt Wang asked me to come over and play mahjong." "Then you should pay more attention to everything. If you need anything, feel free to tell your family." Li Fan felt warm in his heart after hearing his mother's words. In fact, his family is just an ordinary working-class family, but his parents always give him unconditional support. Since he was a child, he has never been lacking in food and clothing from others. "Now that I am strong, I need to repay my parents more." As he was thinking, Li Fan had already driven the car to the vicinity of the high-speed railway station. A large crowd of people poured out of the station. When passing by his drugstore, I couldn't help but slow down and take out my phone to take pictures. Li Fan found Yi Chenner's number that his mother had sent him. "Hello, is this Chenner? I'm your brother Fan. I'm already at the high-speed rail station. Now just walk towards the silver-gray car." Yi Chenner, who received the call, was following the crowd at this time. "A silver-gray car? Could it be the one everyone is surrounding? No way, this car looks so expensive." With a nervous mood, Yi Chenner walked to Du Yao's car door and knocked on the window gently. The car window rolled down, and Li Fan was immediately stunned by the lovely girl who appeared in front of him. The oval face with smooth long black hair, fair skin and small facial features make up a very pure face. It's true that girls change a lot when they grow up. The skinny girl who used to follow me has grown into such a pretty girl now. When Yi Chenner saw Li Fan's familiar face, her heart was moved. Brother Fan was still as handsome as she remembered, but he had a more mature and masculine temperament. The car door opened upwards, and under the envious eyes of everyone, Yi Chenner sat in the passenger seat of Du Yao's car. Soon, Li Fan took Yi Chenner to the Hilda Hotel. When the receptionist saw Li Fan bringing back a beautiful girl, they all knew what was going on and didn't go up to ask. However, Li Fan brought Yi Chenner directly to them. "Let's get a high-end suite for Miss Yi." When they heard that the two were separated, the eyes of several receptionists lit up instantly. On the one hand, I felt that I had another chance. On the other hand, I was surprised that their boss was such an honest person. After all, the hotel front desk has seen a lot of strange situations. "Okay, boss." Yi Chenner originally wanted Li Fan to not spend money and just give her a room to live in. I didn't expect the front desk staff to call Li Fan boss. Add to that the luxury sports car just now. Is Brother Fan still the same Brother Fan she knew before? Chapter 5. 55% of Juanhong Group's shares, teaching Yi Chenner to play golf. After helping Yi Chenner settle down, Li Fan, who was tired after a day of work, returned to his room to rest. However, he was extremely excited at this moment, because it would soon be midnight of the new day, and he didn't know what good things the new blind box sign-in would give him. As soon as 0 o'clock arrives, the smart screen appears on time. Ding! The blind box sign-in interface has been refreshed. The next second, Li Fan jumped up from the bed excitedly. Ding! Sign in successfully. Today's blind box item, 55% shares of Juanhong Group. A safe suddenly appeared on the bed, filled with various industrial information and share certificates of Juanhong Group. Juanhong Group is the group that owned the golf course where Li Fan previously worked part-time. Although Juanhong Group's main business is real estate, it also covers a number of businesses including information industry, finance, commercial services, cultural and art management, etc. It is a truly all-round development enterprise. With such a big company, even if I only receive dividends, I can at least earn tens of billions every year. Now I am definitely a successful person. Moreover, when Li Fan was working part-time before, he really wanted to go to the golf course to play, but because he wanted to make money, he never had the energy and time to really experience it. Now that he is the largest shareholder of Juanhong Group, he can just treat it as an inspection. Oh, by the way, I can also take Xianer with me to play. Li Fan quickly sent an invitation to Yi Qianer. Yi Qianer, who had just come out of the bathroom, was so happy when she saw the text message sent by Li Fan that she quickly opened her suitcase and tried on clothes suitable for the date. The next morning, Li Fan came to find Yi Qianer to go out. Yi Qianer was wearing a white long dress, which brought out her pure temperament to the extreme. "Brother Fan, is it okay for me to wear this?" Yi Qianer didn't know why she felt shy unconsciously after seeing Li Fan this time. "Yes, it suits you very well." Yi Qianer was extremely happy to receive Li Fan's praise, and thought that she must wear this type of skirt more often in the future. The two soon arrived at the reception of the golf course. Shenya, the head of the reception office, was arranging work at this time. She was wearing a tight business suit, her figure was well proportioned, and she exuded the temperament of a queen. As soon as she saw Li Fan, Shenya immediately walked up to him and hugged him to say hello. "You kid, why did you suddenly leave early last time? Why didn't you tell me first if you had something to say?" Shenya was Li Fan's immediate superior when he worked part-time here before. Although she is his superior, Shenya has always been very caring towards him. Sometimes when Li Fan has something to do, she will do her best to help. So Li Fan has always been grateful to her. Before Li Fan could respond, Wang Fa, the general manager of the golf course, came out immediately. "Boss Li. Boss Li, why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Because Shenya had always been in charge of the part-time employees, Wang Fa didn't know that Li Fan had worked here. When Shenya heard Wang Fa's address to Li Fan, she was completely stunned. She quickly took her hands off Li Fan. "Mr. Li." The handsome subordinate that she had been taking care of before was actually the director of the company where she worked. Could it be that Li Fan has always been a rich second generation and came here to experience work at the grassroots level? But Li Fan clearly doesn't have any bad habits of a rich kid. Thinking of this, she suddenly admired Li Fan's character even more. Yi Qianer was a little sad just now because of the excessive intimacy between Shenya and Li Fan. As a result, after hearing the manager here call Li Fan Mr. Li, the little heart that had just been shocked yesterday was shocked again. Li Fan's mother had clearly told her before that Brother Fan was just an ordinary buyer. Now he is both the boss and the director, he is clearly a young and promising talent. She now has irrepressible admiration for Li Fan. After all, according to her original life trajectory, such an outstanding man would be something she would never be able to reach in her lifetime. "Manager Wang, you're too polite. I just wanted to play golf when I had some free time. When I worked here part-time before, Sister Ye took good care of me, so I believe she will help me arrange everything very well this time." Li Fan shook hands with Wang Fa and pretended to casually mention Shenya's help to him. Wang Fa was shocked. He never expected that a director with a net worth of hundreds of billions had worked in his small golf course. Fortunately, none of his subordinates were so blind as to offend Li Fan, otherwise he would be in big trouble. As a veteran in the workplace, Wang Fa naturally knew Li Fan's intention in specifically mentioning that Shenya had helped him. So he immediately cast an admiring look at Shenya and said, "I see. Shenya is an old employee here. She has always been very good at handling things. Director Li, you have a keen eye. How about this, Shenya, you go to the HR department now to go through the promotion procedures, and you will be the deputy manager here from now on." Shenya was immediately flattered. She knew that all this was Li Fan helping her. It sounds like there is not much difference in job level between a supervisor and a deputy manager, but their annual salary and status have more than increased tenfold. Li Fan, who was just a little brat in Shenya's eyes, suddenly became extremely tall. She, who had always been domineering, rarely showed a bit of shyness like a little woman. Li Fan was very satisfied with Wang Fa's arrangement. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he took Yi Qianer to the stadium. "Brother Fan, why are you so capable? But Auntie told me you are a buyer." Yi Qianer is just a little girl after all, and she can't keep any doubts in her heart for long without speaking them out. "Well, I want to keep a low profile, so I haven't told my mother about my current situation yet. So Qianer, I'd like to trouble you to keep it a secret for me. Li Fan subconsciously touched Yi Qianer's head as he did before. However, Yi Qianer blushed. Yes, Qianer will definitely keep it a secret for Brother Fan. On the golf course, Yi Qianer took the club and tried to swing it like others, but she couldn't aim at the ball. She had no choice but to stick out her tongue and ask Li Fan for help. Brother Fan, this is too difficult. I don't know how to do it. Although Li Fan only has some knowledge about golf, he has worked here part-time for so long that he has seen pigs run even if he has not eaten pork. Come here, I'll teach you. Li Fan grabbed Yi Qianer's hand and began to teach her how to swing. The two bodies were pressed tightly together, and Li Fan was so focused on aiming and swinging at Yi Qianer that he didn't notice that the person in his arms had completely blushed like a red tomato. Ding! The host is detected to be helpful, and gets an extra sign-in opportunity, limited to 10 minutes. Li Fan immediately signed in silently, and stretched out his hand in the air while no one was paying attention. However, what came out of the gift box were 5 cards. What does this mean? Li Fan wondered. Ding! This blind box item, 5 chances to draw a lottery. Please complete the draw within 5 minutes. At this time, not far away, a man wearing a gold chain was looking at the two of them unhappily and spat on the ground. Chapter 6, the rich second-generation bully provokes Li Fan, and his ball skills shock the audience. Li Fan quickly recited the lottery in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of talent-enhancing potion valid for 1 day. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an ancient book. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining unlimited storage space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 100,000 yuan in cash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 500 yuan in cash. The items you obtained have been automatically placed in the space for you. You can retrieve them anytime you need them. While Li Fan was still wondering about these things, Su Dahai, wearing a gold chain and with a fat face, walked towards them. Hey, isn't this our beautiful schoolgirl Qianer? Why are you in the Magic City playing basketball with men? Su Dahai is a well-known rich second-generation bully in Yi Qianer's university. He has always coveted her beauty and pursued and harassed her. But Yi Qianer didn't like him at all, so she rejected his advances every time. Seeing the intimacy between Yi Qianer and Li Fan in front of him, Su Dahai was so jealous that he was about to burst into flames. Humph, this woman pretends to be pure on the surface, but it turns out she is trying to curry favor with someone powerful in Shanghai. In terms of wealth and appearance, I am no worse than the man in front of me. As soon as Yi Qianer saw Su Dahai, she subconsciously hid behind Li Fan. From her reaction, Li Fan could tell at once that Yi Qianer not only disliked this man but even felt a little disgusted with him. So he took a step forward and stretched out his hand to protect Yi Qianer. What do you want to talk to Qianer about? If you have something, just tell me directly. Su Dahai was very dissatisfied with Li Fan's heroic act of saving the beauty. This time he came to make Li Fan admit defeat completely and sincerely. Nothing much, I just watched you guys play for quite a while and thought I'd come and practice my skills with you, brother. After his observation, it was obvious that Li Fan was a golf novice. But he is different. He has been immersed in the court for many years and his skills are well known. He was annoyed by the way Yi Qianer worshipped this man, so he came to challenge her to a duel, just to let Yi Qianer see who was the hero worthy of her worship. If you lose, you will kneel down and worship me as your master, and then let Yi Qianer give me a kiss, how about that? Su Dahai! You are shameless! Yi Qianer immediately cursed loudly and pulled Li Fan's sleeve in fear. Why? You don't dare to do it anymore? Su Dahai said proudly and glanced at the burly men he brought with him. He was sure to win the match today. Brother Fan, don't compete with him. He was on our school's golf team before. Basically no one can beat him. I don't want you to kneel down to him. When Li Fan saw Su Dahai's arrogant look and heard Yi Qianer say that no one had ever been able to beat him before, he immediately became motivated to fight. And if he ran away today, who knows how Yi Qianer would be bullied by Su Dahai if she met him again in the future. As her neighbor's brother, I have to help her vent her anger. Okay, I'll compete. Brother Fan. Yi Qianer's voice was filled with tears. She really didn't want Brother Fan to lose face in front of Su Dahai. Qianer, do you believe me? Li Fan asked softly. When Yi Qianer heard Li Fan's question, she calmed down and nodded firmly. I believe in Brother Fan. Good. Li Fan moved his mind and extracted the talent-enhancing potion he had just drawn from the space. In an instant, a bottle of something like mineral water appeared in his hand. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Seeing that Li Fan drank water to calm himself before the game, Su Dahai felt more confident about winning the next game. After drinking the potion, Li Fan immediately felt his whole body filled with energy, and various ways and techniques of playing golf continuously entered his mind. Su Dahai, if you lose, I want you to kneel down and worship me as your master, and then promise not to harass Jenner again. Okay, I promise that if I lose, I will never harass the school beauty again, okay? Su Dahai agreed without thinking, because he thought that Li Fan's skills were not enough to beat him. And he asked him to kneel down? If he didn't beat Li Fan to a pulp, he wouldn't be named Su. In order to decide the winner as soon as possible, the two chose only 5 holes. At the beginning of the game, Su Dahai was very proud. After a series of operations, he scored 18 strokes in 5 holes. This has already exceeded his previous best record. Su Dahai became even more inflated. It seems that Yi Qianer can only be his. As a result, Li Fan defeated him immediately as soon as he started, and every ball went into a hole-in-one. The exquisite ball skills made many guests stop and admire. Su Dahai had an expression of jaw-dropping. He has been playing golf for all these years, but he has never seen anyone who can get a hole-in-one twice in a row. Not to mention that Li Fan hit a hole-in-one every time for 5 times. In the end, Li Fan won a great victory. Brother Fan, you are awesome. Yi Qianer couldn't help but run up and hug Li Fan. The crowd watching couldn't help but applaud. This skill is simply amazing. After so many years on the court, this is the first time I've seen such a perfect operation. Yes. With this level, even if he enters the national team, he will be beaten in minutes. Seeing that everyone in Yi Qianer were full of praise for Li Fan, Su Dahai was extremely angry and embarrassed. He obviously wanted to teach Li Fan a lesson. Why is he the one who stole the limelight now? All of you, hold him down. I'm going to give him a good beating. Su Dahai's expression changed immediately and he called his bodyguard over. Su Dahai, what are you doing? How can you turn your back on me after you lose? How despicable. Seeing Su Dahai being so shameless, Yi Qianer didn't care about being afraid and hurried to pull Li Fan away. Mr. Li, are you okay? Wang Fa just saw someone harassing Li Fan on the surveillance camera, and immediately called a team of security guards to rush to the stadium. When Su Dahai saw Wang Fa bringing a group of people, he thought they were there to help him teach Li Fan a lesson. Manager Wang, you don't have to bring so many people. My bodyguards are more than enough to teach this brat a lesson. Before Su Dahai could finish his words, Wang Fa slapped him in the face. Good boy Su Dahai. Open your dog eyes wide and see clearly for me. The person standing in front of you now is Chairman Li Fanli, the largest shareholder of our Juanhong Group. Wah! What? Su Dahai covered his face and looked at Li Fan, who had a calm expression, in disbelief. This ordinary guy is actually the chairman of Juanhong Group. The reason why Su Dahai is so domineering is because his father is the boss of a small company under Juanhong Group. Now, hasn't he completely offended his parents who provided him with food and clothing? He immediately slid to his knees. Master, I was wrong. You are not only my master, you are also my father. Please forgive me, Dad. He knelt down and crawled over, kowtowed 3 times and 9 times to Yi Qianer. Miss Yi, this is all my fault. I promise that I will never appear in front of you again. Please ask Director Li to forgive me. Yi Qianer knew that Li Fan was powerful, but she didn't expect that Li Fan was so powerful that he could make Su Dahai beg for mercy desperately. All the boys who liked her in school said they would protect her. As a result, he didn't even dare to confront Su Dahai head-on. And Li Fan was able to scare Su Dahai to death just by standing there and doing nothing. At this moment, her feelings towards Li Fan had completely turned into an uncontrollable heartbeat. Chapter 7, a 10 billion bank card is obtained, and personal secretary Julia takes up the post. Li Fan looked at Su Dahai, who was lying on the ground in a miserable state, and snorted coldly. Humph, you are not qualified to be my apprentice. Manager Wang, you can handle this person yourself. I will take Qianer away first. Li Fan grabbed Yi Qianer's hand, and her heart beat very fast instantly. Director Li, take care. Don't worry, I'll take care of things. After seeing Li Fan off, Wang Fa immediately called Juanhong headquarters to explain the situation. After a while, Su Dahai's father called Su Dahai. You are such a rebellious son. Why did you mess with the new director of Juanhung Group when you could mess with anyone else? You have ruined our family. Now I have been fired from Juanhung Group. Our whole family is going to have to wait for the end of the world. When Su Dahai heard the news, he collapsed weakly and burst into tears. Wang Fa mercilessly ordered people to lift him up and threw him heavily onto the concrete ground outside the golf course. On the other side, Yi Qianer's hand was still held by Li Fan. When they reached the door, Li Fan realized that he had held her hand for a little too long. I'm sorry, Qianer, I forgot for a moment that you've grown up. Seeing Li Fan let go of her hand, Yi Qianer felt a little lost in her heart. She didn't want Li Fan to still treat her as his sister as before. Brother Fan. Before Yi Qianer could finish her words, a well-dressed middle-aged man rushed over and stopped them. Hello, little brother. This is my business card. You played really well on the court just now. I wonder if we can be friends. Meng Xingjie excitedly took out his business card and handed it to Li Fan. He was stunned by Li Fan's moves in previous competitions. He has always admired these young people who are energetic and capable. Just now, when he saw that it was almost over, he couldn't help but go to the bathroom, and as soon as he came out, everyone dispersed. Fortunately, he met him again at the door now. Li Fan politely took Meng Xingjie's business card. General Manager of Ruanxing Department Store? As expected, a golf course is famous for its business and social functions. Any uncle here is considered to be of status. Hello, Manager Meng, I'm Li Fan. I'll take this business card. We'll meet again when we have the chance. Okay. Seeing that Li Fan was young but very polite, Meng Xingjie immediately felt that he had made the right friend. After saying goodbye to Meng Xingjie, Li Fan and Yi Qianer returned to the car. Juanhung Group's senior director Shang Dehua called Li Fan. Mr. Li, do you have time to come to the company now? We can explain the company's situation and financial dividends to you. Okay, I'll go over there now. On the other hand, Yi Qianer also received an interview notice from the company she applied to. So Li Fan first drove Yi Qianer to the bottom of an office building, and then went directly to the Juanhung Group office building. At the entrance of the building, the directors of Juanhung Group stood in 2 rows, looking forward to it. When Li Fan got out of the car, they all bowed to him in unison. Hello, Director Li. What a grand ceremony. Li Fan nodded with satisfaction and was surrounded by the crowd and entered the elevator. Is that the new major shareholder? He looks so handsome and young from his profile. I really don't know if such an outstanding man has a girlfriend. If not, I'll rush for her. Stop daydreaming. How can anyone like you? If I don't like you, can I like you? A few beautiful receptionists started chattering and almost got into a fight. Su Qianmu, who had just finished her business at Juanhung Group and was about to leave, saw Li Fan's back in the crowd and couldn't help but become curious. Is this the man who bought 55% of Juanhung Group's shares overnight? Why does he look so young? She couldn't help but look forward to dealing with him in the future. On the other side, Li Fan was invited to the conference room by Director Shang Dehua. There was no need for too many people, so Li Fan waved his hand and the other directors left. Mr. Li, this is the bank card we opened for you based on the dividends you deserve. There is 10 billion in it. Please accept it. Although Li Fan has heard a lot of business transactions worth billions these days. But when I really got the bank card with 10 billion yuan in it, I was still very excited. This is 10 billion, a sum of money that I could never earn in my entire lifetime. According to the company's annual profit sharing, you can receive a dividend of 5 billion every quarter, and we will deposit it into your card regularly in the future. Not bad, not bad. 5 billion a quarter, wouldn't that be 20 billion a year? The big group is indeed a big group. The shareholder dividends alone would make Li Fan a fortune, and he could achieve complete financial freedom with just this money. In order to facilitate your work and daily life arrangements, the group has specially assigned a personal secretary to you, Mr. Li. Julia, come in. Following Shang Dehua's order, Julia walked in with the clatter of high heels. The long chestnut curly hair makes Julia's face look extremely small, but her facial features are strong and she looks a bit mixed race. Her long legs looked even more slender in the high heels, and her every move exuded a strong feminine charm. Hello, Mr. Li, you can always tell me if you need anything in the future. Although she has a beautiful face, Julia's behavior is very professional and generous, and she seems to be capable at work. Li Fan is very satisfied with his secretary. Seeing that Li Fan was quite satisfied with his arrangements, Shang Dehua immediately handed the information on the tablet to Li Fan. Mr. Li, these are some of the companies that our group has recently acquired and the new businesses that it has started. Please take a look. Li Fan immediately saw a familiar name on the tablet. Zhongxing Entertainment? Isn't this the company that Qianer mentioned she was going to interview for? I didn't expect that it is now a company under Juanheng. That's perfect, I'll go over and support her. The little girl came out alone to find a job, so I should help her as much as I can. Li Fan has almost understood everything about Juanheng Group. After talking to Mr. Shang and Julia, Li Fan quickly arrived at Zhongxing Entertainment. When he came to the door and wanted to go in, he suddenly received a text message from Yi Qianer. Brother Fan, please save me. The person who interviewed me said he wanted to take advantage of me. Seeing Yi Qianer's message for help, Li Fan immediately rushed into the company. His mother and Aunt Wang asked him to take good care of Yi Qianer, and he couldn't let her fall into danger. Sir, you can't come in. Several people wanted to stop Li Fan, but the potion that fully activated Li Fan's talent was still taking effect, and he easily avoided the crowd. No. Don't. Yi Qianer's voice came from the room at the end of the corridor. Li Fan ran over and kicked the locked door open. Chapter 8. The entertainment company showed off its skills and took Yi Qianer into its arms. Brother Fan. When Yi Qianer saw Li Fan appear, she was as excited as if she had seen a savior falling from the sky. She immediately threw herself into Li Fan's arms, crying. Fortunately, Li Fan arrived in time. Except for her messy hair, Yi Qianer was fine everywhere else. Lu Ziming, who had originally intended to do something bad to Yi Qianer, became furious when he saw his good plan being ruined. Who the hell are you? Who allowed you to come in? How did you guys look at the door? He immediately started swearing at several other employees. It's not our fault, Minister. It was this man who insisted on breaking in, and we couldn't stop him no matter what we did. You are an entertainment company, and you are bullying a girl who came for an interview like this, right? Li Fan looked at Yi Qianer crying in his arms like a frightened little rabbit, and he felt distressed. It's our company's business, how can you, an outsider, interfere? If you know what's best for you, get out of here, or I won't guarantee that you'll be able to leave this door. Lu Ziming threatened without changing his expression and reached out to pull Yi Qianer. However, Li Fan broke his wrist with one move. Lu Ziming's screams instantly filled the entire space. The others were so frightened that they took several steps back. You are such a good bastard, Yi Qianer. You let someone treat me like this today. I will definitely have the entire industry ban you. I will also release information to completely discredit you. Don't forget that I am the head of the public relations department here. Creating a public opinion war is as easy for me as drinking water. If you don't let your man let me go, I, Lu Ziming, will keep my word. Yi Qianer was completely frightened by Lu Ziming's words. Was her career going to be ruined before it even began? She subconsciously wanted Li Fan to release Lu Ziming. However, Li Fan did not take these threats seriously. He grabbed Lu Ziming's other hand, crossed his hands and twisted them. Lu Ziming's two arms were instantly broken and fell down weakly like drooping ears of wheat. Ah! A pig slaughtering scream sounded, and Lu Ziming fell to his knees in pain. The others saw that Li Fan was not someone to be trifled with, so they pushed each other and no one dared to come forward to rescue Lu Ziming. Brother Fan, I'm fine now, so let's just forget about it. Yi Qianer hurried out to stop Li Fan. She didn't want Li Fan to get into trouble because of her. Don't worry, Qianer, I will definitely give you justice today. Li Fan called Julia. Julia, get the boss of Star Entertainment to come see me right now. I'm in their interview room right now. After a while, a bald middle-aged man ran in a hurry. Lu Ziming, who was lying on the ground in great pain, suddenly saw hope in his eyes. Dad! You came at the right time. This brat who came out of nowhere beat me up like this. You must avenge me. Lu Hongwei followed Lu Ziming's gaze and realized that the brat his son was talking about was the chairman Li, their major shareholder, who had just called from headquarters and wanted to meet him. With the tear marks on Yi Qianer's face, he immediately understood the situation. My own son bullied the woman of the group director, he is doomed. Lu Ziming was feeling proud when Lu Hongwei suddenly kicked him. I'll let you bully a girl. I'll beat you to death, you beast. Everyone and Lu Ziming were all stunned. Usually, Lu Hongwei cared most about his precious son. No matter how outrageous the matter was, he would turn a blind eye. Why did he suddenly teach Lu Ziming a lesson today? Our company was finally valued and acquired by Juanhong Group. You still acted so recklessly in front of Chairman Li. It really brought shame to our company. When Lu Hongwei said this, everyone present was shocked beyond words. They had indeed heard that a mysterious shareholder had recently acquired 55% of the shares of Juanhong Group, and that the shareholder had become the new leader of Juanhong Group. However, no one had expected that such an outstanding figure would be the agile young man in front of them. Yi Qianer was completely confused. How come all these industries were related to Brother Fan? If it weren't for Brother Fan, I would have been bullied these days since I came to Shanghai. Her heart was so moved that she couldn't help but hug Li Fan tightly in his arms. Li Fan thought that Yi Qianer was frightened by the situation, so he hugged her and patted her back to comfort her. Alright, stop pretending in front of me. All employees involved in this incident today will be fired. As a boss, you did nothing about your son's evil deeds, which is an even greater crime. Pack up your things and get out. I will have the headquarters send someone to take over immediately. After hanging up the phone, Li Fan took off his coat, wrapped Yi Qianer in his arms, and then protected her and left, leaving behind a room full of regretful employees and Lu Hongwei who beat and kicked Lu Ziming. Brother Fan, I want to go to the bathroom to wash my face first. Can you wait here for me? Yi Qianer cried so much because she was so frightened that her makeup was smudged. She didn't want Li Fan to keep looking at her ugly face. Okay, go ahead. Li Fan stood next to a pillar not far from the restroom. After a while, another girl with a lowly-like appearance passed by him. She was wearing headphones, so for a moment she didn't even notice that her phone had fallen. Li Fan quickly helped her pick it up and found that the interface was stuck on a personal profile on a live broadcast platform. Tiger Fawn Princess? Looks like she's a live streamer. He walked up to her and patted her on the shoulder, then gestured to her with the phone in his hand. Ah, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my phone. The girl smiled gratefully at Li Fan, and her two little canine teeth suddenly appeared. No wonder she is called Tiger Tooth Princess, the name really suits her, Li Fan thought. Not long after the girl left, Yi Qianer also came out. Seeing that she was not in good condition, Li Fan drove her back to the hotel to let her have a good rest, while he went back to the room to sort out the things he had recently obtained. When I was on the golf course, I was so busy dealing with Su Dahai that I didn't know what to do with the ancient book I took out in the afternoon. Li Fan's mind moved, and instantly an ancient book that was so old that it seemed to be falling apart appeared in his hand. Ritual Department Rhyme? What is this? The font is quite clear. Just when Li Fan was about to open the ancient book to study it carefully, his cell phone rang. The person who called was his good friend Lu Tao from college. Li Fan. How have you been recently? I, your brother, am getting married soon. Tomorrow is my wife and I's engagement party. You must remember to come. Oh my goodness, you're getting married. Congratulations. I didn't expect that the guy who was the last one in the dormitory to fall in love is now the first one to get married. Hearing the good news from Lu Tao, Li Fan was truly happy for him. Don't worry, I will definitely go to support you and your wife. After hanging up the phone, Li Fan called Julia and asked her to prepare a gift for him. After arranging everything, Li Fan looked at the time and it was exactly 12 o'clock. The smart screen appeared and he signed in immediately. Chapter 9, a 5 billion villa as a new home, and being teased about the past with the school beauty. Ding! Sign in successfully. Today's blind box item, a set of top-level villas in Jingha Haoyuan Center. Jingha Mansion. This is the #1 luxury residential area for the rich in Shanghai. Everyone who lives there is either rich or noble, and every villa there is a stand-alone villa. There are no townhouses or duplexes here. And the system also said that what I got was a top-level villa in the center, isn't that even more amazing? Li Fan immediately picked up his mobile phone to check the origin of the top villa in Jingha Mansion Center. Works by world-class designers have always been the mainstay of Jingha Mansion due to their extremely high value. They are also a symbol of status that many wealthy people are eager to acquire. Only those with extremely high wealth are eligible to purchase them. Li Fan took another look at the price of the villa. It was 5 billion yuan, which was definitely one of the most expensive villas in China. Now Li Fan could understand why this top-notch villa in the center was a myth in the hearts of the rich. Even the richest people could seldom spend 5 billion to buy a villa. Not bad, not bad. I'm tired of staying in this hotel. Now I finally have a home that truly belongs to me. After attending Lu Tao's engagement party tomorrow, I will immediately reserve a room. The next morning, Li Fan was awakened by Julia knocking on the door. Boss, this is the gift you asked me to prepare. Different from the lazy look last time, today Julia tied her curly hair up, adding a bit of capable temperament. She handed the high-end looking gift bag in her hand to Li Fan, which contained a very small and exquisite box. Li Fan opened it and saw that it was a jadeite of good quality. It's something worth showing off. Good job, Julia. Thank you for the compliment, boss. This is what I should do. Julia was very happy to be praised by Li Fan. After all, she felt honored to work for such an excellent and handsome boss. After putting on the custom-made suit that Julia had sent for him, Li Fan tidied himself up again and then drove his poison away. When they were almost across the street, Li Fan glanced and saw that the hotel where Lu Tao was holding his engagement party was already filled with cars. So he parked his poison in a nearby street and walked to the entrance of the hotel. Fancy. Long time no see, you look handsome again. As soon as Lu Tao saw Li Fan, he immediately came forward to greet him. The entrance of the hotel was filled with Li Fan's college classmates, who were all chatting and laughing as they greeted Li Fan. Suddenly, a BMW 740 did a tailspin and stopped in front of everyone. Li Fan's old classmate Hong Su strode down from the car. Old classmate. Happy engagement. Hong Su's loud shout instantly attracted everyone's attention, and several classmates gasped when they saw the car he was driving. Wow! Hong Su drives a BMW now. I remember this car cost nearly 1.5 million, right? I didn't expect Hong Su to do well after graduation. Hong Su was very pleased with the exclamations of the crowd. He made a high-profile appearance today just to show off himself in front of the school belle Chang Yuqing. Before in the class, Chang Yuqing's heart and eyes were full of Li Fan, who was only in appearance, but now he has become successful. If Chang Yuqing was smart, she should know that he was the only one who was right for her now. Hong Su hurriedly used his eyes to search for Chang Yuqing's location, but instead of finding the school beauty, he saw his love rival Li Fan first. Seeing that Li Fan didn't have any brand name logo on him, he became even more proud. He showed the Rolex on his hand and walked towards Lu Tao. Lu Tao, where's Yuqing? Why can't I see her? When I contacted her, she was still abroad. I guess she won't be able to make it here. When Hong Su heard Lu Tao's answer, he showed disappointment visibly. The other students also looked regretful. What? The school beauty isn't coming. I want to see her beauty again. But the one who feels the most pity here should be Li Fan, right? Everyone looked at Li Fan with ambiguous eyes. When they were in college, Li Fan and Chang Yuqing were known to be a perfect match, and Chang Yuqing had pursued Li Fan so openly, it should be difficult for the two to forget it. It's all in the past, please stop teasing me. Li Fan quickly laughed. In fact, he was also a little curious about Chang Yuqing's current situation. Before in college, he had been with Shin Wenwen from another school, so he deliberately kept a distance from Chang Yuqing. If he had known Shin Wenwen's true face earlier and chose to be with Chang Yuqing, would the ending today be different? Alright, everyone, stop making things difficult for Fancy. It's almost time. Let's go to the restaurant and have something to eat first. After Lu Tao's greeting, everyone stopped gossiping about Li Fan. Only Hong Su was still secretly staring at Li Fan with a resentful look. Everyone followed Lu Tao to one of the halls on the second floor of the hotel. Wow, Brother Tao is amazing. He can actually book the second-level lobby of Yunxiang Hotel. As soon as they entered the hall, the students were amazed by the layout in front of them. Yunxiang Restaurant is a restaurant in Shanghai that is notoriously difficult to book a reservation in. The separate halls inside are divided into 5 levels. Ordinary diners can only book a hall on the first level. Those who can book a hall on the second level are considered to have some connections and financial resources. Only corporate CEOs and the like are eligible to reserve halls above level 3. The most difficult to reserve is the level 5 hall. To reserve a level 5 hall, one must have a net worth of at least hundreds of millions to be able to meet the threshold. Lu Tao responded to his classmates' compliments with a wry smile. It took him a lot of effort to book this second level hall. The reservation fee alone cost him tens of thousands, not to mention the decoration and dishes. Seeing this scene, Hong Su knew that his chance to show off had come. Lu Tao, if you had told me earlier that you were going to Yunxiang Hotel, I would have asked my friend who was a CEO to book the third level lobby for you. Brother, I can easily do this for you. As soon as these words were spoken, the other students looked at him with envy. Hong-Soo, you can now be on good terms with those CEOs? It's really not easy. That's right. The BMW just now was also like that. Hong-Soo should be the best student in our class now, right? No, thank you for your kindness. Hong-Soo pretended to be humble, but couldn't help but want to see Li Fan's expression. Who knew that Li Fan would remain unmoved? Then he had to take the initiative again, and this time he took out a very long gift bag. By the way, Lu Tao, I also brought an engagement gift for you and your wife. Everyone's attention was drawn to him again. Such a big gift? It looks like a good thing. With Hong-Soo's wealth, the gift he brings out will definitely stun the whole audience. Under everyone's expectant eyes, Hong-Soo unfolded his gift, an extra long ancient scroll. Wow! This ancient painting looks very valuable. No, it's only about 100,000. After hearing Hong-Soo's answer, everyone took a breath. It was just an engagement, but Hong-Soo actually gave a gift worth nearly 100,000 yuan. This is too generous. Hong-Soo was very satisfied with everyone's reaction, so he immediately changed the subject. Li Fan, Lu Tao used to be your good friend. I wonder what gift you brought in this time. Take it out and let us all enjoy it. Hong Tao said flattering words on the surface, but in his heart he couldn't wait to see Li Fan being crushed by him. Following his question, everyone looked at Li Fan curiously, although they didn't think that Li Fan could come up with a more expensive gift than the one in Hong-Soo's hand. Chapter 10, Engagement Ceremony for Brother, Imperial Green Jadeite worth 5 million. Seeing that everyone was curious about his gift, Li Fan didn't plan to hide it anymore. Although he wasn't quite sure how much the jade that Julia prepared for him was worth, it should be at least a few thousand. He took out the gift bag and handed it to Lu Tao. Thank you, brother. That's thoughtful. Lu Tao happily accepted the gift. Whatever Li Fan gave him was a precious gift to him. And it was too obvious that Hong-Soo wanted to embarrass Li Fan. So after Lu Tao took the gift from Li Fan, he immediately put it behind his back. He didn't want his good brother to lose face in front of his classmates because of these insignificant things. Hey, Lu Tao, why did you hide it? Let everyone see what Li Fan gave you. Let everyone be happy for you. Hong-Soo immediately snatched the gift bag from Lu Tao's hand and quickly took out the box inside. When the other students saw how small the gift box Hong-Soo took out was, disappointment was written all over their faces. Hong-Soo looked even more proud. He immediately opened the gift box, and a bright green jadeite appeared in front of everyone. Hey, it turns out to be an emerald. Li Fan, this thing shouldn't be cheap, right? The nosy classmate asked immediately. Probably, about a few thousand yuan. Just a small token of my appreciation, Lu Tao. Li Fan could only guess the answer. After hearing Li Fan's answer, Hong-Soo was completely inflated. Brother Li Fan, I think this is not very nice of you. You have such a good relationship with Lu Tao, and you just give him something worth a few $1,000s? If you don't have money, just borrow from me. Otherwise, you will make Lu Tao lose face. Lu Tao hurried out to refute Hong-Soo's words. However, at this time, a friend of Lu Tao's wife, rushed over with an excited look on his face. Imperial Green Emerald. There is actually this kind of Imperial Green Jadeite here. Atu picked up the gift box and started looking at it as if he was completely fascinated, and couldn't help but marvel at it as he looked at it. Excuse me, everyone. My friend is an expert in jewelry, so he can't walk when he sees something good. Lu Tao's wife hurried over to explain. However, Hong-Soo looked disdainful. Little brother, you don't have to act so ignorant. If you want jade like this, I can give it to you directly. Give it to me? Do you know how much this Imperial Green Jade is worth? This is a top-grade Imperial Green Jade with a starting price of at least 5 million. What? 5 million? The students present were stunned instantly, and Lu Tao almost fell to the ground with his mouth wide open. Hong-Soo was also shocked, but he still pretended to be calm. What nonsense are you talking about? How can something this small be worth 5 million? Who are you trying to fool? Besides, who knows if you are a real jewelry expert? But before Atu could refute, someone among the classmates had already raised his phone and said, "What this person said is true. He is indeed an appraiser who specializes in jewelry." On the mobile phone screen, Atu's personal Baidu introduction is prominently listed. Now everyone looked at Li Fan with eyes filled with infinite surprise and admiration. This is 5 million. It's equivalent to giving away a house in a second-tier city. Such a heroic feat made everyone envy Lu Tao to death. Lu Tao didn't expect that his good brother would become so powerful. A gift worth 5 million was given away without any delay, so Li Fan's wealth must have reached a level that they could not imagine. Fanzi, take this thing back quickly. It's too valuable and I can't accept it. Lu Tao immediately wanted to return the jadeite to Li Fan. There's no reason for me to take back the gift I gave away, and Hong Su is right, you are my brother, I should give you a big gift. Just accept it with peace of mind. Li Fan did not expect that the gift Julia prepared was so important. Although this amount of money was nothing to him now, it was a bit too high profile. He had better get over it quickly. Looking at the situation in front of him, Hong Su was completely stunned. 5 million, and the car he has outside is only about 1.5 million. This time I brought shame upon myself even to my grandma's house. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slapping his face. Get an extra chance to sign in to the blind box. Li Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and while everyone was still immersed in the atmosphere of being shocked by the price of jadeite, he quietly pressed his handprint in the air. Ding! This blind box item, ownership of Yunxian Hotel. This came just in time. In this way, he can use the 5th level hall directly to hold Lu Tao's engagement banquet. He has to give his brother enough show. Li Fan glanced at the Yunxian Hotel information stored in the space, wrote down the manager's number, and was about to dial when Shen Wenwen opened the door and ran towards him. Brother Fan, why didn't you bring me with you to the engagement party? Shen Wenwen had been thinking about how to win Li Fan back these days, and then she learned through an acquaintance that Li Fan's brother was going to hold an engagement party. So this time she was determined to win Li Fan back, so she dressed up like a peacock, just to make sure she hit him with one strike. Although Shen Wenwen's character is not good, her appearance is still acceptable. Seeing the beautiful girl calling out Li Fan's name, most of the students who didn't know the situation were envious. What are you doing here? We've broken up, stop bothering me. When Li Fan saw Shen Wenwen appear, his face was full of disgust and his tone was full of disdain. Brother Fan, how long are you going to be mad at me? Isn't it enough for me to apologize to you? Besides, if you couldn't let me go, why didn't you find a new woman after you broke up with me? You must still have me in your heart, right? Shen Wenwen yelled without caring about anything. As long as she could catch a rich husband again, she would not care about her face at all. Li Fan's face was so cold that water could drip out of it, and he was ready to ask the security guard to drive away this disgusting woman. At this moment, another gentle but firm voice sounded at the door. Who said Li Fan doesn't have a girlfriend now? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and the person who came was actually Chang Yuqing, the school beauty they had mentioned at the hotel gate earlier. Chang Yuqing had big wavy hair that fell loosely on her shoulders. The red knitted suspenders on her upper body made her originally fair skin shine. The wide leg flared pants added a bit of Hong Kong style. She was as beautiful as a movie star from the 1980s and 1990s. In comparison with her, Shen Wenwen suddenly became an insignificant ugly duckling. Is that the school beauty? How come she is more beautiful than before? Wait, from what she said, is she Li Fan's girlfriend now? Chapter 11, the identity of the owner of Yunxiang Hotel is revealed, and he carries the school beauty upstairs to go home. Amid the discussions of the crowd, Chang Yuqing walked to Li Fan's side with firm steps and took his arm. Miss, do you see clearly now? Brother Fan already has me. I advise you not to pester him anymore. Chang Yuqing warned Shen Wenwen righteously. When Lu Tao invited her to the engagement party yesterday, she was busy with a very important job abroad. But when she thought about the possibility of meeting Li Fan at the engagement party, she bought a plane ticket and flew back overnight. Unexpectedly, she really got to meet Li Fan, and from Li Fan's attitude towards Shen Wenwen, it was not difficult to see that they had broken up. This woman was so persistent on Li Fan, so of course she had to help him get rid of this trouble. Seeing that the woman who was 100 times more beautiful than herself actually said that she was Li Fan's new girlfriend, the remaining hope of reconciliation in Shen Wenwen's heart completely collapsed, and she immediately went crazy without caring about anything. You vixen! You actually took advantage of me and Brother Fan's quarrel and broke in. I must tear your face apart. In the blink of an eye, Shen Wenwen rushed forward to grab Chang Yuqing's face. Chang Yuqing was horrified and quickly hid in Li Fan's arms. Li Fan easily took Chang Yuqing to avoid Shen Wenwen's attack, and Lu Tao immediately took a few people to stop the crazy Shen Wenwen. Li Fan immediately called manager Jiang of Yunxian Hotel. He couldn't let this crazy woman Shen Wenwen ruin his brother's engagement party. Manager Jiang rushed over immediately after receiving the call. Two security guards quickly carried Shen Wenwen and sent her to the police station on charges of provoking trouble in public. However, the scene had already been messed up by Shen Wenwen, and several tables had been overturned. "I'm so sorry, everyone. It's all our fault for not having adequate security measures, so please move to the new hall we've prepared for you." Although Lu Tao was in a bad mood because of this incident, the only solution at the moment was to change the hall. So everyone followed Manager Jiang out, but unlike what they had imagined, Manager Jiang did not take them to another hall on the same floor, but took them to a golden exclusive elevator. Could it be that he was going to the third-level hall? Lu Tao thought, wouldn't it be even more advantageous for him to do so? Thinking of this, he felt much better. However, the elevator did not stop until it stopped on the 5th floor of Yunxian Hotel. "We've arrived at the level 5 hall. Everyone, please come in." As soon as the words level 5 hall came out, the students in the elevator couldn't stand. Lu Tao was flattered and refused. "Manager Jiang, you can just give us a new level 2 lobby. We really don't need a level 5 lobby. The main thing is that he doesn't know whether he needs to pay extra money for the level 5 hall. If that's the case, he won't be able to pay it back even if he works for several lifetimes." Manager Jiang immediately saw Lu Tao's real concern and said, "Mr. Lu, don't worry. The level 5 lobby is provided to you free of charge by our Yunxian Hotel. Besides, you are a classmate of our boss Li. Let alone today, even if you want to subscribe to the level 5 lobby for free for a month, there is absolutely no problem." "What? Boss Li?" Following Lu Tao's surprised voice, everyone turned their eyes to Li Fan. Among this group of people, only Li Fan has the surname Li. Plus, he just took out 5 million worth of jade as a gift. Who else could be the owner of Yunxian Hotel except him? "Manager Jiang, the arrangement is good. Ask them to serve all the dishes so as not to delay my brother's engagement party any longer." "Okay, Boss Li." Li Fan was already accustomed to other people's surprised looks and quickly gave instructions to Manager Jiang. Manager Jiang quickly invited everyone to the lobby, then ran down another staircase to give instructions to the kitchen. Chang Yuqing, who had been following Li Fan closely, couldn't help but be stunned when she saw this scene. Although she went abroad after college and had been in some so-called upper-class circles, she naturally knew the status of Yunxian Hotel. However, she did not expect that Li Fan had now become the owner of Yunxian Hotel. The engagement party was very enjoyable without any other distractions. Lu Tao even picked up the wine glass and kept holding Li Fan to thank him gratefully. He had always wanted to give his wife some face, and it was already very difficult for him to get into the level 2 hall. He didn't expect that with the help of Li Fan, he could actually get into the level 5 hall to see the world. If your wife is happy, you will feel more confident in front of your parents-in-law. "Brother! Come! I toast you." Lu Tao drank one cup after another excitedly, but Li Fan had just driven here, so he could only refuse Lu Tao again and again. "Brother Tao, please don't make things difficult for Brother Fan. I'll drink for him." Chang Yuqing took the wine that Lu Tao handed to Li Fan and drank it all in one gulp. Her heroic and unpretentious look won unanimous praise from her classmates on the spot. As expected of the school belle. "She's so energetic. School beauty is too protective of Li Fan, it's not fair. She's been fed a mouthful of dog food for nothing." Hong Su looked at the intimacy between Chang Yuqing and Li Fan in front of him, and felt so depressed. He also wanted to pick up the wine glass and drink it all, but then he remembered that he drove the car. He suddenly remembered that he didn't see Li Fan driving to the door just now, so he would have the opportunity to take Chang Yuqing home later. Seeing Chang Yuqing drinking so seductively, he suddenly had something in mind, so he stared at Chang Yuqing's movements without making a sound. After several rounds of enjoyment, the engagement party was almost over. Everyone left the restaurant and prepared to say goodbye to each other at the door. Just now, under Hong Su's close gaze, he found that Li Fan had been away for a while and had not been seen since, so he immediately drove his BMW over in front of everyone. "Yuqing, it's not convenient to take a taxi now, why don't you take my car?" Chang Yuqing subconsciously wanted to refuse, but before she could say anything, her classmates who were standing at the door of the hotel suddenly exclaimed collectively, "Oh my god, that sports car is so cool. It's coming towards us. It's a Lamborghini. Lamborghini's poison." With a steady brake, Li Fan drove his poison to the door. After rolling down the car window, everyone saw that it was Li Fan sitting inside. At this time, Hongsu's BMW was completely turned into pieces in seconds by Li Fan's poison. Yuqing, get in the car. I'll take you home. When Chang Yuqing heard Li Fan's greeting, she was very excited. She nodded quickly and sat on the passenger seat. Then, she followed Li Fan away in the envious eyes of everyone. In the car, under the influence of the music, Chang Yuqing was already drunk, and now her whole face was red. Yuqing, tell me your home address and I'll take you home. 606, Building 5, Longwan Century. After Chang Yuqing answered this question, she quickly fell asleep. Li Fan glanced at her profile. Usually, the school beauty who was always full of fighting spirit looked very cute now that she was asleep and defenseless. The poison was very powerful and soon arrived downstairs of Chang Yuqing's house. Yuqing, we're here. Li Fan shook Chang Yuqing, but she showed no sign of waking up. He couldn't help but shook his head with laughter, then came to the co-pilot's side and carried Chang Yuqing upstairs in a princess hug. Chapter 12 helps Su Qianmu deal with the old man who scammed her and get a villa worth 5 billion. Li Fan carried Chang Yuqing to the door of her house and used her fingerprint to unlock the door. After helping Chang Yuqing take off her shoes, he saw that she still showed no signs of waking up, so he had to gently help her lie flat on the sofa. However, just as Li Fan was about to leave, Chang Yuqing grabbed his wrist. The soft little hand grabbed him, and Li Fan certainly felt something. Moreover, Chang Yuqing's cheeks were always red after she got drunk, and her plump cheeks were as tempting as peaches. He brushed away the hair that was scattered on Chang Yuqing's face, and immediately Chang Yuqing started to whimper like a kitten. Although this sound made Li Fan feel itchy, it also woke him up immediately. Taking advantage of an opportunity is not his style. If the two of them are really in love with each other in the future, there will still be time to take it a step further. Li Fan struggled hard to free Chang Yuqing's hand, found a quilt to cover her, then closed the door and left. Inside the door, Chang Yuqing sat up from the sofa with a pout. What an idiot! He left even though the opportunity was right in front of him. Or does Li Fan no longer think highly of him? The more Chang Yuqing thought about it, the more depressed she became, so she simply collapsed on the sofa. After returning to his car, Li Fan remembered that he still had the task of picking up the house today, so he immediately set off for Jinghe Mansion. After passing a few intersections, a Ferrari that was driving well suddenly braked in front of him. If Li Fan had not reacted quickly, he would have rear-ended it. What's wrong with this guy? Li Fan got out of the car angrily to check the situation. At this time, Su Qianmu, who had a high ponytail, stepped down from the Ferrari. If Yi Qianer is the pure campus beauty in college, then the woman in front of him is the cold campus goddess. Seeing that she was a beautiful woman with extraordinary temperament, Li Fan's anger disappeared before he could even vent it. However, Su Qianmu in front was in a bad situation. An old man ran in front of her car, pointed at her nose and started scolding her. How do you drive? I'm telling you, if you don't give me tens of thousands of dollars for medical expenses, I won't leave you. After the old man finished speaking, he immediately sat down in front of Su Qianmu's car, looking like no one could do anything to him. Su Qianmu was extremely angry. It was clearly this old man who had hit her bike with his electric bike. It would have been fine if she had not asked him to pay for the damage, but he was actually blackmailing her? You are clearly committing fraud. So what? You have no evidence anyway. Hurry up and give me tens of thousands of dollars and I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here today. The old man looked at Su Qianmu proudly. It was obvious that this woman was thin-skinned, but he didn't care. He had plenty of time to spend with her anyway. Su Qianmu was indeed controlled by the old man, and she had always been dealing with the company and outside clients, and rarely encountered such a situation where she had to reason with a rogue. She felt so aggrieved that she couldn't help but cry. Old man, is it appropriate for you to bully a woman in broad daylight? Li Fan couldn't bear it anymore and stepped forward to help Su Qianmu out. Su Qianmu looked in the direction of the voice. Although she felt that Li Fan looked a little familiar, she couldn't figure out where exactly she had seen him. Thank you for speaking up for me, sir. But I am unlucky to meet such a person. I will just give him some money and get rid of him. Su Qianmu has never been a person who likes to trouble others. Now seeing Li Fan, a stranger, helping her out, she felt even more guilty, so she wanted to go back to the car to get the money. The old man looked at her performance with great pride. That's right, a beautiful lady who can get rid of bad luck with money. Wait, miss, have you forgotten that you have the most crucial evidence in your car? What? When Su Qianmu heard Li Fan's words, she turned around with a puzzled look on her face. The old man exploded immediately. What do you have to do with this? If you keep causing trouble, I'll blackmail you too. However, Li Fan didn't take the incompetent and angry old man seriously. Miss, have you forgotten that you have a dashcam in your car? After hearing what Li Fan said, Su Qianmu suddenly realized, that's right. Can't the dashcam prove your innocence? She was so panicked and thought it was too troublesome that she actually forgot such a basic thing. I'll call someone to tow it over now. Old man, just wait to be arrested. Su Qianmu suddenly became cheerful again and glared at the old man who was trying to scam him. The old man had no choice but to quickly drag his electric bike and run away. After all, he couldn't afford to pay for such a luxury car. Thank you so much, I was panicking just now, luckily you reminded me. Su Qianmu hurried over to thank Li Fan. It's a small matter. By the way, where are you going, young lady? I just happened to be going home, to Jinghe Mansion. Li Fan's eyes lit up instantly. What a coincidence, my home is also there, and I'm just about to go over and pick up the house now. Su Qianmu nodded in surprise, but was a little confused in her heart. Because as far as she knew, no one had bought a new house in Jinghe Mansion recently. This was a wealthy area, and it was inevitable that people would have business or personal dealings with each other, so who bought which villa would often be known to everyone first. However, Su Qianmu still maintained a decent expression on his face. In that case, why don't you take my car and go with me, and then you can ask someone to tow it away and deal with it, right? Su Qianmu also felt that what Li Fan said made some sense, so she happily got into Li Fan's car. Su Qianmu had seen the world after all, so when she saw the poison she was only slightly surprised and then suppressed her worry. Soon, Li Fan drove Su Qianmu to Jinghe Mansion. The general manager of Hao Yuan was standing at the door at this time. When Su Qianmu saw him, he just nodded slightly at her. When he saw Li Fan sitting in the driver's seat, his expression immediately changed to one of respect and awe. He immediately ran to Li Fan's window and bowed solemnly. Mr. Li, we have already prepared your villa, and others are waiting for your arrival outside the villa. Seeing the general manager taking it so seriously, Su Qianmu was full of doubts. Isn't it just about checking in? I've never seen the person in charge show this kind of look to anyone before. Okay, I'll drive straight in now. Okay, Mr. Li, I'll go to the villa and inform them first. After the chief executive finished speaking, he immediately took 2 or 3 people and ran into the mansion. Su Qianmu became more and more confused. Aren't all the villas here the same? Or does this Mr. Li have some special identity? In the blink of an eye, Su Qianmu had been sent to the door of his villa by Li Fan. Miss Su, see you again if we are lucky. Su Qianmu quickly nodded to thank Li Fan, but the direction Li Fan drove next really scared her. The place where Li Fan was heading to was actually the central villa in the mansion that was hard for even the richest people to afford. Chapter 13, Checking into the top villa, Princess Huya was bullied during live broadcast. Su Qianmu looked at Du Yao's departing figure and stood there for a long time before coming to his senses. She didn't expect that the man who was so kind to help her was actually the new owner of the top-notch villa. No wonder she couldn't match him up with him just now. Because it is hard for normal people to imagine that such a top-notch villa would be bought by a young person. On the other side, Li Fan had already driven to the door of his villa. 2 rows of employees were standing upright in front of the villa door to welcome Li Fan's arrival. Everyone, please applaud and warmly welcome Mr. Li, the new owner of our center's top villa. At the command given by the person in charge, thunderous applause broke out instantly. Li Fan had no choice but to wave his hand to indicate that it was okay. The big villa is worthy of being a big villa. There is a hot spring right at the entrance. If there weren't so many people here, Li Fan really wanted to jump in and wash away his fatigue. As soon as he entered, Li Fan discovered what was so special about this top-notch villa, which looked like any other ordinary villa from the outside. The interior design adopts an open-plan living room that is connected to the entire house. The sofas and table lamps are all brands worth at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. There is also a private cinema, terrace garden, ozone swimming pool, sauna, etc. It can be said to be a small tourist palace. There is a large garden directly behind the villa, where a professional perfumer is walking around lighting suitable incense. As far as Li Fan knows, it would cost at least 200,000 yuan a month just to hire a perfumer to light incense for the garden. Li Fan felt relaxed and happy as he sniffed the fragrance that filled the space. So this is the life of rich people. It's so cool. Mr. Li, if you need any help, you can always come to me. You will always be our top priority. The person in charge bowed deeply to Li Fan and left with everyone, allowing Li Fan to enjoy his big villa alone. At dinner time, the chef who used to work in a 5-star hotel prepared a full banquet for Li Fan. Li Fan enjoyed the meal very much, but it was a bit lonely staying alone in such a big villa. So he watched the live broadcast on his specially made 150-inch TV. The girl I met last time seemed to be the anchor, right? Li Fan thought about it and thought, maybe her name is Tiger Tooth Princess? Relying on his memory, Li Fan indeed found an anchor named Tiger Tooth Princess on a certain audio platform, but she only had a small number of fans, only about 1,000. I clicked on the avatar and it was indeed the girl from before. Li Fan opened the live broadcast room curiously. Princess Huya has a good appearance and figure in real life. He wondered what kind of content was broadcast in the room. As soon as she entered the live broadcast room, Princess Huya called out Li Fan's ID in a crisp voice. "Welcome, invincible godly rich, brother to the live broadcast room. What songs do you want to hear? Huya can sing for you." Finally a new member came in, and Princess Tiger Fawn welcomed him immediately. She wanted to keep as many as possible, otherwise she didn't know when she would be able to pay back the training fees she owed to the guild. So she is a singing anchor. Li Fan immediately gave out 10 carnivals. Princess Tiger Fawn was stunned for a moment. How come this guy was spending money when she hadn't done anything yet? "Thank you, invincible god, brother, for sending 10 carnivals, brother, please sing more songs." "Just sing any song you're good at." "Okay, then I'll sing Red Bean for my brother." Princess Tiger Tooth cleared her throat, and soon her crisp and clear voice floated out. If you listen carefully, you can taste some of the young girl's innocent feelings. "I didn't expect this girl to sing so well." Li Fan immediately threw out another 10 carnivals. Princess Huya was flattered. Normally, not many people would come to her live broadcast room, let alone such a large sum of tens of thousands of dollars. "Oh, no, there is still one, but that person is a greasy uncle. He is nothing compared to the brother in front of me who doesn't make any demands." Just as Princess Huya was feeling sick thinking about that man, the user, "I am the king," entered the live broadcast room. Speak of the devil, this person is the greasy uncle mentioned by Princess Huya. Originally, each live broadcast room had its own attributes, but this, "I am the king," relied on his high level and ability to make money, and repeatedly came to Princess Huya's live broadcast room to harass her and ask her to dance for him. "Princess Tiger Fawn, I'll give you 50 carnivals today. How about you dance for everyone?" As expected, "I am the king," started his usual clamor again. Several die-hard fans of Princess Tiger Tooth immediately jumped out to protect her. "Why are you the harasser again? If you want to watch dancing, go to another live broadcast room." "That's right. Get out. Don't come and harass our Tiger Fawn princess." "I am the king," on the other side of the screen snorted coldly. He has been watching the live broadcast for so many years and has long known what kind of people these women are. "You are pretending to be reserved now, but wouldn't you be willing to do anything as long as the money is in place?" So he immediately threw out 50 carnivals. "Princess Tiger Fawn, I've already given you the gifts. I'm the one with the highest level and the most financial resources here. Please don't be so shameless. Just being rich is nothing. Everyone, report him." "Right. We can't let Princess Tiger Fawn be threatened by him." Fans immediately asked the administrator to kick him out, but the administrator did nothing. A call came into Tiger Tooth Princess's backup phone. "Huya, this, I am the king, is now your biggest financial backer. You must do as he asks. Otherwise, when will you pay back the money you owe our guild? And don't forget, these debts all have interest. If you coax him well, not only can you pay back the money, but you can also eat and drink delicious food. Isn't that good?" "But No buts, just do what you are told. Otherwise, we will use all of these shares to pay off your debts, and you won't get a single cent back." With a bang, the agent in charge of Tiger Fawn Princess immediately hung up the phone. Princess Huya was left alone and feeling wronged. Just now, Li Fan left and took a look at other people's live broadcast rooms, and found that other anchors' live broadcast rooms were too lively and noisy. On the contrary, he preferred the quiet and gentle style of Tiger Tooth Princess. As a result, when he returned to the room, he saw the screen full of quarreling comments and Princess Tiger Tooth's aggrieved face, looking like she wanted to cry. "Good boy, how come this little Tiger Tooth is bullied after I left for a while?" Li Fan immediately created 100 carnivals. "Oh my god. The super rich guy is back. He even bought 100 carnivals at once, which means he spent 300,000 in one go. Brother Shinhao is so awesome. Quickly knock that bastard down. Everyone, don't be too hasty to celebrate. Maybe this, invincible rich man, and that, I am the king, are the same kind of people? Amid the rapid barrage of comments that filled the screen, the live broadcast room suddenly began to gain popularity. Chapter 14, Invincible Rich Man, crushes the opponent and his name resounds throughout the live broadcast platform. Princess Huya was surprised and delighted to see that Invincible Rich Man come back. But she really didn't know her brother's true character. If he is as like-minded as I am the king, then I really have no way out. Amid everyone's speculation, Li Fan spoke. Princess Tiger Fong, just sing your song peacefully. If anyone wants to cause trouble for you, I, the invincible rich man, will be the first to disagree. The barrage of invincible godly rich immediately ushered in a wave of carnival. I knew Brother Shinhao was a good person. Whoever just now compared Brother Shinhao to that bastard, please stand up. You are insulting Brother Shinhao. Long live Brother Shinhao. Princess Tiger Tooth was also very touched. She didn't expect that she now had an older brother who could protect her. However, I am the king is not a pushover. He has been watching live broadcasts for so many years, and there is no woman he has not been able to get. What the hell is this super rich guy? How dare you come here to mess with me? You think you are a super rich guy just because your name is super rich, right? I have plenty of money. How dare you yell at me with a level 10 account? The fans in the live broadcast room who were originally excited suddenly became a little worried. That bastard is level 60. Can Brother Shinhao be better than him? Although Wan Bai is not a good guy, he is really ruthless in spending money. Last time, he spent 500 carnivals on another anchor. Princess Huya was very grateful to Invincible Rich Man for standing up for her. But she also didn't want the other party to be cheated out of so much money by that I am the king because of her. Brother Shinhao, it's okay if you really can't give me a reward later. I'll dance if he asks me to. There is nothing she can do if she encounters requests she doesn't want in the live broadcast room, after all, that is her job. I heard you, you're not a rich guy. If you don't have the ability, get out of here. If you really fight me, I won't show mercy. I am the king, looked at the phone screen with a smug look on his face. Today he could make Princess Tiger Fong dance, and next day he could take her to bed. He felt so happy when he thought about it. Li Fan felt annoyed when he saw the bastard chattering. And now he is a well-deserved rich man. It's just right. Let this blind turtle become my first critical hit target. Stop whining and come and hit me right now. I will beat you so hard that your mother won't recognize you. Li Fan quickly recharged 100 million audio coins. He had plenty of money now. When I am the king was provoked, he immediately threw out 200 carnivals regardless of the consequences. In real life, he is a rich second generation. As soon as he came into this PK, he prepared a quota of 10 million for himself. He didn't believe that an account he had never seen before could beat him. Oh my god, 200 carnivals. That turtle was so hateful right from the start? Brother Shinhao, come on. We believe you can do it. Li Fan didn't waste any words and immediately threw out 400 carnivals. Brother Shinhao is really ruthless and doesn't talk much. He beat the turtle twice as hard in one go. Princess Huya was so touched that she quickly thanked him. Thank you, brother, invincible godly rich, for sending me 400 carnivals. Seeing that Princess Huya completely ignored him, I am the king, became completely furious. He immediately threw out another 500 carnivals, and Li Fan threw out 1,000. Every time I am the king throws out a certain amount, Li Fan will throw out twice as much carnival. For a while, the entire live broadcast room of Princess Huya was filled with the carnival that never stopped, and people from other live broadcast rooms also came to visit. Everyone wants to see which rich man can defeat the famous I am the king, and there are many other talented anchors who want to poach the big brother. On the other side, I am the king has already started cursing. What kind of lunatic is this? If I really lose to him today, how will I survive on TikTok in the future? With a grit of teeth, I am the king played 2,000 carnivals. Damn it, it cost him so much money to date a host. Once he gets the tiger teeth, he will be satisfied. Am I seeing this right? Wang Ba played 2,000 carnivals? That's 6 million renminbi. The anchor made a lot of money in this round. Many anchors who come to catch the big guys are so jealous that they can buy a house after receiving the dividends. Why don't they have such a good life? It seems like Brother Shinhao is doomed to lose. That's right. He fought so hard before, so he should be broke now. As expected, the leader of the live broadcast room is still Brother Wang. Brother Wang is so awesome. After these 2000 carnivals, almost everyone on the barrage has sided with I Am the King. Only a few fans of Tiger Tooth Princess are still struggling. My rich brother hasn't even started to exert his strength yet, why are you in such a hurry? That's right, my brother Shinhao will definitely be able to beat that stinky turtle. However, the lackeys of I Am the King immediately started to curse at the fans of Princess Huya, and more people flocked to the live broadcast room to watch the battle. For a time, Princess Huya's live broadcast room had risen to the first place in the real-time rankings. Princess Huya was also very nervous at this time. With so many people around, if Invincible Rich Man lost, her dancing the edge dance would be seen by more people. Although she also knew that the rich man had helped her regain a lot of face and she shouldn't ask for anything more, she still hoped that the rich man could hold on in this round, although it was probably impossible given the current situation. I am the king. At this time, I am no longer satisfied with just watching Huya dance some marginal dance. After spending so much money, how can I not make myself happy? So he posted on the public screen. Huya, I gave you so much money today, a dance is not enough, right? How about this, if that damn rich loses, you have to go out on an offline date with me. Fans of Tiger Tooth Princess were instantly excited. You are such a shameless bastard. You clearly didn't ask for this during the PK just now, what do you mean now? Princess Tiger Fong, don't listen to him. This kind of person definitely has no good intentions. Other busybodies, of course, turned a blind eye to the matter and tried their best to stir up trouble. Congratulations in advance to Brother Wang for winning the anchor position. Brother Wang, get her, the brothers support you. I Am the King looked greedily at Princess Tiger Fong's face on the other side of the screen, and the reflection clearly showed his obscene face. Princess Tiger Fong's face turned very ugly because of his words. If I Am the King won, even if she didn't want to do what he asked, the guild would definitely force her to go on a date with him, and even a fool knew what would happen then. She was so anxious that she was about to cry, and she couldn't help hoping that Invincible Rich Man would win this game. On the other side, Li Fan's phone was stuck for a long time because of the popularity of the live broadcast room. This broken phone gave me a card at the critical moment. These days, I was so busy collecting the big boss's property that I forgot to replace these small personal items with new ones. After a while, Li Fan finally saw the live broadcast room displayed normally again. With a point of his finger, 10,000 carnivals immediately appeared on the screen of the live broadcast room. Chapter 15 Spending 30 million, ruinching department store with annual revenue of billions is acquired. When 10,000 carnivals appeared on the screen, the entire live broadcast room suddenly fell into silence. A moment later, the entire screen was filled with fans' surprised cheers. Oh my god! 10,000 carnivals! Isn't that 30 million renminbi? You really are worthy of being my super rich brother. So awesome! Princess Tiger Fong has finally avenged her previous humiliation. The lackeys of I Am the King were so shocked that they dared not say a word. At I Am the King's house, the cell phone he was holding fell to the ground with a bang. This guy actually spent 10,000 carnival in one go. How rich does he have to be to spend like this? Princess Tiger Fong was so moved that tears came to her eyes. Thank you, brother, invincible godly rich. From now on, Huya will do whatever you say. Princess Tiger Tooth felt inexplicably shy when she said this. Other anchors immediately clicked on Li Fan's personal profile picture and sent him private messages. Brother Shinhao, if you have nothing to do, come to my live broadcast room to play I Need You Too. Brother Shinhao, as long as you give me gifts, I can do anything. What's more, some people even posted their own beautiful photos with special meanings. Li Fan clicked his tongue and shook his head. It turned out that money makes the world go round. One by one, everyone rushed to pounce on him. For a moment, Li Fan's phone seemed to be blown up. Among all the private messages, Li Fan finally saw the content of Princess Tiger Tooth's private message. Thank you, Brother Shinhao. Otherwise, let's add a V. Li Fan quickly sent his WeChat number and the two successfully added each other as friends. The live broadcast room was still very lively. The number of Tiger Tooth Princess fans increased dramatically, and they all began to attack I Am the King. Women Are King was scolded so much that he had to announce in his personal profile that he would temporarily quit the internet, and then he went offline in disgrace. The ID name, Invincible Rich Man, became completely popular on a certain audio live broadcast. Everyone knows that a mysterious rich man gave a host nearly 50 million in gifts in one show, and Princess Tiger Teeth even jumped into the top 5 of the host list. Princess Huya looked at Li Fan's WeChat profile picture and felt deeply moved. Just now she was an unknown anchor who was coerced by others, but she suddenly turned around and became a famous anchor. Not only could he pay off the money he owed to the guild, he also achieved financial freedom. All of this was brought to him by that super rich brother whom he had never met. Hello, brother Shinhao, my real name is Ding Ichuan, you can just call me Ichuan. After adding the friend, Princess Tiger Tooth immediately sent a message to Li Fan to introduce herself. Brother Shinhao, can I ask why you are helping me like this? Ding Ichuan was really a little curious. Today, this rich brother was like a god descending from the sky. She had never heard of such a mysterious person on TikTok before. Why did he give her so many gifts as soon as he came? Li Fan couldn't help but smile on the other side of the screen. Actually, I've seen you before. See me? Where? Ding Ichuan racked her brains but couldn't figure out when she had ever seen such a rich man. However, there was no reply from Li Fan for a long time. It seems that this super rich brother doesn't want to expose too much of himself. Ding Ichuan tactfully said goodnight to Li Fan and didn't continue the conversation. On this side, Li Fan looked at the pointer, and when it reached 12 o'clock, he forgot about chatting with Ding Ichuan for a moment. He hurriedly began to sign in. Ding. Today's blind box item, Ruinqing department store. When Li Fan heard the name of the building announced by the system, he felt vaguely that it sounded familiar. Isn't this the building where the uncle was the general manager of the golf course last time? What a great relationship. I might as well go and catch up with him tomorrow. The annual revenue of this kind of department store should be around tens of billions. Although it is a little less than the previous Juanheng Group, it is still a huge sum of money. Li Fan comfortably crossed his legs on the sofa, and when he saw the interface where Ding Ichuan said good night, he replied with a good night as well. On the other hand, Ding Ichuan, who had originally given up hope of receiving a reply, was so happy when she saw Li Fan's reply that she couldn't sleep. The next morning, Li Fan drove his poison to Ruinqing department store. At a time when the real economy is becoming increasingly depressed, Ruinqing department store still has the largest customer flow in the entire Magic City. Li Fan took out the business card that Meng Xingjie had given him last time. Just as he was about to dial it, he met Meng Xingjie, who was on patrol. Brother Li Fan? Did you come to see me today on purpose? Meng Xingjie was extremely excited when he saw Li Fan. After giving this young friend his business card last time, he hadn't contacted him for a long time. He thought that Li Fan looked down on middle-aged people like him. Li Fan nodded, shook hands and exchanged a few words with Meng Xingjie. Come on, brother. I'll show you around our Ruinqing department store. If there's anything you want, you can just tell me and I'll give it to you. Meng Xingjie treated Li Fan with great enthusiasm, completely lacking the sense of superiority that those in high positions have. Li Fan couldn't help nodding in his heart. With such a down-to-earth and equal manager helping him look after the building, he had nothing to worry about. But brother, I may not be able to accompany you for too long. I received a notice this morning saying that our department store has been bought by a mysterious rich man. I don't know what kind of person this new boss is. If he is a meticulous workaholic, then I'm afraid someone will say something if I accompany you. Meng Xingjie covered his face with a look of misery. So, you don't know who the new boss of your building is? Li Fan asked with interest. He wondered what Meng Xingjie's expression would be if he knew that he was the boss. I was planning to go to the office to look at some information, but you're here. Anyway, I figured the new boss wouldn't be here so soon, so I thought I'd greet you first. After hearing Meng Xingjie's answer, Li Fan nodded calmly, thinking that this was a good thing. Otherwise, if Meng Xingjie knew his identity in advance, he would not be able to see Meng Xingjie's true side. The two were walking and talking and laughing. Suddenly, another middle-aged man about the same age as Meng Xingjie came over. When he saw Li Fan, there was a hint of respectful fear in his eyes. The person who came was Huang Shi, the deputy general manager of Ruinqing department store. He immediately bowed to Li Fan, and then greeted Meng Xingjie with a big smile on his face. Manager Meng, it turns out that you have already met the boss. I was just about to come and report the boss's information to you. Meng Xingjie was stunned by what Huang Shi said. Where is the boss? I don't see him. Meng Xingjie's words also confused Huang Shi. The boss is right next to you and you're still asking me? Isn't the person next to you the new owner of Ruinqing department store, Mr. Li Fan? Huang Shi gave the information in the mobile phone to Meng Xingjie. After Meng Xingjie saw the information and photos displayed in it, he was completely stunned. Chapter 16, Help Princess Tiger Tooth drive away the harasser, and the identity of the big boss is exposed. Boss Li. Boss Li. Meng Xingjie turned around with an awkward smile. He had just spoken ill of the new boss in front of Li Fan. Wasn't he jumping into the fire? Meng Xingjie felt very complicated after knowing Li Fan's true identity. The friend who seemed very close to him just now seemed distant to him. I'm so sorry, Boss Li. I just spoke without restraint, but I definitely didn't mean to offend you. Just as Li Fan had expected, after his identity was exposed, Meng Xingjie treated him with restraint and respect. Manager Meng, you should just talk to me like you did before. We are no longer like bosses anymore. Meng Xingjie wiped the sweat off his forehead. He also wanted to call him brother like before, but his psychological quality did not allow it. Boss Li, you are too kind. I feel more comfortable calling you that. Li Fan was helpless. Was this really the trouble of the rich? It sounded a bit Versailles, but he should give Meng Xingjie some time to adapt. Okay, then you guys go ahead and do your work, I'll just wander around by myself. Meng Xingjie quickly took Huang Shi away. It's not that he was really afraid of Li Fan, but the friend he knew suddenly turned into his boss, so he had to slow down before facing him. Li Fan walked around Ruinqing department store for a few rounds by himself. However, when he was on the third floor, he suddenly saw a man pulling a girl. That girl looked familiar from a distance. Looks like the Tiger Fong princess. Li Fan quickly walked closer to confirm that it was indeed her. What are you doing? Let go of that girl. Li Fan quickly stepped forward and pulled the boys apart, then protected Ding Yichuan behind him. What do you want? Get out of here right now. Huya, weren't you so arrogant last night? Today I want to see if your super rich brother will come to save you. After saying this, the man was about to pounce on Ding Yichuan again. Ding Yichuan was so scared that she hid behind Li Fan a few more times. Are you that bastard? Li Fan looked at the wretched man in front of him and was almost certain of what was going on. You are the cuckold. I am the king. How do you know? It's all the fault of that carnival guy who made such a big deal out of it. Now any passerby can recognize me. Boy, even if you recognized me, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. After all, you saw my financial resources clearly last night. I am the king, pointed at Li Fan with his finger, and Li Fan quickly broke his outstretched finger. Screams immediately echoed throughout the building. Meng Xingjie saw Li Fan being harassed on the floors below, and immediately rushed up with a few security guards. Boss Li, are you okay? Who dares to act wildly in our Ruinqing department store? Tie him up for me. I am the king was instantly furious. Do you know who I am? I'm the son of the owner of a whole floor of fine men's clothing in a department store. Who dares to touch me? Meng Xingjie couldn't help but sneer when he heard this arrogant statement. The boss's son, then do you know who this person in front of you is? I am the king, looked at Li Fan, whom Meng Xingjie was pointing at, with confusion, as he had never seen him in Ruinqing before. Who could he be? He's just a small fry passing by. He is the new boss of our entire Ruinqing department store. When Meng Xingjie said this, I am the king, and Ding Yichuan who were present were shocked. So Young, the new boss of Ruinqing department store? I am the king, was feeling extremely aggrieved. For 2 consecutive days, she was beaten by wealthy people who were more powerful than herself. What kind of shitty luck did this Tiger Fong princess have? He didn't dare to struggle anymore and let the security guard throw him out of the building. Ding Yichuan, who finally got safe, thanked Li Fan gratefully. Thank you, sir. How about I treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude for protecting me? Li Fan gladly accepted, and the two went to the garden restaurant on the top floor of Ruinqing department store. However, when she saw the prices on the menu, Ding Yichuan instantly wilted. The dishes here were too expensive. The cheapest steak started at 10,000. Although she made a lot of money from the live broadcast last night, if she spends it lavishly, she won't be able to live for long after paying off the debt. Seeing Ding Yichuan's expression, Li Fan immediately understood what was going on. Don't worry, no one in this building dares to charge our table any money. Ding Yichuan looked embarrassed. She didn't expect that she was wasting her benefactor's face by inviting him to dinner. She immediately lowered her head even more. However, after a few dishes were served, the two chatted and ate, and Ding Yichuan's restraint was finally removed. "Thank you so much today, Mr. Li. If it weren't for that stinky turtle of yours, I don't know where you would have dragged me to. Although you saved me today, I'm sorry that I already have someone in my heart. And you should know that person, he's the invincible rich man who helped me vent my anger last night." "Oh?" Li Fan took a sip of red wine and pretended to be curious. "I didn't expect this girl to be so naive that she actually talked about the man she liked right in front of another man. However, it can also be seen from this that Ding Yichuan is not a person who only values money, because with Li Fan's current identity, it is more than enough compared to the financial resources displayed by the invincible rich man on the internet." "Why do you like him?" "Of course it's because he's the first man who's been so nice to me. In all the time I've been live streaming, the men I've met talk about those things as soon as they open their mouths, without even pretending. Even though he spent so much money on me, he never asked me to do anything I didn't like. He even added me on WeChat only after I took the initiative to find him. He also praised me for my beautiful singing. I feel that he is the man who truly understands me and will truly care for me." Li Fan looked at Ding Yichuan like a little girl infatuated with love and couldn't help laughing. "Aren't you afraid that he is a big bad wolf hiding deep inside, who will trick you into his grasp and then eat you up completely? He is not like what you said. Mr. Li, I won't let you say that about my super rich brother just because you saved me." Ding Yichuan was so angry that her face puffed up. "Since you think he's so nice, why don't you ask him where he is now and see if he will reply to you as soon as possible?" "What? I'm just in love with him now, so how can I have the right to check on him? Maybe he just happened to see it and came back?" Li Fan held up the red wine in his hand and said something very tempting. After hearing what Li Fan said, Ding Yichuan actually sent the message as if possessed by some strange force. She looked nervous. Suddenly, a ding-dong reminder sound was heard. Li Fan raised the chat interface on his mobile phone, and a handsome face approached Ding Yichuan. "I'm right in front of you. Hello, dear Princess Tiger Fong. Chapter 17. Communicate with Tiger Tooth sister in the car and get revenge from the supermarket. You are the super rich brother from last night?" Ding Yichuan opened her eyes wide in shock. She had never imagined that the person she had been thinking about so much was sitting right in front of her. "I just expressed my love for him so openly, didn't he hear it all?" Ding Yichuan's face turned red with embarrassment. During the subsequent meal, Ding Yichuan obviously spoke less, but her little face remained red. After the two finished their meal and left, Li Fan originally wanted to take her home, but then he remembered that he had just drunk some wine. "Let's sit in the car for a while, and I'll call a designated driver to take you home later." Ding Yichuan nodded shyly, and Li Fan clicked on a lyrical song. Ding Yichuan silently stared at Li Fan's profile, and subconsciously leaned over and kissed him. Under the influence of alcohol and music, Li Fan also felt a little emotional. So he quickly kissed back, and the distance between them suddenly became closer. Inside the car, an ambiguous atmosphere permeated. A few hours later, Li Fan called a designated driver to take Ding Yichuan to the downstairs of her home. On the way, Li Fan kept thinking about the tenderness that had just happened. "Now that I'm strong, I should invest more and enjoy more." Ding! The host is detected to have realized the true meaning of life, and gets an extra chance to sign into the blind box. I didn't expect that the system also thinks this is the true meaning of life. Li Fan started signing in excitedly. Ding! This blind box sign-in item, Fu Lian Chain Supermarket Group. Fu Lian Chain Supermarket is the supermarket where Li Fan worked before. He was targeted in every way before, and now he has become their immediate boss. I wonder how those two villains will react. Li Fan put on a smile and asked the designated driver to drive the car directly to the supermarket where he used to work. At this time, in the supermarket office, several colleagues were standing by the window looking at the scenery. Suddenly, a Lamborghini came into their sight. "Oh my god, here comes a rich kid. Such an eye-catching car must cost at least several million, right? Isn't it a bit too extravagant to drive a sports car to the supermarket? Wait, why does the person who got off the car look so much like Li Fan? Really? Really? Let me see." More and more colleagues gathered around the window. Ren Dawei became angry when he saw that the employees were not in the mood to work. "You guys are really outrageous. Why are you here to join in the fun when you're not at your post during working hours? Uncle, come and see, Li Fan seems to be driving a Lamborghini downstairs to our store." Ren Dawei looked disdainful. Him? He's probably just a designated driver for someone else. Hurry back to your seats. Otherwise, I'll get you fired like him. After Ren Dawei finished speaking, he quietly went to the window to take a look. At this time, Li Fan had already come down from the poison shop and walked to the entrance of the supermarket. Passers-by nearby were looking at his back and whispering in admiration. However, Ren Dawei did not take this seriously. He did not believe that Li Fan could become a rare talent in just a few days. I guess he just rented a car to pretend. Young people are young people, they only care about these useless reputations. Ren Dawei returned to his seat contentedly, crossed his legs and started looking at the account book. Suddenly, with a bang, the office door was kicked open. Who? Ren Dawei was furious. As soon as he stood up, he saw Li Fan, who looked very proud. Hey, isn't this the guy I fired before? What? Are you here to revisit the old place and reminisce about the past? Ren Dawei originally thought that if Li Fan just visited his place peacefully as a guest, he would not make things difficult for him. But now he actually broke into the office. Because of his surveillance, his wife kept yelling and clamoring for a divorce from him. The entire family life was messed up by him, and he was worried that he had no place to vent his anger. Li Fan, you are no longer an employee here. How dare you trespass here? I will have our security department arrest you and send you to jail. Fanshur also joined Ren Dawei in accusing Li Fan. That's right, you've been fired and you still dare to come back to cause trouble? I'm going to crush you to death with Mount Tai right now. After saying that, Fanshur rushed towards Li Fan, but Li Fan slapped Fanshur and sent him flying. Fanshur staggered with his 200-pound body, crushing 7 or 8 computers in the office. It's your turn to talk nonsense here. I'm here today to clean up all of you pests. Ren Dawei was stunned when he saw Li Fan throw Fanshur away. Why are the rest of you still standing there? Go up and help. Throw this Li Fan out. Ren Dawei yelled at the remaining colleagues, but after seeing Li Fan's power, the others did not dare to move. So Li Fan took the opportunity to walk closer and slapped Ren Dawei twice. If the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked, so I'll give you an extra slap to teach you a lesson. Both sides of Ren Dawei's face instantly swelled up like a bee dog, and he drooled while speaking. Hurry! Call the police, all of you. Just then, Ren Dawei's office phone rang. I advise you to take this call first and then decide what to do next. Li Fan looked down at the manager who used to always give him trouble, and he felt extremely good. Ren Dawei's phone is usually used when there is something going on at the headquarters, so he didn't dare to delay and crawl to pick up the phone. Ren Dawei is the manager, right? Fulian Group has just been acquired by a new boss. If he comes to inspect your supermarket, remember to treat him well. The new boss's name is Li Fan. I have sent his personal information to your email, remember to check it. What did you say his name is? Mr. Li Fan, is there any problem? No. At this time, Ren Dawei's mind was in chaos, but he still wanted to struggle. What if they just happen to have the same name? That's right, it must just be a coincidence that they have the same name. Ren Dawei couldn't wait to return to his workstation and open his email, but Li Fan's headshot and personal information appeared in front of him. This information is exactly the same as the information of Li Fan who was fired by him before. Ren Dawei slid down completely, with the light completely gone from his eyes. How about it, Manager Ren? Do my words count now? Li Fan took a chair and sat down. Ren Dawei quickly pulled Fanshur and crawled in front of Li Fan. Boss Li. Just tell us what you want us to do. We will do whatever we can. At this time, Fanshur and other colleagues were stunned. When had Ren Dawei ever been so humble to others? Moreover, he calls Li Fan Boss Li. What is he talking about? At the same time, every employee's cell phone beeped, and the information about the new boss Li Fan had been transmitted from the headquarters to every employee's cell phone. Chapter 18. Say goodbye to the past and have a happy party in the bar. After seeing the message on the phone, gasps of disbelief rang out one after another in the office. Everyone looked at Li Fan with a bit of fear in their eyes, and some were already thinking about whether they had offended Li Fan before. If they had, they would probably be in big trouble. The other colleagues who had a clear conscience were watching the show in front of them excitedly. They had long been troubled by Ren Dawei and Fanshur, the couple with connections. Now that Li Fan was back, it would be best if they could get rid of these two pests once and for all. Ren Dawei and Fanshur were trembling with fear because of the last time they set up a trap to frame Li Fan and fired him. Li Fan came today with great force and just now slapped them twice. It seemed like he was here for revenge. Are you scared now? Why didn't you know how to be a good person in the beginning? After hearing what Li Fan said, Run Dawei and Fan sure didn't dare to refute anything and they were shaking like a sieve. Since Manager Rin said that I can do what I said, you should remember my words and start executing them. I hereby announce that Manager Rin Dawei and Foreman Fanshur, the two black sheep, will be fired. I will have the headquarters send a new foreman and manager here soon. Do you have any objections? The other colleagues immediately nodded and started working as fast as pounding garlic, their hearts wild with joy. Boss Li, we were wrong. It was all a misunderstanding before, and I paid the price of family discord for it. Please let us go for the sake of our past work together. Ren Dawei kowtowed to Li Fan 3 times and 9 times, hoping that this self-torture trick would make Li Fan let him go. Heh, isn't it your own fault that your family is in conflict? And now you want to blame it on me? You also know that I used to work with you, right? Then you should understand that what happened to you and Fanshur today is not unjust. Hurry up and pack up your things and get out. I don't want to say it again. Li Fan issued another ultimatum. Ren Dawei is so regretful now. If he had known earlier, he should not have looked down on others and should not have blindly protected his own nephew. However, there is no medicine for regret in the world, and now he can only pack his luggage like Fanshur. In front of everyone, he left the office in disgrace and embarrassment, just like the day Li Fan was kicked out. Although the colleagues were happy to see the two leave, they couldn't help but worry about their own situation. After all, they had never extended a helping hand to Li Fan before. Everyone remember, work hard in the future and don't do unnecessary things, otherwise you will end up like them. Li Fan left after saying this. The other colleagues finally felt relieved and all admired Li Fan's broad mind. Although Li Fan was indeed angry with them, they were all poor workers before, so who could really stand up for whom? In the workplace of real society, if no one deliberately trips you up, you are very lucky. Therefore, before coming here, Li Fan had decided to only deal with those 2 bad apples. He would not go back and persecute those who were in the same situation as he was before just because he was rich now. When he walked out of the supermarket, Li Fan felt relieved. Now he had finally gotten justice for all the injustices of the past, and all he had to do next was start a completely new life. He took the poison and immediately transferred 1 million to his mother. After a while, Mother Lin Silian called. Son, did you win the lottery? Why did you suddenly send such a large sum of money home? Where did you get this money? We should just be honest and not do bad things. As expected, just as Li Fan had guessed, his mother was frightened by the huge sum of money. Mom, don't worry. Is your son someone who would do something bad? I recently started a business with a friend and made some money, so of course I had to tell my family about it first. That's good. Lin Silian was very happy to hear that her son was so successful now. After exchanging a few words with his mother, Li Fan hung up the phone. Li Fan was sitting in the car, watching the setting sun, which made him feel deeply emotional. He thought about it and decided to go to a bar to have some fun. The prosperous Magic City not only has bustling traffic during the day, but also bright lights and nightlife at night. God House Bar is a place frequented by many young people in Shanghai. Li Fan came to the bar alone. To be honest, this was his first time in a bar, so he inevitably felt a little unfamiliar and uncomfortable. The bar's owner Wan Ro saw that he was a stranger and took the initiative to get him a glass of iced whiskey. For you. When Wan Ro handed the wine to Li Fan, her jade fingers gently stroked his fingertips, and her every frown and smile was full of charm. Li Fan raised his glass and nodded slightly to Wan Ro to express his gratitude, but this scene was seen by Shi Wendian, a frequent visitor who had a crush on Wan Ro. Where did this brat come from, daring to seduce my woman in my own territory? Shi Wendian immediately took a few thugs with him to block Li Fan, and then looked at Li Fan provocatively. Everyone. I, Shi Wendian, have reserved the entire place for today. Just put all your food and drinks on my bill. When the men and women in the dance floor heard that someone had booked the entire place and treated them to drinks, they were all extremely happy. Shi Wendian's subordinates led everyone to cheer Shi Wendian's name. Brother Tian. Brother Tian. Brother Tian. The atmosphere in the bar suddenly became more heated, but Wan Ro frowned. She was disgusted by Shi Wendian's behavior of pretending to be rich in front of her all day long, but she couldn't say anything since she was doing business in the market, so she had to smile at Shi Wendian. Shi Wendian was very satisfied with Wan Ro's reaction to him, and then kick Li Fan's chair again. I have reserved the place now, but I find your face annoying, so you can go away. There is no place for you here. The thugs around him also revealed their tattoos, trying to put pressure on Li Fan. So you can just kick people out if you book the place? Then I'll pay double the money, and you and your men, get out of here. Li Fan took a sip of ice whiskey, the mellow aroma went down his throat, and the words he spoke were full of calmness. However, his calmness frightened Sherwintian half to death. You're looking for death. You think you can book my place? Old 5, old 6, come on. The two thugs beside Sherwintian immediately responded. However, Li Fan was not panicked at all. He glanced at the 5 or 6 absent-minded thugs behind Sherwintian. No matter how much he gives you, I will give you 3 times the price if you can press these 3 down. Using money to fight violence is definitely the most effective way. Seeing that the thugs behind him were actually a little shaken, Sherwintian immediately slapped one of them hard on the back of the head. Are you fucking crazy? Do you still believe him? If he really has money, would he be drinking here for free? Li Fan sneered and took out the 10 billion bank card given by Zhang Juanheng Group from his pocket. Chapter 19, the bar is booked for 100 million, and the charming proprietress is clearly in love. The bank card that Li Fan took out was a top-level black card from Sabah Investment Bank, one of the 4 largest international banks. The dazzling black light and conspicuous logo immediately show the extraordinary status of the owner. Wan Ro couldn't help but exclaimed, This is a black card from Sabah Investment Bank? It is said that the person who owns this card must be worth at least tens of billions. Wan Ro's words quickly helped Li Fan confirm his status as a wealthy man. How is it? Do you believe it now? Li Fan winked at the thugs behind Sherwintian, and they immediately arrested Sherwintian. Well, you guys are all rebelling, aren't you? When Sherwintian saw his men rebelling, he immediately roared in anger. I'm sorry, boss, but you should also know that whoever has the money is the real boss. After the thugs finished speaking, they immediately started to teach Sherwintian a lesson with a few punches. In the noisy bar, besides the sounds of people reveling, there were also cries of begging for mercy. Li Fan just sat there calmly drinking wine, as elegant as a nobleman. Seeing Sherwintian, who had always harassed her, being taught a lesson so badly, Wan Ro was suddenly filled with admiration for Li Fan. Feeling Wan Ro's burning gaze, Li Fan also looked back. The boss lady is looking at me like this, is she trying to get me to spend more? Li Fan asked jokingly. No, I just can't take my eyes off you because you're so handsome. This was the first time that Li Fan met a woman who played straight, and it was quite novel. Then take out all your most expensive wines. I'll make everyone happy. Sir, our most expensive wine costs at least 5 million per bottle. Are you sure you want it? Wan Ro has been running the bar for so long and has seen rich people before, but it is unheard of for someone to ask for all the most expensive liquor as soon as they arrive. Take it. Don't worry about the money. After hearing Li Fan's instructions, Wan Ro quickly took out 10 sets of wine from the bottom of the box, which amounted to nearly 100 million yuan. Everyone. Today, a super rich boss has come to our bar. He wants to treat everyone to the best blue tea. Wan Ro was of course happy to make money, and she would also make sure that Li Fan's money was well spent, so she immediately helped him announce it on the spot. After all, spending money was not like doing charity. For such things, the more people knew about it, the better. What people really bought with money was often something as intangible as reputation, which was extremely important. After hearing Wan Ro's words, cheers broke out in the bar again. They all knew what a top-notch wine from a top-notch bar meant. Godly rich. Godly rich. Godly rich. Li Fan was in a good mood listening to everyone's compliments. After all, money can really buy a lot of happiness. That night, Li Fan finally experienced what it felt like to be a flamboyant youth who spends money recklessly. Money made him the most generous and confident person, and it also made him understand that there is really no essential difference among the human species. At night, the bar dispersed and Li Fan got up and prepared to go home. Wait, sir. Wan Ro called Li Fan, jogged after him, took the white paper in her hand, kissed it, and put it into the breast pocket of Li Fan's suit. This is my phone number. If you miss me, you can contact me anytime. Wan Ro's words were ambiguous, but every adult could understand what she meant. Li Fan smiled, put his arm around Wan Ro's slender waist, rubbed it for a while, and then left. However, Wan Ro found Li Fan's calmness even more interesting, and she began to look forward to her next encounter with Li Fan. The next morning, when Li Fan woke up, his head still felt a little swollen and painful because he drank too much. Seeing that the sun was already shining on his butt, he quickly opened the system panel. Luckily I didn't sleep until night. It was a close call, otherwise I would have missed today's sign-in and it would have been a big loss. Ding! Sign in successfully. Today's blind box item, Super Invincible Gift Pack. What the hell? Li Fan thought that the system had a bug because he signed in too late. Li Fan stretched out his hand and the gift package exploded on the screen instantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a place in Jian community. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a Yuan Dynasty blue and white plum base. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an almighty value-adding pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a private yacht. Li Fan had heard of Jian community. He was said to be a top-notch community that had just been built not long ago. It was comparable to the Tangchen Yipin currently on the market. It specialized in large-sized apartments and top-floor duplex apartments. Top designers were invited to decorate the interiors of the houses, making it convenient for people to move in at any time. Li Fan was not quite sure what the Yuan Dynasty blue and white plum vase was, but it looked like a valuable blue and white porcelain, so Li Fan thought about it and put it into the space. There is no need to say much about private yachts. They are small ones, just suitable for traveling with 3 or 5 friends. Among the 4 items in the gift package, the most confusing one is the all-powerful value-adding pill, a round black pill that looks like MMS. System, what is this thing? You're not going to trick me, are you? Li Fan tried to sniff the smell, and a strange smell came to his face, which would make anyone who saw it worried. Please rest assured to eat it, it will have miraculous effects. Li Fan put the almighty value pill into his mouth doubtfully. After a while, the pill melted into a stream of air and invaded Li Fan's body. He suddenly felt a lot more relaxed, and his muscles seemed to have grown stronger, making him feel stronger. What's going on? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 points each in medical skills, martial arts skills, literary skills, and charm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the system. The personal panel will be opened for the host. A screen slightly smaller than previous smart screens appeared in front of Li Fan. The following is the host's personal panel information notification. Medical value, 10. Martial arts value, 60. Wen Dao value, 40. Charm value, 80. Li Fan looked at the information board in front of him and supported the good guy. Isn't it that I have to evolve even more now? Curious, he ran to the mirror to observe his changes. His whole posture became visibly straighter, and his skin seemed to have returned to its youthful state in college. The few gray hairs on his temples had all disappeared. Moreover, these changes are very subtle, and it is hard to tell where they have changed, but Li Fan looks a lot more handsome and younger. Just as Li Fan was admiring himself, Yi Qianer called. Brother Fan, I'm glad you've helped me so much during this period, but the Magic City may not be suitable for me, so I'm going back to my hometown. Thank you for your care during this period. Yi Qianer actually didn't want to leave, but since the last interview, she had been unsuccessful in interviews with other companies, and she didn't have much money left. If she continued like this, she would really become a freeloader who took advantage of Li Fan, and her upbringing would not allow her to do that. Only then did Li Fan remember that after he dealt with the guy who wanted to take advantage of him last time, because things happened one after another, he forgot about the important matter of Yi Qianer finding a job. Qianer, don't worry, pack up and I'll come pick you up. I'll take care of everything. Although Yi Qianer didn't want to trouble Li Fan anymore, strangely, she couldn't say a word of refusal at this moment. Maybe she wanted to see Brother Fan once more, even if it was just a farewell before separation, she just wanted to see him one more time. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qianer opened her closet and put on the white dress that Li Fan praised last time. Chapter 20 Help Yi Qianer get her job done and take over the entire community as a gift. Li Fan drove the poison to the door of his hotel. Yi Qianer was also waiting at the door early, and when she saw Li Fan, she was startled. How come Brother Fan has become so much more handsome after just a few days of not seeing him? Now Li Fan looks like someone who would believe he is a celebrity. Li Fan's poison was already very eye-catching, and his appearance after lowering the car window attracted passers-by to take pictures. Qianer, why are you still standing there? Get in the car. Only then did Yi Qianer come back to her senses from Li Fan's handsomeness and quickly got into the car. Brother Fan, where are you taking me? Li Fan did not answer Yi Qianer's question, but took her directly to the downstairs of the Zhongxing Entertainment Building. Where is this? The place where I had my interview before. Yi Qianer got out of the car, but she looked towards the building with fear. It was obvious that the trauma left by the last incident was too great. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Li Fan reached out and took Yi Qianer's hand, his broad palm wrapped around her slender fingers, and Yi Qianer's heart began to beat again. When they arrived at Zhongxing Entertainment, the receptionist at the door jumped up immediately when he saw that it was Li Fan. Hello, Boss Li. Even the look in his eyes when he looked at Yi Qianer was full of respect. Other employees passing by also stopped and bowed to greet Li Fan and Yi Qianer. Send out the new manager. Li Fan gave instructions to an employee, and the other party did not dare to delay and immediately ran in to call the manager. By the way, Qianer, what position did you apply for last time? I'm interviewing for a print modeling contract. Yi Qianer answered in a low voice. At this time, the new manager also rushed over in a hurry. My friend came here for an interview before. She's a print model. Manager, please arrange it for her. Okay. Let's draft a contract for your friend, boss, right now. The new manager immediately took a few employees to the office and started working. Yi Qianer seemed a little embarrassed. Brother Fan, this is not good, right? They will think you got me through a back door, right? I don't want to do anything that will damage your reputation. Silly Qianer, do you think everything else in this world is fair? Yi Qianer looked at Li Fan in confusion. Which of the children from wealthy families has not had their parents pave the way for them since they were young? How many of those powerful people have really not opened a convenient door for their acquaintances? Not only did they do this, they also used public opinion to promote the ethics and fairness they believed the poor should have, while they themselves used their own resources to achieve prosperity for generations. With Yi Qianer's simple nature, although she was confused by what he said, she still nodded ignorantly. Li Fan stopped there, picked up the coffee and took a sip. The sudden influx of wealth not only allowed him to enjoy a life he had never had before, but also gave him a new understanding of life. He seemed to have broken free from an invisible cage, and he was no longer as stubborn as before about many things. At this time, the new manager had already drafted the contract and hurried over with it. Ms. Yi, right? We have already drafted your contract. Don't worry, we will devote all our resources to train you as a print model in the future. As long as we work together, I believe that with your beauty and self-management, you will definitely become a supermodel popular all over the country. Yi Qianer was flattered. If it had been in the past, she would never have received such treatment. Money makes the world go round. Thanks to Li Fan, Yi Qianer also began to understand this truth. The opportunity came before her, and Yi Qianer was no longer hesitant. She immediately signed her name and stamped it. From today on, she can officially start her modeling career. Congratulations, Qianer. Thank you, Brother Fan. By the way, manager, I would like to ask if I can get an advance on my salary? Before the new manager could answer, Li Fan leaned forward. Qianer, if you need money, just tell me directly. Brother Fan can lend it to you first. No, I mainly think that it's not good to stay in the hotel room you booked for me all the time. It's too expensive for one night. Besides, I have found a job now, so it's reasonable for me to rent a house with my own money. Li Fan couldn't help but touch Yi Qianer's head. This little girl was always so considerate. However, it is not good to let her live in a hotel all the time. With so many people coming and going, it is inevitable that there will be more people and more eyes than in a normal residence. By the way, I just happened to get a house in a residential complex. I could just pick one for Qianer to live in, and then rent out the others, thus getting the best of both worlds. Qianer, you don't have to worry about where to live. Brother Fan is giving you a gift to celebrate your finding a job. Gift? What gift? Just follow me and you'll find out. Li Fan took Yi Qianer's hand, signaled to a few employees with his eyes, and left. I really envy Miss Yi. Our boss treats her so well. Don't be jealous. Can you have Miss Yi's looks and figure? The employees who were talking among themselves looked at the two people's leaving backs with envy, and all hoped that they could be another Cinderella chosen by Li Fan. On the other side, Yi Qianer's heart softened the moment Li Fan pulled her hand over. Warmth came from her palm, and her feelings for Brother Fan were about to overflow. But what kind of gift will Brother Fan give himself? She also wanted to give Li Fan a gift, which was her own heart. With this idea in mind, Yi Qianer kept rehearsing her confession in her mind after taking the poison. Li Fan was very excited to see the community he owned at this time, so he didn't notice Yi Qian'er's abnormality at all. He drove the car to the gate of Jixing community, but the security guard stopped Li Fan. "Hello, our community has been acquired by a private person. No unauthorized persons are allowed in. Thank you for your cooperation." Li Fan was stopped, but he was not angry at all. The security guard stopping him just proved that the property management of this community was quite responsible. So Li Fan had an idea and retrieved all the property certificates of the community from the space. With a loud bang, a large cardboard box appeared out of thin air on the back seat of the poison car. Yi Qian'er was also startled by the sudden noise. She turned around and saw that there was an extra box. She clearly didn't see it when she got on the car. Li Fan grabbed a handful of money from the box and showed it to the security guard. "Is this what you are talking about? I am the owner of this community." The security guard was shocked. This dude in front of him turned out to be the mysterious rich man who bought their entire neighborhood. If this person is a rich second generation, then how rich must his family be? "Okay, boss. I'll call our manager to meet you now." The security guard quickly asked his colleague to open the barrier, and then rushed back to call the manager. Chapter 21. Yi Qian'er confesses and meets old friends in the community. Li Fan directly drove the poison to the downstairs of the building with the top floor duplex, took Yi Qian'er straight to the top floor, and opened the door with the key in the space. Wow! This place is so big and beautiful. As soon as she entered the door, Yi Qian'er was stunned by the exquisite decoration of the top floor duplex. The crystal chandelier reflected a high-end light and shadow texture, the Italian imported sofa was large and soft, and all kinds of smart home appliances were available. The decoration style was luxurious and dazzling, and it could be said to be a castle in her dreams. "Qian'er, you can just live here from now on. Don't worry about the rent. I have so many houses anyway, and I'll leave them empty anyway." Because his taste had been spoiled by his top-notch villa, Li Fan thought the large duplex in front of him was just so-so. Yi Qian'er was so moved at this moment that she finally spoke the words she had hesitated for a long time. "Brother Fan, actually." "What's wrong, Qian'er? Are you dissatisfied with this house?" "No." Yi Qian'er quickly shook her head. "Actually, I wanted to say." Yi Qian'er bit her lip and finally spoke out what was in her heart. "Brother Fan, what I actually want to say is that I have liked you for a long time." Yi Qian'er's voice became louder due to excitement, and the sound of her confession was particularly obvious in the slightly empty room. Li Fan was a little stunned when he heard Yi Qian'er's confession. Before, he had always regarded this girl as his younger sister. Although Yi Qian'er was indeed beautiful, had a sweet voice, and was very considerate of him, he had never thought about it in that way. Now that Yi Qian'er had confessed to him, he had to re-examine and look at Yi Qian'er from a different perspective. Yi Qian'er was so shy that she shrank into a corner of the sofa with her head lowered. Li Fan had no choice but to sit over there as well. "Qian'er, are you telling the truth? Do you like me?" Yi Qian'er lowered her head and nodded, then raised her eyes, which were as wet as a deer's, full of girlish affection. Faced with such a beautiful girl confessing her love to him, Li Fan was certainly not indifferent. He began to approach Yi Qian'er, and the distance between them became closer and closer, so close that even their breathing seemed to blend. Yi Qian'er closed her eyes in anticipation, but before she could get to the closeness she had imagined, there was an excited knock on the door. "Boss Li. Boss Li, are you in there? I'm Manager Lin from the property here, and I'm here with my staff to report to you." Li Fan had no choice but to step back. Both of them felt a little awkward because of the sudden interruption of the atmosphere. "Here I come." Li Fan rubbed his brows, walked to open the door, but what came into his eyes was a distant yet familiar face in his memory. "Lin Xiaovu. Why are you here?" Li Fan was very excited and stepped forward to pat his old friend on the shoulder. Lin Xiaovu at the door was also surprised when he saw Li Fan's face. He originally thought that the owner of the community just happened to have the same name as his old friend, but he didn't expect it to be that Li Fan. "Li Fan. You? Are you the boss Li from our neighborhood?" Li Fan nodded. He and Lin Xiaovu were best friends in junior high school, but later Lin Xiaovu moved away and the two lost contact over time. After getting a positive reply, Lin Xiaovu looked at Li Fan's expression, which was mixed with joy and a hint of respect. The person who could buy their community must be rich beyond his imagination, so it would be safer for him to be polite. However, Li Fan did not have the inexplicable sense of superiority that he had imagined after becoming rich. "Qian'er, come and see who is here." Yi Qianer, who was originally very shy because the ambiguous atmosphere was interrupted, heard Li Fan calling her, so she tidied up her appearance and came out. Lin Xiaohu's eyes lit up again when he saw the person coming. Qianer? Brother Xiaohu? The three of them used to live close to each other, and Yi Qianer was often taken by Li Fan to play with Lin Xiaohu, so Yi Qianer and Lin Xiaohu can be considered half-old friends. Lin Xiaohu immediately gave the two of them a look that showed he understood everything. It seems that our sister Qianer's long-cherished wish has come true? Lin Xiaohu joked that he had noticed before that Yi Qianer followed Li Fan around all the time, calling him brother, and must have liked Li Fan. He didn't expect that the two of them were actually together now. Brother Xiaohu, please stop joking with me. Brother Fan and I haven't even started dating yet. Although Yi Qianer's tone was one of explanation, if you listen carefully you could also hear a hint of coquettishness towards Li Fan. It was at this time that Li Fan realized that he had been a fool before. Even his straight male brothers could see that Yi Qianer was interested in him, but he always thought that she only treated him as a brother. Since we are all reunited today, it's a rare opportunity. Why don't we go out for a meal together? It's my treat. Li Fan immediately greeted the two of them. Lin Xiaohu and Yi Qianer both agreed happily. When he arrived at the gate of the community, Lin Xiaohu was a little surprised when he saw Li Fan's poisonous car. As a property manager, he had seen many wealthy people, so when he saw Li Fan's car, he could tell at a glance what price range the car was. I didn't expect that my good friend has developed to this point. On the one hand, Lin Xiaohu was really happy for Li Fan, but on the other hand, he couldn't help but worry. Now he was helping others manage the property of the community. After all, he and Li Fan were in a superior-subordinate relationship. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become a little restrained, and his conversations with the two were not as free and easy as before. Li Fan brought the two of them to the Jinqiu Hotel, which was famous for the taste of its food, and booked an extra-large private room. Soon, the waiter brought up bird's nest clear soup, Buddha jumps over the wall with rich ingredients, braised shark's fin with complicated preparation, and yellow croaker soup made with yellow croaker that cost 300,000 yuan per piece. Sir, please enjoy your meal. The well-trained waiter carefully placed the tableware for the three people, and then pushed the cart out of the box. Eat, why are you just standing there? However, Lin Xiaohu was hesitant to pick up his chopsticks. Brother Fan, please go first. Seeing how polite Lin Xiaohu was to him, Li Fan could probably guess the reasons. There was no choice but to pick up his chopsticks first, and then Lin Xiaohu followed suit and picked up some. The three of them ate politely and talked about some embarrassing childhood memories, but there always seemed to be a barrier between Lin Xiaohu and the two of them, and he was very careful even when making jokes. However, at this moment, several quarreling voices suddenly came from outside the box. I always ate in this box before, and today you tell me there's no room? I want to see who dares to use my box. Get out of here. With a bang, a man with a tinfoil curled hairstyle kicked open the door of the box. The dark circles under his eyes were so heavy that they could fall to the ground. Although his clothes were branded, they were worn crookedly, and he gave people the impression of being extremely sloppy. When he saw the person coming, Lin Xiaohu's face suddenly became very ugly, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Li Fan noticed Lin Xiaohu's abnormality and looked towards the door. He recognized at a glance that it was Wang Jiachang, the school bully who had bullied Lin Xiaohu in junior high school. Chapter 22, Standing Up for His Friend. He spent 1 billion to buy the splendid hotel. Mr. Wang, this private room has really been reserved. Please don't disturb other guests' meals. The waitress didn't know how to respond to the bully Wang Jiachang, and her voice when she tried to stop him became tearful out of fear. Who in Jinqiu doesn't know that this box is exclusively mine? Besides, the cost of renting this box is at least 100,000 yuan. Who has the financial resources to rent this place like me? Wang Jiachang started yelling at the waitress, and only looked at Li Fan when he had finished yelling. When he looked up, he saw a face that was quite familiar to him. Hey, isn't this the loser Lin Xiaohu who was expelled from school by me? What? Are you rich now? You even managed to get into the top-notch box at the Jinqiu Hotel? Wang Jiachang stepped forward with bad intentions, but was immediately scolded by Li Fan. Wang Jiachang, keep your mouth shut. Do you still think you can do whatever you want in junior high school? Hearing Li Fan's voice, Wang Jiachang immediately turned his gaze. Who do you think you are? Why are you trying to stand up for your good brother? I'm telling you, you two are just a bunch of social scum. You couldn't resist me in school before, and now you still have to be bullied by me. Wang Jiechang was very proud and did not feel sorry for what he had done in the past. He was even quite proud of it. Lin Xiaohu clenched his fists under the table. He hates the unfairness of this world. Those who used to bully others not only did not receive punishment when they grew up, they even lived a life that was hundreds of times better than before. Only those who are bullied will remain alone and helpless, and abandoned in the abyss, unable to extricate themselves. Li Fan's face became extremely ugly because of Wang Jiechang's words. He was young and couldn't protect his brothers before, but now he is completely different from before. He must get revenge today for not helping his brother get his revenge before. Li Fan, who was blessed with martial arts value, jumped into the air and appeared in front of Wang Jiechang in an instant. A flying kick hit Wang Jiechang's head, knocking out his 4 front teeth. The already wretched and ugly face suddenly leaked blood from his mouth. Li, how dare you betray me? Because of the air leak, Wang Jiechang couldn't even say a sentence with accurate meaning. Not only will I kick you, I'll also hit you. Li Fan slapped Wang Jiechang on both cheeks 20 times, making Wang Jiechang dizzy. Guest. Please don't hit him anymore. Otherwise our boss will definitely blame me. The waitress was afraid that the situation would get worse and worse and she would be in trouble, so she hurried over to stop Li Fan. Don't worry, your boss won't blame you. Li Fan took out the black card from his pocket and said to the waitress. Call your boss over now and tell him I want to buy his restaurant. What? Everyone present couldn't believe their ears. Buy the Jinxiu Hotel? The Jinxiu Hotel worth 1 billion? Really? The waitress confirmed again in disbelief. That's right, just call your boss. Wang Jiechang, who was lying on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood but was still cursing. Who do you think you are? You bought this restaurant? That's 1 billion. Not $10. The waitress looked at Wang Jiechang lying on the ground, then looked at Li Fan's unyielding expression, so she could only stomp her feet and run to call the boss. Lin Xiaohu couldn't help feeling scared when looking at Wang Jiechang. Brother Fan, why don't we change the land? Li Fan reached out and patted his shoulder. Xiaohu, don't worry. Today I will make sure that bastard will never dare to bully you again. After a while, the owner of Jinxiu Hotel rushed in a hurry. As soon as he saw Wang Jiechang lying on the ground, his heart sank. Wang Jiechang is an old customer of his. I heard that he is the only son of a company boss. Now that he was bullied in his own restaurant, wouldn't the blame be on him? The boss hurried over to help Wang Jiechang up, but when he saw Li Fan's dominating eyes, he was inexplicably frightened. Who is this person? Why does he have such a strong aura? You are the boss, right? Li Fan asked. The boss didn't know where Li Fan came from, so he nodded cautiously. Yes, sir. I am the boss here. I wonder if there is any misunderstanding between you and Mr. Wang? We can discuss anything. Li Fan interrupted the boss's peacemaking words and handed the black card to the boss. Now, I want to buy your hotel. Let's settle it immediately. When the boss saw the black card in Li Fan's hand, his eyes widened. That was the top black card of the Sands Investment Bank. He was sure that no more than 3 people in the Magic City had this card. But sir, do you really want my hotel? This is not a small amount of money. The boss looked hesitant. It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with the hotel. He would make some money anyway. But even the richest man would have to think twice before spending more than 1 billion to buy a restaurant. And the customer showed no intention of bargaining with him. In fact, the reason why Li Fan wanted to buy this restaurant was not just to vent his anger for his brother Xiaohu, but also because of his own business considerations. The Yunxiang Hotel he had drawn before was well known in the Magic City for the nobility of its level 1 to 5 halls. But in terms of food taste, it is far inferior to the historic Splendid Hotel. In this way, after Li Fan acquires Jinxiu, he can let the 2 hotels cooperate and make up for each other's shortcomings, which will definitely enable both hotels to reach a higher level. This is equivalent to making a beneficial investment. I can still afford more than 1 billion. Stop talking nonsense and go through the formalities quickly. Seeing Li Fan so calm and confident, the boss did not dare to hesitate any longer and quickly gave the order. Ding, your account has received 1 billion yuan. As the boss's cell phone beeped, everyone else present was stunned. The waitress didn't expect that the customer who had just had a conflict with Wang Jiechang was actually a top tycoon who spent 1 billion as if it were 10 yuan. Fortunately, she did not make things difficult for Li Fan and the other guests because of Wang Jiechan's arrogance. Yi Qianer, as always, cast her admiring eyes at Li Fan. Wherever her brother Fan is, the only ones who will be taught a lesson are those evil people who are looking for trouble. Lin Xiaohu was shocked and moved at this moment. He didn't expect that Li Fan would spend 1 billion to help him. When he thought about the grudge he still had against him just now, he felt extremely regretful. It is obvious that Li Fan's friendship towards him has never changed. Wang Jiechan, who was lying on the ground, was completely dazed. This 1 billion means that it would be easy for Li Fan to kill him. Chapter 23, recalling youthful dreams and having a date with Yi Qianer on a private yacht. While no one was paying attention, Wang Jiechan used his hands and feet to move to the door. However, just when he was about to leave the box safely, his hair was grabbed fiercely by Li Fan. Wasn't Prince Wang very arrogant just now? Why is he a deserter now? No, no. How dare I, brother Fan? Wang Jiechan looked at Li Fan with a flattering toothless smile, hoping that he would let him go. It would be easy to kill someone who could come up with 1 billion at once. Even though Wang Jiechan was very arrogant before, he knew that he could not afford to offend a giant like Li Fan. Humph, you know how to act like a bootlicker now? It's too late. Li Fan glared at Wang Jiechan with disgust, grabbed his hair and walked in front of Lin Xiaohu. Kneel down and repent of your own sins, both past and present. Wang Jiechan was so angry that his teeth were about to break. He had always been the one bullying others, and now he was asked to apologize to the people he had bullied. If this gets out, how will he live his life in the future? Didn't you hear me? Li Fan roared. Wang Jiechan was so frightened that he trembled all over and could only kneel down step by step to move in front of Lin Xiaohu. However, when he raised his face, he still looked unconvinced and even glared at Lin Xiaohu with a threatening look in his eyes. Lin Xiaohu couldn't help but tremble a little because of the stress reaction from being bullied in the past. He glanced at Li Fan, who gave him a nod of encouragement that was full of strength and trust. Lin Xiaohu looked at Wang Jiechan's ugly but still domineering face and mustered up his courage. A slap was given hard. The right half of Wang Jiechan's face suddenly swelled up like a hill. You dare to hit me! Wang Jiechan was so angry that he yelled out subconsciously. This time, Lin Xiaohu did not choose to dodge, but roared back even louder than him. I am beating you, a beast worse than pigs and dogs. Today I will not only take revenge for myself, but also for those classmates who were bullied by you in the past. Wang Jiechan looked at the angry Lin Xiaohu with a look of disbelief. In a moment, fists landed on Wang Jiechan's face again and again, carrying with them the anger that Lin Xiaohu had suppressed for many years. As the beating went on, the heaviness in the corner of his heart seemed to finally loosen a lot at this moment. After a while, Wang Jiechan's face was no longer recognizable, and it was swollen like a pig's head. Remember, if you bully the weak again, you will suffer the consequences. After Lin Xiaohu had vented his anger, Li Fan kicked him again. With a look, the boss wisely had Wang Jiechan taken away and thrown out. However, after Wang Jiechan left, Lin Xiaohu couldn't help crying, as if he wanted to cry out all the grievances he had suffered over the years. As a brother, Li Fan silently poured him a glass of wine and put some dishes in his bowl. Yi Qianer was very obedient and ate her food quietly by the side. After a while, Lin Xiaohu finally recovered from his excitement. Brother Fan, this is a toast to you. Lin Xiaohu raised the wine glass in front of him and drank it all. Li Fan followed closely behind. There is no need to say much between brothers, all the words are in the wine. But that kick you gave me just now, brother Fan, really brought back my memories of the past. Li Fan looked at Lin Xiaohu in confusion, not knowing what he meant. It was at that time, when we were both on the school football team, and you were famous for your swift feet. Lin Xiaohu recalled with a smile. I remember that too. At that time, there were always a lot of people looking for Brother Fan to play football, so Brother Fan had no time to play with me. Yi Qianer also recalled that time and pretended to be angry. So you're talking about what happened back then? As the two talked, Li Fan's thoughts drifted back to his 13-year-old self. At that time, the school football team was considered a relatively famous sports team on campus. I was the captain of the football team, and my self-created speed stunts intimidated a large number of younger classmates. I didn't expect that more than 10 years have passed. Li Fan was filled with emotion. Youth is like this. When you recall it, it is already infinitely far away from you. But thinking about that real youth still makes my blood boil. I remember that my original ambition was to play for the national team. However, due to my studies and the objective level of the national team, my dream gradually disappeared in the long river of time. Li Fan raised his glass and clinked it with Lin Xiaohu again, for their lost dream. Wait, for him now, maybe there is another way to realize this dream. Li Fan suddenly woke up. Although it is too late for him to become a football player now, he can form his own team. Then let them fight abroad and fight to the world. I now have all the capital to do so. And if such a team is really cultivated, the profit will be huge. That's it. Li Fan's sudden excited voice startled both Lin Xiaohu and Yi Qianer. Brother Fan, why are you doing this? Yi Qianer asked doubtfully with her big eyes blinking. However, Li Fan just smiled and said, you will know after a while. Lin Xiaohu was also puzzled, but his brother always had his own ideas, and as a friend, he just had to stand firmly on his side. Good luck to you, brother. Xiaohu Ji Yan, when the time comes, people like you will be indispensable. Previously in the school team, although Xiaohu's qualifications were relatively average, he was very talented in coordination and planning, and was a very good tournament strategist. Lin Xiaohu looked confused, but seeing that Li Fan was acting mysterious, he suppressed his curiosity and did not ask any more questions. The three of them ended the meal chatting and laughing. Xiaohu, take my car. I'll find a designated driver to take you back. No, I don't want to be a light bulb. Lin Xiaohu looked at Yi Qianer and Li Fan and joked. Sure enough, Yi Qianer's face turned red again. Li Fan was drunk, and when he saw Yi Qianer's rosy face, he pulled her into his arms. Yi Qianer immediately buried her face in Li Fan's coat out of shyness. TSK, I already had enough to eat just now. I didn't expect that I would be fed dog food by you guys now. Lin Xiaohu deliberately put on a jealous expression, said goodbye to the two, and went home by himself. Looking at Yi Qianer in his arms and the starry sky, the romantic gene in Li Fan began to emerge. Qianer, are you in a hurry to go home? Do you want to go somewhere with me? Don't worry, I'll go wherever Brother Fan goes. Li Fan smiled when he heard this, made a phone call, and went to the dock with Yi Qianer. At the dock, a luxurious and compact private yacht was parked at the shore. Li Fan exerted force and carried Yi Qianer onto the yacht. Chapter 24, a large stadium was obtained, and Su Qianmu and her cousin were saved. The sea breeze was cool, and Li Fan's private yacht cruised freely in the sea at night. Li Fan held Yi Qianer and lay on the deck. The sea breeze made Yi Qianer feel a little cold, so she hid in Li Fan's arms again. The sky was filled with starlight, as if a beautiful silk quilt was covering them. Qianer, have you made up your mind? Follow me, stay by my side. Yi Qianer immediately stretched out her fingers to cover Li Fan's lips. Brother Fan, you don't have to say anything, I understand. Even if a man like Li Fan, who is talented, handsome and rich, said that he could really devote himself to a little girl like Yi Qianer, she herself would not believe it. So she had thought it through before she confessed. Even though she knew that Brother Fan would always have other women around him in the future, she still had to boldly express her feelings. She has liked Li Fan for more than 10 years, which almost occupied most of her life. Moreover, after she came to the Magic City, the amount of help Li Fan has given her was countless. So even if she could only get some love and care from Li Fan, she would feel that it was enough. After figuring this out, Yi Qianer, contrary to her previous passive and shy attitude, took the initiative to kiss the corner of Li Fan's mouth. Li Fan's heart was moved, and he turned around and covered her. Although the night wind was cool, the bodies and minds of the two were extremely passionate, with infinite love flowing in them, which became even more fascinating and moving under the moonlight. A few hours later, Yi Qianer's defenseless sleeping face appeared very cute in Li Fan's eyes. Li Fan stood up and smoked a cigarette, and the smart screen appeared in front of him on time. Ding! Sign in successfully. Today's blind box item, a large stadium in the center of Shanghai. Whatever you think will come true. Li Fan began to suspect that this system was a worm in his stomach. Li Fan has been to the gymnasium in the center of Shanghai several times. It not only has basic training venues such as diving hall, badminton hall, table tennis, volleyball, etc., but also has a large area of grass in front that is specifically used for football training. It just happens to satisfy Li Fan's idea of forming a football team. The next morning, Yi Qianer woke up from Li Fan's arms. Seeing the appearance of herself and Li Fan, Yi Qianer was extremely shy. Last night I was able to act so boldly thanks to the alcohol. Now that I'm sober, I naturally feel embarrassed. Li Fan couldn't help but pinch Yi Qianer's cheek. Are you embarrassed now? I don't know who kept pestering me to call me Brother Fan last night. Hate. Yi Qianer pouted and lightly hit Li Fan on the chest. Come on, I'll take you to work. Yi Qianer quickly packed up, put on some light makeup, got off the yacht, and got on Li Fan's poison. After a quick rush, Yi Qianer was quickly sent to the downstairs of Fanqing Entertainment. Li Fan leaned over to help Yi Qianer unbuckle her seatbelt. Yi Qianer took advantage of his unpreparedness and secretly kissed Li Fan on the face, then quickly got out of the car and ran away. This girl. Li Fan couldn't help but laugh, then drove to the gymnasium. In the gymnasium, on the track in the playground, several groups of children aged 15 or 16 were undergoing physical fitness tests. The feeling of youthful vitality was overwhelming, and even Li Fan felt that he had become a lot younger. However, just as Li Fan was looking at the young and energetic faces on the playground, a boy with a pale complexion attracted his attention. Ever since the medical value was assigned, he could always vaguely sense the so-called illness from people in poor health. Li Fan could clearly feel that the life breath of the boy in his sight was becoming a little weak. Sure enough, after a while, the boy fell straight to the ground. Please make way. Li Fan quickly came to the boy. At this time, other people were frightened by the boy's situation and screamed in surprise. With a little breath left, Li Fan quickly pressed a few acupoints and began CPR. Cough cough. Not long after, the boy regained consciousness and the color on his face slowly returned. Are you okay, Koda? The coach in charge of them hurried over and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Hengtai was conscious. Thank you, sir. You were the one who saved Hengtai. The coach quickly shook Li Fan's hand to express his gratitude. It's a small matter, not worth worrying about. But you, my little brother, your cardiopulmonary function is not very good. It's best not to participate in too intense training. You are lucky this time, but you may not be so lucky next time. The boy named Hengtai was frightened when he heard Li Fan's words, and looked like he was still in shock. Cousin, I almost died just now. Fortunately, this gentleman saved me. Hengtai suddenly saw Su Qianmu walking in the crowd and hurried over to seek comfort. So you're okay now, right, Hengtai? Su Qianmu worriedly checked Hengtai and then hurried over to thank the person who saved Hengtai. When she saw Li Fan who saved her cousin, she exclaimed, Is it you? Li Fan looked over when he heard the voice and immediately recognized Su Qianmu, whom he had helped before. Chapter 25. An elevator accident occurred, comforting Su Qianmu in his arms. It's you? Miss Su? Su Qianmu quickly nodded and stretched out her hand to shake hands with Li Fan. She had a deep impression of Li Fan, the owner of the top central villa, and it was hard for her to forget him. However, what she didn't expect was that both times she met Li Fan, she was helped by him. Thank you for saving my brother. Su Qianmu still values this cousin very much, and it was he who recommended his cousin to join the training team here. If something really happened, he would become a sinner in the family. After seeing that Hengtai was fine, Su Qianmu took the initiative to invite Li Fan to take a walk on the playground. By the way, Mr. Li, why are you here today? I'm here to take a look at the specifics of my gymnasium, and to do research for the next team I'm going to run. What? You said this gymnasium is yours? Yeah, what's the problem? No. After being shocked, Su Qianmu quickly came to his senses. They were all top wealthy people in Jinghe Mansion, so it was not surprising for them to have a gymnasium. But she still couldn't help looking at the man next to her. Although she had been running the family business for many years, she had never seen a man who was so savvy in buying origins. She couldn't help but become curious. Mr. Li, you said you were going to form a team next? Can you tell us what type of team it is? Just a football team. Su Qianmu was even more confused after hearing this. Forming a football team? Although there is profit potential in forming one's own team, the initial investment in a football team is huge. Are there still rich second generations willing to go to such great lengths to do this? Because Li Fan was too young, Su Qianmu automatically classified him as a rich second generation and considered the top-notch mansion to be their family's property. Moreover, this mysterious big family that she had never heard of was definitely richer than any rich man she knew. The truly top wealthy families are all extremely low-key and are not something that ordinary wealthy families like them can reach. However, if you can become friends with the descendants of such a family, it will be of great benefit to your business. Oh, I happen to know a top football coach here. If you need it, Mr. Li, I can introduce you to him. Su Qianmu pretended to mention this casually. Oh? A top football coach? That would be great. If there is a ready-made coach, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to find one. Miss Sue, if it's convenient for you, please help us arrange a meeting. Then Mr. Lee can come back to the company with me. I'll call him over now. Li Fan nodded slightly to express his gratitude, and then the two of them went to Huifeng Group together. When Li Fan saw the four big characters Huifeng Group on the office building, he felt inexplicably familiar. Seeing their boss bring back such a handsome guy, the employees and receptionists passing by couldn't help whispering. One of the employees who had been spying for Su Zihao immediately called Su Zihao to report the matter. Su Qianmu's office was on the top floor, so the two of them walked into Su Qianmu's exclusive private elevator. However, after the elevator ran for more than 10 floors, it suddenly stopped. What's going on? At this time, Su Qianmu was still calm. She pressed the emergency button, but there was no response. I'm so sorry, Mr. Lee, that you have to encounter such a thing as soon as you arrive. It's okay. Minor faults are inevitable. Miss Su, don't worry. Li Fan was naturally not worried. With his current martial arts skills, he could ensure that he and Su Qianmu would be safe even if the elevator dropped suddenly. Su Qianmu could only try to dial the phone, but there was no signal in the elevator. Li Fan clearly felt Su Qianmu's anxiety, but before he could say anything to comfort her, there was a loud bang, and the entire elevator shook violently before suddenly plunging into darkness. Ah! Su Qianmu screamed subconsciously. Li Fan wanted to go over and pat her shoulder to calm her down, but as soon as he touched Su Qianmu's body, he clearly felt that Su Qianmu was trembling with fear. Li Fan turned on the flashlight and found that Su Qianmu's face was pale and he even seemed to be having difficulty breathing. This looks a lot like symptoms of claustrophobia. Miss Su? Miss Su, are you okay? However, because of excessive fear, Su Qianmu could no longer utter a word. Li Fan no longer cared about the taboos between men and women at this time, and quickly hugged Su Qianmu in his arms, trying to give her some sense of security. He then used his medical skills to calm Su Qianmu's fear and anxiety. Although Su Qianmu still couldn't utter a word, she was obviously not as scared as before, and her breathing gradually calmed down in Li Fan's arms. Hold on, Miss Su, we'll be out soon. Su Qianmu couldn't help but shrink into Li Fan's arms. A few minutes later, a maintenance worker finally arrived. Boss Su, are you okay in there? Miss Su was feeling very uncomfortable right now. Please open the door quickly. Li Fan answered on behalf of Su Qianmu, who was unable to speak. Okay, we'll pry the door open right away. After a while, the elevator door was finally opened. Li Fan picked up Su Qianmu and walked out. Oh my god, who is that man? Why is he hugging President Su? And President Su is so close to him. Yes, I've been here for so many years, and I've never seen a man so close to President Su. And this guy is so handsome. He is a perfect match for our President Su. The people outside were talking about it. Su Zihao, who received the news and rushed over, was startled when he saw the man walking out of the elevator. Isn't this Li Fan who embarrassed him in public before? Moreover, he was holding his cousin who always bullied him. Now he could catch them all in one fell swoop. Su Zihao quickly picked up his phone and took a photo of Li Fan holding Su Qianmu. Behavior is frivolous and the relationship is ambiguous. Su Zihao looked at the photos on his phone and a triumphant smile appeared on his face. On the other side, Li Fan carried Su Qianmu to an open-air cafe not far from their company. Su Qianmu slowly recovered after breathing in the fresh air. He quickly adjusted his state and looked at Li Fan with an apologetic look. I'm so sorry, Mr. Li, I made you laugh. It's okay, but Miss Su, are you claustrophobic? Su Qianmu nodded embarrassedly. She had developed this problem ever since she was locked up in a small attic at home by her cousin Su Zihao for a day and a night when she was a child. She was fine at other times, but whenever she encountered a small enclosed environment like the one just now, she would tremble uncontrollably in fear. Chapter 26, Su Zihao complained behind Su Qianmu's back and unexpectedly became friends with Su Qianmu's grandfather. Su Qianmu still looked frightened, so Li Fan quickly touched her forehead with his hand. The sudden contact made Su Qianmu stunned for a moment. Thinking of the intimate scene between the two of them in the elevator just now, Su Qianmu's face suddenly became hotter. It's still a little hot. Sit down and rest for a while. Su Qianmu felt so embarrassed when she heard what Li Fan said. Now it was obvious that she was too shy. It looks like I can't introduce a coach to you today, Mr. Li. How about this, I'm going to go back first and I'll help you make an appointment with a coach next time. Su Qianmu spoke quickly, then ran away without looking back. Li Fan was left with a confused look on his face. The girl recovered quite quickly. Li Fan shook his head and smiled, then he also prepared to go home with the poison. In the Su family mansion, Su Zihao came to his grandfather Su Jinglai with a cell phone in his hand and an expression of dismay on his face. "Grandpa, look, people on the internet are saying that my cousin is shameless and was hugging and kissing a man in public, and they even cursed our Huifeng group." Beneath Su Zihao's worried expression, there was a smug look on his face. He deliberately made up this news. He gave the photos he took to a reporter from the most famous local gossip newspaper. The reporter did not disappoint him. In just a few hours, this scandalous news had already climbed into the top 5 hot searches. What? Su Jinglai looked incredulous. He trusted his granddaughter the most, and it was unlikely that she would do something that would damage the group's reputation. Su Jinglai took the phone handed to him by Su Zihao, and the photo of Li Fan holding Su Qianmu immediately came into his sight. However, this photo was taken very cunningly. There was only the back and hairstyle of the man holding his granddaughter, while his granddaughter's face was seen clearly. It's hard not to feel that this man is directing and acting in this scene himself. "Grandpa, why is my cousin so careless? She is the president of Huifeng Group, but she doesn't care about the group. She is so close to a man in public. She doesn't care about the image of Huifeng Group at all. If it were me, I would never do such a thing." Su Zihao complacently took this opportunity to step hard on Su Qianmu. Su Qianmu had never been able to give him any evidence against her, so now that he had finally seized the opportunity, of course he had to harass her in front of his grandfather. "That's enough. Stop talking." Su Jinglai pounded his crutch on the ground angrily. She knew his granddaughter well enough that she would never do something that would cause gossip for no reason. It must be that mysterious man who bewitched his granddaughter and caused her to lose her mind. Thinking of this, Su Jinglai was furious. Although he was worried about the fact that Su Qianmu had been concentrating on work and didn't want to find a partner, not every man was worthy of his granddaughter. "I know about this matter, you can go back first." Su Jinglai interrupted Su Zihao's attempt to exaggerate the matter and drove him away. Although Su Zihao was unwilling, he had no choice but to give up. "Then I'll go back first, Grandpa." Su Jinglai nodded, and immediately called his butler after Su Zihao left. "Old Chen, go check out this man in the photo and find out where he came from. How dare he set his sights on my granddaughter?" "Yes, sir." Old Chen immediately left without stopping to investigate. Su Jinglai became angrier and angrier as he thought about it, so he left the villa and went to the residential area to relax. However, as if things didn't get worse, after only taking a few steps, Su Jinglai sprained his ankle when he stepped over a stone. Ouch! Li Fan, who had just returned, heard an old man on the roadside crying out in pain and hurried over. "Old man, are you okay?" Li Fan helped Su Jinglai up and examined him again. It was just a slight bruise, nothing serious. Li Fan took out the silver needle that the system had prepared for him, and pricked Su Jinglai a few times, and the blood stasis quickly dissipated. Before Su Jinglai could stop the stranger's actions, he felt the pain in his feet suddenly disappear. "Little brother, can you treat patients?" "I understand a little bit, old man." "Are you feeling better now?" "Much better." Su Jinglai stretched his legs happily. He didn't expect that there was someone living in Jinghe Mansion who knew medical skills. And looking at the car Li Fan was driving, Su Jinglai judged that this young man was indeed the owner of this place. It was the hottest time of the afternoon. Although Su Jinglia's foot was healed, a lot of sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead due to the heat. Li Fan didn't have anything to fan him, so he took out the ancient book in the space and fanned Su Jinglai from time to time. Su Jinglai was very satisfied with this young man who was polite and respectful to the elderly. When he wanted to exchange a few words with Li Fan, he found out that the thing the other party was fanning him with was actually the original version of Ritual Department Rhyme. He quickly snatched the thing from Li Fan's hand. "Little brother, you actually used this book Ritual Department Rhyme to fan yourself, isn't this a waste of natural resources?" Su Jinglai took the ancient book as if it were a treasure and looked at it over and over again. "Old man, do you like this ancient book? Then just take it away. I don't need it anyway," Li Fan said quite generously. Su Jinglia's eyes widened upon hearing this. "You're going to give it to me? Do you know what this is and how much it's worth?" In fact, the price of Ritual Department Rhyme is not bad for Su Jinglai, mainly because it has a very high collection value. There is only one original copy of this book, and its preciousness is beyond description. It seems that you are very knowledgeable about ancient books, old man? Then I will give this ancient book to someone who truly understands its value. After hearing Li Fan's words, Su Jinglai admired the young man in front of him even more. Are you serious? This one would sell for nearly 30 million. 30 million? It's almost the same as my poison. I didn't expect this ancient book to be so valuable. But it's okay for him now. Old man, just take it with confidence. It will be a testimony that we have made a friend. You boy. You have guts. Su Jinglai happily accepted Li Fan's ritual department rhyme, but began to look at Li Fan. This young man has a dignified appearance and is the owner of Jinghe Mansion. He is also very generous and polite. She is a perfect match for my granddaughter. Moreover, as long as he could pair this young man with his granddaughter, those pretty boys who came from nowhere and were pestering his granddaughter would have no room to maneuver. Very good, it's decided. Su Jinglai looked at his future grandson-in-law with satisfaction. His bad mood just now disappeared, and his eyes were full of appreciation and optimism when he looked at Li Fan. Chapter 27, 500,000 original shares of AI company were issued and appeared at the auction. When Li Fan got home in the evening, he received an invitation to an auction on his mobile phone. Dear owner of Jinghe Mansion, we sincerely invite you to attend the antique auction in 3 days. We have all kinds of rare auction items. We warmly welcome owners to offer antiques for auction. We hope you can find your favorite items on auction night. We look forward to seeing you. As expected, luxury residential communities are different from ordinary ones. Even the team building activities are in the form of antique auctions that cost a lot of money. Li Fan clicked the confirm button. Since he had plenty of free time and money, it wouldn't hurt to go and take a look. By the way, you can provide the items for auction yourself. There seems to be a blue and white porcelain vase in the space. I don't know how much that thing is worth, I just took it and gave it a try. So Li Fan attached the information of his blue and white porcelain vase to the invitation letter reply page. At 0 o'clock on time, Li Fan signed in. Ding! Sign in successful. This blind box item, 500,000 original shares of online intelligent AI company. AI company? It sounds pretty high-tech. Li Fan searched on the mobile page and found that this was a startup company, and a relatively unknown one at that. However, Li Fan believed in the system's vision, and it was certain that what it gave him was good stuff. So even though he hasn't seen any profits yet, Li Fan is still very happy. The next morning, Su Qianmu sent a message to Li Fan, telling him that she had made an appointment for him with a football coach. After Li Fan met the football coach, the two hit it off immediately. Their attitudes towards football and their management philosophies for the team were unexpectedly consistent. So Li Fan immediately hired a football coach and asked him to start selecting elite football players. In the next 2 days, Li Fan opened an alumni charity foundation worth $5 billion, a fidelity spray and a luxury cruise company worth $30 billion by signing in. He could understand the other two, but this fidelity spray made Li Fan look confused when he heard the name. Fidelity spray? System, what is this thing mainly used for? Li Fan was really confused. Host, you only need to use the authenticity spray to spray on the things you own, and you can ensure that your belongings are always authentic. Even if someone tampered with them, the belongings will automatically become authentic. Li Fan still only understood half of what he heard, and it sounded like this thing was useless. Ding! Your belongings have been automatically sprayed with the authenticity spray. Seeing that the system was having a lot of fun, Li Fan didn't ask any more questions. Soon, the day of the auction arrived. The day before the auction organizer informed each participating owner via email about the items that would be auctioned, as well as the items provided by the owners themselves. Li Fan's blue and white porcelain vase was prominently displayed, even at the very end. However, when he arrived at the scene, he found that two familiar faces had also come to the auction: Su Qianmu and Su Zihao. Although Su Zihao was unhappy with Su Qianmu treated her younger brothers equally, so she brought Su Zihao over to say hello to Li Fan. Mr. Li, I didn't expect you to come to the auction. Let me introduce you, this is my cousin Su Zihao. Li Fan still maintained a polite expression towards Su Qianmu, but when he saw Su Zihao, he quickly changed it into a disdainful sneer. I have met Miss Su's brother before, but I didn't have a good impression of him. Looking at Li Fan's uncharacteristic attitude, Su Qianmu immediately realized that his cousin seemed to have some grudge against Li Fan. Suzy Heo looked at Li Fan with an unfriendly look. If it weren't for the fact that he was now positioned below Su Qianmu, he would not have come over to say hello to Li Fan. Besides, what's so great about Li Fan? He is just the owner of Yunxiang Restaurant. Besides, I have prepared a gift for him today, and I am just waiting for everyone to sit down and watch the show together. Thinking of this, Suzy Heo was in a good mood and walked towards his seat with a swagger. Su Qianmu had no choice but to nod to Li Fan embarrassedly, and then sat down in her seat. When the auction started, all the guests who came were the owners of Jinghe Mansion. They were all wealthy people, so they all dressed very elegantly. As items were auctioned one by one, people started bidding for them, but there was no competition. To put it bluntly, this kind of auction provides an occasion for the owners of the mansions to socialize, and the items at the auction are just worth spending a small amount of money on. Li Fan had never thought that his blue and white porcelain vase would be the last item to be auctioned. Although he was a little curious about how much his item could be sold for, he felt depressed when he saw that he had no room to improve. During the intermission, the organizers invited a magician to perform for everyone. Not to mention that the magic trick of resurrecting a living person is quite exciting. Next, we are going to auction the finale of this auction, a Yuan Dynasty blue and white plum vase from owner Li Fan. The light shone on Li Fan, and the audience around him looked at him curiously. However, before the auctioneer announced the start of the auction, Suzy Heo stood up hastily, pointed at the blue and white porcelain vase on the stage and shouted, "This Yuan Dynasty blue and white plum vase is fake. Don't be fooled by this person." As soon as these words were spoken, there was a commotion in the auction hall. "Heo! What are you doing? Sit down." Su Qianmu didn't expect that Suzy Heo, who had been sitting quietly next to her, would suddenly do this. She felt shocked and ashamed. I don't know how Li Fan will look at me after seeing what my cousin did. I think what the owner said makes sense. Everyone knows that this kind of auction is just for fun. The owner of this blue and white porcelain vase immediately took out something with a starting price of at least 100 million. It is indeed a bit suspicious. That's right. Actually, I had some doubts just now, but since we are all owners, I didn't say it out loud. You know what, the pattern on the bottle does look a bit fake. Li Fan finally discovered that people who follow the trend and spread rumors are everywhere. These people were as quiet as chickens just now, but after hearing what Suzy Heo said, one or two of them followed suit and stepped on him as if to show how powerful they are. He was also asked why he took out a Yuan Dynasty blue and white plum vase with a starting price of 100 million? Of course, that's because this is the only item he has at the lowest price. Is this the generation gap between the super rich and ordinary wealthy people? Li Fan felt tired but inexplicably felt refreshed. And with this move, Suzy Heo had obviously transformed himself into a werewolf. Otherwise, why did he jump out and say that his stuff was fake when everyone had no problem at first? Most likely he can't beat me openly, so he wants to use sneaky tactics to slander me first. Chapter 28. Suzy Heo was defeated, the blue and white porcelain vase was real. But Li Fan was not worried at all. After all, the system had already sprayed his things with authenticity spray last time. He wanted to see how Suzy Heo was going to make a fool of himself. If you don't believe me, you can call the appraiser here now, so you can know whether what I said is true or not. Suzy Heo looked very confident. He knew his methods were absolutely foolproof and he was determined to make Li Fan lose face this time. Li Fan looked at him as if he saw a clown jumping up and down, and calmly crossed his legs to see what kind of circus he would put on. The auctioneer had no choice but to go backstage and invite the appraiser up. Originally, we had already had these auction items inspected by a professional testing agency before they went on sale, but if everyone is really worried, we will have to check them again. The appraiser rushed up to check. After checking for a long time, his expression was so unpredictable. It also revealed some doubts. Everyone, this Yuan Dynasty blue and white plum vase is indeed authentic. The appraiser had already praised the high value of this blue and white porcelain vase before the auction started. He really didn't understand why he was suddenly called up to check it again. Hearing this, Suzy Heo was more surprised than anyone else present. How is this possible? Appraiser, would you like to take a closer look? The appraiser had to carefully appraise it again. This blue and white porcelain vase is indeed authentic. I have checked it over and over again. Moreover, this blue and white porcelain vase is not only authentic, but also of the highest quality. Just buy it with confidence. As soon as the appraiser's words were final, those who had just said that Li Fan's things were fake suddenly stopped talking and started to make excuses for themselves. Oh, it's all because the lighting was too dim just now. I was mistaken. Yes, now that it's lit up, the bottle is indeed in great condition. Several owners were there praising each other. Li Fan couldn't help but sneer. These people changed their expressions faster than turning the pages of a book. However, Suzy Heo had an expression that showed he couldn't accept it at all. How is this possible? This thing must be fake. I just clearly. Suzy Heo realized that he almost let something slip and quickly turned off the microphone. But Li Fan would not allow him to frame him like this. Mr. Su, what did you just say? Did you do something to my things? Li Fan suddenly questioned, and as soon as he spoke, the owners sitting around him truly felt the power and unquestionable aura of Li Fan. Why are you slandering me? I didn't do anything. Don't try to put the blame on me. Suzy Heo's face was visibly panicked. Su Qianmu immediately realized that it was most likely his cousin who did it. In the past, whenever Suzy Heo lied, he would show this nervous expression as if he was the first to complain. Oh? So Mr. Su didn't do anything wrong? Then I'm curious. The auctioneer was about to start the auction process, so how did you, Mr. Su, immediately see that my blue and white porcelain vase was fake? Li Fan immediately questioned forcefully. The owners present also came to their senses and started talking about it. Yes, how did he immediately determine that this blue and white porcelain vase was fake? Even the master of appraisal has to check it so carefully so many times before he dares to determine its authenticity. This little brother is so decisive right away. It's really suspicious. Seeing that the wind direction on the scene had completely changed, Suzy Heo's face suddenly turned pale and blue. He clearly came here to laugh at Li Fan, so how come he was the one making the joke now? Before Suzy Heo could think of a good speech, there was a sound of something heavy falling to the ground behind the auction table, and then a Yuan Dynasty blue and white plum vase that looked exactly like the one on the stage rolled out. The magician tried hurriedly to grab the bottle, but failed in time, and his entire body was exposed to the eyes of everyone present. You idiot! Why did you get out by yourself? Suzy Heo saw the magician doing something bad and shouted out subconsciously, but this shout completely confirmed his despicable behavior. Now I know how Master Su was able to tell the truth from the false at a glance. It turns out that he colluded with the magician to cheat. Li Fan said sarcastically, and hit Suzy Heo's face hard. The magician was so frightened that he stood there with his head lowered. He also couldn't understand how the one that appeared on the stage was the real thing when he had clearly swapped the bottles just now. The crowd sighed and cursed at Suzy Heo with disgust. Suzy Heo was so ashamed after being scolded that he ran away. Next, the auction went on smoothly, and even because of this farce of authenticity, Li Fan's Yuan blue and white plum vase was finally sold for nearly 300 million yuan. Although the money was not much, Li Fan not only got a slap in the face but also tripled the value of the blue and white porcelain vase. He felt so happy. Just as Li Fan was about to leave, Su Qianmu walked over with an embarrassed look on his face. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect Suzy Heo to do such a thing. As his cousin, I also failed to discipline him. I apologize to you, Mr. Li, on his behalf. Miss Su, this is not your fault. It's your cousin. Although you are doing this for his own good, he may not necessarily respect you as his sister. Su Qianmu naturally knew what Li Fan said. This was how it was for people who grew up in a family group like theirs. There would always be some indifference among family members because of interests and some other things. She had gotten used to it over the years. The two walked out of the venue together. However, when passing the threshold, Su Qianmu accidentally sprained her ankle and fell into Li Fan's arms. Su Qianmu suddenly looked embarrassed. Why was she making a fool of herself in front of Li Fan? She wished she could find a hole to crawl into right now so that she wouldn't have to be so embarrassed. However, Li Fan did not seem to find her troublesome at all. Instead, he took her leg and examined it. A sprain and some dislocation of bones. Li Fan put his hand on Su Qianmu's ankle, and Su Qianmu's face was shocked. This was the first time a man touched her feet, and Su Qianmu was extremely embarrassed. Mr. Li, I'm fine. I'll go back and get some medicine later. Your bones are slightly dislocated. If you move anymore, it will get worse. Li Fan grabbed Su Qianmu's ankle without saying a word and twisted it slightly. Ah! There was only a clicking sound, and although it was very painful for a moment, after Li Fan's operation, Su Qianmu was able to twist her ankle flexibly. Mr. Li, you can even treat injuries from falls? You are too good. Su Qianmu looked at Li Fan, her eyes full of unconcealable admiration. Chapter 29. Cover the shoe wall for Su Qianmu and ask her to help tie a tie in the fitting room. Okay, try to see if you can walk now. Su Qianmu nodded and began to walk carefully. However, after taking only 2 steps, the heel of her right high-heeled shoe fell off with a snap. Her balance was unstable and she was about to fall to the ground. Li Fan was quick to move and put his arms around her slender waist, gently supporting her. Their upper bodies were pressed together and their eyes met. Su Qianmu hurried to stand up, but her broken shoes didn't allow her to do so. Li Fan picked up Su Qianmu without saying a word and stuffed her into his car. I'll take you to buy a new pair. Su Qianmu has always been a powerful manager in the company, but now a man appears and arranges her affairs in a domineering manner. Logically, she should have felt offended, but she wasn't. On the contrary, she was a little excited and really enjoyed the feeling of being arranged. Li Fan's unquestionable attitude coupled with his perfect profile made Su Qianmu feel sweet in her heart. With a step on the accelerator, Li Fan soon brought Su Qianmu to the nearest department store. Miss Su, see if there is anything you like. Li Fan helped Su Qianmu sit on the sofa in front of a shoe cabinet. Although Su Qianmu is seen as a well-dressed female career elite by others, in fact, her clothes have always been arranged by her assistant. So now that she has to look at an entire shoe cabinet, she is also at a loss. Seeing Su Qianmu was hesitant, Li Fan said to the salesperson, "How about this? Pack up all the items on this wall that fit this lady's size." When these words were spoken, not only the salesperson in the store, but also Su Qianmu was shocked. Although she is the president of Huifeng Group, she has always been very frugal and puts all the money she earns into the family property. She has never spent money so lavishly. So Li Fan's move really hit her heart hard again. Is this what it feels like to be hurt? Sir, are you sure you want a whole wall of shoes? The salesperson had never seen Li Fan's financial resources, so his first reaction to the conditions he proposed was disbelief. Certainly. Li Fan handed over the card and entered the password. Payment successful. In an instant, all the employees and customers in the store looked towards Li Fan and Su Qianmu. Some had envious and jealous looks in their eyes, and some even looked at their male companions with dissatisfaction. Why can't they meet a man who treats them so well? Looking at Su Qianmu, who was as beautiful as a star sitting on the sofa, they were so jealous. Mr. Li, there's really no need to spend so much money. I'll just pick this pair. Su Qianmu quickly picked up a pair of brown flat shoes and thanked Li Fan with a smile. Miss Su, I don't return anything I bought. You can wear this pair first if you like it. For the others, just ask them to send someone to deliver them to your home later. Li Fan had an expression on his face that did not allow for rejection, so Su Qianmu had no choice but to accept his kindness. Although the salesperson was jealous, she was tactful enough to quickly pack up the shoes, called a truck, asked for Su Qianmu's address, and then delivered the shoes back to her. Su Qianmu felt much more convenient after putting on the shoes, but Li Fan had just spent so much money on her, so she couldn't just not show any appreciation. Mr. Li, how about I give you a piece of clothing as my return gift? Su Qianmu unconsciously used a coquettish tone, which made Li Fan feel itchy. In this way, Li Fan was pulled by Su Qianmu into a men's clothing store. Su Qianmu fell in love with a white shirt at first sight and took it to try it on Li Fan. This one seems to suit you very well, why don't you try it on? Good. Li Fan walked into the fitting room with clothes in his hand with a doting smile on his face. Su Qianmu felt her face getting hot. Would others think that she and Li Fan were a couple like this? Su Qianmu had always been fascinated by the affairs of Huifeng Group. When she was young, she studied hard, and when she grew up, she went straight to work in the company. She has never had a love relationship since she was a child. So she always unconsciously reveals her shy side as a little girl in front of Li Fan. In fact, she also hopes that she can freely show her feminine charm in front of Li Fan, but she has no experience. Miss Su, are you still outside? Suddenly, Li Fan's voice came from the fitting room. I'm still here. What's wrong? Is there a problem? I'm not very good at tying my tie, could you come in and help me? Su Qianmu didn't think too much. She knocked on the door and went into the fitting room where Li Fan was. The fitting room was small, and Su Qianmu helped Li Fan adjust his tie face to face, with their breaths close to each other. Su Qianmu was so shy that she even regretted coming in as soon as Li Fan called her. She didn't dare to look up at Li Fan, and could only stare at her hands as she adjusted her tie. However, the more nervous she was, the easier it was to make mistakes. Li Fan looked at her flustered look and couldn't help but smile. He had no choice but to grab Su Qianmu's hand and teach her the order in which to organize them. After finally tying his tie, Su Qianmu hurriedly turned around and opened the door to go out. However, Li Fan reached out from behind her and pressed the door directly. Su Qianmu was completely trapped between the door and his arms. In fact, when Su Qianmu sprained her ankle, Li Fan could see that she couldn't hide her shyness. The more this happened, the more Li Fan wanted to tease her. He had never expected that a female manager of the group who looked so decisive would actually be a novice in love, so he wanted to tease her even more. Asking her to come to the fitting room was also intentional. "Mr. Li, isn't your tie already fixed? Let's get out of here quickly." The temperature in the fitting room rose. Su Qianmu felt too hot and her heart was beating fast. "Miss Su, you have never been in love, right?" Li Fan's bold words instantly frightened Su Qianmu. They were so respectful to each other outside just now, so was he going to be so straightforward now? "But if I just admit it, won't I be easily caught?" Su Qianmu didn't dare to look back at Li Fan, she only dared to pretend to be arrogant and said, "So what if it is? So what if it isn't?" Li Fan suddenly leaned forward, and his hot breath hit Su Qianmu's ears and neck. "It's nothing. If Miss Su needs me, I can be her love practice partner." Su Qianmu was so aroused by these words that the heat rushed to her head and her body froze. Li Fan was very satisfied with Su Qianmu's reaction. He reached out and smoothed the strands of hair around Su Qianmu's neck, then turned the key on the door of the fitting room and stepped out of the fitting room first. Su Qianmu was left behind with a dazed look on her face as she followed him out. Chapter 30 System Upgrade. Go back to school with Cheng Yuqing to attend the school celebration. Seeing the ambiguous looks from others, Su Qianmu came to his senses immediately. Now he could no longer clear himself of the blame. "I feel like I have been completely controlled." Su Qianmu regretted that she had lost the initiative and was embarrassed by Li Fan's teasing. On the way to send Su Qianmu back, the two of them tacitly did not speak. Li Fan was confident of victory, so he gave Su Qianmu more time to react. As for Su Qianmu, she hadn't figured out how to deal with it yet. When they arrived at the gate of the Su residence in Jinghe Mansion, Su Qianmu hurried to get out of the car. Etc. Li Fan leaned over to help Su Qianmu unbuckle her seatbelt, and took the opportunity to kiss the corner of her mouth. Su Qianmu's eyes suddenly widened, and her helpless expression like a deer made Li Fan think she was even more adorable. I'm going back first." Su Qianmu got out of the car quickly and ran into her house immediately without even saying goodbye to Li Fan. Li Fan returned home, took a shower in the bathroom, and then signed in. Ding! Sign in successfully. Today's blind box item, a Patek Philippe Ref 6300A watch. A watch? It doesn't sound like it's worth much. Li Fan picked up his phone and checked. Patek Philippe Ref 6300A, sold for $31 million. Only one piece is available in the world, worth about 250 million renminbi. I didn't expect that a small watch would cost hundreds of millions. Li Fan picked it up and tried it on his hand with satisfaction. Yes, it's appropriate. Ding! The system is detected to be upgradable. Would the host like to upgrade the system? Upgrade? Li Fan asked doubtfully. After the host upgrades the system, this system will be converted into a trigger task-based reward. As long as the host completes the task, the reward will no longer be in the form of a blind box once a day, but can be obtained by completing trigger tasks infinitely within a day. That sounds pretty good. Then upgrade. Upgrading the system for you. System upgrade successful. Random gift packs will be distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a full charm card. Automatically activating the full score card for the host. What the hell? Ding! Charm full score card assignment completed, current host charm value, 100. Li Fan suddenly felt that he had grown taller, his abdomen became tighter and stronger, and when he looked down, he found that he had 8 more abdominal muscles out of thin air. Just when Li Fan was about to enjoy himself, the campus beauty Cheng Yuqing called him via video. Yuqing, what's up so late? At this time, Li Fan was only wearing a bath towel, and his upper body appeared clearly on the mobile phone screen. Cheng Yuqing almost couldn't hold the phone properly. She originally thought that Li Fan was just good looking, but she didn't expect that he had such a great figure too. Li Fan adjusted his phone, and Zhang Shuai's horrible face suddenly appeared on the screen. With the blessing of charm, Li Fan now looks like one of the top stars in the entertainment industry. His facial features have not changed, but inexplicably, one glance at him makes people think he is a super handsome guy. Chang Yuqing was so shocked by Li Fan's handsomeness that she was stunned by what she wanted to say. It took her a while to remember the purpose of her call. "Brother Fan, this is what happened. I heard from an old classmate that tomorrow is the 50th anniversary of our alma mater, so I wanted to ask you if you would like to go back to school with me to take a look." In fact, Chang Yuqing no longer had any attachment to her alma mater. She just wanted to take this opportunity to ask Li Fan out. Moreover, the university was where they had been together before. Reminiscing about the youthful years that had passed, maybe Li Fan and himself could become closer again. Li Fan thought about it and felt that it would be a good idea to go back and take a look. Of course, besides, the school beauty specially invited me, so there is no reason for me to refuse. Chang Yuqing was so happy to hear Li Fan's answer. "Okay, brother Fan, let's go together tomorrow. You're still in the same neighborhood as last time, right? I'll pick you up at 9 a.m. tomorrow." Chang Yuqing nodded happily and shyly. The next morning, Li Fan successfully picked up Chang Yuqing at her community. The weather was hot, and Chang Yuqing wore a cool and breathable camisole on the upper body and a pair of denim hot pants on the lower body, looking very youthful and energetic. As soon as she got into the car, she brought in the scent of roses. "You changed your perfume? It smells nice." Chang Yuqing was extremely happy to hear Li Fan's praise. This perfume was the one she picked specially for today's date. It seemed that the salesgirl's recommendation was spot on. Because their alma mater was located in the suburbs of Shanghai, it took them some time to get there. Because it was the school anniversary, there were many cars coming to the school gate. There were also some expensive luxury cars among them, but they were immediately overshadowed by the appearance of Li Fan's poison. When Li Fan parked the car and got out with Chang Yuqing, their looks of course amazed everyone. The school actually invited a celebrity to the anniversary celebration today. They are both so handsome and beautiful. Especially that man, he looks just as good as any of the hottest young stars out there. A few more socially active college students had already gone over to ask for photos with Li Fan and Chang Yuqing. Looking at those young faces, Li Fan suddenly recalled his college days. However, his college years were spent studying and being busy. In order to make himself have more financial resources, he would go out to work part-time whenever he had free time. So Li Fan never experienced a leisurely college life. In fact, he is now much younger and more energetic than he was back then. Maybe this is the meaning of wealth. After taking photos with several groups of people, Li Fan and Chang Yuqing finally entered the campus. The two of them were so eye-catching walking on the campus road that they were photographed wherever they went. "Brother Fan, there happens to be a speech in the auditorium, why don't we go there?" Although being watched by people greatly satisfied Chang Yuqing's vanity, she was seen by people wherever she went, so she had no room for Li Fan to get any closer to her. Li Fan nodded, and the two of them came to the auditorium. On the podium above the auditorium, a middle-aged man was speaking, and on the banner behind him were written the words Xingning Alumni Charity Foundation in large letters. Why does the name of this Alumni Charity Foundation sound familiar? Li Fan muttered as he looked at the name of the foundation in front of him. Ding! Trigger mission, donate 1 billion yuan to your alma mater on the spot. You can get 10 times the amount back after completing the task. Following the system's notification, Li Fan finally realized that this foundation was the one he had obtained before. Donating money and getting rebates? He's definitely going to do this. Just as Li Fan was about to take a step forward, the middle-aged man standing on the stage giving a speech saw Li Fan. His eyes suddenly lit up as if he had discovered a treasure, and he immediately raised the microphone in his hand and was about to say something. Chapter 31 donated 1 billion yuan to his alma mater on the spot and was hailed like a star. Everyone! The new director of our Xingning Alumni Charity Foundation that I just mentioned is also here today. The middle-aged man on the stage is Zhang Haoran, the project manager of the charity foundation. He originally came here to give a presentation on behalf of the foundation, but he didn't expect to see the new director coming to the scene. After hearing his words, everyone started talking, because they all knew that the person behind such a high-level foundation must be of extremely noble status. So they all looked around, wanting to quickly catch a glimpse of the true face of the new director. Then let's give our new director, Director Li Fan, a round of applause and let him say a few words. Zhang Haoran made a gesture of invitation with his palm towards Li Fan. The light immediately followed his line of sight and hit Li Fan and Chang Yuqing. Everyone was shocked by these two radiant people. With such good looks and youthful appearance, they were actually directors of a $5 billion foundation. This is too scary. Especially for those college students who are still on campus, Li Fan looks about the same age as them. Is this the difference between people? When Shang Yuqing saw the light shining in this direction, she was shocked and confused. According to what the man said just now, could it be that Brother Fan is the new director he mentioned? But isn't Brother Fan the owner of Yunshan Hotel? How is it related to some foundation again? Or are these actually Brother Fan's businesses? So, Brother Fan is too unfathomable. Facing the surprised looks of the crowd, Li Fan was no longer surprised. The man who was giving the speech just happened to ask him to go up, so his next move wouldn't be too abrupt. The lights in the auditorium laid a carpet of light under Li Fan's feet, and Li Fan walked to the podium calmly. Zhang Haoren respectfully handed the microphone in his hand to Li Fan. "Director Li, please." Li Fan nodded, cleared his throat and spoke. "Hello, classmates. I was once a student at Magic City University. I came here today just by chance and found out about the school anniversary day. I didn't expect to have the opportunity to come up and talk to you all." The principal, who was wearing reading glasses, was eager to listen to Li Fan's words, but he was stunned by the first sentence. "The director of Xingning Charity Foundation is actually a student who studied in my school. How come I don't know anything about it? Such an amazing person should of course be praised highly on the alumni honor roll." He immediately turned around and gave instructions to the Dean of Academic Affairs, asking the students in the news club to take a few more photos of Li Fan's speech, and then hang them in the most conspicuous place on the campus along with a personal introduction. Coupled with Li Fan's amazing looks, this thing is definitely the most useful enrollment brochure. Li Fan looked at the people in the audience, as if he saw himself back then, and he had not forgotten his triggering mission. "I believe that everyone here must be an outstanding young talent. I also know that you are living the best youthful moments of your lives. So today, I have decided to donate 1 billion new Taiwan dollars to my alma mater, so that everyone can create more extraordinary things in a more comfortable and beautiful environment." When these words were spoken, the principal was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. He quickly asked the vice principal beside him to hold him up. "Vice principal, did I hear correctly? Director Li said he would donate 1 billion yuan to the school?" "Principal, you heard it right. Director Li did say that." The entire auditorium was suddenly in an uproar, and the college students present looked at Li Fan with admiration. "This is 1 billion. It's more than enough to build dozens of their schools. Is this the world of successful people? Director Li, we may not have a cash flow of 1 billion at the moment, so it may be a bit troublesome to implement this." Zhang Haoren came to Li Fan with an embarrassed look on his face and reminded him. "Don't worry, I didn't plan to use the money from the foundation." Li Fan replied. After all, only when he uses his own money can the system recognize him and give him rebates. This surprised Zhang Haoren again. Use his own money? Director Li could easily donate 1 billion in cash flow. What a terrifying existence this is. After announcing this, Li Fan quickly went down to take over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Receive a rebate of 10 billion yuan. Li Fan opened the bank card interface on his mobile phone. There were tens, hundreds, thousands, and millions of digits in total, a total of 11 digits, which was perfect. Director Li, your kindness will never be forgotten by our school. Our entire school is proud to have an outstanding alumnus like you. The principal came over and shook Li Fan's hand excitedly, his words full of respect. Originally, Li Fan was a student of his school, but now the principal treated him with respect as if he were his elder. The power of money and status is indeed extraordinary. You're welcome, principal. Li Fan just nodded slightly, and Shang Yuqing immediately trotted over to Li Fan. Brother Fan, you are awesome. As Chang Yuqing continued to praise Li Fan, she put her arm around Li Fan. Although she cannot be Li Fan's only woman, at this moment she wants to show everyone that she is a woman who can stand by his side. Zhang Haoren looked at the two of them who looked like a young couple in love, took out 2 movie tickets and walked over. Director Li, I didn't know you would come here today. I just happened to have 2 movie tickets here. They are not worth much, but I think they are quite suitable for you and this lady. If you don't mind, please accept them. This will make up for my mistake of coming empty-handed today. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Before Li Fan could answer, Chang Yuqing immediately took the movie ticket for him. Of course I have to seize this great opportunity to get along with Li Fan. Because Li Fan donated 1 billion at once, many students spread the word. Everyone knew about this handsome rich man, so he and Chang Yuqing had to work very hard to get out of the school. Now I finally understand how those crazy fans feel. Chang Yuqing fanned Li Fan and herself with her hands, her tone complaining, but her heart was filled with happiness. The two soon arrived at a large cinema near the school. "Hello, here are our movie tickets." Chang Yuqing handed the ticket to the ticket inspector with a sweet look on her face. At this time, a strange man brought his girlfriend in front of Chang Yuqing. "Check our tickets first, we are in a hurry." As the strange man spoke, he glanced back at Chang Yuqing smugly, with a look of "What can you do to me?" written all over his face. Li Fan walked over with the popcorn and coke he bought at the front desk, but saw that Chang Yuqing's eyes were red. Chapter 32, Free Booking of the 1 Million Supreme Cinema, Making Love with Chang Yuqing. "What's wrong?" "Brother Fan, someone maliciously cut in on our team." Chang Yuqing quickly walked to Li Fan, her voice still sounding somewhat aggrieved. The strange man in front still didn't care when he heard the voice of complaint. When he turned around and saw Li Fan, he was shocked by his appearance, but he thought that he must be a pretty boy, so he became even more unscrupulous. "Humph, what's wrong with me cutting in line? If you have the guts, book the entire cinema. If you don't have that guts, then you'll have to let me cut in line." The strange man even showed off his arm muscles in a stunning manner. His girlfriend looked at him with admiration, thinking that she had made the right choice. This kind of masculine man was her favorite. After hearing what the man said, Li Fan couldn't help but sneer. For him, booking a movie theater was just a matter of spending some pocket money. "You cut in line and you think you're right? How shameless." Chang Yuqing couldn't stand it any longer, and her voice immediately attracted the attention of other customers. Seeing Chang Yuqing feeling wronged, Li Fan clenched his fists. He just wanted to keep a low profile, but unfortunately these people didn't give him a chance. Ding! Trigger the mission, let Chang Yuqing kiss the host in public, and you will get the ownership of this cinema. Li Fan's eyes lit up. Did he hear it right? All he had to do was let Chang Yuqing kiss him? Isn't this simple? "Yuqing, can you kiss me now?" Chang Yuqing was originally extremely angry with the strange man, and was suddenly stunned when she heard Li Fan's request. "Brother Fan, are you serious?" Chang Yuqing confirmed doubtfully, "Does Brother Fan want her to kiss him in front of so many people?" "Although I'm a little shy, I can agree to it as long as Brother Fan asks." Li Fan didn't say anything else, just nodded. "Oh well." Chang Yuqing took a deep breath and gave Li Fan a quick kiss on the face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The ownership of the cinema is being issued. After successfully acquiring the cinema, Li Fan began to show his skills. Stop! The strange man who had just checked his ticket and was about to go in froze and turned his head with a fierce look on his face. What are you doing? Are you looking for a fight? I think you're the one who's looking for a fight, right? With a bang, Li Fan rushed forward with a quick punch. The man immediately had several of his front teeth knocked out. This punch is for everyone who got cut in line by you. Now, take care of yourself and get out of here. Li Fan brushed his sleeves, looking calm and composed. How dare you hit me? The strange man came to his senses and hurried over to teach Li Fan a lesson. At this time, the cinema manager came running up hurriedly with 3 security guards. Boss Li. Are you okay? I'm fine, there's just a guy who cuts in line and is really arrogant. Is the security in our cinema so bad now? How can we let these shady people affect the image of our cinema? Li Fan scolded him harshly, and the theater manager could only keep apologizing. However, the other onlookers were stunned. The strange man also paused for a moment, and didn't dare to throw his fist anymore. You're the one who cut in line with our customers. Someone, pick this guy up and throw him out. Never let him set foot here again. At the cinema manager's command, the strange man was immediately lifted up. What are you doing to my boyfriend? Let him go. His girlfriend shouted in dissatisfaction and was then also picked up. Both of them were thrown to the theater entrance without mercy. Humph, he's so proud of himself for cutting in line. My brother Fan is indeed the best. Chang Yuqing was extremely happy and kissed Li Fan on the face again. I'm so sorry, Boss Li. It's all my fault for my negligence in management, which caused your unhappiness. How about this, I will book the Supreme Cinema for you now, you and this lady can just go in directly. The manager's words all fell into the ears of the onlookers, and they all had expressions of envy and jealousy. The exclusive theater of this cinema costs at least 1 million yuan. It is something they can't even dream of. After all, no one would spend 1 million yuan just to watch a movie. Yet this young man can use it for free. But who can blame him for being the boss here? It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. The female companions of several men looked at their boyfriends with increasing displeasure. Why would I follow a loser like you? Look at him. Baby, don't go. In an instant, Li Fan inadvertently separated several couples in the cinema. However, Li Fan didn't know all this. He had already brought Chang Yuqing to the Supreme Cinema. It is worthy of being called the Supreme Cinema. The sofas here are all high-end products designed by Italian designers, and the projectors and screens used are also worth hundreds of millions. As soon as I walked in, the whole theater was filled with a faint fragrance, which had a calming effect, but if I smelled it carefully, I could feel a somewhat ambiguous and flirtatious atmosphere. It is indeed suitable for him and Chang Yuqing. And because of the high-end level of the Supreme Cinema, every time a new group of guests are welcomed, the interior is thoroughly disinfected, all the cushions and blankets are replaced with new ones, and the cleanliness level is at a terrifying level. How is it? Do you like it here? Li Fan hugged Chang Yuqing in his arms and asked. Like. Chang Yuqing spoke as she leaned against Li Fan and sat down. The whole place was very empty, but there were only the two of them sitting close together in the center of the hall. A popular romance movie was playing on the big screen, but Chang Yuqing was not paying attention to the movie at all. She slowly approached Li Fan and blew into his ear again. Li Fan understood what he meant, and the two of them started to move their hands. The light reflected on the screen swayed, accompanied by the dialogue in the movie, and both of them were immersed in the seductive love. After the movie ended, Chang Yuqing straightened her clothes, lowered her head slightly, and shyly walked out holding Li Fan's hand. Li Fan sent Chang Yuqing to the downstairs of her house and wanted to unbuckle her seatbelt, but his hands were held down again. Brother Fan, would you like to come sit upstairs in my house? Chang Yuqing's eyes were charming and she pressed Li Fan's hand with a little force. Li Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Why didn't he realize that this school beauty was so energetic before? It's only been a while. He pondered for a moment, wavering wildly between feeling powerless and fascinated. Ding! Special reward dropped. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a martial arts full scorecard. Automatically activating for you. Activation successful. Li Fan instantly felt full of strength. It was no problem for him to beat 100 people alone, not to mention the small request raised by Chang Yuqing. He raised his hand to unbuckle Chang Yuqing's seatbelt and walked to the other door. While Chang Yuqing was still not able to react, he picked her up and walked upstairs. Chapter 33, Ask the top royal chef to prepare breakfast and buy 10 million jewels at will. The next morning, Chang Yuqing woke up in Li Fan's arms. Morning. Li Fan appeared in front of Chang Yuqing with a handsome face, which made her heart beat fast early in the morning. She quickly shrank into Li Fan's arms. Morning, brother Fan. In Li Fan's arms, Chang Yuqing couldn't help but crave his scent. She wanted to ask a question, but she knew she shouldn't. But she couldn't help asking. Brother Fan? What? Li Fan rubbed her hair, his eyes full of pampering. That is. I want to ask what our relationship is now. Chang Yuqing gritted her teeth and asked, looking at Li Fan hopefully. Li Fan was silent for a moment, but his attitude could not be seen from his face. Yuqing, do you know what kind of woman I like the most? Chang Yuqing looked over in confusion. I like it, smart woman. Having said that, Chang Yuqing certainly wouldn't be stupid and act unreasonably. I understand, brother Fan. Although Chang Yuqing looked disappointed, she also knew that it was impossible for her to tie up Li Fan. She could only hug Li Fan tighter, hoping to get more of him. You must be tired after working all night. Eat something good in the morning to replenish yourself. With just one phone call, Li Fan called over a team of top chefs who were specially assigned to provide meals for him in his villa. 10 minutes later, a large group of people came to Chang Yuqing's door. There were so many people that there was no place to stay. Brother Fan, what is this? Oh, these are the chefs who usually cook for me. I called them over to make you something to nourish your body. Brother Fan, you are so nice to me. Chang Yuqing immediately gave her a sweet kiss. She had been invited to dinner by many rich kids before, so when she saw the medals on the chef who came to her house, she realized the value of this team of chefs. Hanging on the chef's uniform are the medals of top imperial chefs. These medals are like the face of every chef, and for a level like top imperial chef, the number of chefs in the country who have reached this level will not exceed the fingers of one hand. To hire such a chef, the monthly salary would be at least 1 million, and the team of chefs led by him would only prepare state banquet level food for every meal. Thinking of this, Chang Yuqing suddenly felt that the question she had just asked was too abrupt. Being able to hire such a chef, Li Fan's worth must be so high that she couldn't even imagine it. And she even wanted such a wealthy man to recognize her position. How ignorant she was. Fortunately, Brother Fan is not the kind of person who pays attention to such details, otherwise the closeness that I have cultivated with Brother Fan with great difficulty would be ruined by myself. Chang Yuqing has reflected on this for several rounds in her mind. Over there, Li Fan was just playing with his mobile phone leisurely, because the hiring price of these chefs was not within his consideration. When he got that top-level villa, the property management of Jinghe Mansion had already taken the initiative to arrange everything for him. Mr. Li, breakfast has been prepared for you and this lady. Would you like to eat now? Li Fan nodded slightly, and the chef team immediately took action. Boiled cabbage, Yangzhou lion head, braised duck with 3 treasures in a pot, fried duck with garlic seeds, etc. were all served on bright and beautiful colorful porcelain bowls and plates, and were brought to Li Fan and Chang Yuqing one by one. Li Fan took a bowl of mullet egg soup and handed it to Chang Yuqing. This is good for your health, you should eat more. When she heard that it was good for the body, Chang Yuqing couldn't help but recall certain fragments. It's all because Brother Fan is so powerful. He is so handsome and strong, it's really hard for me to resist him. She took the soup with a sweet smile. Thank you, Brother Fan. After eating, Li Fan took Chang Yuqing to a Zhou food jewelry store in a nearby department store. Being his woman, what's the point of having an empty neck and body? As soon as he entered the door, Li Fan pointed out several diamond necklaces and several diamond rings as big as pigeon eggs that were hanging in the most conspicuous positions in the display cabinet. Most of these jewelry products placed in prominent positions are of the best quality and the most expensive, and they are barely worthy of being matched with the women he wears. Pack these up for me. The service lady was shocked when she heard this. They had seen many customers, but they had never seen a customer who came in and bought the most expensive jewelry. Are you sure, guest? It would cost nearly 10 million to buy all of these. Hearing what the salesgirl said, Li Fan frowned. The salesgirls were relieved when they saw his expression. It seemed that the man was going to take back his words. Fortunately, this man is not that exaggerated, otherwise they would be jealous of the woman next to him. Only 10 million? Then pack these first, and I'll let her pick out something else. Li Fan said nonchalantly. The salesgirls were stunned. What do you mean only 10 million? This is 10 million. It is a huge sum that they may not be able to earn in several lifetimes. How can this young man say it as easily as drinking water? Swipe the card. Li Fan took out the black card, which completely shocked the salesgirls, because of course they recognized this card. Although they had not seen it among previous customers, they had heard about it during training. The top black card of Sabah Investment Bank. The standard for people with an annual income of nearly 100 billion. Okay. The salesgirl took Li Fan's card and processed the payment for him. She looked at Chang Yuqing with eyes full of envy that seemed to be dripping with tears. Ding! Trigger the mission, buy Zhou Zhoufu's treasure and you will get 60% of Zhou Zhoufu Jewelry shares. After hearing the task announced by the system, Li Fan realized that there was a treasure of the store here. No wonder I bought so much just now and it didn't cost me much. Miss, I heard that you have a treasure of your store, right? Hearing Li Fan's question, the salesgirl suddenly raised her head. Every branch of Zhou Zhoufu has a treasure that represents the characteristics of the store. The reason why it is called the treasure is naturally because of its high price, and it is almost impossible for customers to buy it. And now, the man who had just spent 10 million as if he were spending $1, actually asked about the store's treasure at this moment. Could it be that he? No, that's impossible. After a fierce mental struggle, the salesgirl spoke cautiously. Yes, sir, we do have a treasure here, but if you want to buy it, we have to ask the manager to come and talk to you. Oh, okay. Then call your manager out now. The salesgirl's pupils trembled. Okay. I'll go get our manager out now. Please wait a moment. Chapter 34, 600 million to buy the treasure of the town, another top supercar is coming. At this time, Chang Yuqing climbed onto Li Fan's arm and said, "Brother Fan, what you just gave me is more than enough. You don't have to spend any more money." In Chang Yuqing's opinion, a smart woman should know when to advance and when to retreat, and should also know when to stop. My woman deserves the best. Li Fan's domineering words hit Chang Yuqing at once. Moreover, Li Fan would get shares if he bought this treasure of the store, so of course he had to take it. The jewelry store manager ran to the front hall, panting, following the salesgirl. Just now, the salesgirl told him that someone wanted to buy the store's treasure and he was shocked. He has been working here for so many years, and many people either don't have the conditions to know about the store's treasure, or know about it but still dare not say they want to buy it after asking around. When he saw Li Fan's face, he was surprised again. He is too young. I don't think I have ever seen such a person in the wealthy circle of Shanghai before. However, since the other party knew the store's treasure and just bought 10 million worth of jewelry, he must be a hidden big shot. I have to be more careful now. Hello sir, would you like to know about our treasure? I don't mean to understand, I mean to buy. Just tell me how much it costs, and I'll pay for it. Li Fan's straightforward words immediately shut the manager up. What? You buy it without even understanding it? Hey, okay, I'll take out our treasure for you first. The manager went back to the inner room and opened several layers of security doors before he took out something that was in a transparent display cabinet. Inside were ball-shaped jewels that looked like purple gemstones. The manager tensed all his strength and carefully held it out. Sir, this is our store's treasure, the Joey Star. Please take a look. Although Li Fan didn't know much about jewelry, he could tell its high value from its quality. The price of Joey Star is 600 million yuan. If you regret it, sir. The manager carefully considered his words and said that although the man in front of him was worth a lot of money, 600 million was still a large sum of money, so the manager would first help Li Fan to save face, otherwise if he let these wealthy men offend him, he would be in big trouble. 600 million, right? Swipe the card. However, before the manager could finish his words of excuse, Li Fan spoke calmly. The manager could only take the card with trembling hands. He really didn't expect that this rich man would be so generous and straightforward. Not only would he not offend anyone, he would even break the branch's sales record. Okay. Sir, we will pack the Star of Joey for you right away. After wrapping it, the manager handed the exquisite gold box to Li Fan respectfully, but Li Fan just casually handed it to Chang Yuqing. Although Chang Yuqing accepted it, she was also very nervous. This is 600 million. Although Li Fan said that it was a gift for her, she only dared to keep such a precious thing for Li Fan to keep. She knew very well what she should take and what she should not take. She also believed that only if she maintained this kind of intelligence could she stay with Li Fan, whom she admired, longer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Obtain 60% of Zhou Zhoufu's shares. Li Fan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. 60% of Zhou Zhoufu's shares were worth at least 10 billion yuan. 600 million in exchange for 10 billion yuan was a good deal. Li Fan was in a good mood and left with Chang Yuqing in his arms. Not long after Li Fan and his companions left, the manager received the news that 60% of the group's shares had been bought and the information of the new chairman. Looking at the very familiar face above, he was filled with fear. Fortunately, I didn't offend the young man just now. Who would have thought that after buying the store's treasure, he bought 60% of the shares of the entire group? The world of the rich is so terrifying. After Li Fan sent Chang Yuqing back, he sat in his car and was about to leave. Suddenly, there was a ding sound. The host has completed the hidden mission of getting something for nothing. Get a Pagani wind god. Getting something for nothing? Li Fan thought about it and realized that, yes, the 600 million yuan spent on Zhou Zhoufu would eventually go into his pocket, so it was indeed a case of getting something for nothing. Wait, what did he just hear? Pagani wind god. Is it the god of sports cars that costs nearly 100 million and there are only 3 of them in the world? Although 100 million is nothing to Li Fan, this car is so limited that it is difficult to buy it even if you have money. Moreover, he was a little tired of prescribing poison all the time during this period. There was nothing he could do about it. People tend to get bored with the old and love the new. After a long time of using poison, it would naturally turn into mosquito blood. And given his current net worth, he really needs a car that is more worthy of him. Due to system deployment reasons, the Pagani Wind God is temporarily parked at the sports car exhibition in the Magic City Center car dealership. Please go and pick up the car yourself. Li Fan was very excited at the thought of seeing his beloved car. Although it was a bit troublesome to get it by himself, he really couldn't wait to see this function as soon as possible. Li Fan stepped on the accelerator and headed straight for the car dealership in the center of Magic City. In the car dealership in the center of Shanghai, many people come here because of the sports cars. Some of them came to buy cars, while others came simply to enjoy the sight. With so many people, the service consultants and car salesmen were a little overwhelmed. As soon as Li Fan entered the door, he immediately walked towards the Pagani Huayra in the center of the auto show. He has lent his car to everyone for viewing long enough, and now he wants to drive it out himself and enjoy it. Li Fan? Suddenly, a voice called Li Fan. Li Fan looked back and saw that it was Su Li, his female classmate who had confessed to him in high school but was rejected. She was also holding the arm of a middle-aged man with a big belly. What's up? Li Fan spoke in a cold tone. He had a very bad impression of his deskmate. After Su Li confessed to him and was rejected, she had been looking for trouble with Li Fan for no reason at all. She also made up some non-existent things to complain about herself to the teacher. Fortunately, the two of them were no longer deskmates, and Su Li gradually found a new target, so she stopped harassing him. I didn't expect that today, a good day to pick up the car, would actually meet such an unlucky person. It's okay. I just saw an old classmate and said hello. It seems that you are not doing well now. You can only come to the car show to enjoy the sight. It's really pitiful. Su Li only knew brands like Donkey Kong and Hermes. When she saw that Li Fan had no logos on him, she naturally put him in the lowest category. By the way, let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend Lin Zhuang. He brought me here to buy a car today. Su Li leaned against Lin Zhuang, and Lin Zhuang looked at her with his nose raised proudly. None of my business. Li Fan replied impatiently, thinking only of his Pagani. Chapter 35, he is the owner of the 100 million yuan Pagani function. Su Li was furious at Li Fan's answer. What do you mean it's none of his business? How could a poor guy like Li Fan dare not bow down to people of noble status like them? I had originally thought that if Li Fan had a good attitude this time, I would ask Lin Zhuang to go to the next door and buy him an electric car as a gift, but I didn't expect that Li Fan would be so ungrateful. Brother Zhuang, look at him. How dare he look down on us? Su Li's coquettish voice gave Li Fan goosebumps all over his body. However, to Lin Zhuang, this seemed like the sound of nature. Li Fan couldn't help but shook his head and said, "Let's eat something good." You brat! How dare you ignore my woman? Now listen to me, I want you to get out right now, or I won't be polite. Li Fan sneered. Still being rude to him? Then how are you going to be rude to me? Lin Zhuang was very angry at Li Fan's disdainful attitude. Couldn't this kid see how noble he was? How dare you keep talking back here? I'm here to pick up a 5 million yuan car for my Lily. Do you know what 5 million yuan means? If you don't leave, I'll ask the sales manager to chase you away, and then you'll be the one who'll be embarrassed. Su Li leaned on Lin Zhuang's shoulder shyly, looking at Li Fan with a smug look in her eyes. Fortunately, I didn't keep chasing Li Fan because of his beauty, otherwise I wouldn't be living such a good life today. Li Fan, you heard it clearly now, right? Paupers are not welcome here. What the hell, 5 million is showing off here. Li Fan's eyes were extremely cold. What did he think? This amount of money was not even enough to buy a fraction of the poison, yet he was still pretending to be the big shot. At this time, a senior salesperson, Yan Shuchu, couldn't bear it anymore, and she immediately walked over quickly. Sir, please stop disturbing other customers' normal viewing of the exhibition, otherwise I may have to trouble the security guard to come over. She had been observing for a long time and thought that the two groups of guests were old friends, but she didn't expect that their words became more and more excessive. The Shanghai Center car dealership is a well-known car dealership across the country. If word gets out that they allow uncivilized customers to run wild, who knows how much it will affect their brand image? No, as a salesman, what qualifications do you have to point fingers at us? We are here to pick up the car, a $5 million car. Su Li, who was originally arrogant, became furious when she saw that the employees here were so disrespectful to her. Sorry miss, even if you are here to buy the most expensive Pagani at our auto show, we are still doing business. Yan Chuchu replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. When Li Fan saw this look, he couldn't help but admire it. You! Su Li was furious and was about to hit Yan Chuchu with her hand. Li Fan grabbed her quickly, then threw her away fiercely, and Suli fell to the ground with a thump. Have you gone crazy enough? You're still complaining about a mere $5 million? Miss Yen, right? I bought the car they were talking about. Li Fan glanced at the name tag on Yen Chuchu's chest and gave instructions. Yen Chuchu glanced at Suli lying on the ground. She had heard yesterday that a customer had taken a fancy to a car worth 5 million yuan, but he had only mentioned it verbally and had not signed any reservation contract, so for their car dealership, it was not considered a breach of contract. Okay, I'll go check it out for you right away. She was very dissatisfied with these buyers who looked down on others, and she would be happy to teach them a lesson. Yen Chuchu trotted away in her clacking high heels. Li Fan! What's wrong with you? You even bought our car. Are you sick? Go home and dream on. Suli screamed heart-wrenchingly, and her image as a noble lady was completely gone. Li Fan slapped the man a few times. When dealing with this inexplicable evil man, he didn't care about men or women. Although Lin Zhuang, who was standing aside, was very fat, he didn't dare to move when he saw Li Fan's strong appearance. Sir, I found out that they bought a Rolls-Royce Dawn. Yen Chuchu ran over anxiously, her face flushed from exercise. Okay, I'll buy this car and give it to you. Li Fan calmly took out the black card, but Yen Chuchu was completely uneasy. What did you say? Give it to me? She looked incredulous. This gentleman must be joking. Who would give a car worth 5 million to a stranger as a gift the first time they meet? Unless you have too much money to spend. What Yen Chuchu didn't know was that Li Fan was indeed a man with too much money to spend. Yeah, brush it. With a ding, the sound of money arriving suddenly appeared in the air. Suli, who was sitting on the ground, was also shocked. How could this be possible? How could Li Fan, who was so poor, possibly come up with 5 million? I know, you two must have colluded long ago, right? Put on a show in front of us. I will definitely complain to your manager about you. Suli had an expression of sudden enlightenment, and then suddenly started crying and wailing. The staff of this car dealership actually teamed up with outsiders to defraud honest customers like us. Is there any law in this world? When everyone heard the sound, they immediately gathered around to watch the fun. Suli immediately beat her chest and pounded the ground. Where is your manager? Manager, please come out and give us justice. Li Fan was annoyed by the pointing and criticizing of people around him. He also didn't expect that Suli was such a coward. Even after he bought the car, she still could make trouble. The manager of the car dealership noticed something was wrong and hurried over towards the sound. When he pushed through the crowd and came to the center of the incident, he was immediately shocked. You are the manager, right? Oh, you are finally here. Look at how your employees are bullying us. However, the manager walked straight towards Li Fan, as if he didn't see Suli on the ground. Mr. Li. So you came to pick up the car today. Why didn't you tell us earlier so that our dealership could have prepared it? Everyone was confused. The manager could not see the woman crying and screaming on the ground. Instead, he was so respectful to the young man who was being accused. What is going on? We have already arranged all the configurations for your Pagani Huayra. Just come today and drive the car away. The manager pointed to the cool sports car in the center of the auto show and said. The onlookers gasped instantly. The owner of the Pagani Wind God worth 100 million yuan, which they could only look at but not even touch, was actually this young man in his 20s in front of them. Chapter 36, driving a Pagani with Yen Chuchu for a ride. His amazing driving skills shocked everyone. Suli, who was still howling, was suddenly stunned. If Li Fan had the possibility of acting with the salesperson just now, the person coming now is the manager of the car dealership. Which car dealership would allow its manager to act like this? Could it be that Li Fan is really the owner of Pagani Wind God? Manager, I did come here to pick up the car, but I was helpless and was entangled by 2 vicious dogs. They also said that I was acting with the salesman at your car dealership. After listening to Li Fan's words, the manager finally understood what was going on. He glanced at Suli lying on the ground. Was this the woman who disturbed Mr. Li's interest? Damn it! If this woman caused Mr. Li to have a bad impression of his own car dealership, then he would be guilty of a great sin. I'm so sorry, Mr. Li, we'll deal with it right away. Security department, come here quickly. The manager turned on the intercom with a serious expression. Seeing that the manager was going to take serious action, Su Li and Lin Zhuang also panicked. Lily, please ask your old classmate for mercy. Brother Fan, I was just joking because I haven't seen you for a long time. Can you please forgive us? Su Li no longer had the aura she had just now to eat people, and her face was full of humility. Are you kidding? But I'm not kidding. Li Fan glanced at the manager, who immediately said to the security department who came over. These two people are deliberately causing trouble at the auto show. Take them away and report them to the police. Several security staff immediately helped Su Li and Lin Zhuang. Brother Fan, we were wrong. Brother, this woman is deliberately provoking you. I was completely instigated by her. Lin Zhuang began to put all the blame on Su Li. Li Fan sneered. It was indeed a perfect match between a turtle and a mung bean. The two were a perfect match in terms of their lack of taste. Amidst the cries for mercy, the two were carried out, and the auto show finally returned to peace. Seeing that Li Fan made the two evil guys disappear completely without any effort, Yan Chuchu's heart was filled with admiration for him. She quickly handed the key to the Rolls-Royce to Li Fan. Mr. Li, these are the keys to the car you just bought. Li Fan shook his head and said, I said I gave it to you, take it yourself. Yan Chuchu was extremely surprised and thought that what Li Fan had just said was actually true. How rich must this man be? Then Li Fan strode towards the Pagani Huayra. The cool black car body showed the king's majesty, and Li Fan took the key from the manager. With a beep, the double side doors of Fengshan rose from both sides like the wings of the Bat King, which was very consistent with Li Fan's temperament with a 10th level aura. The male customers who came to see the car were extremely envious. The dreams in their hearts were actually realized by a young man in his 20s. How could they not be jealous? Li Fan tried the feel of the car and found it was indeed a top-notch car, really good. Li Fan was very satisfied. After handing over the car to the manager, he started the Pagani. The other customers who came to watch could only watch their dream cars getting farther and farther away from them. Why aren't they the rich ones? Li Fan had just taken a few steps when Yan Chuchu caught up with him, panting, and handed Li Fan a business card with her contact information on it. Mr. Li, if you have any questions about the car in the future, you can contact me at any time. Seeing Yan Chuchu looking a little shy, Li Fan took her business card with a smile. No need to wait until later. I wonder if Miss Yan is interested in accompanying me to experience the feeling of these two Paganis flying fast now? Yan Chuchu was flattered when she heard Li Fan's invitation. She really wanted to go, but was constrained by practical conditions. But I'm still at work. The manager at the side immediately came over with great insight and said, Chuchu, satisfying the needs of customers is the mission of every one of our employees. Don't worry about things here, you can take as long as you want, just get in the car. The manager said as he pushed Yan Chuchu towards the car door. Oh well. Yan Chuchu's colleagues were extremely jealous when they saw this scene. Yan Chuchu is so lucky. I also want to have a rich second-generation brother to take me out to play. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. On the other side, Yan Chuchu got into the car nervously. As soon as the accelerator is pressed, the cool black car immediately speeds away, leaving behind a rear view that is out of reach. On the highway, Fengshan's powerful horsepower allowed it to easily overtake a large number of moving vehicles. However, in a city with speed limits, Li Fan felt that it was a little bit lacking no matter how he drove. Yan Chuchu saw Li Fan's expression and could probably guess how he felt at the moment. Mr. Li, I know there is a racing mountain nearby that is specially used for practicing sports car skills. If you are interested, you can go there and test drive. When Li Fan heard Yan Chuchu's suggestion, his eyes lit up. That's a great suggestion. Sit tight, we're leaving now. After a quick gallop, Li Fan arrived at the foot of the racing mountains. The road ahead is wide and winding, and it is indeed a very suitable place for racing. There are also several sports cars competing secretly in front, and it seems that a fierce race is going on here. Li Fan was eager to try and drove onto the track easily. His martial arts value is already full marks, so he has reached the maximum level of talent in all sports competitions and operational events. At this moment, the Pagani wind god seemed to be a part growing out of his body. As long as he thought about it, the wind god could drive accurately according to his ideas. With a whoosh, Li Fan had surpassed most of the vehicles that were originally far ahead of him and immediately came to the third position. Oh my god, where did that car that's as fast as a bullet come from? Are there any competitors driving this type of car in today's race? Wait. I see it clearly. That's the Pagani wind god. The overtaken racers looked in shock at the cool wind god who immediately left them behind. The riders and models watching the race were all excited and took out their mobile phones to take photos and videos. Remember to take a picture of the Pagani behind me. Great. If I post this online, I'm sure many people will envy me. The car models stared at the speeding Pagani, wanting to see clearly which rich second generation was sitting inside it. If I could hook up with a man like this, I wouldn't have to worry about the rest of my life. Too fast. It's really too fast. Pagani is a top-notch sports car, but the driver who can drive it to this level of skill and realm must be at least a national team player. Are there any national team players here today? Seeing this, team coach Yao Long hurriedly asked the people around him. Chapter 37, the racing car breaks the record, and the female audience and models are fascinated. I haven't heard that anyone from the national team is coming. The assistant next to Yao Long answered him. After hearing this, he became even more curious about the person driving the Pagani. On the racing field, the Pagani wind god was like a lightning bolt falling from the sky, speeding through the racing field with howling winds. Li Fan held the steering wheel with one hand, his eyes relaxed yet sharp. When he came to the last bend, he gently turned the steering wheel with his right hand, and the car body drew a perfect arc. Without reducing the speed at all, he easily overtook the two cars in front and rushed to the finish line in one fell swoop. This is absolutely perfect. This racer's performance has already broken the highest record since the establishment of our venue. On the podium, the host excitedly announced Li Fan's result, and the audience cheered again. Everyone craned their necks curiously, wanting to see what such a rich and powerful man would look like. The door of the Pagani wind god opened, and Li Fan stepped one leg out from the seat. The high-end custom-made suit trousers exude a noble air, and the fitted top highlights Li Fan's sturdy and powerful figure. Wow! Is he such a handsome guy? He's rich, powerful, handsome, and has a great figure. I can't handle it anymore. I must go get his contact information. Humph! A brother like this must be mine. Don't even think about snatching it from me. As soon as they saw Li Fan's true face, everyone in the audience exclaimed in unison. Several female audience members couldn't control themselves and looked at Li Fan with admiration and yearning. Suddenly, the other door of the Pagani opened. Yan Chuchu got out of the car, her legs still a little weak. She didn't expect that Li Fan could drive the car at that speed. The adrenaline rush made her heart still pounding. Yan Chuchu felt weak for a moment when her feet stepped on the ground. Seeing this, Li Fan hurriedly supported her, and she just slipped into Li Fan's arms. When the female audience members and models who had been hoping to meet Li Fan just now saw a woman getting out of Li Fan's car, their eyes flashed with coldness. Why would a woman get out of the car of the rich brother? How shameless! Passers-by's curses revealed strong jealousy, but they also had to admit that Yan Chuchu was beautiful. Although it is a very ordinary hairstyle and work attire, it looks unique when worn on Yan Chuchu. Her long legs look white, slender, and long against the backdrop of the suit skirt. Her unmade-up face has translucent and fair skin, and her small and delicate facial features are just right, a true natural beauty. Mr. Li, I'm sorry to bother you. Yan Chuchu quickly left Li Fan's arms. It's okay. It's my job to catch the beauties. Hearing Li Fan's joking words, Yan Chuchu couldn't help but laugh. Not far from the two of them, at the sidelines, Luo Shui, the second racer to arrive, got out of the car and looked at Li Fan with an indignant look on his face. What the hell? You're showing off in my territory. If that guy hadn't suddenly jumped out and scared me, how could I have lost? Luo Shui's model girlfriend walked towards him with water, but her eyes were always glued to Li Fan. With a pop, when his girlfriend handed him the water, she was so focused on looking at Li Fan that she didn't notice that Luo Shui hadn't stretched out his hand yet, and she dropped the cup on the ground. What are you looking at? Your man is here. Luo Shui looked dissatisfied. What are you yelling at me for? Luo Shui's girlfriend immediately retorted in grievance, and then muttered softly. I can't compare to others, so I just vent my anger on women here. What did you say? How can I be inferior to him? When Luo Shui heard what his girlfriend said, he became so angry that his face turned red. How could he be inferior to that wild boy who came from nowhere? What a joke! Then I'll show you who is the real capable one. Throwing the water to the ground, Luo Shui came to Li Fan and Yan Chuchu with anger. After seeing the two people's faces clearly, Luo Shui's hatred became even stronger. A man who looks like this is most likely a gigolo. What real skills can he have? Looking at Yan Chuchu's little face that could be pinched to produce water, Luo Shui's dissatisfaction reached its peak. Where are you from? Who allowed you to enter our track? Do you know that it was because you disturbed my vision that I lost the first place? Li Fan looked at Luo Shui, who came to pick a fight, with an expression of extreme disdain. What he hates most is people who have no ability and act like crabs all day long, afraid that others can't see them. My friend, you can lie to others, but don't lie to yourself. You were driving like a turtle just now, and I'm glad I didn't say you were blocking the road. You. Luo Shui had been used to having everything go his way since he was a child, and he was also used to being in situations where everyone had to flatter him on the racing track. When Li Fan confronted him like that, he immediately felt embarrassed. It was you who violated the rules just now, which caused us to lose the game because of you. Isn't that obvious to everyone? Luo Shui immediately looked towards the audience for approval while speaking, but no one agreed with him. You. The silence at the scene slapped Luo Shui in the face. He had no choice but to use other methods to prove his true level. Although you were the first to cross the finish line, you joined in the middle, so the last round doesn't count at all. Besides, if you and I drive the same model and configuration of car, who knows who will win or lose? I think you can get first place only because of your good car. How about this, you change to a car with the same configuration as mine, and then we can compete alone again. Luo Shui was very satisfied with his proposal. The pretty boy must have won the first place because of the powerful horsepower of Pagani itself. When it comes to racing skills, he is confident that he is definitely number one on this racing track. When Li Fan heard Luo Shui's proposal, he didn't even look at him. The defeated opponent is really only stubborn in his words. Who do you think you are that I should waste my time competing with you? You. Oh. I see. You're not scared, are you? After all, my racing skills are obvious to everyone. It's normal for you to be scared. Seeing that Li Fan had no intention of competing with him, Luo Shui quickly used provocation to challenge him. Chu, did you hear that? What? Yan Chu looked at Li Fan with confusion. I seem to keep hearing a dog barking, but I can't see it. Do you hear it? Seeing that Li Fan was really looking for the dog seriously, Yan Chu couldn't help laughing out loud. Chapter 38, Drive the car so hard that it flies and easily win 1 billion yuan. Who are you calling a dog? Luo Shui was furious. I will tell whoever responds to me. Li Fan took Yan Chu's hand and said, Chu, let's go. There's no need to waste our time on such a nobody. Yan Chu nodded, looking at Luo Shui's angry face. She couldn't help laughing again. Wait, little brother. At this time, Yao Long and his assistant came over in a hurry. He had been observing the conversation between Li Fan and Luo Shui for a while. To be honest, he also wanted to see to what extent Li Fan could use the racing-grade sports car without the Pagani. Seeing that Luo Shui was unable to keep anyone in the game, he had no choice but to leave. Otherwise, you can compete with Luo Shui. I will take out the 10 million that was originally intended for the next competition as a reward for winning the competition. I wonder if this condition is worth your consideration, little brother? The assistant next to him became anxious when he heard that Yao Long was going to give 10 million yuan as a competition bonus to this unknown guy. Coach. Our team is already short of funds, how can you spend so much on an outsider? Xiao Zhang, be polite and don't say anything you shouldn't say. Yao Long immediately scolded Xiao Zhang, saying that he had no idea how powerful Li Fan's skills were. According to his current level, it would be a huge profit for them to buy a favor with only 10 million. If we can make good use of this opportunity to recruit Li Fan into the team, the benefits it will bring to the team in the future will definitely be immeasurable. However, after Li Fan heard Yao Long's words, he did not show the slightest sign of wavering. After all, 10 million is really not enough for him now. What's the point of fighting for your pocket money that you can spend in a matter of minutes? Li Fan looked at his Pagani and was about to speak, but Yao Long spoke first. Little brother, I know that with your wealth you would not consider this small amount of money as great, but look at everyone in the audience, they are all looking forward to seeing you show off your prowess again. Li Fan looked in the direction he pointed, and indeed, everyone in the audience had an expectant expression on their faces. Ding! Trigger mission, win the car race. Reward, 1 billion cash. Wow, 1 billion in cash is still quite attractive to Li Fan. Now that the system has taken action, there is no reason for me to refuse. Li Fan looked at Yao Long and nodded calmly. Then let's get started. Seeing this, Luo Shuwei quickly shouted. Humph, I will definitely use my superb driving skills to defeat you later. However, Li Fan ignored him and took Yan Chuchu directly to choose a car. Luo Shuwei was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only swear in his heart that he would beat this ignorant brat to a pulp soon. Li Fan got on the special car provided by the competition venue, touched it a few times, and he had a very clear idea in his mind. He didn't win by the car in the first place. Any car seemed to be like a fish in water to him. At the starting point of the race, the beautiful flag waver raised the flag. The flag dropped and the two cars set off at the same time. Humph, it's finally my turn to shine. Luo Shuwei was talking to himself while sitting in the car, but before he could finish his words, a red shadow quickly flew past his car. That's right, flying. Oh my god. What a horrible speed. The people in the audience could see more clearly than Luo Shuwei. The car driven by Li Fan was so fast that it was almost floating above the ground. The friction on the ground had completely no effect on Li Fan's car. That's not a car. It's clearly a flying machine. Every turn and every movement is so smooth, I am really impressed. Looking at the receding figure of Li Fan's car, Luo Shuwei was completely stunned. Although he had tried his best to perform at his best, he was still far behind Li Fan. When he just finished one lap, Li Fan was only 50 meters away from the finish line. With a whoosh, Li Fan crossed the finish line smoothly. What made everyone gasp was that at such a fast speed, Li Fan's braking was so accurate and steady, it was simply too cool. Oh my god. If Newton watched this game, he would be so angry that he would jump out of his coffin. I have no regrets in my life after seeing such a god-level operation. Brother Rich, we love you. Ah. Many girls at the scene had spontaneously organized themselves into a cheerleading team, singing and dancing in the audience, cheering wildly for Li Fan's victory. The men who were originally somewhat dissatisfied were now completely speechless. With such technology, even the most powerful person would be convinced. It's perfect. It's perfect. I really didn't make a mistake about him. Yao Long watched the entire game. It was so fast that he almost couldn't react. There were even some tears in his eyes. Such an outstanding racing driver will definitely shock the whole world. Chinese racing finally has a future. On the other side, Yan Chuchu greeted Li Fan at the finish line. As soon as Li Fan got out of the car, Yan Chuchu rushed over and hugged him. Mr. Li, you are awesome. When she realized that she had crossed the line, Yan Chuchu had to let go quickly. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, I'm so excited. However, Li Fan grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms again. No need to apologize, I like this kind of celebration. Yan Chuchu shyly punched Li Fan on the chest when she heard this, hateful. Li Fan couldn't help but smile at her cute appearance, but he had to admit that he did drive more vigorously in this race. In the first race, he only played 50% because he was concerned about Yan Chuchu in his car. Now I am giving my full performance to the best of my ability and I feel very happy and satisfied. Congratulations to Mr. Li Fan for once again breaking the record he just set and becoming the winner of this competition. He will receive a prize of 10 million yuan. Ding! Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 billion yuan in cash. The reward has been placed in the Jinghe Mansion Villa for you. 1 billion yuan in cash. Fortunately, my house is big, otherwise there would be no place to store all this money. Please invite Mr. Li Fan to come on stage to receive the award. 10 million, it would be a waste if he didn't take it. Li Fan walked up to the podium leisurely. In the middle of the competition, Luo Shuwei shamefully slipped away without even picking up his girlfriend. Li Fan! Li Fan! Li Fan! The voices in the audience were one after another, vowing to shout their admiration for Li Fan to the climax. Li Fan waved and walked up to the podium. The host handed the check to him with both hands. Let us once again cheer for our racing king with the warmest applause. Li Fan! Li Fan! Li Fan! Yan Chuchu stood in the audience, with her hands on her chest, looking at Li Fan on the stage with admiration. Her heart was filled with indescribable throbbing. Chapter 39, Li Fan was recruited to join the team with an annual salary of 100 million yuan, and was invited to dinner by Yan Chuchu. Li Fan took the prize and stepped down from the stage. Yao Long hurried over with his assistant. Mr. Li, please stay. Hearing the voice, Li Fan and Yan Chuchu turned around. What's up? It's like this, Mr. Li. My name is Yao Long, and I'm a team coach here. Your racing skills are so great. I dare say that there is no one in the world with such high skills as you. Yao Long's eyes were filled with unstoppable admiration, and his words became more and more passionate. Li Fan smiled slightly to thank him for the compliment. Now that he has a perfect score in martial arts, it can be said that he has reached the world's top level in every skill related to physical fitness, so Li Fan was not surprised that a team coach came to praise him. Our team is in great need of outstanding talents like you. Mr. Li, are you willing to join our team? Li Fan frowned slightly when he heard that. It was unexpected that he came here today. He just wanted to experience his Pagani. He didn't even have time to enjoy his good life, so how could he have the time to come here to join a racing team? Seeing that Li Fan didn't say anything for a while, Yao Long had to continue lobbying. Mr. Li, if you are willing to join our team, we will give you a monthly salary of 10 million. And I believe that if you come, you will definitely win the world championship. Although he could see that Li Fan was worth a lot of money, no matter how rich he was, 10 million a month meant an annual salary of more than 100 million. He didn't believe that Li Fan would not be tempted by such good conditions. 10 million? Li Fan asked. Yes. That's 10 million. And if you win the competition, we will also provide other incentive bonuses or something. Yao Long thought Li Fan was persuaded and was extremely excited. Isn't that too little? Li Fan's words completely stunned Yao Long. Too little? Is Li Fan's wealth really that exaggerated? Li Fan clicked his tongue in his heart. He just won a game and the system gave him 1 billion. With an annual salary of 100 million, who was he looking down on? Besides, he has no interest in becoming the world's car king. It would be more interesting for him to become the world's richest man. Coach Yao, I appreciate your kindness, but I have no interest in becoming a racing driver. However, you have given me new inspiration. If I need anything in the future, I will look for you. Yao Long was confused by Li Fan's words. Well, we'll take our leave then. Li Fan didn't explain anymore and just took Yan Chuchu and left. Alas, it's such a pity, but it's normal for such a talented player to have his own temper. Yao Long looked at Li Fan's departing back and shook his head with regret. On the other side, Yan Chuchu followed Li Fan excitedly. Although she was not a vain person, when she saw that everyone's eyes were on her and Li Fan, she felt a little proud inside, but also a sense of unreality. In just one day, Li Fan brought her so many new experiences. She inexplicably received a car worth 5 million, sat in the passenger seat of a Pagani worth 100 million, and followed Li Fan to accept the envious gazes of everyone. By the way, Mr. Li, I wonder if you are interested in going to a place with me. Although that place is not a wealthy place, it is full of the flavor of life. Yan Chuchu turned to Li Fan and suggested. Oh? If it's a place recommended by Miss Yan, then of course I'll go there. The two got in the car and started driving towards the place recommended by Yan Chuchu. On a main road in the center of Shanghai, the appearance of Pagani immediately attracted everyone's attention. Although there are many rich people in a place like Shanghai where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, those who can drive a Pagani on the street are already among the best of the best. So no matter whether male or female, young or old, when they see Pagani passing by, they can't help but take out their mobile phones to take pictures. After turning a few corners, Li Fan parked the car near a roadside noodle stall. This is a store I come back to often. Don't be fooled by its ordinary appearance, but the taste is one of the best in this city. Yan Chuchu excitedly introduced to Li Fan the place she brought him to. Li Fan nodded to show his agreement with her words. He didn't expect Yan Chuchu to be such a down-to-earth girl, beautiful and pragmatic, not bad. Besides, he was more or less tired of eating all those delicacies these days. People have to get back to their original intentions once in a while. Boss, both of you. Yan Chuchu greeted the stall owner. Hey, Chuchu, how come you have time to come here today? Could this be your boyfriend? The proprietress looked at the man brought by Yan Chuchu with admiration on her face. The two of them looked like a perfect match. Yan Chuchu blushed when she heard the boss lady's joking words. Boss lady, please don't talk nonsense. We are just friends. After saying that, she secretly glanced at Li Fan. Li Fan reached out his hand and embraced Yan Chuchu and said, Boss lady, Chuchu is shy, please don't tease her. Okay, no more teasing. The proprietress gave the two of them a knowing look, which made Yan Chuchu even more confused about what to do. The two of them came and sat at a table on the street. Mr. Li, the boss lady was just joking just now, please don't mind it. Yan Chuchu rubbed her hands. She was not sure what Li Fan meant, but she didn't want Li Fan to have a bad impression of her. Miss Yan, do you mind? No. No way. Yan Chuchu lowered her head while playing with the chopsticks in her hand. Then I don't mind. Li Fan's words made Yan Chuchu's heart beat again. It seemed that Mr. Li was also interested in her. The noodle soup was served and the two of them ate while chatting and laughing. At this time, a man with a workbench passed by the stall, and his eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Li Fan. Li Fan? Li Fan looked up and saw that it was Zhu Mao, his former colleague from the internship company. Thinking back to the time when I didn't get a permanent job at that internship company because his proposal was plagiarized by him, how dare this guy come and say hello to me? Moreover, his work badge is from that company, so it seems that he is doing very well there. I never thought you'd be in such a bad situation now, and you can only eat at a roadside stall like this. Seeing that Li Fan ignored him, Zhu Mao couldn't help but start to mock Li Fan, especially after seeing Yan Chuchu sitting opposite him. It's so unfair that a poor boy like this can have such a beautiful girl by his side. Beauty, your vision of people is really poor. Instead of eating at a roadside stall with a man who is just a piece of shit, it's better to drink coffee and eat high-end Western food with a successful person like me. Chapter 40, a former colleague pretended to claim Pagani, and Li Fan slapped him in the face. Sir, please don't slander Mr. Li here, okay? You don't know how good he is. Yan Chuchu became completely angry after listening to Zhu Mao's conversation. What's wrong with this guy? Mr. Li was generous and didn't bother with him. How dare he keep pointing fingers at Mr. Li? Li Fan, don't tell me, I really envy you. How come you can meet such a blind beauty? What a pity. Although I have achieved success and fame, I am not as lucky as you. Zhu Mao deliberately used an exaggerated tone to praise Li Fan openly and criticize him secretly. Zhu Mao, I didn't expect that after all these years your character is still as bad as it was back then. Li Fan put down the chopsticks in his hand and finally looked up at Zhu Mao. The annoying flies kept buzzing here, making it impossible for him to eat properly. What are you talking about, Li Fan? Don't think that I can't deal with you now that you are not in the company. If I deal with you, a poor guy like you can only lie down and take the beating. Zhu Mao was cursing, and Li Fan simply threw the chopsticks away and slapped him hard in the face. Li Fan! How dare you do that? Zhu Mao was so angry that he wanted to run over with his heavy body the next second. However, several female college students suddenly stopped him. Hello sir, is that car parked next to you yours? It's really cool. Can we take a picture with it? It was only then that Zhu Mao discovered that there was a Pagani Wingo next to him. It's all Li Fan's fault. I didn't even notice there was such a good thing around me. Looking at the expectant expressions of several female college students, Zhu Mao coughed. This car is indeed mine, go and take a picture if you like. Thank you so much. The female college students chattered and thanked Zhu Mao, then quickly ran to the side of Pagani to take pictures. Mr. Li, Yan Chuchu was furious when she saw Zhu Mao's shameless impersonation. However, Li Fan patted her hand calmly, don't worry. Zhu Mao, are you saying that the Pagani next to you is yours? Of course. How could it be yours otherwise? How dare you, an ignorant country bumpkin, eat at a street stall and dream unrealistic dreams here? Zhu Mao looked very proud. Although this Pagani was definitely not his, it was even less likely to be Li Fan's. If this car really belongs to him, would he still need to bring a woman to eat at a roadside stall? Just when Zhu Mao was feeling smug, a woman wearing fur on a hot day came over with a seductive step, her face covered in heavy makeup like a wall. Handsome guy, I heard that the car parked next to you is yours? I wonder if you are interested in taking me for a ride. The woman cast a coquettish glance at Zhu Mao and leaned towards him skillfully. Zhu Mao was immediately extremely excited. This was the first time that a woman approached him on her own initiative. Although she was not as good as the woman sitting opposite Li Fan, at least she was able to save some face. But this car is not his. What should I do? The beauty invited you personally? Zhu Mao, you can't be unable to do it, right? Li Fan was not in a hurry at all, and his face was full of sarcastic smiles. Zhu Mao wants to use his car to install the forklift, so of course I have to help him. Who are you talking about? I can drive my car whenever I want, beautiful girl, come for a ride with me later. As Zhu Mao spoke, he pinched the woman's waist. The woman immediately laughed and fell into his arms. Hate. Yan Chuchu also realized at this time that Li Fan was deliberately playing tricks on Zhu Mao. She looked at Zhu Mao, who still knew nothing, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Okay, I've had enough of playing monkey. Chuchu, let's go. Li Fan greeted Yan Chuchu, then turned around and said to the woman. Beauty, this pig-headed man can't take you with him, because this car is mine. With a beep, as Li Fan pressed the key button, the black wings of Pagani spread out, instantly catching the attention of everyone on the road. Li Fan and Yan Chuchu walked over in full view of everyone and got into the car. The female college students who were taking pictures looked at Li Fan and the others in a daze, then looked back at Zhu Mao, whose face was ashen. At this moment, Zhu Mao was so shocked that his eyes widened as big as duck eggs. This priceless sports car actually belonged to Li Fan. How is this possible? The woman who was originally holding him also looked at Li Fan and Yan Chuchu in shock, with an expression of regret on her face. I'm so sorry, we thought the car belonged to the fat man standing there. The female college students quickly apologized to Li Fan, and some even started to complain about Zhu Mao. How come there are still such shameless people nowadays? They claim that the car is theirs even though it's not theirs. How shameless. That's right. We were so sincere in bothering him just now, but we didn't expect that the car had nothing to do with that person at all. Compared to this, the real owner of this car is really generous. He is not comparable to that kind of villain. The fighting power of the female college students was so impressive that Zhu Mao wished he could find a hole to crawl into. The woman, who originally only had eyes for Zhu Mao, suddenly changed her expression and slapped Zhu Mao hard. Scumbag! He's actually cheating people out there. He's wasting my feelings. She raised her foot and kicked Zhu Mao's thing hard, then flicked her hair and walked away. Li Fan slowly lowered the car window. How about it, Zhu Mao? How does it feel to be the temporary owner of this Pagani? Zhu Mao's face had turned red as liver color at this time, but he no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. Because the Li Fan in front of him is a man who can drive a sports car worth 100 million. Although he didn't know why Li Fan became so rich, reason told him that messing with a rich man would not end well. So he could only try his best to show a flattering look. Li Fan, I was just joking. Of course I know this car is yours. It's just that we were so familiar with each other, so I just wanted to make a joke. You don't mind, right? Li Fan snorted coldly after hearing his words to make excuses, and stepped hard on the accelerator. Pagani immediately rushed towards Zhu Mao quickly and accurately, and then stopped at a distance of only about 1 millimeter. Zhu Mao was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Oh my, the throttle is accelerating very fast. Li Fan said this hypocritically, and suddenly he seemed to remember something. By the way, Zhu Mao, the company we worked for is part of the Juanheng group, right? Zhu Mao didn't know what Li Fan wanted to do, so he could only nod with horror on his face. Chapter 41, Fire the evil former colleague and fill the villa with 1 billion in cash. Very good, congratulations, you are going to be fired. Li Fan smiled calmly, then stepped on the accelerator and left without looking back. Zhu Mao sat on the ground in shock. Li Fan said he was going to be fired? It's impossible for Li Fan to be so powerful as to influence the arrangements of his own company, right? Zhu Mao sat on the ground, his whole expression was anxious. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. He picked up the phone tremblingly. Hello? Zhu Mao, I asked you to go out and buy everyone a cup of coffee, but you actually dared to offend the directors of our group? If you don't want to do this, get out of here. Come back right now and complete your resignation procedures. Our company doesn't need a parasite like you. With a click, Zhu Mao's cell phone fell to the ground. I didn't expect that what Li Fan said was actually true. And he is actually the director of Juanheng Group. His face was now filled with regret, and he wished he could just run into a wall and die on the street. In the Pagani, Yan Chuchu teased Li Fan with a sweet smile. I didn't expect you to be so mean, Mr. Li. I found it funny to see that villain being played by you like that. She couldn't help but laughed a few more times. Li Fan turned his head to see Yan Chuchu's profile as she laughed heartily, and felt that her face became even more lively and beautiful. Then Miss Chuchu, do you like my badness? Li Fan deliberately teased Yan Chuchu. Like. Yan Chuchu was no longer shy. Her cheerful tone and seductive voice revealed her unique feminine charm. Li Fan drove a Pagani and took Yan Chuchu to a drive-in cinema by the sea. There were many cars, but the most eye-catching one was Li Fan's Pagani. It was almost evening when they arrived, and after they chatted for a while, the movie started. It is a cliché romance film, but it is very suitable for the audience who come here. The next morning, after Li Fan sent Yin Chuchu to work, he returned to his villa. However, as soon as he entered the door, he was almost tripped to death by bundles of cash. Looking at the mountain of banknotes in front of him, Li Fan held his forehead with his hand, wondering how could he have forgotten about this. 1 billion in cash is almost filling up his house. He immediately called Julia and asked her to take care of it. After a while, Julia came and was also shocked by what she saw. Although she had seen many rich people, this was the first time she had seen so much cash piled up in a house. "Mr. Li, it seems we can only find a specialized bank to handle this." Julia quickly called a bank. Half an hour later, several armored trucks drove in from the main gate of Jinghe Mansion. The other wealthy people in the house also looked out curiously. Although everyone living in this mansion is rich, I have never seen anyone who can make such a big noise. Moreover, this armored car comes from the world's top bank, Sabah Investment Bank. To be able to get a bank of this level to come to the customer's home in person, this person must be much richer than them. They were all very curious about where the money truck was going, and for a moment all their eyes were fixed on it. Finally, the armored car stopped in front of the central villa. At this time, the wealthy people who were watching finally felt relieved. It turned out that he was the owner of the central villa. That was fine. The person who could live here was indeed a super rich person. Seeing that everyone was talking about the central villa with great interest, Su Jinglai, who was passing by, also looked over curiously. Li Fan just came out of the house at this time. Su Jinglia's eyes suddenly widened. The generous young man I met last time turned out to be the owner of the central villa. I originally thought he was just an ordinary rich man, but now, he is a better match for my granddaughter. Su Jinglai was overjoyed. After thinking it over carefully, he quickly returned to his house. At the entrance of the central villa, Li Fan and the bank manager walked in, talking and laughing. "Manager, this is the cash my family has left. I estimate it's about 1 billion. Please take it all away." Li Fan pointed at the cash as if he was pointing at a cabbage and said to the manager. Even the manager who came out of the pile of money was shocked by the scene before him. 1 billion? Oh my god, how rich is this? Okay, Mr. Li, we promise to help you get it done smoothly. You guys, come in and move the money. The manager directed several strong bodyguards to help move the cash into the armored car. Several people worked very hard for half a day and only managed to move less than 1%. By the way, Mr. Li, do you have any specific requirements and instructions for the financial plan for storing this cash in our bank? Just let us know, and we will definitely help you if we can. Hearing the manager's passionate words, Li Fan just glanced at the cash. It's just 1 billion. You guys can do whatever you want. Just try to keep the profit as high as possible. The manager was shocked again. Although there were many people who had deposited large sums of money in Shatu Bank, Mr. Li was the only person he had ever seen who didn't care so much about money. Okay, Mr. Li. Then we will definitely operate in your best interests. After giving the instructions, the manager quickly got busy with a few people. Li Fan was lying on the sofa and browsing on his phone when suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Li Fan went out and saw that it was the old man he met last time. It has been some time since Su Jinglai last saw Li Fan. When he met him up close again today, he immediately found that he looked much more handsome and energetic than last time. It turns out that only a rare talent like this is worthy of his wonderful granddaughter. "Old man, what are you doing?" "It's you, little brother." "Just now I saw a lot of people coming in and out, and I was wondering what they were doing." "It's nothing, I just want to invite you to my house for dinner, what do you think?" Su Jinglai made his invitation directly. Okay. Li Fan felt that he got along well with the old man and it would be okay to spend more time with him. "As long as you're happy, little brother, we'll see you at Villa 333 tonight." After Su Jinglai finished speaking, he ran away immediately, as if he was afraid that Li Fan would regret it. Number 333? Isn't this Su Qianmu's home? Could it be that this old man is actually Su Qianmu's grandfather? Li Fan recalled and guessed silently. I didn't expect that I have such a good relationship with the Su family. Li Fan smiled faintly, then went back to prepare. By the time the armored truck had cleared all the cash, it had already gotten completely dark. Li Fan packed up and went out to villa number 333. After knocking on the door, it was Su Qianmu who opened it. She looked surprised. Li Fan? Are you looking for me? Miss Su, to be honest, I was invited here today. Invited? Su Qianmu was stunned. Besides her, she was the only one who knew Su Zihao and Li Fan in the Su family. But Su Zihao and Li Fan didn't get along, so it was impossible for her to invite him. Chapter 42, Going to Su Qianmu's house for dinner, Su Zihao framed and got beaten up. Just when Su Qianmu was still puzzled, Su Jinglai popped up from behind Su Qianmu. Little brother. You're here. Su Jinglai hurried out to greet them. Grandpa? What are you and Mr. Li doing? Su Qianmu looked at Su Jinglai with confusion. Su Jinglai also looked back with a puzzled look. Qianmu, how do you know my little brother's last name is Li? Of course I know. We have known each other for a long time. What? You two know each other? Su Jinglai, originally a steady old man, suddenly jumped 3 feet high in surprise. Wouldn't it be effortless to get it this way? Yes, Grandpa Su, we know each other. Now Li Fan also understood the current situation. It's good to know him. It's good to know him. Don't just stand there outside, little brother. Qianmu, why don't you invite him in? Su Jinglai said as he pushed Su Qianmu towards Li Fan. The nanny served all the dishes, and Su Jinglai took the opportunity to take out his own exclusive wine. Come on, come on. Fill it up, little brother. Su Qianmu looked a little embarrassed. This grandfather's thoughts were obvious to her. She had originally been thinking about taking things slow with Li Fan, and she didn't know if Li Fan would have a worse impression of her after her grandfather's incident. However, Li Fan was chatting and laughing with Su Jinglai as if nothing had happened. This made Su Qianmu feel much more relieved. Fortunately, Li Fan did not have a bad opinion of her. The three of them were enjoying their meal. Su Zihao happened to come to the Su residence for something. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Li Fan, whom he hated the most, actually having a good chat with his grandfather at the dinner table. Li Fan? Why are you here? Grandpa. He's the one who had the scandal with my cousin. Su Zihao immediately complained. You mean, the photo of the elevator? Su Jinglai came to his senses and asked immediately. That's right, it was the time when the two of them colluded with each other. Grandpa. You must not be fooled by this guy. Su Zihao's eyes were burning with anger. It was good enough that Li Fan didn't come to him to settle the score, but he actually dared to come directly to the Su residence. Now that his grandfather knows his true identity, he and Su Qianmu are doomed. Su Zihao couldn't help but feel proud, and the smile on his face almost reached the sky. Great. I really didn't expect this. I didn't expect that you, Qianmu, and I have already developed feelings for each other. I, an old man, support you. You two can talk boldly. Su Jinglai was so happy. If he had known that the person he photographed before was the little brother in front of him, he wouldn't have to go to so much trouble to mix them together. No, Grandpa. Wait. Su Qianmu wanted to explain, but Li Fan pressed her hand down. Okay, Grandpa Su, we will follow your instructions. At this moment, Su Zihao was completely petrified on the spot. What is going on? How come this is completely different from the plot he imagined? Shouldn't Grandpa have immediately jumped up and scolded the two of them? What's with this kind of expression on his face, as if he treats Li Fan as his grandson-in-law? Grandpa. The two of them caused great losses to the group. Are you getting senile? In an excitement, Su Zihao blurted out words that belittled Su Jinglai. Su Jinglia's eyes were filled with coldness, and Su Zihao instantly wilted. No. Grandpa, that's not what I meant. That's enough. Stop whining here. I trust your character, little brother. Don't think I didn't find out. The last time this incident fermented to such a big extent, it was you who helped to fan the flames behind the scenes. I've been turning a blind eye to your actions, but you still dare to slander Qianmu and my younger brother in front of me. Su Zihao, have I been too indulgent towards you recently? That's why you have become a guy who would slander his own sister regardless of the reputation of the group. Su Jinglai was furious and slammed the table. Come with me to the study now. Then he returned to his normal expression and said to Su Qianmu and Li Fan at the dinner table. I enjoyed this meal very much. You young people can have some conversation among yourselves. I will go and deal with this brat now. Su Zihao looked at Su Jinglai walking towards him seriously, his expression was so cowardly. Grandpa. Grandpa, I was wrong. After Su Jinglai took Suzy Heo away, the restaurant suddenly became quiet. I'm so sorry, Li Fan, for making you laugh at our family. My grandpa just likes to joke around. Don't make it hard on yourself. Su Qianmu lowered his head with an apologetic look on his face. Li Fan didn't respond to her, but just smiled faintly. I wonder if Miss Su is free to accompany me for a walk outside to help digest the food. Su Qianmu agreed, and the two left the Su family together. At this time, in the huge garden of Jinghe Mansion, only the two of them were walking side by side. Su Qianmu was actually a little nervous, especially when she recalled the last time Li Fan kissed her on the corner of her mouth. She is really not good at things like falling in love. So I can't make up my mind whether to advance or retreat. Not to mention that Li Fan's appearance, strength and worth are all ridiculously excellent. I'm sorry, because you saved me in the elevator before, which caused you to be misunderstood. Su Qianmu felt it was necessary to apologize to Li Fan. Li Fan suddenly took Su Qianmu's hand and clasped their fingers together. This kind of intimate behavior that only lovers would have made Su Qianmu stunned. I could only let Li Fan hold my hand obediently. The two of them chatted idly in circles. However, the two of them tacitly avoided talking about topics between men and women. A strange and innocent feeling of ambiguity spread between the two. Li Fan also felt a long-lost throbbing in his heart. It seemed that it was not bad to feel this kind of pure and innocent love occasionally. Afterwards, Li Fan sent Su Qianmu back to her doorstep. Miss Su, please go back and thank Grandpa Su for hosting you today. Su Qianmu nodded in response. Looking at Li Fan's back as he left, Su Qianmu felt that he was really in the control of the whole situation. However, this feeling of being out of control and unable to control one's own emotions fascinated her. She has been rational for many years, and now her only irrationality is in Li Fan's hands, which is at least better than being in the hands of other talentless and immoral men. Thinking of this, she no longer worried about the sense of ritual and uniqueness of first love. There was nothing she could do about it. It was Li Fan that she fell in love with. When Su Qianmu returned home, Su Jinglai, who was hiding in the corner behind the door, immediately rushed out and asked, "Well, how are you getting along with your little brother? What's the matter, Grandpa? You should stop getting involved. And you always call Mr. Li little brother, what are we?" Chapter 43, Renovate the most luxurious football field and acquire a multi-billion-dollar airline. Although Su Qianmu's tone was a bit blaming, to Su Jinglai this sounded like great news. He knew his granddaughter well, and no matter how he looked at it, it seemed that his granddaughter cared a lot about Li Fan. As an old man, I can't interfere too much in the affairs of you young people. But Qianmu, if you meet a man you like, you must try your best to grab him. I think this one is very popular. If you don't seize the opportunity, there will be a lot of people snatching it from you in the future. Since childhood, Su Qianmu has been a child who was very susceptible to provocation. After Su Jinglai finished speaking, he immediately observed Su Qianmu's expression. Sure enough, after Su Jinglai expressed his sense of crisis, her expression became visibly tense. But she herself knew that it was useless to worry here. Okay, Grandpa, don't worry about it anymore. I can take care of it myself. Su Jinglai looked at Su Qianmu's distressed expression, patted her on the shoulder and said nothing more. The next morning, football coach Mo Lin called Li Fan. Boss Li, I have completed what you asked me to do. Now all the new members are in place. I wonder when you will be free to come over and take a look. Not bad, Maureen. Such high efficiency. I will do my best to serve you, Boss Li. Okay, then you guys get ready first, I'll be there in a while. Li Fan packed up and went to the gymnasium immediately. Today is a very sunny day, and everyone training on the playground looks very energetic. The football team led by Morin was also conducting morning training at this time. Boss Li. Seeing Li Fan, Mo Lin ran over immediately. Those are the players we selected. Players, come over and say hello to Boss Li. A line of team members ran over in an orderly manner to say hello, but one team member was almost tripped by a protruding stone when passing the boundary between the playground and the road. Hello, Boss Li. However, they adjusted their state immediately. Li Fan looked around at the playground environment. It seemed that this place needed to be renovated, otherwise it would be unsafe for the team members. Ding! Triggering the task, renovate the football field into an invincible luxury mode. Complete the task and you will get 55% of Hualian Airlines shares. Hualian Airlines? One of the world's top aviation groups, with annual revenue of nearly 100 billion. Then I will definitely win. Li Fan quickly called Julia. Julia, immediately help me dispatch the best construction and renovation team in the country to the downtown gymnasium. I want to renovate the football field here. Okay, Mr. Li, I'll do it for you right away. As soon as he hung up the phone, Li Fan started to look forward to it. He had never seen a luxurious football field before. If it was completed, it would not only be used for training, but also could be rented out as an internet celebrity attraction when it was no longer needed. Li Fan couldn't help but admire his own brain. After a while, a buzzing sound appeared above the football field. Everyone looked up and saw that there were several helicopters. Several excavators also rumbled into the main entrance of the gymnasium. The transparent compartment of the truck following behind was filled with tons and tons of crystal diamonds. Mr. Li. We are here. The construction team leader jumped down from the ladder on the helicopter and landed in front of Li Fan. Mr. Li, do you have any specific requirements for the renovation of the football field? You don't have to consider the budget for materials and costs. Just make it as luxurious as possible. Li Fan put forward his demands in a concise and clear manner. Okay. I promise to build you an extremely luxurious football field. Brothers, get excited. At the command, the construction teams immediately started working. Because of the conspicuous diamonds and crystals, a large number of onlookers gathered outside the stadium fence. Oh my God, am I seeing this right? Are they planning to use diamonds to build a soccer goal here? What the hell? Let me see. They are top-quality diamonds from the Schwarzkopf series. What a waste of resources. The ground on the football field is made of top-quality grass from abroad. It costs nearly 10,000 per square meter. My God. More and more people gathered to watch, and some even climbed to high places just to see this inhumane scene. On the football field, Li Fan, standing in the C position, was particularly conspicuous. Is that man the owner of this gym? Was he the one who arranged the decoration? I didn't expect there are such handsome and tasteful men in the world. Super rich handsome guy, look over here. Some people even sneaked into the garbage dump behind the gymnasium to collect some waste diamonds and sell them for money. As more and more people gathered on the sidelines, a girl biting a lollipop took a look at the environment inside the venue and the flamboyant Li Fan, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. Ding! Construction of the football field has started. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining 55% of the shares of Hualien Airlines. Li Fan was naturally very happy when the reward arrived. So he leisurely came to a lounge chair under the awning to rest. At this time, the girl who was originally on the sidelines also flipped over from the sidelines while no one was paying attention and walked straight to Li Fan. Sir, I want to do business with you. Li Fan stood up from the recliner upon hearing the voice. Only then did he see clearly that the person who came was actually a girl who looked very young. She looks very healthy and energetic, her skin is translucent and shiny, and casual clothes look different on her. Oh. Miss, why don't you tell me about it? Seeing that Li Fan was not arrogant and would listen to her, the girl felt that she had chosen the right person. Actually, sir, my name is In Kur. I came to you today to apply for the position of head coach of the football team here. Oh. Then I'm curious how you'll convince me to hire you. Li Fan looked at In Kur in front of him and really couldn't tell how many years of experience in football this young girl could have. I have been in this industry for nearly 5 years. The 2 football teams I have led previously won second and third place in the Chinese Super League respectively. I believe that the experience I have accumulated over the years will enable me to lead the team you are managing now. After hearing In Kur's answer, Li Fan looked at her with new eyes. I didn't expect that a girl who looks so young has been active in the football industry for so many years. Then why aren't you leading your previous team now? After Li Fan asked the question, a look of unwillingness to speak flashed across In Kur's face. On the one hand, the team is really out of money, and there are other reasons that are inconvenient to talk about here. Chapter 44. In Kur applied for the position of football team leader and dated the stewardess in first class. Li Fan was not a gossipy person, and since In Kur didn't want to talk about it, he didn't ask any more questions. Then why do you want to be a foreman here? In Kur smiled and pointed to the football field under construction and replied. Because you have money. Li Fan didn't expect In Kur to answer so directly and frankly. You are quite direct. Being more direct will make our communication smoother, right? And I can feel that my husband and I are probably on the same wavelength. Ian Kerr answered cheerfully and confidently. Li Fan couldn't help but admire in his heart. It turned out that people with strong professional skills were indeed confident when they spoke. Okay, then I will now formally congratulate Miss Ian and welcome you to become the leader of our team. Li Fan stood up and shook hands with Ian Kerr. Thank you. Ian Kerr thanked Li Fan, then took another bite of her lollipop and flipped out from the position where she had originally flipped in. What an interesting girl. Looking at the various renovation layouts that had been almost completed on the football field, Li Fan immediately remembered the reward he had just received. As a major shareholder of an airline, how can I not experience the flights of my own company? Li Fan acted immediately. He called the headquarters quickly, picked up a first-class ticket and headed to the airport immediately. Afterwards, Li Fan entered the plane through the VIP channel. Hello, please follow me over here. As soon as he got on the plane, Li Fan saw a stewardess with top-notch looks and figure. Lu Han Xuan? Li Fan looked at her name tag and silently wrote down her name. Under her guidance, Li Fan came to his first-class seat. The sunken seats used here are all decorated with Polrona Frau leather. Each person's seat also has a 73-inch flatbed with massage function customized from all natural materials, which is such a pleasure to sleep on. There was a hole for a freezer carved out of a high-end custom-made marble cabinet on the side, with countless drinks and expensive wines placed inside. Directly in front of the seat is a TV embedded in the panel, which can be used to play movies for entertainment. The connected dining table is made of fine crystal panel, which is very noble and luxurious. Lu Hansuang took out a bottle of white wine from the freezer and poured it for Li Fan. Sir, we also have a spa here, which is equipped with Bulgari toiletries. If you need, you can take a bath there at any time. Then Lu Hansuang served Li Fan some Western desserts for him to enjoy. When placing the food, Lu Hansuang was half squatting, and the smell of her perfume drifted into Li Fan's nose. Your perfume suits you very well. Li Fan couldn't help but say. When Lu Hansuang heard Li Fan's sudden comment, she looked up and suddenly met Li Fan's tender eyes. Thank you sir for the compliment. Her heartbeat suddenly started to speed up. This shouldn't be the case. I've been flying for so long and I've seen all kinds of rich people and handsome guys. However, she had to admit that the gentleman in front of her seemed to give her a completely different feeling from others. Ding! The host has completed the hidden task of actively flirting with girls. Congratulations on obtaining the favorability skill. At this time, Lu Hansuang had helped Li Fan put away his things and left temporarily. Favorability skill? System, what is this? Favorability skill, that is, the host can directly check the favorability index of the target he wants to use towards himself. This skill can be used at any time. A success rate above 90% indicates a good trend, and a success rate above 95% indicates a high probability of success. After listening to the system's introduction, Li Fan finally understood. Doesn't this thing sound almost like mind reading? In that case, wouldn't it be easier for you to do many things? Moreover, there is a ready-made opportunity for me to verify the power of this skill. Lu Hansuan was busy in the cabin at this time. When she passed by Li Fan used the favorability skill. Then, a virtual image in the shape of a heart suddenly appeared above Lu Hansuang's head, with numbers flashing on it. 90%. I haven't done anything yet, so how come this flight attendant likes me so much? Li Fan couldn't help but feel a little proud. It was really troublesome when someone was too charming. After watching a movie, it was soon time for dinner. Lu Hansuang came to Li Fan with his food. Hello sir, this is your dinner, please enjoy it. After Lu Hansuang put the food away for Li Fan and was about to leave, he was suddenly stopped by Li Fan. Miss, could you please squat down a little? I have something to ask you. Okay. Lu Han leaned over, and Li Fan clearly saw that her favorability was constantly fluctuating between 91% and 92%. Now that he could clearly see the heartbeat index, Li Fan suddenly wanted to say something different and bolder than usual. Anyway, if the situation is not right at that time, you will be able to notice the change in favorability and make amends in time. Maybe, miss, after you get off the plane, would you like to go on a date with me? Suddenly, Lu Hansuang's face turned red, and his favorability immediately soared to 100%. Li Fan was also surprised when he saw the result. He now finally understood the true meanings between men and women. A handsome appearance plus money equals a sure-shot win. These words, which used to sound like harassment, have now become flirtatious conversations. Lu Hanswang remained in a half-squatting position in a daze until another customer called her, then she reacted. Although she did not answer Li Fan's words, Li Fan knew that he had one. It was late at night and Li Fan was resting at his seat. Lu Hanswang walked by and looked at Li Fan's profile with his eyes closed. He couldn't help but stop and stay for a long time. She had never seen a man so frank before. Although there were men in first class who had made similar date requests before, those men always acted in a pretentious manner. Li Fan's straightforwardness is just what she likes. When Li Fan woke up, he found that there was an extra blanket on him. When I opened it, I saw a note hidden inside with a cell phone number on it. There was a very familiar scent on the note. Li Fan smiled secretly and entered the phone number into his own phone. The next morning, the plane arrived in Zhangcheng. Li Fan waved the phone in his hand at Lu Hanswang as he passed by her. Lu Hanswang turned her head away shyly. After all the passengers got off the plane, Lu Hanswang and the other flight attendants also got off work. After Lu Hanswang changed into casual clothes early in the lounge, he began to stare at his mobile phone expectantly. Sure enough, after a while, Li Fan called. "Ms. Lu, I'll be waiting for you at the south gate of the airport." Seeing that Li Fan had indeed come to ask her out, Lu Hanswang excitedly followed a few flight attendants who were also going to the south gate and walked out. Chapter 45, the extended version of Lincoln picked up the plane and took Lu Hanswang to do a dinner look. At the south gate of the airport, an extended version of Lincoln stopped in front of Li Fan. After the senior executives of Juanheng Group's Jiangcheng branch received the news that Li Fan was coming to Jiangcheng, they immediately began to prepare for Li Fan's welcome. This Lincoln was sent by them. Li Fan's appearance alone is very eye-catching when he stands outside, and with this Lincoln, passers-by can't help but steal a few glances at Li Fan. Lu Hanswang and several of her flight attendant colleagues came to the south gate chatting and laughing. "Ms. Lu." Li Fan stood next to Lincoln and waved at her. Lu Hanswang and several colleagues looked over, and the extended Lincoln suddenly came into their sight. Wow! Why is there a Lincoln parked here? From what the man said, it seems he was calling Han Shuang. Several colleagues cast glances at Lu Hanswang, some were curious and some could not hide their jealousy. Lu Hanswang nodded back to Li Fan embarrassedly, and then said to his colleague. "Sorry, sisters, I have another appointment. I won't go to the party later. Have fun." After saying that, Lu Hanswang walked towards Li Fan. "Mr. Li, I'm sorry I was delayed inside for a while. Have you been waiting here for a long time? Fortunately, the car just arrived not long ago." Speaking of cars, Lu Hanswang turned his attention to the stretched Lincoln. She also didn't expect Li Fan to be so generous as to use this kind of car to take her on a date. However, does this mean that I am really important in his heart? Thinking of this, Lu Hanswang suddenly felt sweet in his heart. "Please, Miss Lu." The two got in the car. "I'm sorry, Miss Lu. The company here has held a dinner for me because they heard that I was coming. I might need you to attend as my female companion." In the car, Li Fan received news about the dinner from Juanheng branch. "I see. That's fine." Lu Hanswang instantly became curious. What kind of company would offer such treatment? And took the initiative to host a dinner for Li Fan? Generally, dinner parties are held for those respected CEOs, but looking at Li Fan's young appearance, she really couldn't imagine that he would be of such a status. Just now on the plane, she also thought he was just a rich second-generation guy. Seeing that Lu Hanswang agreed, Li Fan immediately told the driver to drive to the top styling studio in the center of Jiangcheng City. To attend a dinner of this level, both he and Lu Han needed to change their attire. In the top styling studio, stylist Linda was counting the most valuable clothes in the entire store and displaying them together. She just received a call from Juanheng Group, saying that their group's chairman would come here to design the styling for the dinner party. The revenue from styling a person of this wealth in one go is equivalent to their revenue for a quarter, so naturally we have to take it seriously. After a while, an extended version of Lincoln stopped in front of the door. Two young men and women got out of the car. Linda looked around for a long time and found that apart from the two of them, no one else got out of the car. "Didn't they say the chairman was coming? Why didn't I see him?" Assistant Xiaoqiu said puzzledly. "Yeah, that's weird, never mind, I'll just go over and ask them." Linda was also very puzzled, and hurried forward to greet Li Fan and the others. "Excuse me, are you the staff of Juanheng Group? Will the gentleman who needs styling come later?" "No, we are the ones who do the styling." Li Fan looked around the store and answered. "What? Are you? Linda suddenly realized Li Fan's identity and quickly welcomed them in. Sir, miss, the haute couture of this season in our store is now on display here. You two can take a look at the styles and colors you like first, and then we will shape the overall look for you based on the clothes. While Linda was introducing, she couldn't help but secretly observe Li Fan. Before she met him in person, she had never imagined that the chairman, who she thought should be a middle-aged man, would actually look so young. Doesn't this mean that the man in front of you has assets of at least 1 billion? This is much better than most of the rich second generations she has styled before. I'll just wear this jet black suit. The main thing is to give this lady the look she wants. Li Fan picked the newest high-end suit in the store, which was also the most expensive one. Linda was surprised again. This man was not only handsome and rich, but also had such good taste. Seeing that the love bubbles in Linda's eyes were about to overflow, Li Fan coughed and used the favorability skill. As soon as I saw it, it was 100%. Li Fan was stunned, but now he had Lu Hanswang by his side, so he would not take the initiative to do anything. Lu Hanswang was dazzled by the selection of several diamond-embellished dresses. She liked every one of them, but they were too expensive. It's just the first day that I've known Li Fan, and it's really not nice to let him spend so much money. Seeing Lu Hanswang struggling for a long time, Li Fan saw her concerns and directly chose a dress with almost the entire skirt covered with diamonds and various gems. Ms. Lu, you can worry about anything for me except money. Just try this one. Well, okay then. Lu Hanswang took the skirt obediently. Since others said so, it would be inappropriate for her to refuse. Li Fan's clothes were easy to change, and he quickly changed and sat on the sofa outside. Lu Hanswang's clothes were difficult to put on, and it took several assistants to get them almost in order. As the curtain opened, Lu Hanswang's already curvy figure became even more charming against the backdrop of the tight dress. When the lights came on, her delicate face looked so charming under the reflection of the diamonds. Pretty. Li Fan's simple compliment made Lu Han blush. Mr. Li, as long as you like it, after all, I am here as your female companion. The employees nearby couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Wow! I've never seen anyone wear our skirt so brilliantly. Yes, yes. She is just like a fairy from heaven, so beautiful. Linda was also very happy to see that the clothes she designed were displayed so well by the two people. Although it was true that she was attracted to Li Fan, she did not regard Lu Hanswang as a love rival. She thought that would be too stupid. Now that you two have chosen your favorite outfits, please move to our hair salon. The hair salon is on the second floor of the entire studio, which is also a large flat. It is decorated in the utmost luxury. More than a dozen hairdressers are already there, ready to go. While Lu Hanswang was being led to the chair, Linda came to Li Fan. Mr. Li, please take off your suit first and let us iron it for you. This way the shape will be more rigid and it will look better when you wear it. As she spoke, she intentionally cast an ambiguous look at Li Fan. Chapter 46 Reporters and media were shocked that he was the major shareholder of Junhong Group. Li Fan understood what she meant and took off his suit and handed it to Linda. Thank you for your help. Later, Li Fan was also brought to his seat, and the hairdresser gave him a wet hairstyle without bangs. Although it looks a little more mature than usual, but with Li Fan's handsome face, it suddenly adds a bit of tough guy air, and the slightly mature feeling is just right for such a large dinner party. Lu Hanswang had her hair permed into big wavy curls. Although the name sounds like it's no different from an ordinary hairstyle, the curls used here are very sophisticated. Coupled with the hairdresser's delicate technique, it completely brought out Lu Hanswang's charming feminine temperament. With her exquisite makeup, she looks both girlish and Hong Kong-style beautiful. Linda put on a suit jacket for Li Fan and patted his chest gently before leaving. Li Fan then touched the chest pocket of his suit, and sure enough, there was a note with a number hidden inside. After putting on his suit, he came to Lu Hanswang. The two people stood in front of a large mirror. Their heights and appearances matched perfectly, like a pair of living people. Is this still me? Lu Hanswang looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but exclaim. Although she has mastered many makeup techniques for work, they are far inferior to the superb skills of this professional studio. The makeup seems to grow harmoniously on her face, making her facial features more bright and charming than ever. The high-end custom-made diamond dress made her look more than 10 times more expensive. No wonder there's an old saying that clothes make the man. Looking at Li Fan again, he looked more masculine than when they first met, which made her even more moved. After swiping the card, the two got in the car and headed to the dinner. The dinner was held at the famous Palace restaurant in the center of Jiangqing City. As the name suggests, the entire restaurant looks like a magnificent palace. When they were still some distance away from the restaurant, the two saw the towering buildings through the window. There was actually a large group of reporters and photographers gathered on the red carpet in front of the restaurant. The flashbulbs flashed in a sea of light. Today, all media outlets in Jiangcheng received news that the mysterious major shareholder of Junhong Group will appear at the Palace restaurant in the evening. So they all waited in front of the restaurant early in the morning just to get first-hand information in time. When Lu Hansuang saw the dense crowds of people and cameras, he suddenly became nervous. She had flown so many flights, but had never seen such a grand scene. Li Fan couldn't help but hold his forehead when he saw the scene in front of the restaurant. The people from the Jiangcheng branch were really too ostentatious. He placed his hand on the back of Lu Hansuang's hand. "Don't worry, I'm here, just relax and enjoy the dinner." Lu Hansuang had no choice but to calm down and nodded. As soon as the car door opened, the doorman in front of the restaurant hurried over to open the door for Li Fan and his friend. The reporters all craned their heads high, and the cameramen pointed their camera lenses straight at the Lincoln door. "Wow! That guy is so handsome. And the girl is so beautiful. It looks like they are celebrities invited to liven up the party tonight. The Junhong Group is really grand, and they even invited celebrities to perform at the dinner party. TSK, I was waiting for so long that I thought it was a new director. Cameraman, don't let up. The real chairman should be arriving soon." When several reporters saw Li Fan and Lu Hansuang, they quickly looked away with a lack of interest. Although the two were indeed pleasing to the eye, they had no news value to them. Today they have only one mission, which is to report the true identity of the major shareholder of Junhong Group. All other celebrities, please step aside. Just as everyone turned their attention back to the empty parking lane that had not yet arrived, Fang Gaofei, the president of Junhong Group, ran out in a hurry. "The president of Junhong Group has come out. That proves that the major shareholder is coming too. Everyone, cheer up. Let's follow the president closely so that we can capture the chairman's true face as soon as possible." The reporters instantly became restless, their eyes fixed on Fang Gaofei. However, Fang Gaofei did not stop and ran straight to Li Fan. "Chairman! I finally get to meet you in person." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience except Li Fan and Fang Gaofei was instantly shocked beyond words. He, what did he say? That male celebrity is the major shareholder of Junhong Group. This is impossible. So young? And so damn handsome? The few experienced reporters had dazed expressions on their faces and the photographers had forgotten to press the shutter buttons. They were all trying hard to digest this horrible fact. Lu Hansuang was stunned on the spot. Li Fan is actually the largest shareholder of Junhong Group without any deception. When the industry news came out before, she heard from friends that an unknown mysterious man bought 55% of the shares of Junhong Group, but she never thought that this person would be Li Fan. If she had known this would be the case, she would never have dared to accept Li Fan's date invitation on the plane. If you are a generally wealthy second-generation rich, at least you will have some confidence. But someone like Li Fan, who has a net worth of hundreds of billions, is not someone I can afford to offend. Li Fan had long been accustomed to being shocked wherever he went. He stretched out his hand and shook hands with Fang Gaofei. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Fang. What are you talking about? It's my great fortune to meet you in person." At this time, the perceptive reporter finally reacted and immediately brought the photographer to interview Li Fan. Other media were taking photos of Li Fan non-stop. "Mr. Fang, I don't want to see my photo appear in any public reports later." Fang Gaofei didn't expect his director to be so low-key, and quickly assured. "Don't worry, I will never let a single photo leak out." After saying that, Fang Gaofei immediately made arrangements and had someone escort Li Fan and Lu Hansuang in. After a lot of effort, Li Fan and Lu Hansuang successfully broke through and entered the aisle inside the restaurant. "I'm so sorry, Miss Lu. Did they scare you just now?" No. Lu Hansuang quickly replied. She thought that they didn't scare her, but Li Fan scared her half to death. Although Lu Hansuang was more accepting of Li Fan's true identity now, she still needed time to digest it. The two were led along the aisle to the entrance of a banquet hall. The banquet hall has a 5-meter-high ceiling, which makes it spacious and comfortable. As soon as Li Fan stepped into the hall, several lights shone on his body and feet. On the stage, the host's passionate voice rang out. "Let us warmly welcome the largest shareholder of Juanhong Group. Chairman Li fondly enters the venue. On both sides of the stage were specially invited top classical musicians, who immediately played majestic classical music to set the mood for Li Fan's journey. There was applause in the venue and everyone's eyes were focused on the door. Li Fan held Lu Hanshuang's hand and walked in slowly, looking like a prince with extraordinary temperament. Oh my god! Is this new chairman so handsome? That's right. I thought it was another old man like my dad. This appearance is 100 times better than that of any of my artists. Chapter 47, Arrogant Woman Makes Trouble and Exposes the Identity of the Airline's Major Shareholder on the Spot. The applause lasted for a long time, and the host found the right opportunity to speak. Okay, then let's welcome Chairman Li to the stage with enthusiastic applause again. Li Fan had no choice but to whisper a few words to Lu Han and then go on stage. The female guests present were filled with jealousy when they saw how close Li Fan and Lu Hanshuang seemed to be. One of the women, who was dark-skinned and slightly plump, stared at Lu Hanshuang with obvious hatred, as if she wanted her to pay. Li Fan didn't have anything to say, so he just exchanged a few pleasantries and left. Before he could reach Lu Hanshuang, the woman with the hateful look just now walked straight up to Li Fan. Mr. Li, my name is Lin Shanshan, and I'm very interested in meeting you. As she spoke, she extended her hand, exuding an arrogant aura. What's wrong with that woman? How dare she act so arrogantly in front of the chairman? Your news is too late. Her father is also the chairman of a large company. He is a well-known arrogant princess in the rich second-generation circle. Many people usually avoid him when they see him. A big company? Bigger than Juanhong? It seems to be similar. Otherwise, how dare she say in public that she wants to meet the chairman? The curious people around were chattering about the matter, and several of them who had wanted to secretly ask Li Fan for his contact information did not dare to come over. Before Li Fan could answer, Lin Shanshan started to fire at Lu Han next to her. Miss, instead of using a useless appearance to keep a man, you should face the reality as soon as possible. What's the point of being pretty for a poor girl like you? Only someone like me is worthy of a man like Mr. Li. If you know what's best for you, you can leave now. Lin Shanshan is very confident that Li Fan will definitely choose her. She is the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Her family background and appearance are a perfect match for Li Fan. She really can't think of any reason why Li Fan would reject her, so she has spontaneously put herself in the position of the main wife. Li Fan frowned as he looked at the woman in front of him. Not to mention that this woman's appearance was not what he liked, just the way she looked arrogant was enough to make him feel disgusted. Besides, it was he who brought Lu Hanshuang here. Now that this woman is saying this about her, isn't that just slapping herself in the face? Miss, I have no interest in you. You should be the one who gets out of the way. Li Fan responded directly. Lin Shanshan's face suddenly turned pale and blue. She had condescended to come and meet Li Fan in person, but Li Fan was so ungrateful. Other people here might be afraid of Li Fan's identity, but she is not afraid. Do you know who I am? How dare you reject me? You know, it was always men who chased me before. I personally extended an olive branch to you, and you dare to do this to me? Oh? If so many men are chasing you, why do you still need to promote yourself here? Li Fan sneered and retorted viciously. The crowd watching couldn't help but burst out laughing. What are you talking about? Let me tell you. I am the daughter of the chairman of Hualien Airlines. After all, our Hualien is much bigger than your Juanhong. If you treat me like this, I will make sure my father will not cooperate with your Juanhong group in the future. At this time, Lin Shanshan had completely disregarded her dignity as the daughter of a wealthy family, and was acting like a shrew. When Li Fan heard the name of the company she revealed, he almost laughed out loud. Didn't he just acquire Hualien Airlines recently? How come, as the largest shareholder, I have to be taught a lesson by some unknown minions? Seeing that Li Fan did not respond to her, Lin Shanshan thought that Li Fan regretted his words, and she suddenly became proud. Let me tell you the truth. My father owns 5% of Hualien Airline shares. If you regret it, I can still be merciful and give you another chance. But if you miss it again, I won't give you another chance. After saying this, Lin Shanshan pouted her lips proudly, which almost made Li Fan feel so sick that he got goosebumps. At this time, a middle-aged man came late and walked in from the door of the banquet hall. As soon as Lin Shanshan saw him, she immediately rushed over to him affectionately. Daddy! You're finally here. They all bully me. Who dares to bully my little princess? After all, Lin Yongxiang has been with Hualian Airlines for so many years. Even the major shareholder of Juanheng Group who showed up today has to address himself as Mr. Lin for the sake of the two companies. Lin Shanshan immediately pointed her finger at Li Fan and the other two. It's them. This princess wanted to get to know him, but he refused. Daddy, don't you think he doesn't give our Lin family any face at all? Lin Yongxiang wanted to take a closer look to see which boy was so blind as to let his daughter suffer. When he turned his gaze to Li Fan and the other two, he was stunned for a moment. Don, chairman. Dad, he is the chairman of Juanheng Group, but we don't have to call him that. Lin Shanshan complained dissatisfiedly. What? You said this Mr. Li is the chairman of Juanheng Group. Yeah, Daddy, didn't you just call him that? But, I'm calling the chairman of our Hualian Airlines. When Lin Yongxiang said this, the people around him took a deep breath. This Mr. Li is a shareholder of two companies. Moreover, they are companies like Juanheng and Hualian, either of which can be the king of Jiangchang. How much money does one have to be able to do this? At this time, Lu Hanshuang was staring at Li Fan in front of him with an expression of disbelief. The chairman of Hualian Airlines, isn't that his immediate superior? If I knew that Li Fan had this identity, I would never agree to Li Fan's date invitation. After all, if the two of them accidentally break up in the future, I still have room to secure my job. But now. Lin Shanshan was obviously a little shocked, but after a moment she put on an indifferent expression. You can be called the chairman if you have a little bit of shares these days? Dad, I think he should only have 2% of the shares at most. In that case, we don't need to take him seriously at all. Lin Shanshan was very proud after she finished speaking. Suddenly, with a slap, Lin Yongxiang slapped Lin Shanshan hard. The noise was so loud that even the onlookers were a little scared. Chairman Li owns 55% of the shares. He is the largest shareholder of Hualian. How dare you, a damn girl, be so presumptuous? Lin Yongxiang tried hard to put on a tone of disappointment. Oh my goodness. If Li Fan really listened to his daughter's arrogant words, then their Lin family would be finished. Chapter 48 Lin Yongxiang slaps Lin Shanshan violently. Hualian Airlines sends a plane to apologize. Lin Shanshan, who was about to curse, covered her mouth in surprise when she heard that Li Fan was a shareholder of Hualian Airlines with 55% shares. Her family only owns 5% of the shares, but she can live a worry-free life. 55%? That means we can buy the whole city. Lin Shanshan was still in shock, and Lin Yongxiang observed that Li Fan's face still looked unhappy. He immediately slapped Lin Shanshan in the face one after another. I told you you have no eyes. You are bullying outside all day long. As your father, I must teach you a lesson in front of everyone. You will never dare to do such bad things again. Lin Yongxiang was throbbing so hard that he felt extremely distressed. But there is no other way. If we don't make Lin Shanshan look miserable now, if Li Fan doesn't let the Lin family go, then they will be even more miserable in the future. Most people around me are gloating. Lin Shanshan has long been notorious in the circle of the rich second generation in Jiangcheng, and there are more than one or two people who want to deal with her. Li Fan just watched coldly, without any intention of calling for a stop. Lin Yongxiang then quickly pulled Lin Shanshan over and made her kneel in front of Li Fan. Chairman Li, you are a magnanimous person. Please forgive me, your ignorant daughter. Director Lin, you really know how to put a hoodwink on me. If this gets out, people who don't know will think I'm deliberately making things difficult for you and your daughter. No. We have brought this upon ourselves. If anyone dares to say anything bad about you, we in the Lin family will be the first to tear his mouth to pieces. Lin Yongxiang quickly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Go away, don't let me see you again. Okay. Lin Yongxiang got up from the ground as if he had been pardoned, and pulled Lin Shanshan away quickly. The onlookers also dispersed immediately, not daring to stay or say anything more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the awe-inspiring ability without anger. Obtained a medical perfect scorecard. The value has been automatically assigned for you. Another item got full marks, not bad. The banquet was almost over, and because there were still a large number of reporters waiting at the gate, Li Fan and Lu Hanshuang sneaked out through the back door. However, as soon as he came out, Lu Hanshuang hurriedly said goodbye to Li Fan. I'm sorry, Mr. Li. I just suddenly remembered that I have an appointment with a friend tonight. I may not be able to date you later. I'm really sorry. Li Fan was a little puzzled by Lu Hanchuang's sudden action. He called upon the favorability skill and found that Lu Hanchuang's favorability had become 88%. How come suddenly? Okay, then I'll ask the driver to take you there. No, I can go there by myself. I'll see you again if we're lucky, Mr. Li. And thank you for the dress. Lu Hanchuang left immediately after he finished speaking. Her mind was still in a mess and she didn't know how to deal with the relationship between herself and Li Fan. This was the first time that Li Fan was rejected, and he had to say he actually found it a bit interesting. Suddenly, Fang Gaofei called Li Fan. Boss Li, why did you leave first? We have booked a top-notch room at Meihan KTV tonight, so you can't miss it. Anyway, he was free now, so Li Fan replied, send me the address and I'll go over. Soon, the driver took Li Fan to Meihan KTV. Fang Gaofei first took a few of his men and waited respectfully in front of the KTV door. As soon as they saw Li Fan get out of the car, they immediately came over to greet him. However, a middle-aged man standing between Li Fan and Fang Gaofei suddenly fell down, holding his chest. Li Fan subconsciously went over to check on him. Director Li, you don't have to do this yourself. We can just ask the waiter inside to come out and take care of it. It's okay, I'll take a look at him first. Li Fan immediately came to the uncle and squatted to examine him. Fang Gaofei couldn't help but moisten his eyes as he watched the scene in front of him. This major shareholder was not only young and capable, but also so kind-hearted. Having someone like Mr. Li is truly a blessing for their group that they have accumulated for several lifetimes. Li Fan is now a person with full medical scores. His current medical skills are equivalent to the reincarnation of Hua Tuo. Curing people's diseases is no problem for him, and even bringing the dead back to life is a piece of cake. As soon as Li Fan touched the old man, he knew that he had a sudden myocardial infarction. He immediately pressed several acupoints on his body. Then he silently slapped several places with his palms. The people traveling with him were stunned by the photos. Mr. Li, if it really doesn't work, let's call an ambulance. Fang Gaofei made the suggestion cautiously. The main reason is that in their opinion, this doesn't seem like a cure at all. As a result, not long after Fang Gaofei finished speaking, the uncle suddenly coughed and took a breath. He slowly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. It's amazing. Director Li, you really saved the person. It's just a small matter. Li Fan stood up, dusted off his clothes, and helped the man up again. Uncle, are you feeling better now? The man quickly nodded and thanked Li Fan. Thank you, young man. I'm feeling much better now. At this moment, a woman hurriedly ran out of the KTV. What are you doing around my dad? She hurriedly snatched the uncle from Li Fan and looked at Li Fan warily. Boss lady? Mr. Li? The woman who ran out was the bar owner who had left her contact information to Li Fan. Oh, Nan, you misunderstood. It was this young man who saved me just now, otherwise you probably wouldn't be able to see me now. Wan Ro realized that it must be another heart attack that her father had just had. She hurriedly apologized and thanked Li Fan. I'm so sorry, Mr. Li, I was too anxious just now. I thought. Li Fan waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. I understand. Don't take it to heart, Madam Boss. Although Wan Ro's father is not in danger of death now, she still has to take her father for a checkup just in case. Mr. Li, I'm going to take my father to the hospital first. We can meet again when the time comes. Li Fan nodded, and then Wan Ro quickly took her father away. After listening to a series of songs that Fang Gaofei sang to welcome him at KTV, Li Fan's head was about to explode. Moreover, because Li Fan had consumed a lot of energy in treating Wan Ro's father, he gradually felt sleepy. After returning to the hotel where he was arranged, he fell into a deep sleep soon after. The next morning, Li Fan, who had had a good sleep, was planning his next itinerary. Suddenly, a call came from the top management of Hualien Airlines. Hello, Mr. Li, we have heard about what happened at the dinner yesterday. The board of directors has officially removed Lin Yongxiang from his position as a shareholder. The reaction was quite quick and Li Fan was quite satisfied with how they handled it. To express our apology, we will send you one of our company's latest model aircraft. Please provide us with the next location so that we can fly there and stop there. Chapter 49 Private Jet with crowds watching, hiring Linda's exclusive stylist. Airplane? As expected of an airline, the apology gifts are so unique. But it's time for me to own a plane of my own. How about this? You can just park on the top floor of the Juanhong Group branch. I will board the plane there tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Li. The next morning, Li Fan went out early. Although the building of Juanhong Group's branch is not as big as the one in Shanghai, its design is very modern and novel. Li Fan did not tell anyone about his itinerary today, and he dressed very low-key on purpose, so no one recognized him. He took the exclusive pass that Fang Gaofei gave him yesterday and prepared to go to the exclusive elevator. Suddenly, as he was walking, a man accidentally bumped into him. Why is this guy so hard? Li Fan looked up, only to see the man quickly lower his head, say sorry, and then leave in a hurry. Although the word I'm sorry sounded cold and the man's expression looked half dead, but since he had apologized, Li Fan didn't say anything else. Li Fan took the elevator to the top floor. Don't mention it, I'm actually quite excited to see my own big plane. Li Fan excitedly stepped onto the rooftop, but he only saw a small helicopter. Mr. Li. I'm so sorry. We just realized before we set off that the open space on the top floor is too small for the plane to land here. Please come up here first, and we'll take you to the square where the plane is parked. Xiao Lu, the special assistant assigned to Li Fan by Hualian Airlines, immediately ran over and explained with an apologetic look on his face. I see. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought our Hualian was so stingy. Don't worry, Hualian's is yours. Please come this way. Xiao Lu helped Li Fan onto the helicopter. On the helicopter, Li Fan had a panoramic view of the entire Jiangcheng. He took out the note Linda gave him and made a phone call. Who? Juanhong Li Fan. Chairman Li. I've been waiting for your call for a long time. Why did you contact me only now? Did you forget about me because you were having so much fun with that girl? Linda deliberately said this in a petty manner, but she knew that the fact that Li Fan could contact her now proved that the woman would definitely not be with Li Fan for a while, so she dared to tease him like this. Li Fan chuckled. This woman was quite direct. Are you interested in being my personal stylist? Your dedicated stylist? That's right, but if you do that, you'll have to follow me around everywhere, and I'm afraid you'll have to close your store. As for salary, I'll pay you 1 million per month, how about that? Linda was holding the phone, her heart pounding with excitement. A monthly salary of 1 million. If she relies on her own efforts, she doesn't know when she can reach this level. Moreover, by staying around successful people like Li Fan, I will definitely be able to meet more people of this class and broaden my horizons in business territory. This is absolutely a very cost-effective deal. Since Chairman Li has personally requested it and offered me such a high salary, it would be really ungrateful if I still refuse. I am very willing to accept your proposal. Very good, then you can come directly to Formosa Flower Plaza in a moment, and we will set off immediately. After flying for a few more minutes, the helicopter arrived above Formosa Plastics Plaza. A large area was directly fenced off on the edge of the Formosa Chemicals Plaza. Right in the center of the ground sits a Bombardier Global 7000, which is over 111 feet long. Passers-by gathered around the fence curiously to see what was going on. The helicopter slowly landed on the ground, and Li Fan jumped down lightly from it. His dignified and upright figure immediately made the onlookers realize that he was the real owner of the plane. Passers-by quickly picked up their mobile phones to take pictures of him and the plane, and posted them online. Xiao Lu, go and deal with it. It's been quite flamboyant these past 2 days. Li Fan frowned as he looked at the flashing lights. Xiao Lu immediately understood what he meant and sent instructions to the public relations department of the company headquarters. After a while, passers-by discovered that the posts they had uploaded to the internet had disappeared inexplicably. Especially the pictures of Li Fan's portrait, not a single one was left. At this time, Linda hurried to the outskirts of Formosa Plastics Plaza. There are sturdy bodyguards maintaining order at the fences. Strange, didn't Mr. Li ask me to come here to find him, but I can't get in right now. Just when Linda was worried, Xiao Lu came over in a convertible sightseeing car. Excuse me, is this Miss Linda? Yes, I am. Linda looked at the man in front of her with confusion. Our CEO Li has been waiting for a long time. Please get in the car. Linda nodded, and the bodyguards immediately made way for her to pass. The passers-by were curious and envious. It must be so cool to be picked up and put on a private plane. Linda felt a little embarrassed by everyone's gazes, but she felt extremely happy inside. Only then did she notice that there was an airplane parked in the center of the square, and she thought to herself that Li Fan was so rich. How could they just shut down a square that normally has such a large flow of people just to park their own plane? It's true that people with a lot of money can do whatever they want. Chairman Li. Li Fan stood near the plane, the wind blew his hair up, and he looked glowingly handsome. When the convertible drove up to Li Fan, Linda immediately got out and enthusiastically rushed to Li Fan to say hello. You can just call me Brother Fan from now on. It's almost time, let's go. Xiao Lu took Linda's luggage considerately, and Linda took Li Fan's arm and walked onto the plane together. Is this how rich men pick up women? I'm jealous. Comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. There's a new topic for dreaming tonight. The onlookers watched the plane slowly take off and continued to take pictures with their mobile phones. Pictures of the mysterious plane have been circulated on the internet, but netizens have not been able to find any trace of its owner. On the plane, Li Fan learned that Linda's real name was Su Ziyu. There is a hot spring pool on the private plane, and the aircraft windows adopt a unique vertical design, allowing users to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the clouds while soaking in the hot spring. Miss Linda, are you interested in joining me in a hot spring bath to relax? With great pleasure. Linda immediately took out a uniquely designed swimsuit from her small bag, put it on, and sat next to Li Fan. There was a freezer opening by the pool, and Li Fan picked up a bottle of champagne and poured a glass for both of them. Cheers! Linda smiled sweetly and leaned into Li Fan's arms. By the way, why isn't the little sister who went to the store with you? She placed her right hand on Li Fan's chest and asked softly. Chapter 50, Warmth in the Cabin with Linda, Bullies Demolished the Gymnasium. She said she had an appointment with a friend. Li Fan drank a sip of wine in depression. He still couldn't figure out what was going on with Lu Hanchuan's favorability. When Linda saw Li Fan's expression, she couldn't help but sneer. You can't blame the girl for this. It's because your identity can easily scare some girls. You mean, she's afraid of me? I can't say I'm afraid, but facing such a huge gap, normally I would have some concerns. Linda took a sip of wine, looking like she could see through people's hearts. If you think about it carefully, Lu Hanchuan's change was indeed after his identity as a major shareholder of Hualien was exposed. Lu Hanchuan happens to be a flight attendant of Hualien Airlines. If explained this way, it does make sense. That is to say, it cannot possibly be a problem with Li Fan's charm. Li Fan's doubts were resolved, and he looked at Lu Hanchuan who was so close to him. Suddenly, he reached out his hand and hugged her tightly in his arms. What about you? Do you have any concerns? Linda raised her head from Li Fan's arms, her eyes shining, and she put her arms around Li Fan's neck. I'm so happy to be close to a man like you, how could I have any concerns? Afterwards, the plane flew through layers of clouds, and with the sky full of stars, the pond was filled with spring scenery. A few hours later, the plane landed safely in Shanghai. Linda got up from the big bed in the bedroom and matched Li Fan with a low-key and luxurious outfit. In the mirror, she put her hands around Li Fan's waist behind his back and helped him tie his belt. Take a look. Are you satisfied? Linda asked as she straightened Li Fan's collar. Your vision is not bad. This is a double entendre, praising Linda's strong professional ability and the way she looks at men. Linda smiled and hit Li Fan. Suddenly, Li Fan's phone rang. It was Ian Kerr calling. It has been almost several days since she last joined the football team as team leader. Kerr? What's the matter? Brother Fan, something bad has happened. A group of people suddenly came and said they want to take our gymnasium and tear it down. Come back and take a look. Is there such a thing? Li Fan looked displeased. Who dared to destroy his place? Don't worry, hold them back and don't let them do anything rash. I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Li Fan said a few words to Linda, then drove the Pagani that he had ordered to come to the stadium. When Li Fan arrived at the gymnasium, several BMWs and Mercedes-Benzes were already parked outside the gate. He frowned slightly and hurried to the football field. At this time, a group of burly men were facing Ian Kerr and her team members face to face. Seeing Li Fan coming, Ian Kerr hurriedly ran to Li Fan. Brother Fan, it's them. They suddenly came in and said they wanted to tear down our site, and they even had an excavator ready. Outside the back door, a large excavator was ready to move, making an unpleasant roar. Where are you from? How dare you act wildly in my territory? Li Fan immediately questioned. The big men looked at each other, and when they saw Li Fan, the real master, coming, their voices suddenly became lower. What a bunch of useless people. I have to do it myself. Suddenly, a sharp male voice came from behind the big man, and a bald man with a big belly walked out. Wei Xiaowei? Why is it you? Ian Kerr immediately recognized the person and exclaimed. Yes, it's me. Today I'm here on behalf of my father's group. You've all heard of Shunfeng Real Estate, right? It's mine. We now have the right to dispose of this land. If you know what's good for you, give it up right away. After saying that, Wei Xiaowei took out a stamped paper notice, waved it, and then put it away triumphantly. Li Fan had no choice but to ask the system in his mind. System, didn't you clearly divide the ownership of the things you gave me? Host, this system is fair and impartial. All the prizes given are completely legal and reasonable. This incident may be caused by human factors. Human factors? If the system is not wrong, then it can only mean that Wei Xiaowei colluded with the personnel of relevant departments. Kor, do you know this person? Li Fan turned and asked Ian Kerr. Yes, I've seen him in the Chinese Super League before. His team finished 6th at that time. Brother Fan, if it was him, then what he did today is most likely because he was jealous of our new venue, so he wanted to take it over in the name of demolition and reconstruction. It's really abominable. Li Fan nodded, he also had the same speculation. It's written in black and white here, and there's also a seal. Just give up the venue and I won't embarrass you anymore. Do you hear me? Wei Xiaowei looked like he was sure of victory. Fight him? You little bastard. Such a good training ground is of course the best match for his football team. Li Fan frowned. Although Juanhong was also involved in real estate projects, its depth was far less than that of Shunfeng Group, which originated from real estate. Moreover, Wei Xiaowei had already established good connections. This is indeed a bit tricky. Ding. Trigger mission, win the game against Wei Xiaowei's football team. You will get 6 plots of land around the stadium. 6 plots of land. Suddenly, Li Fan had an idea. But how can I convince Wei Xiaowei to play with my team? Mr. Wei, isn't it a bit unreasonable for you to suddenly ask us to leave? Li Fan suddenly asked. Wei Xiaowei stared at the man in front of him who was a little too handsome. He hated these good-looking men the most in his life. In the past, it was because of those so-called handsome guys that all those women rejected me. And it's good enough that I didn't just drive them away, but you still say I'm unreasonable? How funny. Stop talking so much nonsense. If you don't leave, I will send people to chase you away. Li Fan saw that Wei Xiaowei's emotions were easily aroused, smiled secretly, and got to the point. How about this, Mr. Wei, I heard that your team is one of the top 5 in the country. Why don't you let your team compete with my team? If we lose, we won't say anything and we'll give you the stadium. If you lose, you can give us some more time, how about that? Wei Xiaowei laughed loudly upon hearing this. You guys, a team with no name or surname, want to beat my team? Fine. I'll give you this chance, so that others won't say that we showed up at short notice and bullied you. You wanted to compete, so if you lose, just get out of here. Wei Xiaowei's face was full of determination. What a joke. It would take only a few minutes for his football team to beat up anybody. It's really a pity that this person came up with such a useless method to delay time. When Wei Xiaowei thought about his team beating the opponent badly, wrinkles appeared on his fleshy face. Chapter 51. It's time to call him over and get the Consciousness Enlightenment card reward. Then it's settled, kid. See you on the field in 3 days, and then you just wait and give up this place immediately. After Wei Xiaowei made some harsh remarks, he left with his men. Ian Kerr looked very worried. Brother Fan, based on our team's strength, it is almost impossible to defeat Wei Xiaowei's team. Ian Kerr's face was filled with reluctance when she thought that such a good training ground would be handed over to someone else soon. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Li Fan patted her shoulder and comforted her. How about this, let everyone play a game first, and let me see what our current level is. Ian Kerr didn't say anything else, just nodded and went to organize everyone. Soon, a football game that strives to show all levels is underway on the field. Although everyone worked very hard, the overall level of results was indeed disappointing. There is a lot of room for improvement not only in the hardware strength of the members, but also in the awareness of deployment of troops. It seems that it is time to call him over. Li Fan immediately called Lin Xiuhu and asked him to come to the gymnasium. When Lin Xiuhu grunted into the gymnasium, he was almost blinded by the diamond-built football field goal. Brother Fan. You actually set up a football team. When Lin Xiaohu saw the high-spirited young men on the field, his eyes were filled with surprise and envy. He also didn't expect that Li Fan actually took to heart what he had just mentioned casually at the dinner table. Yes, I was thinking of inviting you when the time is right, but now I have encountered a special situation. I have no choice but to ask you, the military advisor, to come out first. Military advisor? Me? Lin Xiaohu scratched his head. When he was on the school team, he had been praised many times for his good tactical settings. But so many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Is he really qualified to coach such a young team now? Of course, no one except you is qualified to coach my Li Fan's football team. Li Fan has always been very optimistic about Lin Xiaohu. Now with the support of the system, his vision of people has been further improved. He knows very well that Lin Xiaohu will be able to achieve great things in the field of football strategy. Well, by the way, you just said that your match against another football team is in 3 days, right? That's not enough time. I need to quickly understand the current level of your team. Since Li Fan trusted him so much, Lin Xiaohu naturally got into the state quickly. I've prepared it for you a long time ago. Li Fan gave Kira a look, and the latter immediately opened the video of the game that she had just filmed. Lin Xiaohu watched each member's performance attentively, and then asked Kira for the game video of Wei Xiaohui's team. After reading it all, his expression became slightly solemn. As for the strength of our team, it's actually not that bad, it's just... Compared to the opponent team, there is really almost no chance of winning. After hearing Lin Xiaohu's words, Kira's expression of hope quickly fell. Is there really no way? That's not completely impossible. I'll copy these 2 videos first and study them carefully. Lin Xiaohu nodded heavily to Li Fan, and Li Fan certainly believed him. Moreover, Li Fan will not put all the pressure on Lin Xiaohu. He will also contribute to the hardware technology. However, Li Fan himself has not yet figured out what specific method to use. Li Fan was so absorbed in thinking that he drove his Pagani to the red light. When the green light came on, he forgot to start the car. A loud car horn honked, but it wasn't directed at him. An old woman who was moving slowly on the sidewalk in front of her was at a loss as to what to do, staring at the red streetlight and feeling stuck in a dilemma. You damn old woman! What are you blocking? Get out of the way! The owner of a white Mercedes stuck his head out of the window and cursed loudly. Li Fan got out of the car with a frown and kicked the white Mercedes hard. Why are you so fierce? Can't you just talk nicely? The car owner immediately turned around and wanted to yell at Li Fan, but when he saw the Pagani that he couldn't ignore, he quickly drove his car around the old woman and drove away. Old lady, are you scared? Let me help you over. Li Fan carefully helped the old lady across the street. The old lady thanked Li Fan gratefully and left slowly. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the high-risk task of helping an old lady cross the road. Reward Consciousness Comprehension Card 11. High risk? Li Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, but after a while he suddenly realized it. Thinking about the action he had just done subconsciously without hesitation, Li Fan deeply realized what it meant to help the world when one is successful. However, this reward given by the system is very useful. Li Fan forced a smile and had a plan in mind. After Lin Xiaohu formulated the preliminary tactics, the members of the football team practiced day and night. However, due to lack of time to polish, the coordination between teammates is still a little unfamiliar. Soon it was the day of the competition. Everyone, tactics are important, but on the field, hard work and perseverance are the most important. Please hold on until the last moment. Victory will belong to us. Before going on the court, Lin Xiaohu was giving his final instructions to his teammates. After listening to Lin Xiaohu's encouragement, the team members also boosted their morale and vowed to fight to the death for the training ground. Wei Xiaohui brought his players to the court. I have to say, the quality of their players does look good. Li Fan sighed secretly. At this time, Wei Xiaohui came to Li Fan in a swagger. How is it? Are you scared after seeing my team? But there's no point in being afraid. Today you are destined to be beaten to a pulp by us, and then you will immediately hand over the training ground to us. Wei Xiaohui shouted arrogantly, looking determined to win. Li Fan didn't bother with him because he knew very well that they would definitely win. When Li Fan's football team came on the field, they completely adopted the new positions and offensive routes formulated by Lin Xiaohu. Everything is going smoothly. To Wei Xiaohui's surprise, Li Fan's team was able to keep chasing them and scoring points. Originally they should have been leading by a large margin. I've never heard of this team in the industry before. How could they be so good? Master Wei, their team is indeed not as strong as ours, but take a close look at their deployment. Although Wei Xiaowei is the boss of this football team, he himself knows nothing about such things as strategic layout on the field. He looked at it for a long time but couldn't figure out what it was. What can we tell from this? They are just standing around randomly. And they don't look like we are working as a team at all. Chapter 52, Lost on the Field? Amazing cooperation shocked the audience. Although the team leader standing next to Wei Xiaowei felt helpless about Wei Xiaowei's football blindness, he could only patiently explain. Master Wei, even though they seem to be standing in a scattered manner, their spirits are united even though their forms are scattered. This set of positions is completely set according to the strengths of each player, especially for players who are good at sideways and diagonal running. It provides a very good offensive vision. Coupled with the 2-on-1 local tactics, they are not at a disadvantage to us at all. Wei Xiaowei was not blind. Seeing that the score gap had hardly widened and the players' increasingly tired looks, he naturally knew that what the coach said was true. But he would never admit that he was worried. What are you panicking about? Why are you here to boost others' morale and destroy your own prestige? Why don't you just adjust their positions after they finish this round? What a fuss! The team leader couldn't help but roll his eyes. That's easy to say. The biggest advantage of their team is that the members are all equally strong. However, this advantage has also become the biggest disadvantage, which means that members can stand in any position. There is no position that they are particularly good at and no position that they lose points in. What's more, the members of their team are praised highly by Wei Xiaowei all the time, and they have all been infected with Wei Xiaowei's temperament of looking down on others. They all think they are the strongest in the team and no one will give in to anyone else. As a result, their team coordination has been unsatisfactory, and a lot of points were lost on the court just now due to this reason. However, the team leader only dared to complain about these things in his heart, because if he told the truth, Wei Xiaowei would only blame him as a useless team leader. On the other side, Lin Xiaohu was concentrating on observing the battle situation on the field. Very good, everyone listened to what I said and cooperated well on the court. But the chance of winning is still only 50%. I hope they won't underestimate the enemy because of their temporary advantage. Compared to the nervousness of Lin Xiaohu and Yin Ke, Li Fan seemed very calm, as if he came to watch an irrelevant game. Soon, in the first half of the game, Li Fan's team won a surprise victory. Great job everyone! Yin Ke quickly brought water to the team members, and everyone seemed to be in high spirits. Everyone performed very well. We will use the second tactic when we leave the court and see the effect. This way, if overtime is needed, everyone will have time to adapt. Lin Xiaohu took advantage of every opportunity to make arrangements in sync with everyone else. He was always prepared for many situations, so Li Fan was not surprised that he had developed multiple tactics. Wei Xiaowei was so angry that he started to curse at the team leader and his team members. What the hell are you doing? How come you can't even beat a team like this? I've been too idle taking care of you guys lately. Wei Xiaowei's angry look made the team members feel a little uncomfortable, and some of them started blaming each other. It's all Ashen's fault. I asked him to pass the ball to me but he didn't. He was just trying to look cool. How dare you say that to me? You missed the goal and caused us to lose points, why didn't you say anything? After cursing for a while, several people started to fight. Have you guys had enough? Wei Xiaowei shouted angrily, if you lose another game, you don't have to work anymore, just get out. My club is not for supporting idle people like you. After hearing Wei Xiaowei's words, several team members immediately quieted down. After all, no matter how much they argue, they don't want to quit such a well-paid team. In the second half of the game, because Li Fan's team had not yet fully adapted their new tactics, the coach of Wei Xiaowei's team also reminded several players of some points to pay attention to. In addition, the players did not want to lose their jobs, so Wei Xiaowei's team scored points. Back in Li Fan's rest area, the mood of several players was a little low. Everyone did a great job just now. The opponent was stronger than us. It was amazing that we could hold on so tightly. Don't be so discouraged. Yin Ke handed hot towels to the players. As a team leader, psychological comfort after a defeat is very important. Lin Xiaohu's brows were furrowed at this time, mainly because the players of Wei Xiaowei's team responded too quickly, and their coach was also very capable. He is now struggling over whether to continue with the tactics of the first half or continue with the tactics of the second half, which, even though they lost, would have a greater chance of winning if used well. Li Fan patted his shoulder gently, letting his thoughts drift back. Xiaohu, otherwise, let's continue with the tactics for the second half. In fact, Lin Xiaohu was more inclined to the tactics for the second half, but seeing everyone's depressed look, he was still a little hesitant. Don't worry, they will definitely win. A confident glow that Lin Xiaohu was familiar with flashed in Li Fan's eyes. More than 10 years ago, it was with this confidence that Li Fan and his teammates won the championship for the school. Yes. I believe you. Brother Fan. Everyone. Continue with the second half tactics. As I said before, only the spirit of perseverance can lead us to win the game. The players' physical strength was restored and their morale came back a little. They all nodded firmly and stepped onto the overtime field without hesitation. As for Wei Xiaohui, everyone was naturally in high spirits. They thought that after 2 games they had seen through all the characteristics of Li Fan's team, and one by one they had an expression of arrogant disdain. However, not long after the game started, the coach of Wei Xiaohui's team felt something was wrong. They are still using the same failed tactic. But why is it that this time, the tactic seems to be much smoother than before? And their coordination is so skillful and tacit that it can rival the level of a top-notch team. Wei Xiaohui's players on the field were finding it increasingly difficult to play, and after a while, the rhythm was completely controlled by Li Fan's team. No matter how hard they tried, it was difficult for them to take points from Li Fan's team. With 2 or 3 whistles, first short and then long, the overtime ended completely. Li Fan's team won the game with a big lead, defeating Wei Xiaohui's team 2-1. How is this possible? Wei Xiaohui was so frightened that he stood up suddenly and almost fell backwards. The top 5 team he was so proud of actually lost to an unknown small team. At this time, Li Fan was calmly watching Lin Xiaohu and Yin Ke hugging each other with their teammates in celebration. During the overtime, he used the consciousness comprehension cards given by the system, allowing the team members to cooperate as tacitly as if they were one person, and naturally brought out the full power of the tactics formulated by Lin Xiaohu. To deal with people like Wei Xiaohui who rely on his connections to persecute innocent people like them, it is only reasonable to use some plug-ins. Besides, what the players lacked was only time to hone their new tactics, so Li Fan did not think that this was an unfair victory. However, Wei Xiaohui still looked unconvinced. Chapter 53 6 plots of land pissed off Wei Xiaohui, and he went to a popular barbecue restaurant to celebrate. Even if you win by chance, so what? I'm going to reserve this training ground today. Wei Xiaohui no longer had the anger of losing the game, and his nostrils were raised to the sky. Even if he goes back on his word, what can Li Fan do to him? People without backing are destined to be stepped on by themselves. Wei Xiaohui. You are too despicable. We clearly agreed before that you would accept defeat if you lose. How come you don't even have the responsibility of a man? Yin Ke was so angry that she couldn't help but curse. Everyone finally overcame all difficulties and won the game, but Wei Xiaohui actually went back on his word. Moreover, the players have already gotten used to this venue. If they were to leave, they would have to build up their familiarity with the new venue again, and they simply don't have that much time to waste here. Li Fan had known that Wei Xiaohui would be like this. In fact, he had never taken the bets seriously before. All he wanted was to win the game and get the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of defeating Wei Xiaohui's football team. The ownership of the 6 plots of land around the stadium has been issued. Wei Xiaohui looked at Yin Ke and the others with great satisfaction as they were pissed off by him. Responsibility means nothing, interests are the most important. However, Li Fan, who had been silent, suddenly laughed out loud. Wei Xiaohui looked over with suspicion. Is this guy driven crazy by himself? How can he still laugh? Mr. Wei's shamelessness really didn't disappoint me. Fortunately, I didn't expect you to fulfill your promise. You can take this land if you want it, but... Just what? Wei Xiaohui felt a little numb at Li Fan's calm laughter. What the hell is this guy laughing at? But, Mr. Wei, do you know who owns the land around the gymnasium? Wei Xiaohui was stunned by Li Fan's question. It's none of my business who owns the other land. I just want to take your land. Oh, to be honest, the 6 plots of land around the stadium are all under my name. If I want, I can send people to build a tall building right now. The building will surround the gymnasium completely, so that not even the sun or breeze can get through. If you like this training ground, you can take it. Li Fan came up with this idea as soon as he heard about the reward. Although the football training ground in his gymnasium is luxuriously decorated, which is a good thing, its real value lies in the fact that there are no high-rise buildings blocking its surroundings, the layout is ventilated on all sides, and the sunlight is sufficient but not strong, which is very suitable for players to exercise and maintain a good mental outlook. But if there is a high-rise building blocking the way, these advantages will no longer exist, and the training ground will even become a lifeless dead place, completely losing its value. Since Wei Xiaowei is so shameless, I don't mind fighting to the death. Anyway, he has plenty of land, and he can build more training grounds, but he can't let these evil guys take advantage of him. You! Wei Xiaowei's face changed drastically. He never expected that Li Fan would use such a trick. Yin-Kor didn't expect that Li Fan was so resourceful and he choked Wei Xiaowei in one go. Did you hear that, Wei Ju too? You want to take our land, don't you? Now let's see how you can still act like a rogue. Wei Xiaowei was so angry that he suddenly realized something. Humph, you said you can build it if you want? By the time you finish building, our land will have been used enough, and it won't be affected at all. Thinking of this situation, Wei Xiaowei's smug face emerged again. What a pity, Li Fan is only good at talking. Does he really think he can scare him? Li Fan was really shocked by Wei Xiaowei's stupidity and he didn't even bother to suppress the mockery on his face. Mr. Wei, construction takes time, but regardless of the fact that I have the financial resources to do it quickly, let's just say that there are no residential areas around this piece of land. In other words, we can make it as loud as we want. Can you continue to train on this field when you are attacked by sound waves every day? Wei Xiaowei's expression quickly froze. The noise level is directly related to the mental state of the team members. If you do this, your team members may suffer from nervous breakdown. You are so shameless. Wei Xiaowei roared. Not as good as Mr. Wei. Li Fan sneered back. Oomph, just wait for me. I will settle the score with you sooner or later. The flesh on Wei Xiaowei's face trembled a few times, and he turned around and scolded his teammates. What are you looking at? Come back with me and reflect on this mistake. A group of people left like lost dogs. Brother Fan. This move of yours is truly brilliant. Let's see if this Wei Zhu 2 dares to cause trouble again. As Yin-Kor spoke, she made a hook punch gesture and threw it at the imaginary pig-headed face of Wei Xiaowei in the air. Li Fan looked at her noisy appearance with a smile in his eyes. Oh yeah, but it was really strange during the overtime just now. It felt like our players suddenly had a third eye and implemented the tactics flawlessly. Yin-Kor recalled with her finger to her mouth. Yes, Sister Kor, we also felt it was magical just now, as if we suddenly had telepathy. I just glanced at Aki and it was as if I knew what he would do next. Team member Ajin said excitedly. That's right. Li Fan listened to the chattering of several team members, and pretended to know nothing while touching his nose and said. Everyone has worked hard in this game. Let's go, Brother Fan will treat you to some meat. Brother Fan is awesome. Then why not go to the popular internet-famous barbecue restaurant? Jin immediately proposed, and the others immediately agreed. Sure. I've been craving their house for a long time. That's it, go. A group of people went to the popular barbecue restaurant in a mighty manner. When they arrived at the internet-famous barbecue restaurant, there was already a very long line in front of it. Such a long line, it will take forever. Ajin couldn't help but complain. Seeing the disappointed looks on the faces of several people, Yin-Kor curled her lips and showed the page on her phone. I had already made a reservation online before I came here. We will be the next one. Real. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Yin-Kor. Really? The atmosphere suddenly became lively again. No. A 211. Here. Soon her number was called, and Yin-Kor excitedly walked over to the counter to check her ticket. Suddenly, a girl with delicate makeup and wearing sunglasses pushed Yin-Kor aside and walked in, followed by a man with a camera. Hey! Why doesn't she have to queue to get in? Jin immediately expressed dissatisfaction and stood up for Yin-Kor. Chapter 54, Unscrupulous internet celebrity is looking for trouble, and Li Fan exposes his black material to the whole network with just one phone call. The woman walking in front heard the voice, turned around with a look of dissatisfaction, took off her sunglasses and said, I'm a store blogger hired by the store. Are you qualified to compete with me? After saying that, she sneered and walked in, twisting her body deliberately. What kind of person is this? So uncultured. Ajin was so angry that he was about to die, and Inkur was also so angry that her eyes turned red unconsciously. Li Fan parked the car and then came to the store door. But everyone's expressions seemed a little strange. What happened? Just now. Ajin was about to complain, but was stopped by Inkur's look. They had finally come out for a meal, and she didn't want to affect Li Fan's mood because of these unnecessary things. It's nothing, it's just our turn now, brother Fan, let's go in directly. As Inkur said this, she took Li Fan's hand and walked in. Although Li Fan was a little confused, he didn't ask any more questions. The store is quite spacious, but there are very few tables. Li Fan finally understood why there was such a busy scene outside. As soon as they sat down, they heard a sarcastic voice. Boss, why are you suddenly so smelly and noisy? How can I take pictures like this? It was the woman he had just met at the door. She happened to be sitting right behind Li Fan's table. At this moment, her eyes were clearly filled with disdain as she shot towards Li Fan and the others. It's obviously about them. You're not done yet, are you? Ajin was young and hot-tempered. He was already unhappy just now, and now this woman was deliberately looking for trouble, so he couldn't help but fight back. Did you have a conflict with this woman just now? Li Fan asked Inkur beside him. Seeing that she could no longer hide the truth, Inkur could only nod. Yes, that woman just cut in line at the door and had a few words with us, but I didn't expect that she would target us after coming in. The boss, hearing the woman scream, ran out immediately and bowed to her. What's wrong, Miss Sue? Just tell us what you want, and we will definitely satisfy you. Su Jili was very satisfied with her boss's attitude and quickly rolled her eyes at Li Fan. Hey, boss, look, it's them. It's dirty and smelly. As soon as I come in, I feel the air becomes turbid, which makes me feel bad. If I'm in a bad mood, the food I take pictures of won't taste good. Boss, can you understand how I feel? Understand. Miss Sue, please wait a moment. I will definitely help you take care of it. When the boss turned around to face Li Fan and others, his face immediately changed from flattering to full of impatience. Guests, you have heard it, right? You have disturbed other guests dining. Fortunately, the restaurant is short of staff and cannot accommodate you. We hope you can quickly find another place to eat. Ajin was immediately unhappy. We worked so hard to get a number and a seat in line, and now you want us to go somewhere else with empty stomachs? Is this your attitude towards doing business? That's right. How can there be such a bullying store? But the boss doesn't care what they think. In his opinion, the most important thing now is the store visiting blogger. He had spent a huge amount of money to invite her here. All the stores she visited would become extremely popular without exception. His expression became more impatient. I've already tried to persuade you in a nice way, and I have the final say in my store. I just want to drive you away today, so what? If you know what's best for you, leave now, before everyone gets into a mess. Su Jili was very proud of the way her boss handled the situation and started taking beautiful pictures. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, stood up and prepared to attack. Ding! Trigger the mission, expose the true identity of the barbecue restaurant and the unscrupulous internet celebrity to obtain the ownership of Shanghai Credit Suisse Private Hospital. Li Fan pulled up a smile, which completely coincided with his idea of upholding justice. Li Fan stood up slowly, took out his cell phone and took a photo of his boss, then took a photo of Su Jili's disgusting face. What are you taking pictures of? If you do it again, I will not let you leave this store today. The boss was furious and quickly called a group of helpers from the kitchen. The players of the football team also consciously formed a human wall to block Li Fan. Li Fan was still taking pictures leisurely and calmly as if he was taking pictures of a landscape, and he also focused on zooming in on the picture of Su Jili. However, Su Jili did not seem to be worried. She curled her lips and said, "Well, amateurs are amateurs. Go ahead and post as much as you want. Anyway, as soon as my company takes action, everything you post will be deleted immediately without leaving anything behind. Besides, I'm different from ordinary people like you. I have millions of fans online. When they see you post this, they will definitely rush to defend me. Then, you will be the ones who get cyberbullied." As she spoke, she played with her manicure, looking completely fearless. By the way, boss, you don't have to worry. As long as I say something, the image of your store won't be damaged in any way. Su Jili's words gave the boss great confidence, and he was no longer in a hurry to stop Li Fan. Did you hear that? Miss Sue is very generous. Why don't you just get out of here? When Li Fan heard Su Zhili's arrogant words, the mockery on his face became more intense. Since you are so talented, may I know the name of your company? Su Zhili smiled and put on a face of giving alms. My company is Yoshin Media, one of the top 5 in the country. So, are you scared now? Oh. So you're just one of the top 5? Li Fan moved his fingers, sent the photo of the two people's ugly faces, and made another phone call. Su Zhili saw Li Fan's actions and couldn't help but complain. TSK, just pretend. However, after a while, a phone call came into Su Zhili's mobile phone in a hurry. Boss, what's wrong? The internet is now full of videos of you swearing and scandals that have been dug up. What on earth were you doing out there? What? How is this possible? Didn't the company do a good job of public opinion monitoring? Upon hearing this, Su Zhili lost all her previous calmness, and her whole face became horribly distorted with anxiety. The technical department tried to intercept it at first, but it was totally unsuccessful. And now almost all the trending searches are about you. Take a look for yourself. Su Zhili hurriedly opened her phone and was bombarded with private messages and curses on the platform she operated. Her arrogant expression in the restaurant just now was also spread all over the internet. Her account lost 100,000 followers in just a few minutes. And it's still growing. And the angle of that video is exactly the angle that Li Fan took it from. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Li Fan with horror, but the latter still had a calm expression, as if he was just looking at an insignificant ant. At this time, the restaurant staff also hurriedly ran to the boss with their mobile phones. Chapter 55, Banning Internet Celebrities and Restaurant Owners, Private Hospital Treats Yi Chinner's Father. Boss. Look. Your appearance has been posted online. And, a lot of people are cursing our restaurant. What? Let me see. The boss's face changed drastically and he quickly snatched the employee's mobile phone to check it. Such an arrogant restaurant owner? He actually wants to drive away customers just for a blogger? He must be crazy. This restaurant has finally been exposed. I went there once because I heard about its reputation, but the food was terrible and the employees were all so arrogant. This black-hearted restaurant needs to close down immediately. I've long said these internet celebrity restaurants are unreliable, they're all marketing-driven, now they've failed. A large number of netizens also flooded into the restaurant's official backstage, cursing and complaining one after another. The restaurant owner's face was as pale as a dead person. He turned around and went to settle the score with Su Zhili. Didn't you just say that your company would stop it? Why is the internet now flooded with criticism of our restaurant? Who should I ask if you ask me? Not only you, but I can't even protect myself now. Su Zhili retorted angrily, and quickly turned her gaze to Li Fan. You are the one behind all this, right? Who is the company behind you? I will never let you go. Li Fan sneered and put his phone away. Zhongxing Entertainment, can you handle this? Wah! What? Su Zhili's originally ferocious face turned extremely pale. Zhongxing Entertainment, the top 1 entertainment company in China. Backed by Juanhong Group, Zhongxing Entertainment can shake other entertainment and media companies with just a flick of its finger. What? Are you scared now and don't dare to speak? Li Fan proudly picked up the tea on the table and drank it all, and the football players beside him also became confident. Su Zhili was so panicked that she didn't know which way to go. What if she really offended someone and was banned and hidden? She quickly smoothed her hair and wanted to rush to Li Fan, but was blocked by the team members. Sir, I know I was wrong, please forgive me. I apologize to you. Please let me go, please don't ban me, please. In order to make her apology appear more sincere, Su Zhili slapped herself hard while speaking. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about the ban. Li Fan made a call and Su Zhili also received a call from the company immediately. Zhongxing Entertainment has said that you don't need to come starting tomorrow. We will take back your account. No one in the industry will hire you anymore. You'd better take care of yourself. Su Zhili collapsed to the ground, holding her cell phone, feeling powerless. She was just throwing a tantrum. How did it end up like this? At this moment, she no longer cared about her image and just sat on the ground and cried loudly. Seeing what happened to Su Zhili, the restaurant owner didn't dare to say a word. He and his employees stood by with their heads down, hoping that Li Fan would no longer focus his attention on them. You, who is the boss here? Suddenly, a group of uniformed inspectors walked in. We have received complaints from the public, saying that you have obvious unfair business practices and food safety issues. Please come with us, boss. The restaurant already had huge problems internally, and it would definitely not be able to continue operating if it was investigated. The restaurant owner was completely unable to walk and had to be carried away by someone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The ownership of Shanghai Ruweixin Private Hospital has been received. Li Fan smiled, and the team members also vented their anger and said, Humph, let them bully others here and be so arrogant. Boss Li, you are so powerful. You defeated these two villains with just a few phone calls. Everyone on the football team was in a good mood and was even more convinced and admired Li Fan. Yeah, brother Fan, you are awesome. Kora looked up at Li Fan and thought that it would be great if she had someone like brother Fan to help her vent her anger at that time. But if that incident hadn't happened, I probably wouldn't have come to serve in Li Fan's team. Maybe everything was arranged by fate. The nice dinner was ruined, so Li Fan had to take them to Yunxiang Hotel. However, on the way, Li Fan received a call from Yi Qianer. On the phone, Yi Qianer's tone was anxious and tearful. Brother Fan. What should I do? What's wrong, Qianer? Calm down and speak slowly. Yi Qianer sobbed twice again and said, Brother Fan, my dad was hit by a car near my house just now. His condition is very bad now. But as you know, there are no good medical facilities in our hometown. What should I do, brother Fan? I'm really scared. Qianer, don't worry. I will immediately contact the hospital to transfer your uncle to. I will make sure your uncle gets treatment immediately. Li Fan hung up the phone and turned to Kir and said, Sorry, Kor, I have something to take care of here now. You can take everyone to eat first. Okay, be careful on the road then. After giving the instructions, Li Fan immediately drove to Credit Suisse Private Hospital. At the hospital entrance, Li Fan's mother Lin Xilian and Yi Qianer's mother Aunt Wan were waiting at the door with anxious looks on their faces. Li Fan had just sent someone to pick them up, and Yi Qianer's father was still on the transfer vehicle because he was seriously injured. Mom, Aunt Wang. Li Fan got out of the car and quickly walked towards the two of them. Son. Have you arranged everything? Your uncle Wang has watched you grow up since you were a child, so you have to pay more attention to it. Lin Xilian said to Li Fan hurriedly. Don't worry, Mom. I have arranged everything. As soon as Uncle Wang's car arrives, she can be taken in for surgery immediately. When Lin Xilian heard Li Fan's answer, she looked relieved. However, when Aunt Wang looked at the newly renovated and luxurious Ruweixin hospital, her face showed some embarrassment. Xiao Fan, isn't it too expensive to bring your Uncle Wan to such a good hospital? Otherwise, let's send your uncle to a public hospital. I heard that private hospitals are too expensive. Hearing this, Li Fan could only smile and comfort Aunt Wang. Auntie Wang, don't worry, let your uncle come here to treat you, it's free. Such a good hospital, can I get treatment for free? Aunt Wan looked confused. Li Fan just smiled. After a while, the transfer vehicle arrived. A group of nurses and doctors rushed out of the hospital. The dean even went to the door in person to give instructions. You guys, carefully carry the old man into the car, and don't let him get bumped or bruised. Go and notify the surgeon to start the operation immediately. Lin Xilian and Aunt Wan were stunned by the whole operation. They had never seen a patient being treated with such respect before. No wonder this private hospital is so expensive. It turns out the service is so good. Out of sight of the two, the dean bowed deeply to Li Fan, and Li Fan nodded in response. At this time, Yi Qianer also arrived. Dad. Chapter 56, the director of the private hospital is called Boss Li Fan, and he cleans up the relatives and friends in the cafeteria. The nurses pushed Yi Qianer's father into the hospital, and Li Fan quickly hugged Yi Qianer, who wanted to chase after her in. Don't worry, uncle will be fine after the operation. Yi Qianer nodded while crying, and couldn't help but lean on Li Fan's arms. The four of them came to the operating room and waited. Several hours later, the surgeon came out. Doctor, how is my husband? Aunt Wang rushed over and asked. Don't worry, ma'am. The gentleman is out of danger. He will be discharged after being transferred to the ward to recuperate for a period of time. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. Aunt Wang and Yi Qianer immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Several nurses came out and pushed Wang Defa to the top-notch single room in the hospital. Several people followed closely behind. As soon as they arrived at the ward, Lin Xilian and Aunt Wang were obviously shocked by its luxury. The entire single ward is about 100 square meters in size and is fully equipped with a refrigerator, toilet, and bathroom. The decoration is high-end and classy, and people would believe it is a house in an expensive community. Not to mention that the instruments used here are all high-end brands imported from abroad, and even the hospital beds are smart beds that can be raised in sections. This really doesn't cost money, Xiaofan? Aunt Wang looked at the hospital bed, which looked extremely expensive, and was afraid to go to her husband. Li Fan was just about to tell Aunt Wang not to worry when the dean came into the ward with a group of doctors. The dean bowed deeply to Li Fan and said, "Hello, Boss Li. I've brought the doctors to check on Uncle's post-operative condition." Li Fan nodded calmly, while Lin Xilian and Aunt Wang looked at each other. "Kai Lian, what's Xiaofan doing? Is this hospital his?" "That should be the case. Why does this kid keep everything to himself? He opened such a big hospital but didn't even tell his family. Before, this kid said he was starting a business with his friends, but now he has bought a hospital." Although Lin Xilian was confused at the moment, she couldn't help but sound a little proud. "Mom, Auntie, let's leave this to the doctors and nurses. You've all been traveling so long and haven't had time to eat. Why don't we go to the cafeteria and have something to eat first?" Okay, Xiaofan is still very thoughtful. As Aunt Wang spoke, she glanced at Yi Qianer, who had been sticking to Li Fan since she entered the room. No one knows a girl better than her mother. It was obvious at first glance that this little girl was attracted to Li Fan. "I haven't seen Li Fan for many years, so it's a good opportunity for us to sit down together and get to know each other." The four of them came to the cafeteria on the second floor, and Li Fan asked about the details of the car accident. "Auntie Wang, where is the perpetrator? Why didn't I see him coming with you?" When talking about this matter, Aunt Wang's eyes turned red. "That damn guy hit your Uncle Wang, threw down $1,000 and ran away, saying that he had someone above us and told us not to blackmail him. And the place where the accident happened is at the corner of our community. There is no surveillance at all. I watched him drive away with my own eyes. It's also your Aunt Wang's fault. She is too old and blurry to remember the license plate number at all." Aunt Wang was so excited that she couldn't help but shed tears. Yi Qianer felt so distressed that she hugged her mother. "Son, you have the ability now. If you have a way, please help your Aunt Wang's family investigate. Your Uncle Wang has been injured and it is unknown how long it will take for him to return to work. You must help your Aunt Wang get justice and let them get the compensation they deserve." Lin Xilian's face was filled with indignation. She had always been a kind-hearted person, and when she heard about what had happened to Yi Qianer's family, she was so angry that her teeth were about to break. "Don't worry, Aunt Wang. I will do my best to investigate. And you don't have to worry about finding a lawyer to sue me. I have a dedicated team in my company." Li Fan responded along with his mother's words. "Thank you so much, Xiaofan. You really helped our family so much." When Yi Qianer heard her mother's words, she looked at Li Fan with a moved face. She must do more for Brother Fan in the future to repay his kindness to her family. Directly behind the table where the four were sitting were another doctor, Sun Hang, and the nurse Xiaomei, with whom he had been in contact recently. "Xiaomei, as long as you are with me, I will ask my uncle to promote you to head nurse. So, are you attracted to me?" Sun Hang gave a greasy smile and touched his chin as he spoke, thinking he looked very handsome. However, Xiaomei's eyes kept looking past him and focused on Li Fan's face. Sun Hang found that Xiaomei didn't respond to him for a long time, so he looked in the direction she was looking. Only then did I realize that there was a pretty boy and a few country bumpkins in the cafeteria. What does Xiaomei's look mean? Could it be that she has taken a fancy to this pretty boy? He was immediately furious, stood up and kicked the chair away, and shouted at Li Fan. "Do you know where this is? Private hospitals don't allow shabby country bumpkins like you to come in." When Aunt Wang heard what Sun Hang said, she immediately looked down and checked her clothes in embarrassment. Although she wasn't wearing any branded items, she wasn't sloppy, was she? Lin Xilian immediately fought back. "What do you mean? You are a city dweller, so what? Why do you look down on us?" Hey, this country bumpkin can talk back. "People like you who are an eyesore to the city should be thrown out." Sun Hang was so angry that he jumped up and down, threatening to call the security guard. Li Fan could usually ignore these brainless villains, but if they dared to bully his mother, he would never let them go. Li Fan immediately stood up and grabbed Sun Hang by the collar and said, "Who the hell are you? How dare you yell here?" Sun Hang didn't expect Li Fan to actually take action, and he stood on tiptoe to make threats. "You still want to fight, right? I'm telling you. If you dare to fight, you're dead. I'll definitely get the security guards to catch you and throw you all out." Li Fan sneered when he heard this. "Then I want to see if they dare to come and arrest me." After saying that, Li Fan quickly threw a hook punch and knocked Sun Hang 10 miles away. The other nurses in the restaurant couldn't help but scream. Li Fan wanted to go up and kick him again, but Lin Xilian saw that she had almost finished the job and hurried over to dissuade him. All right, son, just show some respect for yourself. Don't dirty your hands for this kind of person. And what if this guy blackmails you? We can't afford to be with this kind of person." Li Fan knew that his mother was doing this for his own good, but he was strong now and being timid was not his style. "Don't worry, Mom. Even if he has 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to blackmail me." After saying that, Li Fan walked over and slapped Sun Hang a few times. His mouth can only spray fun. If he doesn't fix it, what will he do if it stinks and spreads its stink to other patients? After just 2 hits, Sun Hang's face looked like a pig's head. Chapter 57. The whole industry bans Sun Hang and his son, and transfers 1 million to Yi Qianer on the spot. "How dare you hit me?" Sun Hang covered his face and suddenly felt a bloody taste in his mouth. When he opened his mouth, several front teeth fell out. "Ah! You're dead. I tell you. You're definitely dead this time." Sun Hang immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. "Dad. Come to the cafeteria on the 2nd floor. I've been beaten." "What?" "Wait for me, son. I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Sun Hang raised his pig-like face and tried hard to put on a proud expression. "Just wait for death. My dad will definitely punish you for me." Li Fan found it funny. "Okay, then I'll wait here and see how your good father will give you revenge." After a while, a middle-aged man in hospital gown walked over quickly. Li Fan couldn't help but complain. He is such a filial son. He wants to move out even though his father is in such a state. The man was cursing, but his eyes were looking around. "Son. Where are you? Who bullied you? Come out here." When Sun Hang heard his father's voice, he quickly got up from the ground with difficulty. "Dad. Dad, I'm here, Dad." When the man saw Sun Hang's pig-headed face on the ground, he hesitated for a few seconds visibly, as if he was trying to confirm whether this inhuman guy was his son. "Son. How did you get beaten like this? Who is it? Come out now." "Dad. It's him. He's the one who beat me up like this." Sun Hang pointed his finger directly at Li Fan. Sun Guoliang looked in the direction and saw Li Fan, and he immediately became furious. "Boy. You are the one who bullied my son. Who gave you the courage? No one needs to give it to him. He is a bad-mouthed man and deserves a beating. I am kind enough to help you educate your son. You should be thanking me." When Sun Guoliang heard what Li Fan said, he became very angry. Sharp-tongued. "Do you know who I am? I live in the VIP ward here. Do you know what a Credit Suisse VIP ward is? It costs hundreds of thousands a night. And I'm staying in the top VIP ward. Only someone as prestigious and noble as me can enjoy such a privilege." "The top ward?" Li Fan sneered. "Since you said you were staying in the top room, then I would like to ask you, where did you put the supreme ward?" Sun Guoliang immediately laughed loudly. "Are you stupid? Is the value of the supreme ward something that someone like you can mention? Because of its rarity, no one has been able to stay in the supreme ward over the years. It's amazing that you even know about the existence of the supreme ward. Unfortunately, just knowing it can't increase your status." Aunt Wang, who was listening to the conversation between the two, couldn't help but mutter. "But I just saw that the words on my wife's ward were supreme ward." Sun Guoliang heard Aunt Wang's whispers and immediately looked disdainful. "You are a country bumpkin, still daydreaming here? Why didn't you tell me that you have already bought this private hospital? And you are staying in the supreme ward? I think you must have lost your mind." Sun Guoliang cursed and turned around to see Sun Hang, who was swollen from being beaten. "Why the hell am I talking to you about this? Boy, you hit my son, don't think you can just change the subject. Do you know who my brother is here? I just need to tell him, and you won't be able to stay here any longer. Li Fan was curious about who was backing this man, allowing him to be so arrogant and even let his own son go around making trouble. Oh? Tell me, who is your good brother? Sun Guoliang snorted coldly, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he was kicked away by the dean who came rushing over. The nurse Xiaomei was so frightened that she quickly spoke out to stop him. Dean! He's still a patient. The dean quickly retracted his foot and ran to Li Fan to apologize. I'm so sorry, Boss Li. These people have disturbed the peace of you and your family. The dean was shaking uncontrollably as he spoke, and he tried to give a look to Sun Guoliang, who was kicked down behind him. However, Sun Guoliang was kicked so hard that he was dizzy. He stood up and asked, Boss Li? How can this pretty boy be a boss? Dean, please tell me which company he is the boss of. How dare he bully my son like this? The dean couldn't tolerate it anymore. He had given Sun Guoliang such obvious signals to stop making trouble, but he still didn't know how to read the situation. He shouted, Boss Li. He is the new boss of our Ruixin private hospital. The big boss of the hospital you are working in now. The whole restaurant suddenly fell into silence. This young and handsome man is actually the boss of this top private hospital in Shanghai. The nurses' mouths dropped open in shock. Sun Guoliang froze, and the hand that was holding the dean's trouser leg loosened weakly. Sun Hang blinked in fear, his eyes swollen into a line from being beaten. The dean raised his hand and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Dean, I believe you should know how to deal with this, right? Li Fan looked at him coldly, his tone as cold as ice. I understand, Boss Li. The dean immediately turned around and announced to everyone. Dr. Sun Hang from our hospital has been provoking trouble and damaging the hospital's image. He has been fired and his medical license has been revoked. He will be banned from the entire industry. Sun Guoliang, as a patient, disregarded the hospital rules. His right to use the VIP ward will be revoked immediately. He will never be allowed to step into Credit Suisse again. At the same time, all business cooperation between our hospital and Sun Guoliang's company will be cancelled. Any staff of our hospital is strictly prohibited from having any private dealings with Sun Guoliang. Sun Guoliang is the small boss of a medical device company, and his main partner is Credit Suisse. Now that Credit Suisse has cancelled the cooperation, the market will certainly think that there is something wrong with Sun Guoliang's device company. It can be said that the termination of the contract ostensibly refers to a single Credit Suisse hospital, but in reality it is a ban on the entire industry. It's over, it's all over. Sun Guoliang regretted it so much that he turned around and hugged Sun Hang and cried. After saying everything, the dean came to Li Fan to ask for instructions. Boss Li, are you satisfied with this? Li Fan glanced at him indifferently. It's okay, but I hope the dean will stop dealing with shady people and ruining the reputation of our hospital. The dean knew that Li Fan was pointing at him, so he lowered his head and promised. I will definitely keep Boss Li's words in mind. The young nurses who witnessed the whole process were blushing and looking at Li Fan with stars in their eyes. Our boss is so handsome. I don't know if he has a girlfriend. The trouble was solved. Li Fan took out his mobile phone and transferred 1 million to Yi Qian'er's account. Alipay has received 1 million yuan. Suddenly, a loud reminder sound echoed throughout the cafeteria. Aunt Wang and Lin Xilian looked at Yi Qian'er in shock. Chapter 58, at least 50 billion, spend the money to get a pedestrian street. Qian'er, what's going on? How come someone suddenly transferred 1 million to you? We can't just take so much money from others. Aunt Wang quickly pulled Yi Qian'er over and asked. Lin Xilian also looked at Yi Qian'er with curiosity. Yi Qian'er looked at her mother, then at Lin Xilian, and stuck out her tongue to reveal the name of the person who transferred the money. It was Brother Fan who transferred it. Wang Xiaofan and Lin Xilian immediately turned to Li Fan in shock. Oh, Xiaofan. This won't work. You've already helped us so much, why are you giving Qian'er so much money? Xiaofan's mother, please try to persuade Xiaofan. This young man has a lot of places to spend money now. Even if he has a lot of money, he can't spend it like this. Wang Xiaofan was shocked when she found out that the money was given by Li Fan. How come Xiaofan is so rich now? Even the betrothal gift can't be so much. It's really scary when young people show off their wealth. Lin Xilian's expression was also a little complicated, and she pulled Li Fan aside. Son, I know you have a good heart, and I, your mother, also think that fellow villagers should help each other more, but aren't you giving too much? Lin Xilian, whose family originally had an annual income of nearly 100,000 yuan, said that it would take more than 10 years to save up 1 million yuan. Although she is a helpful person, she can't help but feel a little distressed when she hears about so much money. Li Fan couldn't help but smile when he saw his mother's look. Mom, do you know how much money I have at the very least right now? Lin Xilian didn't know why her son suddenly asked such a question, so she carefully guessed. 5 million? Li Fan shook his head. Mom, guess a little bigger. Guess bigger? 50 million? Li Fan shook his head again. Son, are you sure you heard me correctly? 50 million is not enough? Mom, just feel free to guess. Lin Xilian hardened her heart and guessed again. 500 million. However, what responded to her was Li Fan shaking his head from side to side. Lin Xilian's entire face was filled with disbelief. She had already mustered up 10 times the courage to guess 500 million just now. Can you guess further? Son, tell me the truth, have you done anything wrong? Did you rob a bank? Seeing that his mother seemed really worried, Li Fan almost laughed out loud. Mom, guess 2 more and we'll be there. 50 billion. Lin Xilian's entire face was shaking wildly from shouting out such an outrageous number. However, even with such a number, Li Fan nodded. Oh my goodness. Lin Xilian almost lost her balance. She knew that her son was making money before, but she never thought he could make this much. Son, you really didn't do anything illegal. Li Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry, Mom. Really? All the money was earned cleanly. It's just borrowing some power from metaphysics. Lin Xilian breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Li Fan's words. She knew her son well. She had asked him so many times, and what Li Fan said would not be a lie. Lin Xilian instantly lost her previous heartache and tension, and her whole face was filled with smiles. Then Li Fan came to Wang Xiaofan again. Xianer's mother. Just let Xianer take the 1 million without any worries. Without your consent, Xianer wouldn't dare to take it. When Wang Xiaofan saw that Lin Xilian not only did not take the money back, but also asked her to let Xianer accept it, her face showed confusion and surprise. Oh, it's only 1 million. You guys have been here taking care of Xianer's dad for a while, so don't tire yourself out. This little money is just enough to buy whatever you want to eat or play with. Lin Xilian is a simple and honest mother after all. She couldn't hide her inner joy when she knew her son was so rich, and she couldn't help but show a little pride in her words, but she meant well after all. Yes, Aunt Wang, I transferred this money to Xianer for you to use during your stay in Shanghai. Just accept it and don't refuse. Well, okay then. Seeing that the two of them tried to persuade her in every way, Wang Xiaofan had no choice but to let Yi Xianer accept it. Xianer, why don't you thank Aunt Lin and your brother Fan? Lin Xianer did as she was told. Thank you Aunt Lin, thank you brother Fan. After saying this, she secretly gave Li Fan a look that only the two of them could understand. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the hidden wealth distribution task. Obtained Jinshui Pedestrian Street. Jinshui Pedestrian Street is a well-known tourist street in Shanghai. There are many specialty restaurants and clothing stores on both sides of the street. Although the annual revenue is not much, it is still tens of billions. After finishing his work at the hospital, Li Fan came to Jinshui Pedestrian Street alone. At this time, on the Jinshui Pedestrian Street, 4 young and beautifully dressed girls were walking and talking on the road. By the way, are you still in touch with other people in the class? That was all in elementary school. Apart from the few of us who are close friends, there is no chance for us to run into our former classmates. Really? Oh, it's a bit of a pity when I think about it. There was a boy in my class who confessed his love to me before. I don't know how he is doing now. Oh my, someone is beginning to feel sexually aroused. Lu Xiyu, one of the 4 girls, began to tease the girl who had just said she missed her male classmates. Suddenly, she changed the subject and turned to Xia Huimei beside her and asked. By the way, Huimei, didn't you like your little deskmate in the past? How is it? Are you still in touch now? I remember now, his name seems to be something like Li Fan, right? Lu Xiyu approached Xia Huimei with a gossipy smile on her face. Oh, it's been so many years, and you're still making fun of me. Xia Huimei did like her little deskmate before, but so many years have passed and she might have already married and had children. Some things may eventually become regrets. Xia Huimei thought about it and took a few more steps with a few close friends. Suddenly, a figure with extraordinary temperament attracted her attention. The man turned around, his face was very handsome, yet inexplicably familiar to Xia Huimei. It can't be him. Li Fan? Xia Huimei stopped and asked Li Fan in confusion. Li Fan looked at the girl who called him. She had eyes as big as grapes, and every facial feature on her palm-sized face was very three-dimensional, and there was also a sense of intimacy. Who are you? Are you really Li Fan? Xia Huimei shouted excitedly, and her best friend, who had been walking a few steps faster than her, turned around and looked at her. Chapter 59, Encountering a Female Classmate from Elementary School, and Encountering a Malicious Business War on the Pedestrian Street. I'm Xia Huimei, your deskmate in elementary school. Do you still remember me? Looking at those bright big eyes, Li Fan's thoughts seemed to be pulled back to more than 10 years ago. It turns out to be you. My little deskmate. Li Fan reached out and rubbed Xia Huimei's head like he did when they were children. After seeing Li Fan's appearance clearly, the three best friends all looked surprised. Because the man in front of me is so handsome. What are you doing standing there? This is Li Fan. Xia Huimei shouted to them excitedly. Li Fan. The three of them looked at each other, as they had just mentioned this name. As a result, I met the real person. This is such a coincidence. Li Fan looked at them, and some memories emerged in his mind. He remembered these people. Xia Huimei and three other girls used to be a famous small group in the class. Because of their good academic performance and good looks, the four of them were very famous in the entire grade. I didn't expect that you four are still hanging out together now. What an enviable friendship. Li Fan couldn't help but sigh that the sincere friendship of school days is rare nowadays. So you are Li Fan. Long time no see, old classmate. Lu Siyu greeted cheerfully, then looked at Xia Huimei with a smile. My good sister's love luck has come, so of course I have to give her a good assist. By the way, didn't you two just say you wanted to go hang out over there? Lu Siyu quickly glanced at her two best friends, then took their hands and said to Li Fan. Li Fan, the three of us have our own things to buy, could you please accompany Huimei to shop for a while first? Of course Xia Huimei knew what Lu Siyu was thinking, and she couldn't help but feel shy. No problem. Li Fan readily agreed. The three of them left, and Li Fan and Xia Huimei walked around chatting. There were little gadgets that girls liked on both sides of the street. Seeing that Xia Huimei seemed to be very interested in each one, Li Fan smiled indifferently. Emmy, just take whatever you like and remember my name. It's okay, I can buy it myself. Now we are all working class, and the little money we have is barely enough to support ourselves. Besides, Li Fan hadn't seen her for so many years, so how could she have the nerve to spend his money as soon as they met? But Li Fan acted as if he didn't care about money in front of her. Could it be that he had a crush on her? Xia Huimei's face turned redder as she imagined it. I was distracted while walking and didn't notice an electric bike coming straight towards me. Careful. Li Fan was quick to pull Xia Huimei into his arms. The electric car braked suddenly and almost hit Xia Huimei. Are you okay? Only then did Xia Huimei come to her senses and found herself in Li Fan's arms. It's okay, it's okay. I'm really sorry. I was just thinking about work and my mind wandered a little. Li Fan helped Xia Huimei up, and the latter jumped out of his arms embarrassedly. Li Fan frowned. How could there be electric cars passing through such a crowded pedestrian street? What do the managers here do for a living? What if other guests are hurt? Is the management here so sloppy? No, I have to call the management here. Xia Huimei didn't expect Li Fan to care about her so much, so she quickly stopped him and said. Forget it, Li Fan. It's not easy for the staff here either. I'm not injured. I'm fine. Emmy, you don't have to persuade me anymore, this is a serious problem. Li Fan was filled with worries about the future reputation of the pedestrian street. He had no idea of the pink bubble Xia Huimei was feeling for him. The two came to the management shed. Li Fan called the administrator out and was about to scold him. The administrator immediately knelt down to Li Fan, crying and shouting. Boss! You're finally here. Li Fan and Xia Huimei looked confused. Li Fan wondered why the administrator reacted like that to him. Xia Huimei's confusion turned into deep shock. It turns out that Li Fan is the boss here. So what he just did was. Thinking of her own self-indulgent inner drama just now, Xia Huimei suddenly wanted to find a hole to bury her head in. Fortunately, she didn't say anything weird in front of Li Fan just now, otherwise she would have probably dug a 3-story castle with her toes. I haven't even come to ask you for an explanation, but you're already crying. Speak nicely and explain to me what's going on with the few electric bikes that occasionally appear on the pedestrian street. The administrator raised his tearful eyes. Boss, this is exactly what I want to report to you. Some time ago, a company called Xingyi intended to open another pedestrian street next to ours to steal our business, so they secretly teamed up with the people in charge of this intersection and put the green light at the south gate of our pedestrian street. Many citizens who didn't know the situation took a shortcut through our road. And their company won't let us take the green light away. They said we'll have something bad to suffer if we take it away. We really have no other choice, boss. The administrator was in tears and seemed to be really forced into a desperate situation. Li Fan didn't expect that there would be such an operation. Is this just a plain and simple business war? They dare to do these things on my territory. I think they don't want to keep their company open anymore. Xia Huimei, who was standing by, became thoughtful when she heard the name Xingyi Company. The company of the blind date that her parents had arranged for her to go on seemed to be called this name. She couldn't bear the thought of that fat and big-eared man. I didn't expect that person to have such a bad character. Although Li Fan is the boss of Jinshuwei Pedestrian Street, he is likely to suffer a loss when facing Xingyi Company, which has a backer. Li Fan, I have met the boss of this company before. He does seem to be quite powerful. Otherwise, you'd better not confront him head-on. Don't worry Huimei, there's no one I can't deal with. After hearing what Li Fan said, Xia Huimei became even more worried. Li Fan was no match for that shameless pig-headed man. Hey! How did you two end up here while strolling around? Lu Xiyu and the other 3 passed by here and saw Xia Huimei and Li Fan, who had very outstanding appearances. How's it going? Have you made any substantial progress with your lover? Lu Xiyu immediately flashed to Xia Huimei's side and asked in a low voice. Don't talk nonsense about Xiyu. You keep bringing up things from our childhood. Although Xia Huimei tried hard to sound blaming, Lu Xiyu noticed the shy look in her eyes when she looked at Li Fan. Chapter 60 invites Xia Huimei and other 3 people to dinner, and the identity of boss Li Fan is exposed. Lu Xiyu couldn't help but complain in her heart. Oh, no wonder Huimei has been single for so many years. Her mouth is harder than a rock. But no matter how much we complain, we can't lose the love between good sisters. Oh, it's so late now. It's almost time to go eat. Li Fan, do you want to come with us? Let's just treat it as a reunion with old friends, how about it? I have no objection to the beauties inviting me. How about this, why don't you just let me be the host? Xia Huimei still wanted to stop Li Fan, but Lu Xiyu quickly suppressed her hand. You are so stupid. This is the perfect time for us to examine your ideal husband. Why are you stopping us from treating you? Okay, thank you for your help. 10 minutes later, the 5 people arrived at Yunshan Hotel. As soon as we entered the door, the hotel manager came to greet us. Hello, Mr. Li. There are 5 of you in total, right? Li Fan nodded. Guests, please come this way. Lu Xiyu, who had been holding Xia Huimei's arm, heard the hotel manager call her boss and quickly asked Xia Huimei. Why does the manager here still call him boss? Maybe it's because he's the owner of Jinshuwei Pedestrian Street. What? Lu Xiyu couldn't help but scream, causing all the customers in the restaurant to turn around and look at her. She could only nod and apologize with an apologetic look on her face. You said Li Fan is the owner of Jinshuwei Pedestrian Street? Yeah, what's wrong? Xia Huimei looked puzzled. It was just a pedestrian street. It should be worth only tens of millions. Although there are many people compared to her, but in a place like Shanghai, her level is indeed average. My sister, do you know that the net profit of Jinshuwei Pedestrian Street alone reached 2 billion last year? Lu Xiyu's career is related to finance, and she knows more about these asset information than others. What? Xia Huimei couldn't help but yell, causing the people around her to become impatient again. Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? You're great. If you don't do it, you can just not do it. But if you do it, you get such a rich son-in-law. That's still some progress. Lu Siyu continued to tease Xia Huimei. However, Xia Huimei's mood was completely confused at this time. Realizing that the gap between herself and Li Fan was as huge as the Great Rift Valley in East Africa, she suddenly decided to back down. How could she be so naive? It was obvious that Li Fan's temperament was not that of an ordinary person. I actually wanted to use such an insignificant friendship in elementary school to get close to Li Fan. I was so stupid. However, Lu Siyu clamped her down and said, "Auntie, since you are here, you should find out more about the situation first before considering your unnecessary plans. After all, you've been the school beauty wherever you go for so many years. You're definitely a good match for him in terms of looks, okay? Relax." Xia Huimei had no choice but to nod her head resignedly. Since they were already here, they might as well finish their meal first. The hotel manager took them to the black gold box, which was not open to the public. As soon as you enter, the luxurious decoration decorated with obsidian almost blinds your eyes. The marble dining table is already filled with various lobsters and abalones. The black gold box does not allow a la carte dishes, but all the dishes available in the restaurant will be served, and there are even a few dishes that are exclusively for this box. Everyone, just eat it and don't let it get cold. Li Fan quickly asked everyone to sit down. The dishes Li Fan eats in his own villa are all specially prepared by top chefs, so even though Yunxiang restaurant itself is very famous, Li Fan does feel that the taste here is slightly inferior. Xia Huimei looked at the table full of delicacies, repeating in her mind what Li Fan had just said. Just eat it. If this is considered compromise, then what they usually eat is just leftovers. Is this the gap between elementary school classmates? Finally, everyone sat down. At the dinner table, Li Fan learned that several girls had agreed to work together in Shanghai after graduating from college. Now we live together and life is very comfortable. Lu Siyu works as a financial consultant in a commercial bank, Xia Huimei works as a graphic designer in an advertising company, and the other two girls opened a Taobao store together. By the way, Li Fan, what do you do now? Seeing that Xia Huimei was still in a daze and didn't know how to ask more questions, Lu Siyu quickly took action. As you can see, I'm the owner of this restaurant, and I also have a bunch of other businesses. What? This restaurant is yours too? Lu Siyu screamed. If it was true, then Li Fan's wealth was absolutely unimaginable. If this wasn't a reunion dinner among old friends, she would have wanted to sell her bank's products to Li Fan. Xia Huimei, who was sitting next to him, became even more uneasy after hearing this. Why is Li Fan's identity getting more and more revealed? So, do you have a girlfriend? Lu Siyu then asked while the iron was hot. Li Fan thought about it seriously. I think so. No. Did you hear that? He said he doesn't have a girlfriend. You better seize the opportunity. Lu Siyu said excitedly in Xia Huimei's ear, completely ignoring the 4 words should be considered. With such a top-notch rich man, what more could you ask for? What a coincidence. Our Huimei doesn't have a boyfriend right now. As Lu Siyu spoke, she quietly pushed Xia Huimei towards Li Fan so that the two of them could be closer. Having said that, Li Fan of course saw that Lu Siyu wanted to bring him and Xia Huimei together. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, but Xia Huimei beside him was still extremely nervous. And let me tell you, our Huimei is in such a pity. Last time, her parents introduced her to a blind date with a guy, but that guy kept pestering Huimei. If our Huimei had met her Mr. Right, she probably wouldn't have so many troubles. That's right. The other 2 best friends also echoed. There's actually such a thing? Huimei, if someone bothers you in the future, just come to me directly. I can easily help you deal with someone. This was the first time someone made such a promise to Xia Huimei. All the men who pursued her in the past were just talking big and running away faster than her when something really happened. She was deeply moved and raised her glass to drink it all to give herself courage. Thank you, Li Fan. The 4 girls were very satisfied with the meal. After dinner, Li Fan drove his Pagani to take them back to the community where they shared an apartment. Emmy, they are both a little drunk. I'll take them upstairs first. You and Li Fan haven't seen each other for a long time, so you can talk more in the car. Lu Siyu pretended to speak to Li Fan and Xia Huimei normally, and secretly gave Xia Huimei a look. Xia Huimei had just drunk a lot of wine. After hearing Lu Siyu's words, she nodded with a blushing face. Chapter 61, Xia Huimei confessed after drinking, acquired Xingyi Company and developed 2 streets. Taking advantage of the alcohol, Xia Huimei became much bolder than when she was sober. Li Fan, did you have a crush on someone when you were in elementary school? She turned her head and asked Li Fan, her eyes wet and sparkling. Why do you suddenly ask such a question? It's been so long, I have to think about it carefully. Li Fan began to think. He was a complete straight boy in elementary school and didn't even know what love was. No. Xia Huimei hadn't expected to hear her name from him, and the answer no was much better than saying the same answer as other girls. But, I do. Xia Huimei's excited tone actually made Li Fan feel like he was back in elementary school. He was curious. Oh? Who is it? Xia Huimei suddenly fell silent, and then whispered in Li Fan's ear mysteriously. I'm telling you this in secret, you can't tell anyone else. Li Fan couldn't help but smile. Okay, I promise not to tell anyone. Xia Huimei was very satisfied to hear Li Fan's assurance, and leaned close to Li Fan's ear and said, Actually, it's you, my deskmate. And I will definitely help you. After saying this, Xia Huimei fell drunk and buried her head in Li Fan's shoulder. What a silly girl. You're so grown up, but you only dare to express your love when you're drunk. But what is she going to do to help herself? Li Fan suddenly felt excited and amused. He shook Xia Huimei gently, but she had already fallen into a deep sleep. There was no other choice, so Li Fan had to carry her upstairs directly. The next morning, Xia Huimei woke up with a headache that felt like it was about to explode. She didn't remember what she said in the car last night, but she remembered that she wanted to help Li Fan. Soon, she found a number on her phone and dialed. Are you free? See you later at the cafe near your company. An hour later, Xia Huimei came to the cafe. The man she had invited arrived early, with his hair combed back and sitting by the window. This man was her previous blind date and one of the partners of Xingyi company that disrupted traffic on Jinshui pedestrian street Chenwei. You're here, Emmy. Chenwei stood up attentively and pulled a chair for Xia Huimei. Mr. Chen, I came to see you today because I have something serious to discuss with you. I will leave after I finish speaking and I won't drink the coffee. Xia Huimei calmly pushed the coffee that Chenwei ordered for her away, and it was obvious that she didn't want to have anything to do with him. Chenwei's expression suddenly turned ugly. Although he was indeed attracted by Xia Huimei's face, his patience was almost exhausted after seeing this woman reject him again and again. Besides marriage, what else is there between us? Mr. Chen, did you send someone to block the traffic on Jinshui pedestrian street? Xia Huimei asked bluntly. Chenwei looked puzzled. Our company wants to develop a new pedestrian street nearby. It's normal to use some means, right? Besides, what does this have to do with you, Miss Xia? Don't you think your actions are too despicable? My friend's pedestrian street is now in a mess because of you. I hope you can stop as soon as possible, otherwise it will get out of hand and it will be embarrassing for everyone. Your friend? Are you saying that the owner of Jinshui pedestrian street is your friend? That's right, so I came to you privately today and hope you can stop. Mr. Chen, we are acquainted after all, and I hope you can do this for my sake and stop doing this. If Chenwei remembered correctly, it was rumored that the new owner of Jinshui pedestrian street was a young man. So Xia Huimei is asking him to cancel his arrangement for another man? Chenwei was furious, but suddenly he had an idea. He smiled obscenely. I can agree to Miss Xia's request. Real. Xia Huimei was overjoyed. She thought she would have to spend some time talking, but she didn't expect Chenwei to agree so immediately. It seems that I had wronged him before. Actually, he is not that bad. However, I want you, Miss Xia, to be on good terms with me before I call back the people I sent to interfere. How about it? Miss Xia won't disagree with this request, right? Chenwei showed a lewd smile on his face, and his eyes couldn't stop glancing at the cool parts of Xia Huimei's body. He wouldn't be so stupid as to change his business arrangements because of a woman. Not only will he not take back his arrangement, he will also take advantage of Xia Huimei completely. Xia Huimei's eyes widened with surprise. She didn't expect Chenwei to take advantage of someone's misfortune to make such a request. Don't promise him. While Xia Huimei was still conducting an emergency brainstorming session, Li Fan's voice came from the main entrance of the cafe. Everyone looked in that direction and saw Li Fan, who was as dazzling as a god descending from heaven. Today he was wearing a well-cut, high-quality suit, looking very elite. The girls who were originally chattering about gossip suddenly focused their topic on Li Fan. Damn it, I'm talking to someone here, who cares if they don't have eyes and mess up my plans? Chenwei slammed the table and looked at Li Fan. However, next to Li Fan was another partner of their Xingyi company. Li Fan sneered. I have already acquired your company. Am I qualified to speak in front of you with this status? His eyes were directed straight at Chen Wei, sharp and with the majesty of a superior. Acquisition. Chen Wei looked incredulous. At this time, another partner next to Li Fan came over with a contract and slammed it hard on the table in front of Chen Wei. Chen Wei, you have to see clearly that Li Fan is now the sole boss of our company, and after consultation with other partners, you have been dismissed. This is impossible. This is impossible. Chen Wei quickly grabbed the contract to check it out, but the black and white words on it already told him all the answers. Li Fan quickly walked to the table and embraced Xia Huimei to protect her. Now that you've seen it clearly, get out of here. You should be thankful that you didn't do anything to Huimei just now, or else I wouldn't dare to do anything to you, and you wouldn't lose any limbs. At a glance from Li Fan, another partner immediately picked up Chen Wei from his seat and escorted him out of the cafe. Li Fan, why are you here? Everything happened so fast that Xia Huimei didn't come to her senses until she saw Chen Wei being dragged away. Originally, I went to their company today to handle the acquisition. After that, I wanted to have a drink with their partners, but I saw Chen Wei making things difficult for you. Acquire? Why do you want to acquire them? They treated you like that. Chapter 62. Wei Xiaowei sends another challenge. Will Li Fan go on stage personally to defeat the bank? Li Fan picked up the coffee and took a sip and said, it is because of what they did to my pedestrian street that I want to use their achievements for myself. In this way, both pedestrian streets are mine, and naturally they both make money for me. There will be no so-called competition. In this way, the scale of the pedestrian street can be expanded. Why not do it? After listening to Li Fan's explanation, Xia Huimei finally understood the underlying truth. It turns out that big bosses like you have a clear view of things. Fortunately, I didn't mess it up. Xia Huimei muttered in a low voice in dismay. Only then did Li Fan realize that when the girl said she would help him last night, she was referring to this matter. Emmy, I'm very grateful that you took the initiative to use your strength to help me, but don't forget to protect yourself, otherwise I, your old classmate, will feel bad if anything happens to you. Is it just because of the relationship between old classmates that she feels bad? Xia Huimei didn't know why she felt a little disappointed. Suddenly, she remembered that she seemed to have spent some time alone with Li Fan in the car last night. Li Fan, last night I. Before Xia Huimei could even utter the question, did I say anything that I shouldn't have said, the client called her and urged her to hand in the manuscript. Sorry Li Fan, my client is rushing me. Let's meet next time when we are free. Xia Huimei had no choice but to say goodbye to Li Fan in a hurry. Li Fan returned to the gymnasium. He felt a little guilty about not joining everyone for the celebration party after the last game. So this time he brought a lot of delicious and fun gifts for everyone. However, the atmosphere on the playground was a little depressing. What's wrong with everyone? Li Fan asked Yin Kir. Yin Kor sighed and handed the letter of challenge in her hand to Li Fan. Wei Xiaowei is clamoring to play again, and he also said that if we don't agree, he will spread rumors to discredit our team. Li Fan couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. Don't worry, everyone. With me here, he can't discredit our team in the slightest. When the players heard this, they all looked up, their eyes filled with hope of regaining what they had lost. Ding! Trigger mission: if you win the game as a player, you will get 60% of the shares of China Construction Bank. Li Fan? He just told everyone not to worry. Well, everyone, let's just worry about it. We can accept their invitation to compete and use it as a chance to learn from each other. Everyone? Since the boss has said so, let's all cheer up. Let's train hard and prepare for the battle. Yin Kir knew that the players had just finished a game and had not yet fully recovered physically and mentally, so she had to try her best to comfort them. No, you don't have to practice too seriously. Just practice casually like you normally do. Just treat it as fun. Everyone was full of questions again. Li Fan wants them to fight again, but doesn't he require them to practice hard? Yin Kor was also very confused. Boss, based on my understanding of Wei Xiaowei, he must have replaced his teammates with stronger ones this time, which is why he took the initiative to challenge us. We narrowly won last time. If we don't practice hard, we might not have any chance of winning at all. Anyway, just eat well, rest well, and relax. I'll make arrangements when the time comes. Li Fan comforted again. Well, all right then. Although Inkir didn't know what Li Fan was up to, she just had to follow her boss's orders. A week later, the date for the match with Wei Xiaowei arrived. In order to avenge his last defeat, Wei Xiaowei specially chose the largest football stadium in Shanghai as the venue for the competition. Many amateur fans came here to see what kind of team could make Wei Xiaowei so excited. As Inkir expected, Wei Xiaowei made a major change to the team. All the players playing this time are new faces. I heard that they were poached from other excellent teams. Among them, a blonde-haired and blue-eyed foreigner stood out particularly. He was nearly 2 meters tall and stood like a giant among the crowd. On Li Fan's team, everyone was feeling very nervous. Everyone, relax. Just warm up in the first game and play casually. The main thing is to let them expose their weaknesses. Li Fan gave instructions to everyone. Got it, boss. Although they were nervous, the players boosted their morale and decisively went on the field. The result was not surprising at all. Li Fan's team suffered a crushing defeat in the first half. The audience was filled with boos. What? I thought Boss Wei was making such a big show to have the battle of the century. Their opponents are too weak. They are no match for Boss Wei's team at all. That's right, give me back my ticket money. What a rubbish team. Go down, go down. For a moment, the entire audience was filled with complaints and full of malice towards Li Fan's team. Wei Xiaowei looked very proud. He didn't expect that Li Fan's team didn't replace anyone. The last game ended not long ago, and the players' condition couldn't be good, not to mention that they met the strong team he had specially formed. Humph, amateurs are amateurs. How can such people lead a good team? Last time they were lucky enough to win against our team, but they won't be so lucky this time. Boss Wei is right. How can such a rubbish team be compared with our team? The new football coach stood next to Wei Xiaowei and immediately complimented him. On the other side, the members of Li Fan's team were in extremely low spirits at this time. Inkir wanted to say something to comfort them, but found that she couldn't say anything. Because of this situation, everyone knew that they had no possibility and no strength to turn defeat into victory. How's everyone's rest? I'll replace Archie in the second half. Li Fan changed into his team uniform and came out, instantly scaring his teammates and Inkir. Brother Fan, you want to go on stage? Inkir looked incredulous. She had never heard that Li Fan could play football. Li Fan nodded. Boss, I know you're worried that we'll lose confidence if we think we can't beat Wei Xiaowei. Don't worry, we will fight to the end. You really don't have to go on the field with us. Ajin spoke out to dissuade him. Several team members nodded repeatedly. They all thought that their boss could not play football and this move should be to boost their morale. Why are you all still stopping me? Don't worry. I'll go on the court just as I say in the second half. Come on, everyone. Li Fan stretched out his hand and waited for them to put their hands over it. The team members looked at each other, but they had no choice but to follow their boss's wishes. Since the boss has risked his life to accompany them, they naturally have to fight with all their might. 1, 2, 3. Come on. Dozens of hands fell at the same time, and the whistle on the court was blown at the right time. The second half of the game officially begins. Chapter 63, a flying kick across the entire half court, with incredible skill shocking the entire audience. To boost morale, Li Fan and several players went onto the court together. Because the audience's attention was no longer on Li Fan's team, no one noticed that they had replaced their team members. Instead, it was his arch-rival Wei Xiaowei who spotted at a glance that the new player was actually Li Fan. This is hilarious. It seems like their team is really at their wits' end. They are so pitiful that they have to ask their own boss to play in person. Wei Xiaowei sneered, as if he had foreseen Li Fan's humiliating appearance. This is even better. Let him personally experience the feeling of being beaten up by my favorite generals. Let's see if he dares to act arrogantly in front of me again. Wei Xiaowei was in a good mood. He comfortably supported the railing behind him with both hands, ready to enjoy the scene of Li Fan's defeat. At this time, Li Fan went onto the court and estimated the size of the entire field and the position of each player. It's so easy. From now on, I just need to be a good helper to my teammates. When the game started, the players were all focused on the game in front of them, and no one noticed Li Fan, who was quickly moving around. Soon, the audience in the auditorium suddenly noticed a strange scene. In Li Fan's team, whenever the players are in a critical coordination position, there is always a figure who fills in the position quickly and accurately, like an efficient middle hub, easily connecting every difficult to coordinate place. But because the speed was so fast, even the players on the field did not realize where the smoothness of their direct cooperation came from. Just now, did something flash by? A player asked Ajin beside him puzzledly. Everyone on the court stopped in confusion, and the opponent team, who didn't know why points were always taken away, also looked puzzled. Li Fan's fast-moving figure immediately appeared in everyone's eyes. Why did you all stop suddenly? At this time, Li Fan was in the midfield and received the ball from his teammate. Seeing that no one was moving, he simply shot the ball himself. With a powerful flying kick, Li Fan actually kicked the ball into the opponent's goal at an extremely high speed across the entire half-court. Wah! What? There was an explosion of cheers from the audience. What kind of terrifying leg strength is this? Am I seeing right? It spans the entire half-court. And what the hell is that speed? Did you see it just now? The goalkeeper of Wei Xiao's team didn't react at all. For a moment, Li Fan's performance quickly ignited the passion of the entire audience. The audience, who had already lost confidence in Li Fan's team, put down their mobile phones and began to concentrate on the battle situation on the court, for fear of missing any exciting confrontation. On the other side, Wei Xiaohui's expression was also a little shocked. Who is this Li Fan? How can there be such ball skills? And judging from the situation just now, the big guy in his team may not be his opponent. His eyes gradually became fierce, and he was frantically thinking of countermeasures in his mind. On the court, the players of Li Fan's team all looked dazed. That ball just now was kicked by our boss. My goodness, why form a football team with such a level of strength? He can totally take on an entire team by himself. Now that they have a master like the boss on the court, it will be difficult for them to lose. The players' faces were visibly excited and happy, and they began to return to their positions and concentrate on the game. The big foreigner not far from them stared at Li Fan with a fierce look on his face that looked like water could drip out of it. With Li Fan's top-notch positioning and the good tacit understanding among the team members. In the second half, Li Fan's team won easily and tied the game. A large number of people in the audience have already defected to Li Fan's team, which makes Wei Xiaohui very angry. Li Fan followed the team members back to the rest area. Boss, your football skills are incredible. That's right. With you here, we can't lose at all. Unlike the gloom of the previous game, the players were obviously in a good mood after winning this game. They would talk and laugh and joke. Ian Kerr handed a bottle of sports drink to Li Fan. Brother Fan, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Why haven't I heard you say you can play football before? Ian Kerr was puzzled. With Li Fan's ability, she could definitely become a top player, so why did she go through so much trouble to form a team? The strength of one person is just one person at best. Football is a cooperative sport. In my heart, personal glory is far less important than training an excellent team. Li Fan replied. Ian Kerr nodded as if she understood, maybe this is what the strong pursue. At this time, Wei Xiaohui's team was in the rest area. Everyone looked unhappy. After the last round, are you confident that you can defeat that new guy? Wei Xiaohui asked while trying to suppress his displeasure. These people were recruited from other teams with great difficulty, so naturally he couldn't yell at them as he pleased as before. However, the team members just lowered their heads and did not answer him. A cab, you say? Wei Xiaohui turned his gaze to the foreigner. However, he just glanced at Wei Xiaohui and said nothing. With so many of you, isn't there anyone who can beat that loser? Wei Xiaohui was so angry that he unconsciously raised his voice by several degrees. In that case, just do as I say. Wei Xiaohui asked a few people to come closer and explained his plan in an almost inaudible voice. When the overtime started, Li Fan's team was full of confidence and quickly went on the court to start preparing. Although Wei Xiaohui's team arrived late, there was a rare lack of dejected atmosphere. Instead, there was an inexplicable sense of confidence in winning. The foreigner passed by Li Fan and glared at him fiercely, I will win. However, Li Fan was in no mood to pay attention to his bullshit foreign language. After giving him a disdainful look, he went to his own area. At the beginning of the game, Wei Xiaohui and several of his teammates deliberately attacked Ajin, the main player of Li Fan's team, from both sides. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. Did they change their strategy this time and focus on blocking people? The next second, Ajin suddenly fell to the ground in pain. Referee. Someone just kicked someone maliciously. He committed a foul. The team member closest to Ajin quickly signaled. The other team members quickly surrounded him. The referee walked over slowly. "What's going on here?" the referee asked. "Referee, he just kicked me." Ajin held his feet, cold sweat oozing from his forehead as he spoke with all his might. "Yeah?" The referee immediately turned his head to a cab. "Did you just kick him?" Akabu still had a triumphant smile on his face, but he restrained it a little and said, "I didn't. He fell down on his own." Chapter 64, he won the fight but his title was taken away from him? He was the chief of the referee bureau. The referee heard Akabu's answer and nodded in understanding. He said he didn't kick anyone. The players on Li Fan's team were immediately furious. "No. What's wrong with you as a referee? Not only did you not pay close attention to the situation on the court, but you actually just took whatever he said as the truth?" "That's right. Isn't this bullying?" the players complained. However, the referee suddenly got angry at Li Fan's team members. "What do you guys mean? Are you openly contradicting the referee? Yellow card warning," the referee said as he pulled out a yellow card. Li Fan's players were all in disbelief, but they could only suppress their anger. After all, if the referee gave another penalty, they would be the only ones to suffer. Li Fan was watching the referee's every move from a distance. After leaving the scene, he clearly saw the referee exchange glances with Akabu. So that's how it is. This kind of despicable and shameless method is indeed Wei Xiaohui's style. Because Ajin was injured, only Aki, who was relatively average in strength, could play. Akabu looked at Li Fan's team's substitution and couldn't help but reveal a triumphant look on his face. Now the most powerful general of Li Fan's team has been replaced. No matter how powerful Li Fan is, can he really do the work of two people? He looked at Li Fan, but Li Fan did not show any panic expression. Li Fan stretched his muscles and his originally scattered eyes became focused. Before, he had only used less than 50% of his strength on the court in order to make the players perform well. Since Wei Xiaohui likes to play these shady tricks so much, he didn't mind letting them see how he could beat them thoroughly. As soon as the whistle sounded, just as Li Fan's players were preparing to face the opponent's attack, a figure rushed out quickly and snatched the opponent's ball in a few seconds. "Look! It's the boss!" the players exclaimed. Li Fan had already controlled the ball and was approaching the opponent's goal. He kicked the ball and scored a point. Akabu exchanged glances with his teammates, and it was his turn to follow Li Fan closely. However, in just a few seconds, Li Fan quickly shuttled across the entire stadium, and his speed was so fast that no one could match it. Another flying kick, everyone held their breath and watched the perfect trajectory of the ball. However, the ball suddenly changed direction and hit the referee's forehead. "Who is it? Who the hell is it?" The referee was furious and prepared to find the real culprit. "I'm sorry, referee. It's normal for the ball to go off target. You should understand, right?" Li Fan stood there, looking at the bald man who had accepted the dirty money with a half smile. This behavior could be completely interpreted as an accident, so it certainly didn't give the referee an excuse to punish Li Fan. He could only swallow the loss in silence and return to his position. The game continued on the field. Li Fan was unstoppable, and the players of Wei Xiaohui's team couldn't even snatch a ball from his feet. Too amazing. Seeing such a master take action, I will die without regrets. I apologize for what I said about that team before. To be honest, Master Wei's team is nothing. They are not even good enough in front of the strong. Some people in the audience were so excited that they shed tears. Li Fan completely crushed the entire audience with his own strength. The last ball ended perfectly with Li Fan scoring a full court goal. Bravo! What an amazing game. I'm going to invest in the extraordinary team. With them, there is hope for Chinese football. Cheers rose and fell from the entire audience, one wave after another. The team members also ran over to lift Li Fan up, and repeatedly threw him high into the air to celebrate the joy of victory. However, at this moment, the whistle blew and the referee raised a cab's hand. After verification, it was found that the FIFA team had improper cooperation and multiple violations in this competition. Therefore, the champion of this competition is the Hui team. What? I can't understand. This is too damn unfair. Is there something wrong with the referee? It was obviously the extraordinary team that won. Are we blind? There was a burst of strong dissatisfaction in the audience. However, the referee pretended not to see it and fawned over Wei Xiaowei, shaking his hand enthusiastically. Well, Li Fan, you still lost to us this time. Wei Xiaowei came to Li Fan and the team members with a proud look on his face. Fortunately, he was smart and well prepared. Anyway, there are only so many people in this field, and as long as the result is known, everyone will think that their Wei protection team won. All he wants is the reputation of stepping on Li Fan. Wei Xiaowei, you are despicable and shameless. Yin Ke was so angry that she pointed at Wei Xiaowei and cursed him. Li Fan didn't expect that Wei Xiaowei could be so shameless. Just as he was about to make a move, the voice of a righteous middle-aged man came. Referee Liu, why did I just see that the Fifan team won? Who the hell is this? Who dares to question my judgment? Hearing this question, the referee looked at the speaker with anger on his face. However, the next moment, he froze. Director. The person who came was Wan Changming, the director of the Magic City Judicial Bureau, and the father of Wan Ro, whom Li Fan had rescued in front of the KTV before. Judge Liu, so, did I see it wrong, or did you see it wrong? Upon hearing this, Judge Liu immediately knelt down in front of Wan Changming and said tremblingly. Of course I misjudged the director. The winner of this competition is the extraordinary team. The extraordinary team. Referee Liu could hardly speak clearly. Everyone in the entire Magic City knows that Wan Changming is the most fair and selfless person. Over the years, it is precisely because of his sharp eyes that he has been able to sit in the position of director of the referee bureau. Moreover, once Wan Changming discovered that a referee had accepted bribes privately, he would be permanently expelled from the refereeing profession without exception. If Judge Liu really confirms the result today, his future will be doomed. Host, did you hear that? Wan Changming gave instructions to the host next to him, and the host announced on the spot that the Fifan team was the real champion of this game. There was an immediate cheer from the audience. Wei Xiaowei was so angry that his teeth were itching. He never expected that Wan Changming would appear in this place today. He naturally understood Wan Changming's position. In desperation, he could only take his defeated men and sneak away through the side door while everyone was cheering. This is really great. Brother Fan. Yin Ke was so excited about her belated victory that she immediately rushed forward and hugged Li Fan. They and the players happily went down to the sidelines, ready to go back and celebrate. However, a man in a suit who had been observing them for a while walked towards them as if he saw an old acquaintance. When Yin Ke saw the man's appearance clearly, her face turned pale. Chapter 65, 55% of the shares of China Construction Bank, and Lu Siyu was promoted casually. Yin Ke, I was wondering where you were going. Turns out you found a new sponsor? Lei Lixue walked up to Li Fan and Yin Ke, his eyes full of scrutiny towards Yin Ke. Yin Ke subconsciously hid behind Li Fan, looking very unhappy. Who are you? What are you talking about here? Li Fan looked displeased and stepped forward to help Yin Ke out of the situation. Lei Lixue glanced at Yin Ke with a half smile, then snorted coldly at Li Fan and left with a few of his men. Are you okay, Ke? When Yin Ke saw Lei Lixue, she looked as if she had seen a ghost. Li Fan saw that something was wrong with her and went forward to comfort her. Brother Fan, I'm fine. I just don't feel well right now, so I might have to go back first. Yin Ke gave a few brief instructions and then left in a hurry. Boss, is Sister Ke okay? Ajin came over and asked. Li Fan shook his head and said, I don't know either. I've seen the man who just came before. He seems to be the owner of a team. Judging from the way he treated our team leader, he doesn't look like a good guy. Ajin mentioned a few words casually, and then was called away by another player. Another team owner? Yin Ke had mentioned before that she worked for other teams. Could it be that the man just now was her former boss? But why does it seem like Yin Ke is afraid of him? Li Fan thought about it, but couldn't come up with an answer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Obtained 60% of the shares of China Construction Bank. The phone rang. It was the president of China Construction Bank, who invited me to visit the bank. After speaking a few words to the team members, Li Fan went to the construction bank. China Construction Bank is located on 3rd Avenue in Shanghai. It is the most spacious commercial avenue, and the most beautiful scenery is the first bank in Shanghai. China Construction Bank. At this time, 2 rows of well-trained employees stood on both sides of the bank entrance, which was always clean and bright. Li Fan arrived in his own Pagani. Mr. Li. Hello. Thank you for taking the time to come here. The president quickly signaled to the employees behind him, and as soon as Li Fan stepped onto the red carpet, all the employees bowed in unison. Hello, Mr. Li. Li Fan nodded lightly and saw a familiar face among the employees. It was Lu Xiyu, whom he had met not long ago. Although Lu Xiyu's appearance is not as fair and bright as Xie Huimei, she is also well proportioned and stands out among the employees wearing the same uniform. Lu Xiyu obviously saw clearly that the Mr. Li who came was actually her elementary school classmate Li Fan. She saw Li Fan walking straight towards her. For some reason, her heart suddenly started beating faster. President, I think this employee looks very kind. Upon hearing this, the president immediately came forward and flattered. Boss Li has a good eye. Lu Xiyu is an outstanding employee of our bank. Oh? Really? Li Fan asked with pretended curiosity. In that case, I'm here today to ask for good luck and give this employee a promotion. When the employees heard this, they were extremely envious of Lu Xiyu, who was chosen by Li Fan. We will definitely meet Director Li's orders. Lu Xiyu, go to the Human Resources Department now to go through the promotion procedures. You will be the deputy manager of the bank in the future. Lu Xiyu was overjoyed. Is this the benefit of knowing a super rich classmate? Thank you, President. Thank you, Mr. Li. I will work hard in the future. While no one was paying attention, Lu Xiyu gave Li Fan a look of gratitude, and Li Fan just smiled. However, the president of the bank saw this scene. Could it be that the two of them were attracted to each other? He began to make a plan in his mind. Director Li, how about our new deputy manager Lu show you around? Can. Okay. The president knew that he had flattered Lu Xiyu well, so he immediately came to Lu Xiyu and whispered. Entertain Mr. Li well. If he's happy, you can get a promotion later. Lu Xiyu nodded quickly. It seemed that the president had probably misunderstood them. But if it helps me have a better life in the bank, it doesn't matter if I borrow some good little misunderstandings. Everyone dispersed, leaving Lu Xiyu to take Li Fan on a tour. Li Fan, I never thought that you would become the boss of our bank after meeting you this time. Since I am your elementary school classmate, how about you tell me a little trick of making money? As soon as the person left, Lu Xiyu returned to her previous state of teasing and joking with Li Fan. Li Fan smiled and said, if I say it was a pie falling from the sky, would you believe me? TSK, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. You are just being mysterious. Lu Xiyu took Li Fan to look around the bank. As they walked, they couldn't help but say. But thank you anyway. You let me get a high position right away. Li Fan smiled and said, you are Huimei's good friend and my elementary school classmate. Who else should I help if not you? When Lu Xiyu heard the answer, she felt a little depressed. So it's just because I'm Huimei's good friend and because we were classmates in elementary school? For some reason, this was the first time that Lu Xiyu was so reluctant to put the benefits she had gained together with her relationship with Xie Huimei. Well, thank you so much. Lu Xiyu's words sounded sour. Although Li Fan felt something was wrong, he couldn't figure out what it was. After the visit, Li Fan went directly to Ruixin Hospital. After several days of recuperation, Yi Qian'er's father Yi Changming has almost recovered and it is time for him to be discharged from the hospital. Li Fan thought that he could take this opportunity to bring his mother back to his villa for a visit. After picking up his mother and Yi Qian'er's family at the hospital, Li Fan drove them back to Jinghe Mansion. When everyone stood in front of Li Fan's villa, their mouths opened wider than ever. Son, you said, this villa is yours now? At this moment, in Lin Xilian's eyes, the building in front of her was not even a house. It is clearly a palace that is extremely magnificent. Wang Xiufan and Yi Changming were also extremely surprised. If they had not known the Li Fan family for more than 10 years, they would have suspected that they were actually from some aristocratic family. I can't even imagine a house like this in my dreams. Yi Qian'er looked at the house in front of her, and besides being surprised, she was more happy. I heard from Brother Fan that he has never brought anyone else to this house, so wouldn't that mean I am the first woman to come here? Does this mean that I still hold a very important position in Brother Fan's heart? Mom, this is indeed my house. Uncle Yi is well now, so let's not let him stand there for too long. Let's go in quickly. Chapter 66. Yi Qian'er and her family moved into Li Fan's villa. Will they be discovered while having a tryst in the middle of the night? Oh, yes, 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 look at me, I have completely forgotten about this. Aunt Wang, Uncle Yi, please come in quickly. After confirming that this large palace was her son's house, Lin Xilian immediately acted like the mistress of the house and invited everyone in. It is understandable that Lin Xilian feels a little vain since her son already has such a nice house. Wang Xiufen and Yi Qianer carefully helped Yi Changming walk in. Once inside, they were even more shocked than when they were standing outside. The villa has extremely high ceilings, and crystal architecture and expensive furniture fill the view. The texture was so good that even they who didn't know the brand could tell that these things must be ridiculously expensive. Lin Xilian was so happy that she picked up her phone and started taking pictures crazily. I'm going to send the photo to your father so he can see how successful his son is now. What a pity he didn't come to see it, otherwise he would have been so happy. Before, Li Fan's identities as the owner of a startup company and a hospital did not give her any sense that her son had made it big. But now that she saw such a big house, she truly realized that her son had become very successful. Li Fan was naturally happy to see his mother so happy. He clapped his hands, and several chefs came out pushing a few food carts. Mr. Li, dear guests, please enjoy your meal. The dining car has a variety of afternoon tea snacks, as well as a variety of expensive fruit platters. The person who suddenly came out of the house scared the middle-aged people. Son, what are these? Mom, these are the chefs who usually cook for me. There are also some housekeepers and servants taking care of things. This is all normal. Lin Xilian nodded as if she understood. That's right. Her son's house was so big, how could one person take care of it? It's getting late, Mom, Uncle and Aunt, please stay and eat at my place tonight. Wang Xiufen and Yi Changming were a little embarrassed to refuse, so Lin Xilian rushed over to persuade them. The child is so kind, so you can just stay here with peace of mind. Living outside is expensive and inconvenient, but Fanner's place is big, so you can just stay here with peace of mind. After hearing what Lin Xilian said, Wang Xiufen and Yi Changming stayed. Yi Qianer now lives in the community that Li Fan had arranged for her, but she also wants to stay here like her parents today, so that she can spend more time with Brother Fan. Brother Fan, Before Yi Qianer opened her mouth, Li Fan saw what she was thinking. Qianer, why don't you stay here too? That way you can be looked after by your uncle and aunt. Yi Qianer was very happy. It turned out that Brother Fan understood her the best. During dinner time, several people were talking and laughing. Lin Xilian thought that Li Fan was so successful in his career now, but there was no sign of starting a family. Son, now that you have earned money, when will you marry a wife so that I, your mother, can have grandchildren? Wang Xiufen also spoke up after hearing this. Yes, Xiaofan, look at the house you live in now. It always feels like something is missing without a hostess. You should consider this important matter as early as possible. As she said this, she looked at Yi Qianer beside her. Take my daughter Qianer for example. She's already so old, but she still has a boyfriend that we haven't met. I'm really worried to death. In my opinion, it's better for girls to get married early and have a big fat baby. Yi Qianer secretly glanced at Li Fan, feeling a little guilty, and lowered her head to eat. Hearing Wang Xiufen's words, Lin Xilian suddenly seemed to remember something. Oh, by the way, I still remember that when Qianer was little, she loved to run after Fanner, and she even said that she wanted to marry my Fanner as a bride when she grew up. Several adults couldn't help laughing. Yeah, they used to have a very good relationship. Why do they feel like they become strangers now that they're older? Yi Qianer thought to herself that this was not the case. She and Li Fan were very close now, the kind that could not be known to the adults. But she was a young girl after all, and Yi Qianer's ears were burning red listening to their teasing words. For fear of being noticed, she had to quickly take a few mouthfuls of rice and then said she was full. Qianer's mother, did I make Qianer unhappy with what I said just now? When Lin Xilian saw Yi Qianer's expression, she thought that Yi Qianer didn't like her bringing up the past again. Don't worry about her. She's grown up and has a thin skin. She doesn't like to hear us talk about ourselves. Wang Xiufen thought that she was just shy because she was older, so she called the phone after a few words. Lin Xilian nodded, then turned to ask Li Fan. So, son, what do you think about finding a wife? Mom, please don't worry about me. I know what's going on. I promise to bring you a good daughter-in-law in the future, okay? Li Fan replied helplessly. He didn't expect that even though he was so rich now, he still couldn't escape the fate of being urged to get married. That's more like it. Lin Xilian was very satisfied with the promise made by Li Fan, and then she started chatting with Wang Xiufan and her elders about their hometown. It was late at night, and several guests were arranged by the housekeeper to stay in the guest room area on the first floor. In the middle of the night, Yi Qian'er lay in her bed, tossing and turning. Thinking that her parents should be asleep, Yi Qian'er tiptoed out of the room. Very good, when passing by the two guest rooms in front where his parents and Aunt Lin were sleeping, he did not wake them up. Yi Qian'er walked carefully to the stairs, wanting to go to the second floor where Li Fan was. As she walked, she couldn't help getting angry. Brother Fan didn't say anything to her today, nor did he say he was coming to see her or anything. She was a little angry, but she couldn't help but go up the stairs. Suddenly, at the corner of the stairs, a strong hand grabbed her over. She almost couldn't help but scream. I was just thinking about going to find you, but I didn't expect you to be faster than me. She could hear Li Fan's breathing in her ears, and his deep voice aroused her greatly. Looking back, Li Fan had a slightly naughty but handsome smile on his face. What are you talking about? You actually want me to come to you secretly? Yi Qian'er looked pouty, and her puffed lips looked very cute to Li Fan. He couldn't help but kiss her. Yi Qian'er's face suddenly turned pale. Brother Fan. What if Aunt and my parents see you like this? At this moment, Lin Xilian's door suddenly opened. I ate too much salt at night. I feel thirsty. Lin Xilian turned on the light in the corridor and walked straight to the kitchen. The stairs that Li Fan and Yi Qian'er were at this time were right in the middle of the kitchen and guest room corridor. Li Fan gently turned Yi Qian'er's body and hid in the shadow at the corner of the stairs with her. Then he held Yi Qian'er in his arms and kissed her tightly. Yi Qian'er was extremely panicked, because from their angle, Lin Xilian would be able to see it as long as she raised her head slightly. Chapter 67 It's Too Dangerous. Yi Qian'er was almost discovered in Li Fan's room. Yi Qian'er tried to break free from Li Fan's embrace, but Li Fan's kiss was so fierce and violent that he showed no sign of stopping. Yi Qian'er was anxious and scared. If she was really discovered, her parents would break her legs. Fortunately, after Lin Xilian drank the water, she returned to her room the same way. Li Fan also let go of Yi Qian'er at this time, with a triumphant smirk on his face. Yi Qian'er complained and wanted to punch him, but Li Fan grabbed her wrist and kissed the back of her hand. Yi Qian'er was suddenly annoyed and embarrassed, and then Li Fan picked her up and carried her to the third floor. The next morning, Yi Qian'er woke up in Li Fan's arms. Looking at Li Fan's sleeping face, she suddenly felt so happy. But this feeling of happiness did not last long, and she found herself in great danger. The clock on the wall showed 9 o'clock, which was the time her parents would usually get up early. At this time, on the first floor of the villa, Wang Xiufan opened Yi Qian'er's door and prepared to call her to eat. Strange, why is this child not in the room so early in the morning? Lin Xilian also came to Li Fan's room on the third floor to call him for dinner. It's over. How could I have overslept? Yi Qian'er glanced angrily at Li Fan, who was still sleeping. It's all because Brother Fan was so hard-working. Otherwise, I wouldn't be unable to wake up. Son. Are you awake yet? Come out and eat quickly. Outside the door, Lin Xilian knocked on the door. Yi Qian'er quickly pulled Li Fan up from the bed. Brother Fan, don't sleep. Go and hold Auntie back. Li Fan rubbed his eyes in a daze before he could see the anxious face of the person in front of him. Son? You haven't woken up yet? Lin Xilian's knock on the door finally woke Li Fan up completely. Yi Qian'er had already gathered all her clothes into a ball and hid in the cloakroom with a door in the bedroom. Here I come, Mom. Li Fan also stood up and opened the door. Mom, I just got up. Let's eat, right? I'll be down in a minute. Lin Xilian nodded and was about to leave when she suddenly remembered that she had not yet visited her son's bedroom. She walked into Li Fan's bedroom door. I didn't have the chance to visit your house yesterday. Mom, take a look at how it's decorated. In the cloakroom, Yi Qian'er was frightened when she heard Lin Xilian's idea of visiting the room. She looked into the cloakroom, which was invisible at first glance, and could only pray that Li Fan would stop Aunt Lin. Lin Xilian walked around Li Fan's bedroom, and just as she was about to open the door of the cloakroom, Li Fan spoke. Mom, I'm so hungry. Please go out now. I'll go down after I change my clothes. As Li Fan spoke, he naturally held Lin Xilian's shoulders and led her out. Okay, then you better come down quickly. Eating cold food is bad for your stomach. The crisis was over. Yi Qianer heard no more sound outside and finally dared to open the door a little. Li Fan was standing at the door, looking at her with smiling eyes. "Little girl, you're not scared, are you?" Yi Qianer's face was pale at this moment, but there were a few red lines on her face due to nervousness, making her look breathtakingly beautiful. Without waiting for Yi Qianer to answer, Li Fan opened the door wide and hugged her as if he wanted to hold her in his arms. Yi Qianer was puzzled. "Brother Fan, didn't you say you were hungry? Then hurry down." Li Fan let go of her and smiled. "I'm hungry, so I decided to eat you first to whet my appetite." With a push of a big hand, the door of the cloakroom was closed tightly, and faint ambiguous sounds came out from inside. After a lot of trouble, Yi Qianer quickly came to the bedside, picked up her mobile phone, and sent a message to Wang Xiufan. "Mom, I had an emergency shift this morning and left early, so I forgot to tell you." "Oh, so that's how it is. Then you should work hard and don't worry too much about me and your dad." The matter was resolved perfectly, and Yi Qianer finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Fan put on his clothes and went downstairs to have breakfast. "This food is almost cold, you kid." Seeing that Li Fan was taking so long to come down after saying he wanted to, Lin Xilian couldn't help but criticize him. "By the way, Qianer's mother, where is Qianer? Did you find her?" Wang Xiufan embarrassedly showed the message Yi Qianer sent her. "This kid went to work early in the morning without telling me first, and made you worry about her for nothing. Qianer is such a worry-free girl. She is pretty and hardworking. If I hadn't treated her as my own daughter, I would really want to match her up with my Fanner." Lin Xilian looked at Li Fan with a smile in her eyes. Wang Xiufan quickly smiled and said, "Fanner's mother, please stop joking. Xiaofan is so outstanding now. Our Qianer doesn't dare to think about such a thing." The two old ladies were chatting and laughing with each other. Li Fan touched his nose guiltily and prepared to sit down to eat. Suddenly, there was a loud thump from upstairs. "Son, what's up there?" Lin Xilian and Wang Xiufan both looked at Li Fan in confusion. Li Fan drank a mouthful of porridge and said calmly, "There are many servants in the house. Maybe something was accidentally knocked over." In fact, it is true that Li Fan's villa usually has many servants, but he has always strictly prohibited anyone from entering or leaving his house during the morning hours. However, as the situation was urgent, this was the only excuse he could find. Lin Xilian recalled that she clearly didn't see any servants upstairs just now, but it might also be that she didn't see them. After listening to Li Fan's explanation, several people started talking about their own topics again. After dinner, while no one was paying attention, Li Fan brought some milk and bread to Yi Qianer. As soon as she opened the door, Yi Qianer showed a miserable face. "Brother Fan, you're finally here. I'm almost starving to death." Li Fan stretched out his hand and pinched Yi Qianer's wrinkled face, and said with a smile, "So I didn't feed you enough this morning?" Yi Qianer was immediately embarrassed and annoyed. "Brother Fan, I'm almost too hungry to have any strength left, and you're still making trouble." Li Fan thought Yi Qianer looked so cute when she encouraged him, so he picked up the bread and stuffed it into her mouth. After finally eating and drinking her fill, Yi Qianer lazily lay down on the bed. "But it's not a good idea to stay here forever. Brother Fan, why don't you find a way to get my parents and Aunt Lin out? That way I can sneak away without being discovered by them." Li Fan smiled and said, "Isn't it good for me to hide you here? Or do you not like staying here with me?" "Of course I did." Yi Qianer muttered softly. She thought about it, but right now her parents are still living in Brother Fan's house, so the risk factor is too high. Please, my Brother Fan, please help me get them away." Yi Qianer could only act like a spoiled child, grabbing Li Fan's arms with her two little hands and shaking them left and right. "Okay, but just being a spoiled brat isn't enough." Li Fan looked at Yi Qianer with another sly smile on his face. Chapter 68, Taking 3 Elders to the Park by Helicopter, Kerr resigned. Yi Qianer looked at Li Fan's evil smile and of course knew what he was thinking. "No, Brother Fan, it's time for me to go to work now, please, send them away quickly." Yi Qianer smiled harmlessly as she spoke. Li Fan was so annoyed that he said, I know. Now I will clear the way for you, little devil." Li Fan pinched Yi Qianer's small nose, then went downstairs to take his mother and Yi Changming and his wife to the park for a visit. "Son, your suggestion is great. The three of us haven't really appreciated the scenery of the Magic City since we came here." Wang Xiufan also looked happy, thinking that Xiaofan was very thoughtful. Several people came to the grass in front of the villa. Yi Qianer, who came down from the second floor, seized the opportunity and slipped out from the side door. Son, aren't we going to the park? Why did you bring us here? Why don't you get the car? Mom, you don't have to take a car. Transportation will be here soon. No need to take a car? The three middle-aged men all looked confused. After a while, a helicopter slowly flew over from a distance and landed in front of them. A man jumps out of a helicopter. Hello, boss. I'm here to pick you and your family up. Lin Silian and Wang Xiaofan looked at each other. Son, what does this mean? This is the transportation that takes us to the park. Li Fan looked as if he was used to it, but Lin Silian and the others were so shocked that their mouths couldn't be wider. Going to the park by helicopter? The world of rich people is indeed hard to imagine. With the help of assistants, several people successfully boarded the helicopter. The helicopter started and slowly flew to the Central Park of Magic City. In the Central Park of Shanghai, adults and children are playing happily. Suddenly, a dark shadow loomed over a grassy area not far away that was normally off limits. What's going on? Is it going to rain? Everyone looked up in confusion, only to see a helicopter slowly landing. Is there a performance today? Why is there a helicopter? This is so cool. Help me take a picture with it. Before the helicopter landed, a group of people gathered around it. When the helicopter landed, Li Fan got off. Everyone was amazed. Oh my god. There really are artists coming. He's so handsome. But why haven't I seen him online? Nowadays, the domestic entertainment industry is dominated by capital, and real handsome guys like this have no resources. The domestic entertainment industry is really going to be finished. Everyone was talking about it, and a few brave ones ran up to Li Fan and asked for his autograph. Li Fan? What's going on? Do these people treat him as a star? The assistant hurried down to help him stop the crowd that was rushing up, and invited Lin Silian and others to come down. Do you still need to bring your family to a roadshow now? But why are there no cameramen or staff besides them? Lin Silian was also shocked when she saw so many people suddenly surrounding her. Aren't they just tourists? Someone in the crowd made a reasonable guess at the right time. At this time, everyone realized that they had made a mistake and quickly stepped back a few steps. So embarrassing. He's so handsome, I thought he was a celebrity. But isn't it scarier that this guy can bring his family to the park by helicopter? How can an ordinary person do this? The crowd that was captivated by Li Fan's appearance just now was now full of envy. Compared to appearance, the financial resources displayed by this man were truly terrifying. Several girls were even more excited after hearing this and took the opportunity to ask Li Fan for his contact information. Li Fan had no choice but to politely refuse one by one. It was not his intention to create such a big fuss this time. If he hadn't been worried that the bumpy ride in the car would affect Uncle Yi's wound, he wouldn't have used a helicopter. But it's not his fault that he is rich, but he may need more bodyguards next time. Li Fan was strolling around with a few elders. For convenience, he asked his assistant to prepare a wheelchair for Yi Changming in advance so that he could move freely. Wang Xiaofan and Yi Changming were both very satisfied with Li Fan's thoughtfulness. It would be great if such an outstanding child could really be their son-in-law. But they also know that this might have been possible in the past, but now there is little hope. After they had finished their tour, Li Fan was about to accompany the group back home. However, at this time, Ajin from the team suddenly called him. Boss! I finally found you. Something happened to the team. Li Fan frowned. Could it be that Wei Xiaowei is here to cause trouble again? What happened? Tell me slowly. Sister Cora left a resignation letter in the office and couldn't be found. What? Why did Inker suddenly resign? Li Fan was puzzled, but he did recall that after winning the game, Inker's face didn't look very good when she met that man. Mom, please take Aunt Wang and Uncle Yi back first. I have something to deal with suddenly, so I will be back later. Li Fan handed over several elders to his assistant, and then immediately took a taxi to the gymnasium. In the office inside the stadium, several players looked anxious. Seeing Li Fan coming, they hurried over. And the letter? Li Fan asked. Ajin immediately handed the open letter to Li Fan. However, the only reason for resignation listed was not having sufficient ability to be the head coach of the football team, and there was no other reason for Inker's abnormal behavior. When was the last time you saw the leader? I haven't seen Sister Cor since the competition yesterday. Several team members answered. This was the same situation as the last time he saw In Kerr, which meant that Kerr had indeed suddenly resigned because of that man. Ajin, did you say before that you knew the man who was talking to Kerr? Well, he is the boss of the team that finished third in the last Chinese Super League. His name is Lei Lixue. I heard that he is quite good at managing the team and has his own training methods. I haven't heard of anything else. What's wrong, boss? Could it be that Sister Kerr's sudden resignation has something to do with him? That's impossible, right? Sister Kerr doesn't seem like the kind of person who would be poached so easily. Ajin and several players said quickly. It should be related to that man, but Kerr may not have been poached. She must have her own difficulties in this matter. You guys, don't worry about this anymore, just train well. As for Kerr, I will go back and find out what to do. I will definitely bring your good leader back to you, Li Fan assured. After hearing Li Fan's assurance, several players finally felt a little relieved. Afterwards, Li Fan called Julia. Julia, help me check someone. Chapter 69, beat up Lei Lixue and got 70% of Fate Group's shares, and could only apologize. Under Li Fan's instructions, Julia quickly found out Lei Lixue's identity and current location. Li Fan went straight to his office. Sir! You can't go in without an appointment. The front desk wanted to stop Li Fan, but with Li Fan's skills, the front desk's interception was as light as a feather. Lei Lixue was sitting in his office drinking tea at this time. When he saw the visitor, he couldn't help but smile with disdain. You can get out now. When the receptionist saw that Lei Lixue did not blame him, he left in a hurry. Sir, what's up? I just saw you on the field yesterday, but you can't wait to come to me for advice today? If you have a good attitude, I don't mind teaching you some tips on how to manage a team. Li Fan snorted coldly. Who is here to learn some bullshit tricks from you? Let me ask you, what did you mean by what you said to In Kerr yesterday? Only then did Lei Lixue realize that Li Fan came to see him because of In Kerr. Sir, don't you need to check clearly before hiring someone? In Kerr is famous for going with whoever has money. I reminded you yesterday for your own good. Why do you come back to me to ask for accusations? Li Fan looked at the evil man in front of him. He was not stupid enough to trust such a person. Do you think I will believe you if you try to sow discord like this? I know who Kerr is better than you. In Kerr, who is wholeheartedly responsible for the players' logistics, has never complained about the hardship or tiredness, nor has she tried to make herself rich by taking advantage of her position. Li Fan didn't believe that such a girl would be the kind of gold digger that Lei Lixue talked about. And if that was really the case, then In Kerr would be the one who could make the most money by being around him, so why would she suddenly choose to leave without saying goodbye? Do you know? Jealousy suddenly rose in Lei Lixue's eyes. Could it be that the woman had really followed this man? But she had been acting like she would rather die than obey him before? She is just as I thought, a bitch. As soon as Lei Lixue finished speaking, Li Fan immediately punched him. Lei Lixue's face was instantly knocked to one side and several of his teeth fell out. You dare to hit me? I tell you. You are dead now. Do you know who is the boss behind me? Our team is sponsored by the Fate Group. Now that you've provoked me, I promise that your team will never be able to survive in the future. Lei Lixue started to curse loudly, but the punches he threw in the air couldn't even hurt Li Fan's skin. Ding! Trigger the mission, beat up Lei Jili to uphold justice, and you will get 70% of Fate Group's shares. Hearing the system's notification, Li Fan almost laughed out loud. The system did not disappoint him. It was the kind of person who would help others when seeing injustice. You just said that the Fate Group is behind you, right? Li Fan asked with a smile the disheveled Lei Lixue in front of him. That's right. Now you know you're scared, right? Fate Group is the top real estate company here. If you're scared, just stand there and I'll beat you to death. Lei Lixue covered his face and roared. Li Fan pretended to be really guilty and stood straight where he was. Upon seeing this, Lei Lixue immediately pounced on him. However, Li Fan suddenly stretched out his fist and punched Lei Lixue's already concave nose. In an instant, Lei Lixue's face sank like a basin. Then Li Fan grabbed his collar and used him as a sandbag to attack him from top to bottom, left to right, inside and outside. Li Fan stopped only when his original human appearance could no longer be seen. However, although it looked tragic, Li Fan completely avoided the fatal parts of Lei Lixue during the process. After all, He just wanted to teach Lei Lixue a lesson, and Li Fan would never do anything to harm others. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining 70% of Feitai Group's shares. Lei Lixue shrank to the ground, but his mouth remained surprisingly firm. You're really dead now. I won't let you go. You won't let anyone go. There was a sudden angry shout outside the door. Li Fan looked up and saw a middle-aged man he didn't recognize. Assistant Lu. You're finally here. This guy suddenly rushed in and beat me up. This is a complete slap in the face of our Feitai group. Lei Lixue quickly crawled to Assistant Lu's feet, pulled at his trouser legs and cried. However, Assistant Lu kicked him away. Who said you are us? Feitai group is Feitai group. It has nothing to do with you, Lei Lixue. After saying that, Assistant Lu immediately came to Li Fan. Chairman Li. I'm so sorry that I asked you to do it yourself. I promise you that I will go back and draft a contract right now to cancel the funding for the Lei Lixue team. When Assistant General Manager Lu was visiting the Lei Li sports team just now, he suddenly received a secret message from the company's top management. They said that suddenly a very young man bought 70% of their company's shares and became the only major shareholder of their group. Who would have thought that just when Assistant Lu was about to look for Lei Lixue, he would see the new chairman, whose photo he had just seen, standing in Lei Lixue's office. Moreover, Lei Lixue even uttered bad words, which was really bold and presumptuous. After explaining his approach to Li Fan, Assistant Lu turned around and glared at Lei Lixue, who was standing at his feet. Do you know that the person in front of you is the chairman of our Feitai group? Do you want me to help you teach our chairman a lesson? Assistant Director Lu's sonorous and powerful voice fell into Lei Lixue's ears like a thunderclap. Assistant Lu, you. What did you say? Mr. Li is the chairman of our Feitai group. Are you deaf or do you have poor eyesight? How dare you bully your superiors? Don't even think about getting any funding from our group in the future. Why don't you apologize to our chairman now? At this moment, Assistant Director Lu looked at Lei Lixue as if he was looking at a piece of garbage. I had thought this guy was quite sensible before, but as soon as he arrived he offended the biggest boss of their group. Not to mention that Chairman Li wanted to beat him up, he himself wanted to slap Lei Lixue in the face. Lei Lixue stood there in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. That bitch Encore. She actually hooked up with such a big money sponsor. No wonder he left his team without looking back. How shameless. I must make sure they both look good in the future. Are you really deaf? Apologize. Assistant Lu shouted angrily again. Lei Lixue was so angry that his teeth were itching, but now he could only bow his head. He used his hands and feet to crawl to Li Fan. With his head lowered, his expression was filled with resentment, but the only words he could say were, I'm so sorry, Chairman Li. Chapter 70, Finding Inkir at the beach, spending a night as a young couple in the RV. Li Fan sneered. You are a dog that can correct its mistakes. You sincerely admit your mistakes, so let's leave it at that. Thank you, Chairman Li, for your forgiveness. Lei Lixue replied against his will, his hatred towards Inkir and Li Fan reaching its peak. After giving Assistant Lu a look, Li Fan left the office. How is it? Did you find out? Li Fan answered the call from Julia. I found the boss. According to Miss Incore's friends, when Missine is in a bad mood, she often goes to Benecos to relax. She is very likely there now. I have also sent some of the previous controversial incidents involving Miss Core to your phone. Well done, Julia, thank you. It's my honor to help my boss solve his problems. After hanging up the phone, Li Fan immediately went to Benecos. Today is a normal working day, so there are very few people on the coast, which makes it very easy for Li Fan to find someone. In a relatively hidden area of sand, Li Fan saw a familiar figure. Inkur let down her usual ponytail and lay on the sand. Her long seaweed-like hair spread out on the sand, making her look like a mermaid from the sea. Just as Inkur was listening to the sound of the waves and looking at the blue sky, a shadow suddenly covered her, and then she saw Li Fan's clear eyes. Brother Fan. She was so scared that she tried to sit up immediately, but Li Fan held her down. You don't have to get up, we can just chat like this. As he spoke, Li Fan lay down beside her in the opposite direction, with their faces facing each other upside down. You, how do you know I'm here? Inkur didn't expect that Li Fan could find this place. You know, there are very few people who know her habit. As long as I want, I can find you wherever you go. Hearing this, Ian Kerr's heart suddenly trembled, and she inexplicably felt a sense of security. How come you resigned without saying anything and just leaving a note? The team members were scared by you. Li Fan supported his hands under his neck and spoke in a lazy tone. Ian Kerr suddenly remembered something and her eyes misted over. Nothing, I just got tired suddenly and don't want to do it anymore. I am sorry for everyone. Brother Fan, you should find a more responsible leader next time. I am really not worthy of leading you. After saying this, Ian Kerr turned her head to the side, trying to let her tears flow into the sand without being noticed. Kerr, you are the most responsible team leader I have ever seen, and the players are looking forward to your return. I will not change anyone. Brother Fan, you guys. Ian Kerr was deeply moved, but if it's because of Lei Lishuan, don't worry. I have stopped Feitai's funding for his team. What? Ian Kerr sat up from the sand in shock when she heard this. Feitai Group is the top real estate company in Shanghai, how could this happen? Seeing Ian Kerr's puzzled and shocked eyes, Li Fan said calmly. Nothing, I just have shares in their group, so it's just a piece of cake. Although Li Fan's words seemed casual, Ian Kerr knew that in order to change the original arrangement made by Feitai Group, Li Fan must own a lot of shares. She didn't expect that Li Fan could do this for her. Thank you, Brother Fan. At this time, Ian Kerr also completely opened her heart and told Li Fan about the past that had troubled her. Before this, Ian Kerr had been the team leader of Lei Lishua's team. Originally, she had a good relationship with the players, and she and Lei Lishua were just ordinary colleagues. However, after Lei Lishua was dumped by his rich second-generation girlfriend, he turned his attention to Ian Kerr, a girl with a pure face whom he had previously ignored. At that time, the team was unable to get sponsorship and Ian Kerr was extremely anxious. After Lei Lishua obtained sponsorship from Feitai Group through his connections, he did not tell her the truth. Instead, he said that only if Ian Kerr became his woman would he use part of his own funds to support the team. Ian Kerr decisively rejected Lei Lishua's request, but since then she has been subjected to endless rumors and slander from Lei Lishua. It was said that she had hooked up with the sponsor of another team, and that the funding that originally belonged to the team was used by her to honor her own sponsor. Gradually, the players on the team began to look down on Ian Kerr, and her situation in the team became increasingly difficult. She had no choice but to resign. However, after she resigned, Lei Lishua continued to spread these false statements in the industry, completely blocking Ian Kerr's job search possibilities. So the last time she came to recommend herself to Li Fan, she was already prepared to be rejected. However, what was unexpected was that Li Fan actually hired her on the spot. And I have always believed in her and supported her. At this point, Ian Kerr could no longer stop crying. I am sorry to everyone. I should have been stronger. You and everyone else were so kind to me, but I just left because of my emotions. Ian Kerr is now filled with guilt and self-blame. Li Fan put his arm around her and let her lean on his shoulder. No one will blame you. Besides, you have been working in the team for so long and have never had a good rest. This time I will treat it as a vacation for you. It won't be too late to go back after you have rested well. Ian Kerr couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears on Li Fan's shoulder. After a long time, Ian Kerr's emotions finally calmed down, leaving only a few sobs. She raised her tearful eyes and looked at Li Fan. Li Fan stretched out his hand to wipe away the tears on her face. Suddenly, Ian Kerr tightly grasped the fingers that Li Fan was using to wipe her tears. The two looked at each other, and Li Fan put his right hand on Ian Kerr's cheek and kissed her. The sand was still empty, with only the howling sea breeze. At night, in order to prevent Ian Kerr from catching a cold, Li Fan asked his men to bring an RV. The two of them were just like an ordinary couple, cooking and watching movies in the RV, spending a warm and romantic night. The next morning, Li Fan sent Ian Kerr to the gymnasium early. Sister Kerr, where did you go yesterday? You scared us to death. As soon as Ian Kerr appeared, the team members immediately surrounded her and asked about her well-being. Ian Kerr looked apologetic. I'm really sorry for making everyone worried. Oh, Sister Kerr, it's good that you're back now. There's nothing to be sorry about in our team. That's right. Everyone has seen what Sister Kerr has done for us. There's nothing to be sorry about. Seeing everyone speaking up for her, Ian Kerr was deeply moved. No matter what she said in the future, she would never abandon these children. Chapter 71 Double Happiness, Renewing Relationship with Wan Ro in the Bar. Thank you everyone. I will never do such woeful things again. I will definitely stay with you all until the day we win the championship. As Kerr spoke, her eyes turned red again. Li Fan subconsciously hugged her. The other players' eyes were immediately filled with gossip. Hey, why do Sister Kerr and the boss look so well matched today? They are a perfect match of talent and beauty. Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity, as if they wanted to stare a hole through them. Kerr was embarrassed by everyone's teasing and quickly left Li Fan's arms. Stop making fun of us. Now that I'm back, you can't fall behind in your training. As you command. Master Kerr. The player's funny appearance made Kerr laugh, just as they were about to go out for training. Assistant Director Lu came to visit unexpectedly. Isn't this someone from Feitai Group? Why is he here? Everyone was surprised and looked at Assistant Lu with scrutiny. Everyone. Sorry to interrupt your training. I am here today on behalf of Feitai Group. I hope your team can accept our financial support. As soon as these words were spoken, the players looked at each other in confusion. He means that Feitai Group is going to fund us. Hasn't Feitai Group always funded only the top 3? Assistant Lu looked at everyone's puzzled eyes, then secretly glanced at Li Fan, who signaled him to continue. Don't doubt it, everyone. Our group has heard about your team's strength a long time ago. We believe that you will definitely be the leader of Dragon Country football in the future, so we specially came to invite you. I really hope that everyone can accept our Feitai Group. Let us escort you on your future journey. Assistant Director Lu spoke sincerely and bowed deeply to the players afterward. If Feitai Group wants to fund us, we will of course be happy to accept it. Right, Boss Li? Feitai Group trusts them so much and is one of the largest companies in Longhua. Other teams would love to have this kind of opportunity, so how could they possibly refuse it? At most, they were really shocked by what happened just now. Now that they have realized what is happening, of course they will accept this olive branch. To be honest, a big part of the reason we decided to invest this time is because we were impressed by Mr. Li's management ability. Assistant Lu couldn't wait to speak up. Although Chairman Li asked him not to reveal his identity, his boss's abilities couldn't be covered up in vain. I was wondering how our team could suddenly gain the favor of Feitai Group. It turns out that the boss is carrying the burden for us. Our boss is truly the best and most powerful boss in the world. The players were full of gratitude to Li Fan. If they hadn't met such a good boss, they would never have been able to reach this position so quickly. Assistant Director Lu was extremely satisfied when he saw that everyone knew how powerful his boss was. If it weren't for Director Li's order, he really wanted to expose Director Li's identity right now and give these players a good shock. After successfully signing the funding contract, Ajin suggested that everyone go to the bar to relax in the evening because of the double happiness of Kerr's return in funding from Feitai Group. Li Fan readily agreed, but Kerr didn't go with them because she had something urgent to do. In the bar, the lights were dim and men and women were dancing in each other's arms on the dance floor. Several players were sitting in the booths showing off their muscles to each other. Ajin brought a few beauties to play dice with them. Li Fan was drinking when his eyes suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure at the bar. The woman turned around and saw Li Fan looking at her. Wan Ro curled her lips and signaled Li Fan to wait for him on the dance floor. Li Fan understood what he meant, put down his wineglass, and walked straight towards Wan Ro. If it weren't for the dim lighting in the bar, Li Fan's appearance and temperament would definitely cause a commotion immediately. Wan Ro pretended to blame him and said, Boss Li not only didn't contact me once after that, but now he even chose my friend's bar instead of mine when he went out to play. Are you deliberately avoiding me, Boss Li? Wan Ro said this and turned her face away pretending to be angry. Li Fan immediately took advantage of the situation and hugged her from behind. Why would I avoid you on purpose? This bar was chosen by my group of players. You are wronging me if you think so. The fragrance of the woman's hair in Li Fan's arms was intoxicating. In fact, Wan Ro's graceful figure had always been lingering in his mind. But I accidentally lost the contact information she gave me before. If I explain this point, I'm afraid he will think I don't care. Li Fan thought about it and decided to just let the matter go. That's because you don't contact me all the time, so people will naturally think too much. Wan Ro turned away from Li Fan's arms and looked directly at Li Fan. Her hands painted with shiny nail polish touched Li Fan's collar. But I still want to thank you for saving my dad. The doctor said that the rescue was very timely. If it was any later, my dad would probably be in danger. In that case, how are you going to thank me? Li Fan grinned evilly and reached out to pinch Wan Ro's waist. You really ask questions even though you already know the answer. Wan Ro pouted and put her hands around Li Fan's neck. The two bodies were getting closer and closer on the dance floor. Warm breath sprayed on the neck. The music was loud and there were men and women all around who were immersed in their own world, so naturally no one paid attention to the situation here. The two danced closely and passionately. Suddenly, Wan Ro reached out and touched Li Fan's earlobe, and said with a smile, "I'll take you to a nice place." After saying that, Wan Ro clasped Li Fan's fingers tightly and left the bar with him, pushing through the crowd. It has to be said that Wan Ro's seductiveness is very much to Li Fan's liking. Wan Ro pulled him out of the back door of the bar and walked through several alleys. Then we came to Wan Ro's private cabin. A small but well-kept house. The walls are covered with various precious vinyl records, and there is also a whole wall of famous wine collection. At first glance, you can tell that this is the home of someone who knows how to enjoy life and has good taste. Wan Ro opened a bottle of red wine that she had treasured for a long time and clinked glasses with Li Fan. Slightly drunk, the two hugged each other again, leaving traces everywhere on the sofa, in the bedroom, and in front of the mirror. It was unknown how much time had passed before Wan Ro stood up, wrapped a towel around herself, and suddenly took out a bag of something from the cabinet and started drinking it. "What is that?" Li Fan asked curiously. "This?" Wan Ro waved the package in her hand at him. "This is cellulose enzyme. I drink it every night. It's the secret to maintaining my beautiful figure." Chapter 72. Obtaining 55% of the shares of the pharmaceutical group, Li Fan took out a unique prescription. "It looks like it's really hard for you girls to stay in shape." Li Fan couldn't help but sigh. Wan Ro suddenly stepped forward and pinched Li Fan's strong muscles. "That's right. After all, who can have such a beautiful figure like you that doesn't require much maintenance? It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others." "But is that stuff really useful after drinking it?" Li Fan asked. "It should be more or less helpful. Anyway, I just drink it to calm my mind. I still have to go to the gym more often." As Wan Ro was talking, she suddenly sighed and said, "It would be great if there was something in the world that you could eat to stop gaining weight." Listening to Wan Ro's unconscious words, Li Fan suddenly got an inspiration. His medical skills had already reached full mark. Logically, as long as he wanted, he could provide countless effective prescriptions. You know, medicine is also an industry that requires huge investment. Ding! The host's inspiration and enlightenment are detected, and 55% of Supercar Pharmaceutical shares are obtained. Li Fan sat up from the bed with a somersault. Now he didn't even have to invest in the company himself. He really loves this humane system. Li Fan turned Wan Ro's face and gave her a fierce kiss. Wan Ro looked at his sudden excitement with a bewildered look on her face. "What's going on all of a sudden?" "Thank you, my muse, for the inspiration. You really helped me a lot." "Really? Then why don't you return the favor for me?" Wan Ro smiled slyly, and the two started playing again. The next morning, Wan Ro, exhausted from all the torture, was still lazily sleeping. Li Fan stood up quietly, took Wan Ro's mobile phone, saved her contact information, and left the house quietly. He was about to go home when he suddenly received a call from his lawyer. "Boss Li, I have found the person who hit Mr. Yi Changming." "What did he say? Is he willing to apologize and compensate?" He doesn't want to, and things may be a little difficult." On the phone, the lawyer's voice answered hesitantly. "Oh? What's the difficult way?" Li Fan's tone was unhappy. "The man who hit Mr. Yi is the only son of the chairman of Shangshur Pharmaceutical. Because of his father's relationship, it is difficult for our team to touch him." "Shangshur Medicine?" If Li Fan remembered correctly, Shangshur Pharmaceutical and Supercar Pharmaceutical had always been the two leading companies in Longhua Pharmaceutical. Neither of them gave in to the other and the competition was fierce, which was quite like if there is you, why is there Liang? In this case, this time I can help Supercar Pharmaceutical to the throne, and after severely defeating Shangshur Pharmaceutical, I will see what kind of protection this so-called young master can hide behind. Okay, I understand. You guys continue to collect information, and I'll take care of his later relationships. Yes. Boss. After hanging up the phone, Li Fan used the medical knowledge in his mind to write a prescription, and then took it directly to Supercar Pharmaceutical Group. As soon as Li Fan entered the Supercar Pharmaceutical Group building, he attracted the attention of many people. Everyone was wondering why there would be artists coming to a pharmaceutical company. However, seeing Li Fan's outstanding temperament, no one stopped him to ask if he had a reservation. Li Fan easily came to the floor where the general manager was and knocked on his office door. "Come in." Li Fan opened the door, and when Fan Sherwei, general manager of Supercar Group, saw the appearance of the visitor, he immediately jumped up from his chair. "Chairman Li, why did you suddenly come here in person?" Fan Sherwei couldn't help feeling a little scared when he saw Li Fan's face, which was 100 times more handsome than in the photo. People always say that a new official will do 3 things quickly upon taking office. This new chairman suddenly came here without saying a word. Could he be here to inspect the work? "Chairman, I'll have someone bring you something to drink right away." Fan Sherwei hurriedly dialed the internal phone to call his secretary in. Li Fan sat down on the sofa directly. "Don't bother. I'm only here to provide the company with a prescription." "Prescription?" Fan Sherwei touched the back of his head in confusion. It is true that pharmaceutical companies need prescriptions, but they all have specialized laboratories to conduct experimental formulations. Chairman Li suddenly brought out a prescription whose authenticity was unknown. "Will this work?" Fan Sherwei said in a tactful tone. "Chairman, our pharmaceutical department is conducting serious research and development. We currently have sufficient prescriptions, and our pharmaceutical and health products on the market are also selling very well. But your prescription is not from our laboratory, so I'm afraid there will be risks." Fan Sherwei spoke cautiously, but he didn't dare look directly at Li Fan. "Just go ahead and produce it. I can guarantee that the products we produce will definitely allow our company to take the position of the #1 pharmaceutical group in Longwa. As for the risks you mentioned, don't worry, I will take responsibility if anything goes wrong." This. After hearing Li Fan's words, Fan Sherwei was still skeptical. He could understand the chairman's good intentions, but medicines were not something to be taken lightly. Why? As the largest shareholder of Supercar Group, isn't that enough to guarantee this risk? Li Fan's voice already contained a hint of impatience. "Of course. Of course." Fan Sherwei quickly responded. "Things have come to this point. If Fan Sherwei still stops him, it would be his own lack of tact." He glanced at the words chewable tablet health product written on the prescription, thinking that it was just something that would not do anything and should not cause any trouble. As for what Li Fan said about making Supercar Group the #1 pharmaceutical group, he still didn't believe it. After all, the Shangshur pharmaceutical they are facing now is an extremely powerful opponent. It is impossible to defeat Shangshur pharmaceutical with just one product, or even just a health product. We have accepted the prescription and will ensure that it is put into production as soon as possible. Do you have any other instructions, Chairman Li? It's okay. Just remember to follow up on this matter and let me see the results as soon as possible. Okay, of course. After giving the instructions, Li Fan did not stay in Supercar Group any longer. He returned home to play and have meals with his elders. Late at night, Yi Qianer quietly came to Li Fan's door again. Before she could knock on the door, Li Fan opened it and carried her in. "You little girl, you are getting bolder and bolder." "What?" "Don't think wrongly. I'm here today just to tell you some good news." "Oh? What's the good news?" Although Yi Qianer said that, Li Fan still did not let her go and still held her tightly in his arms. "My agent said that someone in Milan invited me to walk the runway." Chapter 73. Yi Qianer compensates before going abroad. Trouble arises at the KTV party. Yi Qianer has received widespread praise from many partners for her modeling work these days and is considered a hot new star in the Shanghai modeling circle. Given Li Fan's status, the entire company pays special attention to her training. So naturally, she got the only invitation. "Congratulations, I know my Qianer is the most capable." Li Fan hugged Yi Qianer in his arms and kissed her as if he was coaxing a child. "Then I have some good news to share with you." What? Yi Qianer looked curious and moved closer to Li Fan like a kitten. "I have found the person who hit your father." "Really? Who is that guy? I must teach him a lesson for my dad." Yi Qianer immediately jumped up from Li Fan's arms, her face filled with indignation. "He's a bit of a tricky guy. It will take me some time to deal with him." Li Fan reached out and stroked Yi Qianer's hair. "But don't worry, just go to work with peace of mind. I will take care of this matter to the end." "Yeah, I know Brother Fan is the best." Yi Qianer smacked Li Fan on the face and said, "I suddenly feel so reluctant to leave you, Brother Fan." If it weren't for work, I really wouldn't want to leave you for even a second. Looking at the whimpering kitten in his arms, Li Fan's heart softened. If you can't bear it, you can compensate me a little more. Before Yi Qian'er could react, Li Fan had already grabbed the quilt and covered their heads, and it was another romantic sleepless night. A few days later, Yi Qian'er set off for Milan on time. Fan Sherwei, general manager of Shirkong Pharmaceutical, also called Li Fan and said that the product in the previous prescription had been produced. Li Fan went to the group to do the final inspection of the finished products. Looking at the Qingchang chewable tablets that were produced, Li Fan nodded with satisfaction. No problem, it should be able to exert 80% of the original formula's effectiveness. For consumers who want to control their body shape and lose weight slightly, this effect is sufficient. It's ready to be put on the market. After Li Fan's order was issued, Fan Sherwei did not dare to delay and quickly launched the products in the offline and online markets. The launch of new drugs by Shirkong Pharmaceutical immediately attracted the attention of its competitor Shengshi Pharmaceutical. However, their attitude was not one of threat or optimism, but rather one of uncontrollable ridicule. Is Shirkong Group out of their minds? They're actually investing heavily in weight loss supplements? That's right. Everyone in our company knows that this thing is just a waste of money. Not to mention the consumers who already have little trust in this kind of product. I thought Shirkong Group was going to make some big moves after getting a new chairman, but I didn't expect it to be just a fool. It seems that the top pharmaceutical group in the country will definitely be our Shengshi Pharmaceutical. In Shengshi Pharmaceutical's internal communication network, every employee was as happy as if they had won a battle. They were all looking forward to the news of Shirkong Group's market defeat in a month. After dealing with the product issues, Li Fan received a party message from a group of college boys. It was a KTV party initiated by a familiar classmate, and Li Fan's roommate Lu Tao would also go. It's been a while since I last attended this guy's engagement party. Why haven't I heard any news about their wedding? Li Fan was confused and thought he could take this opportunity to inquire about the situation, so he accepted the invitation. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Li Fan came to box 302 of Jinkin KTV. As soon as he arrived, Li Fan found that almost all the brothers inside were there. Seeing Li Fan coming, everyone couldn't help but cheer. The super rich brother Li Fan is here, don't let him blind you. The news that Li Fan gave away 5 million jadeite last time had already spread throughout their level. Everyone, whether they went last time or not, knows that Li Fan is now a top billionaire. Naturally, we can't help but make fun of him. Everyone, stop making fun of me. I'll ask the waiter to bring in some food and see if that can stop you from talking. Then I have to thank our great master. Everyone laughed and joked for a while, and then some drank and some sang. However, Li Fan looked around but did not see Lu Tao. In the past, Lu Tao was always the one who came first in all the gatherings. How come everyone is here today but he hasn't come yet? It seems that those who have a future wife will have stricter family education. Li Fan thought about it, smiled and shook his head. After a while, Lu Tao came late, pushed open the door and walked in, but he looked gloomy. Lu Tao, here. Li Fan quickly waved at him. Lu Tao forced a greeting smile and came to Li Fan. You kid, weren't you always the fastest in the past? What's wrong? Were you reporting to your wife just now? Li Fan handed him a glass of wine and teased him. However, Lu Tao did not cheer up because of Li Fan's joke, but his expression became even more depressed. He raised his head and drank up the wine in his hand in an instant. Li Fan noticed that something was wrong with Lu Tao. What's wrong? Did you have a conflict with your wife? I haven't heard any news about the wedding from you. Lu Tao hung his head. It would be great if there was really a conflict. Now I don't even know what the problem is. What do you mean? Originally, Lu Tao felt that this kind of family matter was not something that should be discussed, but Li Fan was already his closest brother. If I don't speak out, I'll feel so uncomfortable that I'll die. The last engagement ceremony was fine, but after that my wife has been secretive all day long. Every time I ask her about the wedding, she says she will talk about it later. And her attitude towards me is much worse than before. In short, she is very cold. When I asked her if she had any dissatisfaction with me, she would not say anything. Sigh. Lu Tao sighed heavily, picked up the wine, poured himself another glass and drank it all in one gulp. Li Fan was also a little confused when he heard what Lu Tao said. Although I only met Lu Tao's wife once last time, I felt that she was a very decent and nice woman. How come this happened between them suddenly? Maybe there really is some misunderstanding. If you have a chance, you two should have a good talk. Li Fan had no experience with this kind of thing, but it is said that it is better to demolish a temple than to ruin a marriage, so this is the only way he could comfort his brother. Lu Tao just nodded sullenly. I'll go out and get some fresh air. He stood up, probably a little dizzy from drinking, opened the door and walked out. Just when Li Fan wanted Lu Tao to go and calm down by himself, the sound of glass breaking was suddenly heard outside the door. Then came a loud, angry, and frightened voice. How did you get away? This is the wine that the customer ordered specifically from Chateau d'Amour. You're really killing me. Lu Tao hurriedly confessed. I'm so sorry. How much did these broken pieces cost? I will definitely compensate you. Hearing the sound, Li Fan hurried out the door. At this time, a swaggering figure walked out of the box 301 next door. Chapter 74, Suzy Heo suffered a great defeat after acquiring 100% of the shares of Chuanxiang Winery. Just tell me how much it is. Don't embarrass my friend. Li Fan stood beside the slightly drunk Lu Tao and supported him. The ground was littered with broken bottles and wine liquid. Seeing Li Fan's aura, the KTV employees who had originally had ferocious looks also restrained their expressions. However, when the man who came out of box 301 saw Li Fan, his eyes suddenly showed a malicious light. It's you again, Li Fan. Li Fan turned around when he heard the voice and immediately saw Suzy Heo's pig-headed face. What's the matter, Master Su? Suzy Heo snorted coldly and stood next to the shivering KTV employee. Of course something happened. Your friend ruined my wine. As the person involved, I must seek justice for myself. The KTV staff felt Suzy Heo's aggressive aura and hurriedly nodded and bowed to explain themselves. Mr. Su, these bottles of wine were really broken because that gentleman suddenly bumped into me. Suzy Heo didn't even look at him. He didn't care whether he broke it or not. Since Li Fan is here now, he must put the blame on Li Fan. Okay, stop talking nonsense. I'll pay for whatever compensation my friend needs. At this time, Lu Tao was completely drunk and disoriented, so Li Fan took full responsibility for him. Anyway, it seemed that Suzy Heo was coming for him. When Suzy Heo heard Li Fan's words, a triumphant smile immediately appeared on his face. I don't want your compensation. I just want you to give me the same wine that was broken. And not a single bottle can be missing. There were originally 12 bottles of wine in the box that the employee was holding, and Lu Tao broke 6 of them. Suzy Heo ordered this box of wine from Chuanxiang Winery 1 year in advance. Although the price of a bottle of wine itself is not too expensive, the wine of Chuanxiang Winery has always been famous for its excellent quality and must be ordered far in advance. No matter how rich a person is, he still has to follow the rules in front of the Pure Fragrance Winery. So Suzy Heo made this request because he was sure that Li Fan would not be able to give him the same wine. Moreover, he had already learned about the composition of the winery's senior management, and they were all foreigners. He had never heard of accepting investment or shares from dragon people. In other words, Li Fan is now completely defeated by Suzy Heo. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. If you can't compensate me with the exact same wine, then you and your reckless friend should kneel down and apologize to me, and kowtow a few times. Then I might let you go. What do you think, Li Fan? Have I been kind enough to you? Li Fan could immediately see Suzy Heo's ill intentions from his hypocritical face. Judging from Suzy Heo's confident look, the wine from this winery must be difficult to get. While Li Fan was still thinking about countermeasures. Ding! Trigger the mission, smash all of Suzy Heo's wine to get 100% of the shares of the Pure Fragrance Winery. The smile shifted to Li Fan's face. It seems he has no choice but to pretend. Suddenly, he waved his hand violently and overturned the entire box in the employee's hand. The remaining good wine fell to the ground with a crackling sound, splashing the juice everywhere. Some of it even splashed directly onto Suzy Heo's trouser legs, and his face instantly turned pale. Li Fan, are you crazy? Well, since you broke all of these, then kneel down on these pieces of glass. Li Fan scratched his ears nonchalantly. You asked me to compensate you, so why don't you just throw away all the wine? I'll replace them all with new ones. Humph, you say that so easily. I can tell from the looks of it that you are just a frog in a well. The Pure Fragrance Winery has never bowed its head in front of so many dignitaries. You think you can get away with it just because you have a few bucks, but today you have to kneel down before me. Hey, don't speak too soon. It would be painful if you get slapped in the face later. Li Fan smiled calmly, took out his phone and dialed a number. Susie Heo looked at Li Fan's actions with disgust. It was really funny that he was still struggling here at this time. However, after a while, the rumbling sound of a truck was heard from the main entrance of the KTV downstairs. Then there was the sound of heavy footsteps coming up the stairs. Everyone looked towards the stairs. What's that sound? Is it an earthquake? As soon as a passerby raised the question, he saw several bodyguards in black rushing up carrying boxes of wine. Then he placed it steadily in front of Li Fan. Mr. Li, the wine you want is here. When everyone came closer to take a look, they found that it was exactly the same wine bottle that had just fallen to the ground. And without exception, they are all printed with the unique gold-stamped mark of the Pure Fragrance Winery. How is this possible? Susie Heo was shocked and quickly picked up the wine to look inside and out. It said that Chateau d'Amour will never succumb to money? How come Li Fan can easily get so many things now that he had to make an appointment for a year to get? However, no matter how hard he looked at it, these wines were indeed the ones that had been spoiled. And the number in front of us now is no less than that. Susie Heo, how is it? I have done what you asked. My friend didn't do it on purpose. Are you satisfied now? And to make up for it, take as much of this wine as you want. I won't argue with you. The situation has completely reversed, and now Li Fan is completely on the right side. Susie Heo was extremely angry. Why do I always fail every time I meet Li Fan? He is his nemesis. What bad luck! There was no other choice, so Susie Heo had to order his employees to deliver the new wine to his box. The crowd dispersed, and Li Fan helped Lu Tao back to his own box. Susie Heo sat in the box, getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it, so he called the KTV manager. Call some girls in and have a drink with us. Okay, Mr. Su. Please wait a moment. The manager quickly called a few girls in. A timid woman was particularly eye-catching among them. Although her face and figure were first-rate, her expression was full of resistance and immaturity. Susie Heo looked at Gu Yiting, who was hiding behind the others, and came up with an idea. The one hiding at the back, come here. Gu Yiting's heart tightened and she didn't dare to come out. Master Su is calling you. Didn't you hear me? The manager was afraid that Gu Yiting's attitude would make Susie Heo angry, so he quickly dragged her in front of Susie Heo. Mr. Su, the person you want. Susie Heo looked at the woman in front of him, and suddenly took out his cell phone to take a picture of her. The woman in the photo has inappropriate makeup on and is wearing a cheap sequin dress with a KTV background, which makes her look controversial. Gu Yiting's eyes were filled with shock and fear. What was this man doing? Mr. Su, why are you taking pictures of me? Susie Heo showed the screen of his mobile phone. Do as I say, or I can't guarantee that this photo will not be sent to your family. Chapter 75. Susie Heo sent a secret undercover agent. Li Fan transferred 200,000 to help the beauty. Gu Yiting didn't know why Susie Heo suddenly showed this expression to her. Seeing Gu Yiting at a loss, Susie Heo sneered. If I'm not mistaken, you probably haven't been in the industry for long, and you look very uncomfortable. You must be here because of financial difficulties. And you can't tell your family about this, right? Susie Heo picked up the red wine on the table and shook it pretentiously, with an expression as if he saw through everything. However, what he said was really right about Gu Yiting's situation. She lowered her head and dared not answer. I won't make it difficult for you. As long as you help me, I won't tell your family about the photos and what happened to you here. But if you refuse, I can easily find out all about your family situation. You probably don't want to be criticized and spit on by your family, right? Susie Heo completely grasped Gu Yiting's weakness. She came here to get money to treat her family's illness, but she also knew that given the conservative nature of her family, if they knew that she was doing this kind of work, they would definitely scold her and bring shame to the family. Mr. Su, what do you need me to do for you? Gu Yiting asked in a compromising manner. He's quite sensible. Susie Heo took a sip of red wine. I'll have the manager send you and them to the next room later, and you can eavesdrop on them to see if they say anything they shouldn't. As he spoke, his tone suddenly became sarcastic. Also, I want you to try your best to get in touch with the man with the whitest face. It would be best if you could make him trust you completely. If you can become his lover and pass on information to me, I can give you more money. Now that Susie Heo has the upper hand over Gu Yiting, she can only verbally agree to his plan. At Susie Heo's instruction, the KTV manager took all the girls to box 302, pretending to apologize for the previous unpleasantness. When beautiful women came to drink and sing together, no one refused. Gu Yiting saw at a glance the man who was called a pretty boy by Su Zihao with gritted teeth. The man's face was so handsome that anyone who was not blind could tell at a glance that Li Fan was the man Su Zihao asked her to approach. Gu Yiting sat next to Li Fan a little stiffly. In fact, she didn't understand why Su Zihao chose her to approach Li Fan, since she was obviously a novice and looked the most likely to show weakness. However, what she didn't know was that it was her youthfulness that made Su Zihao take a fancy to her at once. The other women were not as pretty as Gu Yiting, and secondly, they were all veterans in the industry, with desire and vanity written all over their faces. They had no bottom line and were easily betrayed. People like her who are afraid of being discovered by their family, who are obedient and easy to control, are the best choice to be an undercover. Seeing that Gu Yiting sat next to him, neither pouring him wine nor saying sweet words that men would like to hear, Li Fan couldn't help but laugh. First day drinking with guests? Li Fan couldn't help but ask. Gu Yiting raised her head, and her fair and tender little face immediately attracted Li Fan's attention. He hadn't looked at her carefully just now, but when he looked at her from a close distance, this girl's appearance and temperament were so similar to his first love. Hearing Li Fan's question, Gu Yiting couldn't help but complain in her heart. How come these men can tell it's their first day at work? I am like a transparent person with no way to hide. Seeing the woman's timid look, Li Fan felt an inexplicable surge of pity in his heart. There are many ways to make money. If possible, try not to come to this kind of place. In this kind of place, sometimes your own wishes don't count. Li Fan poured her a glass of orange juice. It was obvious that this woman had a low alcohol tolerance, and he didn't have the habit of getting people drunk. Gu Yiting was a little stunned when she heard Li Fan's kind reminder. He was completely different from the man who had just pushed him. I really don't know how such a good man could have offended Su Zihao. If I had met Li Fan first, would I not be threatened by Su Zihao? Li Fan was still trying to persuade her, mainly because he really didn't want to see such a simple girl lost in such a place. Unconsciously, Gu Yiting also revealed some of her true feelings. If my family wasn't short of money, I wouldn't be doing this kind of job that makes money quickly. She muttered something subconsciously and sighed. But it only took her a moment to realize that she had said too much. Just as I was about to apologize, I heard Li Fan's calm voice above my head. How much is missing? These three simple words suddenly struck Gu Yiting's heart like a thunderbolt. His casual tone, isn't he trying to help me? She shook her head to wake herself up. She was asked to come here to get information. Let's not talk about this anymore. What kind of wine do you like? I'll pour it for you. Gu Yiting leaned forward to take the wine, but her hand was held down by Li Fan. How much is missing? There was another shock, and Gu Yiting finally couldn't help but say. 200,000 yuan. My mother said that this is all she needs to pay for grandma's surgery. When she thought of her grandmother who raised her since she was a child, Gu Yiting's eyes unconsciously turned red. Li Fan asked her for her cell phone, and after some operations, 200,000 yuan was immediately transferred to Gu Yiting's account. When Gu Yiting saw the extra balance in her bank card, her jaw almost dislocated with shock. No, sir, I'll just transfer the money back to you. I didn't do anything, so I can't take your money. Li Fan's move completely shocked Gu Yiting. Don't worry, these are not given for free. Gu Yiting's heart suddenly hung in the air. Could it be that this man was thinking about the same things that other men had mentioned to her? Gu Yiting was preparing to say no. My villa is in need of a steward. You can take this position. This money will be regarded as my advance salary to you. Butler? Gu Yiting's mood took a 180-degree turn. How come every move of this man was completely beyond her expectations? Yes, that's right, controller. Or are you thinking about something else? Li Fan asked her jokingly. No, Gu Yiting hesitated for a moment, and then thought that she had already received the 200,000 yuan, so she might as well work honestly for them. As for that man, he still has the leverage over her, so now she can only take one step at a time. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely cherish it. She came over tonight, and I didn't hear anything I shouldn't have heard the whole night. It was just a normal class reunion. She didn't know why Su Zihao was so malicious towards this place and Li Fan. So when Su Zihao sent a message to ask about the situation, Gu Yiting said that she didn't hear anything. As for the contractual relationship established with Li Fan, she did not reveal a single thing. Chapter 76 Gu Yiting goes to the villa as the housekeeper, and Chingchang chewable tablets become popular all over the country. Damn it, I've gained such a reputation for nothing. I can't even seduce someone. Suzy Heo in another box received the message and cursed out loud. He thought Li Fan would eat the first love goddess. If I had known earlier, I would have just played around. Boring. Suzy Heo, who had been humiliated all night, was in a very bad mood and left the box with a few beauties. Gu Yiting took the opportunity of going to the bathroom to secretly observe the movements in Suzy Heo's box. She finally felt relieved after seeing him leave. At least now he didn't have to worry about Suzy Heo seeing the progress of his relationship with Li Fan. On Li Fan's side, the party was also coming to an end. Li Fan picked up the sleeping Lu Tao and turned to ask Gu Yiting. Do you want me to take you home? I don't have a home, at most I just have a dormitory where everyone lives together. Li Fan listened and sighed helplessly. This woman really had the magical power to make people feel distressed. Although what he said was not deliberately sentimental, it was easy for him to feel uncomfortable every time he listened to it. Li Fan didn't say anything, and used his free hand to pull Gu Yiting away. After sending Lu Tao home, Li Fan asked for the address of Gu Yiting's dormitory. You go up and pack your things. You can stay at my villa tonight. It will be like you are starting your job early. Gu Yiting knew Li Fan's good intentions, so she happily returned to the dormitory and began to pack her things quickly. The other roommates were also curious. Yiting, why did you leave suddenly? Are you not working in Jean Can anymore? Well, I quit. I found a new job. Gu Yiting's tone was one of relief and joy. It was not her original intention to be a hostess, but now that she has the opportunity to earn money in other ways, she does feel a lot more relaxed. You found a new job today, your first day at work? The other roommates were whispering, staring at Gu Yiting with scrutiny and gossiping eyes, as if they wanted to stare a hole through her. Gu Yiting came out carrying her luggage. Li Fan's Pagani was parked downstairs with its lights on, very conspicuously. That cool look immediately attracted the attention of his roommates, and they all crowded on the stair railing to watch. It wasn't until they saw Gu Yiting getting into the car with her luggage that they all exclaimed in surprise. Li Fan drove Gu Yiting back to Jinghe Mansion. As soon as she entered the park, Gu Yiting was amazed by the green environment and the gorgeous appearance of each villa. When she arrived at the door of the central villa, she was so surprised that she couldn't even speak. Is this where I'm going to work from now on? Gu Yiting stood at the door with her luggage, unable to move. This place is so beautiful, it is hundreds of times more beautiful than the palaces on TV. That's right, don't just stand there, come in. Li Fan walked in front, and Gu Yiting followed him carefully, but her eyes couldn't stop looking around. You can stay in this guest room. I'll live upstairs. You can come to me anytime if you have any questions. The servants at home start working in the afternoon. You can talk to them about the corresponding work management content then. Gu Yiting followed Li Fan to the room he had arranged for her. Oh my god! Such a big and luxurious room is actually a guest room. The area of this room is as big as someone else's living room, and it is equipped with a bathtub and a giant projector. Its luxury is equivalent to that of a top-level suite in a hotel. Gu Yiting really didn't expect that this job would not only pay so much, but also provide such good benefits in other aspects. She almost couldn't help crying with excitement. Thank you, Mr. Li. I will definitely work hard. Gu Yiting's sudden excitement made Li Fan laugh. It's getting late. You should have a good rest first. As for work, there is still a long way to go. In the next few days, Gu Yiting quickly got the hang of the business in Li Fan's villa, and everything was arranged in an orderly manner. The new product of Supercar Group, which originally required at least a 1-month verification period, became popular across all online and offline channels in the first week. Walking on the street, you can hear slim women discussing and recommending Chingchang chewable tablets everywhere. Online sales are often sold out. It's great. Our Supercar Group has completely captured the market share this time. In the general manager's office of Supercar Group, Fan Sherwei heard the report from his subordinates and realized that what Li Fan said before was not empty talk. As soon as Chingchang chewable tablets were released on the market, the first batch of consumers who used this health product discovered that it was very effective in removing old fat from the body and blocking the absorption of calories after meals. There were some people who had been trying to lose weight for many years without any change, but after taking Chingchang chewable tablets, they quickly lost several pounds. And according to feedback from current users, this chewable tablet has no side effects or discomfort after taking it. So word of mouth spread quickly, and now almost the entire Dragon Country knows that there is such a weight loss health product that is more effective than medicine. Fan Shui suddenly remembered his previous distrust of the chairman, and he felt like a big idiot. The chairman of the board can take over such a large group, he must be very capable and have a very high sensitivity to the market. With the momentum of Qingchang chewable tablets now blowing, Shengshi Pharmaceutical will be left far behind by them in less than 2 or 3 weeks. Thinking of this, Fan Shui was extremely happy, and he quickly called Li Fan to report the good news. On the other side, in the conference room of Shengshi Pharmaceutical, Chairman Li Jingyi slammed the table in anger. What are you guys doing? When Supercar launched this chewable tablet, didn't you guys follow up and analyze it in time? Now their products are booming, leaving us far behind. This has completely put our future actions in a passive position, do you know that? Li Jingyi became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and he almost couldn't breathe. The senior executives and employees below didn't dare to say a word. When Supercar Group launched this product before, they even laughed at it internally. Who would have thought that such a weight loss health product could create such a big stir in the market? Chairman, please don't be angry. In my opinion, this product is probably just released, and those girls are looking for something new. Plus, Supercar Group should have put a lot of effort into marketing this time, which is why it is so popular now. Manager Zhang De quickly flattered Li Jingyi, intending to calm him down first. Humph, if only it were really like what you said. My intuition is that this product must be something special, otherwise why have so many manufacturers produced similar products in the past years, and why have they always been called IQ taxes? Li Jingyi looked solemn, and then asked. By the way, has the R&D department finished analyzing and testing this product? Chapter 77, when Shengshi Group is facing disaster, Li Fan opens his eyes to appraise treasures. Report to the chairman. The R&D department is still researching the specific ingredients and formulation of this product. It is estimated that the results will be available in the next 2 days. A relevant employee quickly responded. All of you must keep a close eye on every move of the Supercar Group from now on. If Shengshi is defeated by Supercar, none of us will be able to escape unscathed. Li Jingyi's face was solemn and he glanced at everyone fiercely. Then he slammed the door and left. In the chairman's office, Li Jingyi's son Li Yangjia was sitting leisurely on the sofa with his legs crossed. Seeing Li Jingyi coming in, Li Yangjia immediately put on a serious expression. Dad, can you give me some money? Li Jingyi was already angry, and when he heard Li Yangjia asking for money, he immediately became angry. Isn't the hundreds of thousands of pocket money I give you every month enough? Why do you suddenly want money? My car hit a railing a few days ago, and the repair shop said it was unnecessary to repair it, so I want to ask you for some money to buy a new car, okay, Dad? Li Yangjia tried hard to put on an expression of deep regret to make his words seem more credible. You make me worry all day long. I'll ask Xiao Wang to transfer the money to you later. Thank you, Dad. By the way, Li Jingyi stopped Li Yangjia when he was about to leave. The company has been a bit uneasy lately, so be careful when you're out there. Don't cause me any trouble, you hear me? Li Yangjia looked like he had taken it all to heart, but in his heart he didn't care at all. Anyway, my dad has always managed the company in an orderly manner, so all he has to do is wait to inherit it. So now, while he is still young, he just wants to have fun, otherwise he would be wasting his youth. As for getting into trouble, he did seem to have bumped into someone a few days ago, but the $1,000 he left behind at that time was more than enough to give alms to those poor people. Those people are poor and useless, it would be better for them to die early to save some resources for Blue Planet. So he is actually doing a good thing, isn't he? Li Yangjia was very satisfied with his conclusion. After saying hello to Li Jingyi, he walked out of the office. As soon as he left the office, the money that Li Jingyi had promised to give him arrived in his account. Looking at the skyrocketing account balance, Li Yangjia curled his lips into a smile and immediately booked the next flight to Australia City to play cards. On the other side, Li Fan listened to Fan Shui's report on the performance of Qingchang chewable tablets. You did a good job, but don't let your guard down. You must seize this opportunity to defeat Shengshi Group. Okay, Mr. Li. We will definitely take advantage of this favorable situation and conquer the world of Supercar Pharmaceutical. After receiving Fan Shui's emotional assurance, Li Fan hung up the phone. Ding! It is detected that the host has achieved the achievement of occupying the market and obtained a pair of treasure appraisal eyes. The treasure appraising eye? Automatically wearing it for you. Just as Li Fan was wondering, he suddenly felt a beam of blue light penetrate into his eyes. A cold feeling filled my entire eyeball, and when I opened my eyes again, my vision seemed to become clearer. Wearing completed. The host can freely use the treasure appraisal eye to appraise antiques in ancient books. Authentic items will emit blue light within the field of vision. In other words, I am now equivalent to a walking antique appraiser. In order to test his eyes with magical functions, Li Fan came to a famous antique market in the suburbs of Magic City. The market is bustling with people coming and going. Just as Li Fan was about to show off his skills, he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Hey, isn't that Lu Tao's wife? How come she is here? Li Fan was thinking about going over to say hello, but the next second, he saw a man appear next to Lu Tao's wife. He recognized that face. He was the treasure appraiser named Atu who had helped him identify the Imperial Green before. Atu and Lu Tao's wife were talking and laughing. The former even put his arm around the latter's shoulders, kissed Lu Tao's wife on the face, and walked away to an invisible corner together. Li Fan quickly took a photo. Combined with what Lu Tao told me before and the strange relationship between him and his wife, it is very likely that Lu Tao's wife is having an affair with this Atu. Looking at the photos on the screen, Li Fan was conflicted for a moment. If I tell Lu Tao, he will definitely be very sad, but as a brother, I should not hide it from him. Li Fan made up his mind and sent the photo to Lu Tao. Brother, it's not convenient for me to interfere in your family affairs, but I still hope to give you a reminder. Li Fan left a message for Lu Tao, then sighed deeply and put his phone back into his pocket. Before Li Fan could recover from his feeling of pity for his brother, the sound of a fierce quarrel came from his right front. What I bought just now was clearly a genuine item, but how come after I paid, I got a fake like this? Yuan waved the dull-looking purple clay teapot in his hand and protested indignantly. Li Fan looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person arguing was actually a hot woman. This appearance seems a bit out of place in the antique market. Miss, the purple clay teapot I'm selling you now is exactly the same as the one you just took. Now that you've made a mistake, you want to refund your money? That's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? The person confronting Yuan was the owner of an antique stall. With his bald head and bulging belly, he looked like a veteran in the underworld. I was mistaken. I've been purchasing antiques for our company for so many years, and I've never been mistaken. You must have used some trick to replace the real thing I just liked with this fake one. Either you give me the real thing, or I give you my money back. Not to mention, Yuan's aggressive way of arguing was quite interesting to Li Fan. The antique stall owner pretended to be thoughtful and continued. Miss, I've been selling here for so many years, and I have a very good reputation. Since you insist that my stuff is fake, I can also say with a clear conscience that I didn't make any substitutions with the purple clay teapot. How about this, you and I both take a step back, I'll reluctantly take back this fake purple clay teapot, and then return half of the money to you, is that okay? The bald boss's sincere words made Yuan, who was originally furious, couldn't help but cool down a little. Although she suffered a loss by only returning half, looking at the boss's expression, maybe he was telling the truth? Otherwise, just agree to your boss's solution. Suddenly, Li Fan's voice interrupted her thoughts. Wait, miss, the purple clay teapot in your hand is indeed a genuine one. Chapter 78, Burn the purple clay teapot to test its authenticity. Li Fan and Yuan are trapped. Just now, while Yuan was arguing with his boss, Li Fan used his treasure-appraising eyes to carefully observe the purple clay teapot in Yuan's hand. In Li Fan's sight, the blue light of the purple clay teapot was pure and strong. According to the system's instructions just now, this purple clay teapot is definitely a genuine one. Moreover, Li Fan has also discovered the reason why Yuan suddenly could not identify the purple clay teapot. Hearing Li Fan's voice, Yuan turned around. Li Fan's handsome face made her stunned for a moment. With this kind of appearance, could this guy be someone who could understand antiques? Yuan suddenly became wary of Li Fan. I see. You must be someone hired by the boss. Are you just trying to get me to give up on returning the money? The owner of the antique stall became a little nervous and erratic because of Li Fan's words. Miss, please don't talk nonsense. I don't know this unknown person. How about this, I'll return half of the money to you as we agreed just now, and we'll put this matter behind us. I'll continue doing business here. Yuan nodded. There was no way to avoid suffering a loss. Otherwise, if he kept wasting time like this, he might be cheated out of all his money. Li Fan shook his head helplessly, looking at the strange dust on the surface of the purple clay teapot in Yuan's hand, reached out to snatch the teapot, borrowed a lighter from the stall owner next door, and then directly lit the teapot. Li Fan's action frightened Yuan and the boss. "What are you doing? I want this back." Yuan wanted to stop Li Fan, but was blocked tightly by Li Fan with one hand. "Be patient, look at this pot." Li Fan held the purple clay teapot in front of Yuan. The original gray glaze on the surface of the purple clay teapot suddenly melted like a thin film, revealing the original charming color of the purple clay teapot. "This? What's going on?" After the flame burned out, the purple clay teapot in Yuan's hand turned back into the real one she saw at the beginning. This boss really didn't lie. He really didn't replace the purple clay teapot. Instead, he put a worthless raincoat on it. A worthless raincoat. Yuan was full of questions again. She could no longer understand the scene in front of her with her own knowledge and brain. The ash on the outer layer of the purple clay teapot is a mysterious substance from the distant western capital. As long as this ash is applied to the outer layer of the antique, it will form a layer of something like a protective film on the surface of the antique. This film is insoluble in water, but it can be burned off with fire. The antique itself will not be affected during the burning process. Therefore, it was usually used by tomb raiders to add an extra layer of protection for their spoils. I didn't expect that the boss here would turn it into a weapon for deceiving people. When Li Fan saw the surface material just now, his brain, which was good at literature, automatically came up with this piece of historical data. Naturally, he also understood the whole process of Yuan being deceived. The bald boss's face looked extremely ugly at this moment. He had been using this trick for so many years and no one had ever figured it out. And this man looks so young, how could he know about this thing in there she do? After listening to Li Fan's explanation, Yuan finally realized that he was almost cheated. "So when you asked me to return the purple clay teapot, it wasn't as nice as you said, or we both took a step back. This way you can get the real thing back and get half of my money for free. In this case, I will never return this purple clay teapot. The money and goods are cleared. This purple clay teapot is mine now. Originally I should have held you accountable for cheating people, but considering that it's not easy for you to make money, I will let you go for now. But you absolutely cannot cheat people this way again." Yuan was extremely angry. Most of the people who came to this market to buy antiques were collectors who had been in the antique circle for many years. Buying antiques was already a time-consuming and laborious task. If everyone met such an unscrupulous boss, wouldn't they lose both their money and their lives in a matter of minutes? The bald boss saw that he had been completely exposed and stopped pretending. His face was as gloomy as a eunuch. "You stupid girl, weren't you the one who was clamoring to retreat just now? Now you have to retreat whether you want to or not." Just now, in order to get Yuan to join in, the bald boss deliberately used a slightly lower price to attract her to buy. If this purple clay teapot was really taken away, he would be at a loss. And this way he would have fewer tools to cheat people in the future. No matter what, he would never give her this purple clay teapot. The bald boss showed his vicious side and rushed out to snatch the purple clay teapot from Yuan's hand. Li Fan flicked the lighter in his hand and it hit the bald boss on the forehead, making him scream in pain. Yuan quickly dodged the boss attack. "I already said I won't give up, but you're still trying to steal it now. Why are you like that?" For safety, Yuan quickly ran to Li Fan's side. This man just kindly reminded her and helped her, so he should be a good person she can rely on. "Humph, do you think you can take away my purple clay teapot after ruining my good deeds?" The bald boss was extremely angry. He returned to his stall, picked up a whistle and blew it. Suddenly, several burly men rushed out from a shop not far away. They surrounded Yuan and Li Fan with ferocious expressions. "You stupid girl, I advise you to hand over the purple clay teapot quickly, so that I can let you go." After saying this, the bald boss glared at Li Fan fiercely. "As for this talkative kid, I must teach you a lesson today." The burly men moved one step closer to the two men. After all, Yuan had never seen such a scene before, so he was a little scared for a moment. But the man just helped her. If she left safely and left the man here to be beaten, it would be too sinful. I can return the purple clay teapot to you, and then you can release him too, and let the two of us leave together. I can only return the purple clay teapot to you if you agree." Yuan bravely walked up to Li Fan and protected him. Li Fan couldn't help laughing out loud. This woman was quite loyal. "Brother, a disaster is imminent, how can you still laugh? Stop laughing." Yuan quickly laughed to cover up Li Fan's laughter. How dare this guy laugh? Is he really not afraid of being beaten? But she was afraid. Don't worry, I'm here, neither of us will get hurt. Li Fan put his hand on her shoulder and patted her. Why is this man still trying to be brave at this time? Yuan roared in his heart. No matter how good you are at fighting, can you beat these 7 or 8 muscular men? Boss, can you accept my proposal? Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, Yuan quickly asked the boss again. Chapter 79, Li Fan knocked down a group of people, and Lu Tao was beaten for catching an adulterer. The bald boss felt much better when he saw Yuan begging for mercy carefully. However, when he turned around, Li Fan still had that disdainful look on his face. He flew into a rage again. There are so many of us. Do you think the decision of whether to retreat or not is in your hands, you stupid girl? If you keep talking nonsense, I will beat you up too. Yuan didn't expect that this bald boss would be so crazy when he got angry. Forget it, just die. Thinking of this, Yuan hugged the purple clay teapot tightly in his arms. If you don't let us go, I will never give the purple clay teapot back to you. You bitch. The bald boss became furious upon hearing this and was about to slap Yuan in the face. However, after waiting for a while, Yuan did not feel the expected pain from the heavy blow. She squinted one eye carefully and found that the bald boss in front of her had turned his entire face into the color of liver. Looking up again, Li Fan easily grabbed the bald man's pig's trotter with one hand and squeezed it hard, and a sound of bone breaking was heard. Help! Help! Someone's killing someone! The bald man's scream suddenly resounded throughout the market. Li Fan smiled coldly and flicked the pig's trotter lightly, and the bald man fell to the ground with his whole body. The burly men nearby were obviously stunned, frowning as if their bones were crushed. Li Fan moved his wrists and body, and then swung the burly men surrounding him and Yuan away one by one at an extremely fast speed. When Yuan opened his eyes again, all these vicious villains were rolling on the ground, covering their bodies. Wow, you're so awesome, bro. Yuan couldn't help but slap Li Fan's shoulder hard. She just thought that Li Fan was just showing off, but she didn't expect that he was really capable. Humph, you just kept on letting us go. Now you're in pain. Yuan happily took the purple clay teapot and presented it to the bald boss. He slowly took a packaging bag from the bald boss's stall, put the purple clay teapot in it, and then took Li Fan's arm and quickly left the scene. After he was a certain distance away from the stall, Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily we managed to escape, otherwise I'd be worried that they would call in people from somewhere else, and then we might not be able to get out. Yuan's frightened expression made Li Fan couldn't help laughing. Don't be afraid. It doesn't matter how many people come to me. Although Yuan felt that Li Fan's words were still a bit pretentious, after what happened just now, she now had 50% trust in Li Fan's words. By the way, thank you very much for helping me see through the scam just now. Let's get to know each other. My name is Yuan, and I'm a buyer for an antique agency. Yuan extended his hand towards Li Fan in a friendly manner. My name is Li Fan, an ordinary tourist who just happened to pass by. Li Fan's introduction made Yuan couldn't help but squint his eyes and look at him, with an expression of disbelief. Ordinary tourists? How can ordinary tourists see through the boss's tricks at a glance? Forget it, making friends is supposed to be limited. If you don't want to talk, I won't ask any more questions. Li Fan smiled and looked at her. In fact, it's not that he doesn't want to say it, but he has so many identities that he doesn't know how to introduce himself. Just now, when I said that I could fight, I was regarded as bragging. If I also told her about my billions of dollars, I'm afraid this girl would really think I was a psychopath. But you are so good at identifying treasures, are you interested in working in our company? Yuan excitedly made a proposal to Li Fan. Our company's salary is above average in the industry. For someone like you, a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan is definitely not a problem. Are you really not interested? A monthly salary of 100,000 yuan would have been a dream job for Li Fan in the past. However, now that he is already a major shareholder of nearly 10 companies with assets worth over 10 billion yuan, he really does not need to spend time to earn such a small amount of money. Thank you for your kindness, miss you, but I am a free-spirited person. I'd better leave this kind of job opportunity to someone who really needs it. Oh, okay. Yuan curled her lips helplessly. She had been looking forward to working with such a talented treasure appraiser. In that case, let's add each other and make friends formally. You won't reject me, right? Yuan winked at Li Fan with a cute expression. Although she is 1.7 meters tall with a curvy figure, her heart is innocent and cute. The contrast between the two makes Li Fan more interested in Yuan. Sure. Li Fan took out his cell phone and added Yuan as his friend. The two continued walking and chatting, when suddenly, Li Fan received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello? What can I do for you? Excuse me, are you a friend of Mr. Lu Tao? Mr. Lu has been beaten up, but he won't let us call the police. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to come over and see him and take him to deal with it? When Li Fan heard the other party say that Lu Tao was beaten, his face suddenly changed. I'll be there right away. What's your address? Room 303, Love Season Hotel. Please come as soon as possible. Okay, got it. I'll be right there. Li Fan hung up the phone, briefly told Yuan that they would see each other next time, and immediately rushed to the Love Season Hotel. The Love Season Hotel is actually just 2 streets away from the antique market, and it wasn't long since I sent that message to Lu Tao. It's very likely that Lu Tao has seen something he didn't want to see. Li Fan came to room 303 of the hotel and the staff let him in. As soon as Li Fan entered, he saw Lu Tao sitting in the corner with a deathly pale expression. The bedding on the bed looked very messy and there were some bloodstains on the floor. Just now, this gentleman seemed to have discovered that his girlfriend was here with another man. Then the two of them started fighting, and then the 2 men and women left. The employee pulled Li Fan over and whispered to him what had just happened. Li Fan nodded and thanked several employees for looking after Lu Tao. He came in front of Lu Tao. Lu Tao, let me take you back first. If there is anything, we can deal with it slowly when we get back. However, Lu Tao was like a puppet without a soul and did not respond to Li Fan at all. Li Fan sighed and could only pull Lu Tao up from the ground without saying anything and send him directly back to his home. As soon as he arrived at Lu Tao's house, he broke down the moment he entered the door and ran to the sofa, covering his face and crying. I really don't understand. I've been with her for 5 years and I've listened to her in everything. I've never had any other thoughts about other women, but now we're getting married, and she's doing this with another man. And did you know that the man she was with was actually the damn treasure appraiser she mentioned at the engagement party? I only just found out that the man was actually her first love that she couldn't forget. Chapter 80. Lu Tao's savings were defrauded. Suzy Heo found Gu Yiting at Li Fan's house. Li Fan saw Atu's face just now, but he thought that the two of them suddenly fell in love with each other. He didn't expect that they had already been secretly doing it under Lu Tao's nose before. Brother, don't be too sad. Fortunately, this was discovered before the wedding. Let's cancel what should be cancelled and take back what should be taken back, and then think about how to punish this pair of dogs and bitches. Li Fan could only pat Lu Tao on the shoulder to comfort him. It's useless. My money has been swindled away by that woman. She said I should keep the money I saved to pay off the mortgage when we bought the wedding house, but she has already given all the money to her lover. And now I have no way to prove that the money is mine. Li Fan didn't expect that those two people could actually do such a disgusting thing. For Lu Tao, it is not easy to save such a sum of money. If he cannot get it back, his life in the future will be extremely difficult. And then there was the matter of him suddenly cancelling the wedding, and there were a lot of social etiquette to deal with. Li Fan felt sorry for Lu Tao. Although he couldn't say anything on the surface, he had already made up his mind to seek justice for his buddy. Brother Fan, thank you for telling me this today, and thank you for sending me back, but I still need some time to digest it. I'm really sorry. Li Fan understood what he meant. Okay, then you should take a good rest first. If you need anything, just tell me. I will always stand by you. Lu Tao suppressed his sobs and said thank you again. Li Fan felt mixed emotions after leaving Lu Tao's house. He is a good brother who has always been simple-minded and enthusiastic. I wonder how hurt he must be after experiencing such a thing. When Li Fan returned to the villa, Gu Yiting had already prepared bath water for Li Fan. In the past, when Li Fan returned to the villa, the first thing he would do was to take a hot bath. However, today he looked worried, sitting on the sofa with a serious expression. Gu Yiting noticed that Li Fan was in a bad mood today, so she went out to buy Li Fan his favorite sweet soup from a restaurant next door to Jinghahao Yuan. Gu Yiting walked out quickly from the side door of the central villa. Suzy Heo, who was visiting Su's house not far away, saw Gu Yiting's figure and showed surprise on his face. Why is this woman here? She looked so innocent before, could she be the mistress of a rich man here? However, he seemed to have never seen the owner of this central villa. He only knew that he was probably a very wealthy man. Because my grandfather told me that the central villa is a villa in the Jingha mansion, and only super rich people can afford it. Susie Heo walked into the Su residence while thinking. Grandpa, have you heard of the owner of the Central Villa? As soon as he entered the door, Susie Heo asked Su Jinglai. At this time, Su Jinglai was drinking hot tea, listening to music, and in a good mood. When Susie Heo asked this, he just answered it. Are you asking about the Central Villa? That's Brother Lee's house. He's lived there for a while. Brother Lee? Susie Heo suddenly felt something was not right. Could it be the guy who came to our house for dinner last time and had a scandal with my cousin? Yes, that's him. Susie Heo's face changed drastically. At the previous auction, he thought Li Fan was just the owner of an ordinary villa. He didn't expect that the Central Villa actually belonged to this guy. Seeing Susie Heo suddenly ask, Su Jinglai immediately said, I'm warning you, kid. Mr. Lee is both wealthy and a good man. Don't use your petty ideas to ruin your sister and Mr. Lee's relationship. Otherwise, I'll be the first to disagree. Do you hear me? Susie Heo rolled his eyes inwardly but pretended to be submissive on the surface. Grandpa told me that I will definitely keep it in mind. Bah, Li Fan had embarrassed him time and again before, he would definitely make him suffer the consequences, there was no way he would let him go so easily. So what if he is rich? I am in the dark and he is in the light. I still have many ways to deal with him. Susie Heo came to the empty courtyard. Gu Yiting just came out of Li Fan's villa, doesn't that mean that the woman was completely lying to him before? Not only did she successfully approach Li Fan, she even went to his house. Is this woman really so bold that she dares to lie to him? Susie Heo was very angry, but he also showed a hint of excitement. In this way, your chess pieces can move again. At this time, in the Central Villa, Li Fan closed his eyes and rested on the sofa. Gu Yiting tiptoed into the room and put the sweet soup she bought in front of Li Fan. Brother Fan, you seem to be in a bad mood. This is your favorite sweet soup. Eat some. Maybe you will feel better. Li Fan opened his eyes and smelled a familiar scent. He smiled and thanked Gu Yiting for her kindness. I have to say that Li Fan's mood did improve after drinking the sweet soup. Ding-ling-ling, suddenly, a cell phone ring sounded. Gu Yiting quickly turned off the noisy ringtone, not wanting Li Fan's better mood to be affected by irrelevant noise again. She looked at the unfamiliar number and ran to her room to answer it. Hello, how are you? Before the other party could speak, he snorted coldly. Gu Yiting, you are quite good at hiding in the dark, right? You followed him to his house, and you told me that you couldn't get close to Li Fan at all. Do you really think I am a vegetarian? Susie Heo's vicious words went straight into Gu Yiting's brain. Why did this guy come to her again? And from what he said, he even knew that she was at Li Fan's house. Mr. Su, I don't understand what you are talking about. Why are you pretending to be nice to me, you bitch? Believe it or not, I will send your photo to your family right now. Gu Yiting was so scared when she heard this that she almost dropped her phone. Don't. Mr. Su, I was wrong. I'm sorry. When I reported to you before, I really had no connection with Mr. Lee. Later, I was looking for another job and happened to find Mr. Lee's family. Because this happened later. I thought you might not be interested in these things, so I didn't mention it to you specifically. Gu Yiting quickly racked her brains to come up with a story, hoping to calm Susie Heo down. I don't care why you showed up at Li Fan's house. Anyway, your undercover mission has been reactivated. From now on, you have to be my spy around Li Fan. Do you hear me? Gu Yiting didn't expect that Susie Heo was still determined to bring down Li Fan. Li Fan has helped her so much, how could she possibly betray him? Gu Yiting hesitated and said nothing. With a ding sound, Susie Heo sent 2 photos to her mobile phone. One is the photo taken in the KTV before, and the other is a maliciously synthesized picture using AI. Chapter 81, Do you want to monitor? The villa auction is a real scam. Gu Yiting looked at the picture on her phone in disbelief. How could there be such a despicable and shameless person? See? This picture is just the first step. If you don't do what I say, I promise your family will receive them tonight. Gu Yiting had no choice but to agree to Susie Heo's request first. I agree to be your undercover agent, but please don't send these to my family. Susie Heo smiled with satisfaction on the other end of the phone. It would have been great if you had been so obedient earlier. I wouldn't have had to spend money to get you a beautiful photo like this. But I have to say, your face and body really match each other. Susie Hayo's sticky and obscene words came, and Gu Yiting tried hard to suppress her nausea. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up first, otherwise Li Fan will get suspicious. There's nothing else to do, but I'm warning you, don't play any tricks on me, otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Susie Hayo gave another harsh warning and hung up the phone with a bang. After experiencing this, Gu Yiting's mind was in a mess. Just now, she agreed to his request in order to temporarily deal with Susie Hayo. But deep down, she didn't want to betray Li Fan at all. Thinking back, when Li Fan knew that I was short of money, he transferred 200,000 yuan to me without saying a word. Just based on this favor, I could never betray him like that, let alone let him fall into the hands of a villain like Susie Hayo. But what can she do now when she is so alone and weak? Inside and outside the door, each of them had their own thoughts and spent a restless night. The next morning, Yuan called Li Fan. Hello Li Fan, are you free today? There is a big boss's personal auction to be held this afternoon. I would like to invite you to go with me and use your wisdom to help me, is that okay? Yuan's pitiful voice came, sounding particularly sincere. And this auction has the most sought-after appraiser in the antique world, A2, in charge. With your level, maybe the two of you can become like-minded friends. When Li Fan heard the name A2, he couldn't help but snorted coldly. The guy who stole someone else's wife seems to be doing quite well out there. And given A2's character, are you worthy of being friends with him? Li Fan was originally not in the mood, but after hearing what Yuan said, he wanted to teach this A2 a lesson. Okay, see you in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Li Fan picked up Yuan, and they went to the auction venue Fuyu Villa together. The entrance of Fuyu Villa is already filled with all kinds of luxury cars, creating a grand occasion. It seems that the boss here is making a big fuss. Li Fan snorted coldly. For some reason, he had a hunch that anyone who got involved with this A2 wouldn't be a good person either. Of course. The owner of today's private auction is a well-known figure in the antique world of Shanghai. He specially organized this event for charity, so he put out some of his expensive collections for auction. Moreover, he invited such a popular appraiser as A2 to cooperate with him, which further proves that he attaches great importance to this event. So naturally, people in the antique industry will pay close attention to this event. Yuan couldn't help but give Li Fan some general knowledge. When she talked about the antique industry, she got so excited that she couldn't stop talking. However, Li Fan sensed something unusual in this. Was he auctioning off his collection for charity? Moreover, they even specially brought in the famous appraiser mentioned by Yuan. Why does it seem like the more we listen, the more he is trying to raise the price? Li Fan had a hunch that there must be something fishy going on. When they arrived at the door, Yuan showed her invitation letter, and Li Fan entered smoothly as her male companion. After walking around the villa for many times, the two finally arrived at the auction hall. The seats inside were already filled with celebrities, and the boss Chi mentioned by Yuan was moving among the crowd and chatting. At this time, A2 and Lu Tao's wife's son Lily were sitting in the first row and whispering to each other. There was a cold gleam of disgust in Li Fan's eyes. Li Fan, take a quick look at the collections in the display cabinets on the counter. What do you think? They look very good, don't they? Yuan excitedly pointed at the antiques lined up on the stage and showed them to Li Fan. Li Fan took a quick glance, but the expected blue light did not appear. Even every collection on display did not have the slightest hint of authenticity. Don't look at it, it's all fake. What? Yuan was shocked by Li Fan's words. No way, these were certified by Boss Chi and Mr. A2. Maybe you saw it wrong because we were too far away. Yuan stretched his neck to observe the collections. Based on her many years of experience, the quality of these collections is very good. Judging from their appearance from this distance, they are most likely authentic. Not to mention that the guarantor is a well-known person in the industry. She thought that Li Fan must have made a mistake in his haste. Li Fan said nothing more. After all, the authenticity of antiques is often determined by the observation and certification of a highly respected team of expert inspectors. So in the eyes of these buyers, if Boss Chi and A2 say it is real, then it is real. Not to mention that the degree of simulation of this batch of goods is so high that it can fool a bunch of professionals. Although I can be sure that the collection is a fake, I cannot prove it. At this time, he also completely understood what Boss Chi and A2 were doing. The two must have agreed in advance to endorse these fakes together, thinking of making a fortune after selling them. Li Fan snorted coldly. It seemed that this A2 used the money he cheated to lure Lu Tao's wife away. Ding! Trigger the mission, expose the antique scam, and you will be appointed as the new president of Eugene Auction House. Knowledge flooded into his mind, and the status and history of Eugene Auction House flooded into Li Fan's brain. He smiled knowingly and decided today that he must eradicate this cancer completely. After thinking for a moment, Li Fan called Julia. When the auction started, Boss Chi stepped onto the stage with a beaming smile on his face and invited Atu to the stage. The two expressed their concern for charity, and after crying enough tears, they pretended to be reluctant to start the auction process. Yuan counted the collections on the stage intently as they were auctioned off. When the bidding started for the collection she liked, she wanted to raise her card suddenly, but found that her hand was held down by Li Fan. Boss Chi, you said something nice, but in the end you auctioned off some imitations. If this gets out, I'm afraid your reputation will be bad, right? After Li Fan pressed Yuan's hand, he stood up and shouted at the two people on the stage with full energy. Chapter 82 exposes the antique scam video. Li Fan reveals his auction house identity. Everyone's attention was drawn to the question, and they immediately saw the tall and strong Li Fan asking a question in a sonorous and powerful voice in the middle of the packed seats. Who is this person? Why does he look like someone I've never seen before? That's right. How can we trust the words of such a nameless guy? Is he deliberately framing Boss Chi? I think so. After all, Boss Chi is well known and it is easy for him to attract the jealousy of other colleagues. The guests started talking about it. Li Fan was neither humble nor arrogant. He glanced at the video sent by Julia on his mobile phone and walked onto the stage. After discovering that the collection on the table was fake, Li Fan guessed that Boss Chi and Atu must have had a private transaction. So he asked Julia to find a hacker to break into all the surveillance locations in Fuyu Villa. It might also be that Boss Chi and Atu were too confident, so Li Fan actually found an interesting video. Atu on the stage looked at Li Fan coming and recognized him at a glance, his eyes full of disdain. Although the imperial green that this guy got last time was indeed very precious, he is now one of the best appraisers in the circle, and he can earn no less than Li Fan. He is not afraid of what this little ant can do. Boss Chi was visibly anxious. Where did you come from? Go out and ask around. Among all the collections I've got, is there any fake one? Why do you slander me like this? Li Fan looked at him and smiled. I'm not just pointing out you, I'm also pointing out this piece of shit standing next to you. You two were secretly giving and receiving fake goods to try to defraud people of their money. Do I need to point it out to you? Tu narrowed his eyes, gleaming fiercely as he said. I wonder which company you are from. You keep saying that the goods we have here are fake. Why don't you tell us your name so that we can judge whether what you say is true or not? Sure enough, as soon as Atu finished speaking, Boss Chi followed up with a mocking tone. That's right. Since you insist that my collection is fake just by looking at it with your eyes, why don't you tell us your name and see if everyone is willing to believe you? The guests in the audience also began to get restless. Who sent this person to cause trouble? Everyone has witnessed the treasure appraisal ability of Boss Chi and Mr. A Tuesday. How come someone just comes out and dares to throw dirty water on them? That's right, we only trust Mr. Chi and Mr. 2. Some of Boss Chi's men set the pace below, causing the audience to be very unhappy with Li Fan for suddenly disrupting the auction process. Yuan was fidgeting in her seat. To be honest, she actually believed more in the abilities of Boss Chi and Mr. A too, but Li Fan was brought here by her after all, and she didn't want Li Fan to be treated like this. Just as she was hesitating whether to go on stage, with a bang, Li Fan reached out and smashed a display cabinet, and then threw the collection inside at the feet of the person who was setting the rhythm most enthusiastically. Everyone was stunned. The lowest starting price for a piece of art in this auction was 50 million. Is this person really crazy? Are you crazy? How dare you drop my baby? You can't leave unless you pay me compensation. Boss Chi roared angrily and tried to grab Li Fan with his teeth and claws bared. Li Fan dodged lightly and snapped his fingers again. In an instant, a scene appeared on the big screen behind the three people. Boss Chi, I'm helping you build this stage this time. After you sell these replicas, you should at least give me 30%, right? The picture shows the smug face of the villain ATU. Don't worry, Tuesday. As long as this batch of goods is sold, you will definitely get all the benefits. We have had a lot of fun working together before. I am looking forward to continuing to work with you as my partner. In the picture, Boss Chi also laughed out loud, and the two of them were arm in arm, thinking about how to cheat people out of money, all visible to all the guests. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the position of president of Eugene Antiques Auction House. Li Fan smiled with satisfaction and looked coldly at Boss Chi and Atu, who were already panicking. No. Don't believe anything in this video. It must be a composite video. This is slander. After all, Boss Chi is an old hand with many years of experience in the industry, so he immediately found an excuse to shirk his responsibility. However, from the discussion among the guests below, it was obvious that some people were already expressing doubts. If this video is really a synthesis, then it is too real, isn't it? That's right. The voices and appearances of Boss Chi and Atu in the video are exactly the same as their real counterparts. It's a bit hard to say that they are synthesized. Boss Chi was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing the culprit Li Fan, who was calm and composed beside him, he immediately started to lose his temper to divert everyone's attention. You, a colleague sent by someone, are too vicious. You actually harmed me and Mr. A2 to this point. I will definitely call the police to arrest you and sue you for defamation. Besides, it's not your turn as an unknown junior to verify the authenticity of the item. If you have the ability, go report it to the auction house and let them do the appraisal and inspection. I, Chi, have built up my kingdom over so many years, and I won't let a few words from a young boy like you destroy it. The reason why Boss Chi dared to say this is because there is only one top-notch antique auction house in this magic city, the Eugene Antiques Auction House. However, Eugene had always accepted appraisals at national auctions and would not bother with this kind of private activities, so Boss Chi was sure that Li Fan would not make any splash. Boss Chi has been working for so many years, and the only one who can surpass him in reputation is Eugene. He has never been afraid of anyone else. Li Fan sneered. Boss Chi, what if I'm here as the inspector of Eugene Auction House? Boss Chi and Atu laughed out loud upon hearing this. I am dying of laughter. At your age, you still claim to be an inspector? Before you try to frame me, you should do your homework and learn more about the antique institutions and history of the Magic City. Atu said sarcastically, and because of this conversation, the balance of trust among the guests and the audience tilted towards Mr. Chi and Atu. Li Fan sneered helplessly. He felt pity for these ignorant frogs in the well. He slowly took out the token engraved with his name from his body. This token was given to him just now after the system announced the reward. It is an identity token that only internal staff of Eugene Antiques Auction House can have. What's more, what Li Fan took out was even the unique golden token representing the highest position, the bank president. The light on the stage just happened to shine on the token that Li Fan took out. The dazzling golden light made every detail of the token extremely clear. The whole audience was suddenly shocked. Chapter 83 Sun Lily was slapped and took you in to visit Eugene Auction House. Am I seeing right? That's the token of Eugene Auction House. That's right. And he was holding the bank president's badge. Oh my god, such a young president. There was a lot of discussion among the people at the scene. You know, those who can enter the Eugene Antiques Auction House are all people who have had a profound influence in the antique world, and their average age in the past has never been less than 50 years old. Even Boss Chi, a veteran who has been in the business for more than 30 years, couldn't even get in, but this kid actually got it. And he even holds the supreme position of bank president. Isn't this too scary? Boss Chi and Atu both gasped and were completely panicked. In front of the people from Eugene Auction House, they dared not and were not qualified to act rashly again. When Sun Lily saw Atu suddenly wilting, she immediately blamed Li Fan for everything. If he hadn't suddenly done this, how could Atu and Boss Chi's auction have been interrupted? She rushed onto the stage in 2 or 3 steps. Li Fan, there's no need to target Atu like this. Who do you think you are? You're still pointing fingers in front of these big shots. With a slap, before Sun Lily could finish her words, she was slapped hard on the right cheek by Atu. When is it your turn to speak? Get the hell out of here. Sun Lily looked at Atu in disbelief. I'm helping you. Pa. Another slap. Who do you think you are? How dare you offend President Li's name here? Get out of here. Atu roared at Sun Lily with his face flushed. This stupid woman. Not only did she not know what Eugene Auction House was, but she even came here to cause trouble for him. If Boss Chi and I had pretended to be timid, maybe Li Fan would have let us go. Now that they have been tricked by this bitch, there is no way they can ignore it. Sun Lily immediately ran off the stage in tears. Li Fan watched the couple fighting each other coldly, and felt relieved for Lu Tao. President Li, that bitch just now was ignorant, and today's whole thing is just a misunderstanding. Ah Tu quickly spoke and gave Boss Chi a look. That's right, President. If you had told us earlier that you were coming, we would never have been negligent. Boss Chi and Tu sang the same tune and took the opportunity to cover up the source of the conflict, but Li Fan would not give them this opportunity. You two don't need to talk nonsense anymore. I'm just asking you, if I tell you that these are fakes, do you admit it or not? Li Fan took a glance, his eyes full of coldness. Boss Chi knew he couldn't escape, so he could only nod. In the entire antique world, Yijin Antique Auction House SIs are the yardstick, because the strict standards for entering Yijin are recognized by the entire industry. If Yijin Auction House identifies it as a fake, even the Lord cannot make it real. Not to mention that the video of the two people having a private affair was still playing on the screen in a loop. Now all the guests could no longer sit still. With both witnesses and physical evidence in hand, it is completely clear that Boss Chi and Tu cheated the system. I really didn't expect that. Shi Juhong, who has always had the highest reputation, actually teamed up with Tu to do such a thing. This will destroy the trust between the antiques community in the future. I remember now, I bought something from them before. Could it be that they have been cheating since then? For a moment, the crowd was outraged and many guests rushed to the stage, grabbing Boss Chi and Tu and asking them to pay compensation. Li Fan easily dodged and let the angry crowd come up, then he walked slowly to the stage. Yuan was completely dumbfounded. How could such a good auction turn out to be like a melodramatic TV drama? The filter she had for these expert bosses was completely shattered. She also didn't expect that Li Fan would be the president of Yijin. When she thought about how she had to introduce jobs to others before, she felt like a complete fool. Li Fan, today we are really blessed with you. Otherwise, if this batch of goods had been sold, everyone present would have suffered a great loss. Yuan realized it belatedly and held his wallet tightly. Fortunately, the scam was exposed. Otherwise, if I had spent the company's money to buy a bunch of fake products, I wouldn't be able to afford the compensation for 10 of them. By the way, President Li Fan, I wonder if you can take me to the Yijin auction house to see the world? That place has always been mysterious. I wonder if you can fulfill this little wish of mine. Yuan suddenly grabbed Li Fan's sleeve and started acting coquettishly. I can't do anything about you. Let's go. Li Fan smiled, took Yuan's hand and left the messy scene. After recalling the location in his mind, Li Fan took Yuan to the underground market in Magic City. After many twists and turns, they finally arrived at Yijin's headquarters. The strange thing is that although the way here was through hidden alleys, the store in front of me, which was as quaint as a pawn shop, was very majestic and covered a large area. Wow! This place is like a hidden paradise in the city. As soon as he entered Yijin's headquarters, Yuan was dazzled by the ancient style of decoration. The rockery and flowing water complement each other to form a picture, and the courtyard is also planted with dozens of green plants. After entering, 3 transparent display cabinets appeared in front of the two, filled with all kinds of priceless antiques, and all of them were precious collections that were absolutely not circulated on the market. Yuan couldn't help but pick up his mobile phone to take a picture. The auction house manager hurried over to stop him, but Li Fan gently raised his hand to stop him. When the butler saw that the person coming was the president of the auction house, he was shocked. He quickly bowed slightly to apologize to Li Fan and then retreated. Yuan was having a lot of fun taking photos with his mobile phone, and the smile on his face was as satisfied as a child who had eaten candy. Li Fan's bad mood just now was also swept away. I am so satisfied today. Thank you, Li Fan. Yuan looked at Li Fan with shining eyes and clapped his hands as if he had thought of something. To thank you for bringing me to Yijin, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. You can't refuse me. There was that familiar coquettish look again. Then I will respectfully obey your command. Li Fan replied with a smile. Yuan also smiled, and casually took Li Fan's arm and walked towards the restaurant she was familiar with. There were people coming and going on the road. A man holding a bouquet of flowers accidentally bumped into Yuan because he was in a hurry. I'm so sorry, I'm running late for a date with my girlfriend. I'm really sorry to bump into you, miss. The man apologized to Yuan with an apologetic look on his face. After receiving her understanding look, he hurriedly ran to his girlfriend and gave her the flowers. Yuan couldn't help but feel envious when he saw this scene. How romantic. Chapter 84, 1 million to apply for a membership card, the legendary rooftop garden. Li Fan looked at Yuan's envious face and had an idea in his mind. The two came to a Western restaurant that Yuan often visited. As the waiter took them to their seats, Li Fan whispered a few words to the waiter. Take a look at what you like to eat. I've been here many times. Every dish tastes very good and is worth a try. Yuan happily took the menu and recommended the style to Li Fan. Just order what you like and trust your taste. Okay, let me make the decision then. Yuan poked around with his fingers, wishing he could move all the dishes in the restaurant over for Li Fan to try. Although there were many customers in the restaurant, the food was served surprisingly quickly. After a while, the table in front of the two of them was filled with dishes. However, after serving the last dish, the waiter did not leave, but handed Li Fan the things he had ordered earlier behind his back. The dishes are all here, let's eat. Yuan clasped his hands together and was about to eat the food. But suddenly he found a large bunch of blue roses in front of him. It was bigger and more colorful than the bouquet of red roses she had just seen on the road. She looked up in surprise and found Li Fan smiling at her faintly. And that big bunch of blue roses was handed over by him with both hands. For you. Yuan's heartbeat suddenly became much faster. Thank you, thank you. She took the bouquet with a blushing face, and the lingering and charming fragrance of the flowers immediately penetrated into her heart. During the meal, Yuan, who used to be carefree, became much quieter, with a blush on his face that wouldn't fade away. I heard there's a top floor here? Li Fan suddenly asked. Yes, but the top floor here is usually not open to the public. It seems to be specially provided for those who spend at least 1 million a month, but it seems that no one has unlocked this store for such a long time, so I don't know what it looks like. Besides, for an ordinary working-class person like me, these are not things I should care about. Of course, eating delicious food is the most important thing. Faced with the delicious food, Yuan finally put his shyness behind him. He started putting them into his mouth one at a time. With his puffy cheeks, he looked like a cute little squirrel. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. After eating a few more bites, Li Fan found an excuse to leave his seat. At the cashier counter, Li Fan took out his black card and said, "Get me a membership card worth 1 million, and then I want to rent out the top floor." When the cashier heard these lavish words, his eyes almost popped out. You know, this fancy top floor of their restaurant has never been visited by anyone in all these years. Okay, sir. But please wait a moment. I will ask our manager to come out and meet you right away. The manager who got the news ran out in 2 steps at a time. Hello, sir. How can we serve you specifically? Just tell us what you want, and we guarantee we can do it. Li Fan told him the layout he wanted. Okay, we promise to satisfy both you and the bride-to-be. In the manager's opinion, this gentleman was willing to spend so much money to go down to the top floor and instruct them to decorate it like that. This could only be a proposal. Otherwise, who would spend so much money on such a grand ceremony? It's not like they have too much money to spend. Ha! I didn't propose, I just fulfilled my next friend's wish. Li Fan answered casually. The manager and the cashier were shocked again. Just fulfilling a friend's wish? Who else wishes to spend 1 million in one go? The manager wiped the cold sweat from his temples and said, I'm sorry to offend you, sir. We'll get ready now. Li Fan nodded, and then returned to his seat as if nothing had happened. The meal was coming to an end and Yuan was very satisfied. Just as she took a bite of the last piece of dessert and was about to finish, there was a loud sound of a door opening. The guests around were also attracted by the noise, and when they saw the source of the sound, they couldn't help but exclaimed. The door to the rooftop garden is open. Oh my God? Who is so generous? Honey, this isn't a surprise you prepared specially for me, is it? A female guest shyly winked at the male guest opposite her, but the male guest was too guilty to dare to look at her. He did propose, but he just asked the waiter to push the proposal cake over. Who on earth actually booked the top floor today? Seeing that the male guest did not respond for a long time, the female guest became furious and threw down her knife and fork and left. Yuan also looked over curiously. I've never seen this before. I've been here so many times, but I've never seen this rooftop open. I didn't expect to see this scene today when I brought you here for dinner. Li Fan, I have to say that you are really my lucky star today. I want to see which lucky little sister gets taken up there. Yuan was so curious that he wanted to stand up. Just like everyone present understood, the rooftop being open must mean someone is about to be proposed to. However, the guests at other tables looked at each other, and no one made a move to stand up. Just as Yuan was wondering, Li Fan, who was sitting in front of her, suddenly moved his chair away, stood up, and stretched out his hand to her and said, "Ms. Yuan, would you like to go to the rooftop garden with me to enjoy the scenery?" An expression of shock appeared on Yuan's little face. She pointed at herself and then at Li Fan with a look of disbelief. "You mean, I follow you?" Li Fan just smiled and nodded at her. It was as if fireworks flashed in Yuan's head, and then it became blank in an instant. She stood up stupidly. Under the envious gazes of everyone, she placed her hand on Li Fan's palm. Then, under the guidance of the manager, he and Li Fan stepped onto the red carpet leading to the top floor. The other female guests also stared at the two of them. Imagining that I was the one who was invited, the delicious food in front of me suddenly tasted like chewing wax. Lian led Yuan to the rooftop garden. As soon as he stepped into the garden, Yuan was stunned. As far as the eye can see, there are flowers of various varieties of roses. Moreover, the quality and appearance of the flowers are obviously imported. The flowers are also carefully arranged into various patterns. There are even swings and a 2-meter-high flower arch that decorate the entire exterior with flowers. The restaurant is located at a location with the widest view on the edge of Shanghai. At this time, the entire sky is full of stars, and the rooftop garden is just like a fairyland in a fairy tale movie. The bouquet of blue roses just now was just an appetizer. "I hope you like this one," Li Fan said. Yuan's heart was shocked so many times that she couldn't help but give Li Fan a hug. Chapter 85, The rooftop garden shocked Yuan, and at Tucson Lily knelt down and begged for forgiveness. "No one has ever been so kind to me since I was a child. Thank you, Li Fan." Yuan hugged Li Fan, his heart filled with unspeakable emotions. "It's nothing. Seeing a beautiful woman happy makes me happy too," Li Fan deliberately joked to ease Yuan's mood. Hearing this, Yuan smiled and left his arms. "You must have spent a lot of money to book this place, right? Now I've seen it too. Otherwise, why don't we go down early? Maybe we can refund you some money." Yuan felt really bad for making Li Fan spend so much money after only knowing him for a short time. However, although she said this, the expression on her face showed reluctance to leave the garden. Li Fan couldn't help laughing at Yuan's expression. "Don't worry, my lady, I can't take back the money I've spent, and 1 million really isn't that much money." As Li Fan spoke, he took out the membership card and handed it to Yuan. "Take this card. You like this shop, don't you? This way, you will be their guest of honor whenever you come here in the future. I have also told them that whenever you come here in the future, the rooftop garden will be open only to you. This place has now become Miss Yu's secret garden." Listening to Li Fan's words, Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. Now in her eyes, Li Fan is a shining prince. But she still wanted to refute him on one point. Yuan muttered softly, "Of course the rooftop garden is only fun if there are two of us." "What?" Li Fan couldn't hear clearly, and his handsome face came close to Yuan, causing her to almost hold her breath. "Nothing, nothing." Yuan quickly suppressed his restless mood. Oh my god, who knew that this face and the romantic gesture he made would be such a killer for her? Yuan had no choice but to pretend to look up at the stars in order to barely suppress her girlish thoughts. Although others always judged her to be a love veteran based on her appearance, who could have known that she had been a virgin and had never even held a boy's hand before today? So now Li Fan is a very dangerous creature to her, and she is afraid that she will fall completely into this beautiful dream if she is not careful. The two of them kept a distance from each other and looked at the stars together, but Yuan's body always unconsciously leaned towards Li Fan. Suddenly, Li Fan's phone rang. It was Lu Tao calling. He could probably guess what it was. Sure enough, as soon as I picked up the phone, I heard the wailing of Sun Lily and a two from afar. "Brother Fan, this couple has been crying and howling in front of my door for a long time, saying they want to see you. Did they do something to offend you? If that's the case, I will settle all my grudges with them today. Tao, don't move now. These two people are not worth getting your hands dirty with. I'll be there soon." After Li Fan hung up the phone, he first sent Yuan back home, and then went directly to Lu Tao's residence. At the door of Lu Tao's house, a man and a woman were kneeling in front of the door. When they saw Li Fan coming, their eyes lit up and they began to fake howl. President Li. We were wrong about what happened before. I shouldn't have done that kind of business with Boss Chi. We had some friendship at Yunxiang Hotel before. Please forgive me for this." Tu cowed out as he spoke, and it seemed as if his head was going to break with such force, but his head didn't even touch the floor. The reason why he came here in such a desperate state to beg Li Fan to forgive him was because after the fraud in the afternoon was personally confirmed by Li Fan, the president of Yijin Auction House, the entire antique industry has now banned him. Because no one would doubt Yijin's judgment, and no one dared to go against the attitude they expressed. Therefore, Tu now has no other options except to beg Li Fan to spare him. Li Fan sneered when he heard this. So you mean to say that I should be grateful to you for what happened at Yunxiang Hotel? Then Li Fan frowned again and said, don't you realize who you should apologize to? If you hadn't done something dirty first, would I have the time to expose you? Do you deserve it? Tu and Sun Lily were shaking like sieves. They certainly understood what Li Fan was talking about. At this time, Lu Tao was standing at the doorstep. His condition was much better than before, and there was only coldness in his eyes when he looked at the two of them. Tu knelt and moved his body towards Lu Tao, with a very pious expression on his face. Brother Lu Tao, I'm really sorry for you. You can hit me or scold me if you want. As long as you can make President Li forgive me, I'll do anything. Lu Tao sneered and kicked Tu in the face. Weren't you very arrogant when you were in the hotel before? Why, now you are shaking in front of me like a dog. A shoe mark was kicked on Tu's face. He was so angry but didn't dare to fight back. He could only slap Sun Lily who was beside him. It's all your fault for seducing me, you bitch. You've done me a disservice. Sun Lily was stunned and then bit Tu again. Who was it that said you were going to take me away because you were rich? I really didn't expect you to be that kind of person. Sun Lily cursed and grabbed Lu Tao's trouser legs and begged for forgiveness. Lu Tao, I was obsessed with you before. You are the only one I truly love. You have to believe me. Lu Tao had never felt so disgusted before. His future wife, whom he cherished so much before, turned out to be like this. Did she really think he was a stupid and resentful person? Get lost. Lu Tao kicked Sun Lily aside. Li Fan knew that Lu Tao would be upset if he watched this kind of scene for too long, so he immediately got to the point. You guys want to beg for my forgiveness, don't you? Well, I won't make it hard for you. Right now, pay back 10 times the money you owe my brother. Maybe I can consider clearing up some of the black material for you. Li Fan's original purpose was to make Tu and Sun Lily spit out the money. He knew that Lu Tao was soft-hearted, but he was different. He would never let his brother suffer such a loss. 10 times. Tu and Sun Lily both looked terrified. Why? Don't you think it's enough? I can give you some more. Li Fan frowned. Tu hurriedly said, enough. Then let's go back and raise the money and return it to Mr. Lu as soon as possible. Stop. Li Fan stopped the two people who were about to leave. Now, immediately, return it in person, otherwise I can guarantee that I will never help you clarify a word in the future. Chapter 86, Let Tu and Sun Lily pay back 10 times, Wan Ro becomes a spiritual mentor. Upon hearing this, Tu and Sun Lily dared not move. I'll pay it back. I'll pay it back. We'll pay it back now. Tu quickly pulled Sun Lily to take out her phone and said, pay back the money now. Otherwise, both of us will be in trouble. Sun Lily had invested all her previous money in Tu's business, so once Tu fell, her own money would be wasted. And now that Tu's money has been lost, naturally she has to pay it back. There may still be a glimmer of hope for the two of them. But, I don't have any money either. If you don't have money, find a way to borrow it. Give it to me, rubbish. Tu immediately snatched the phone and operated Sun Lily's credit card. The money that Lu Tao had taken away before was returned to his account 10 times. Very good, you can go away now. As for the fraud, I will give you the result tomorrow. Li Fan glanced at the two of them with disdain. Thank you President Li and Mr. Lu for your generosity. Thank you. The two of them thanked him and fled the scene. Li Fan looked at their backs and sneered. I will give them results, but they may not be good results. Don't worry, Lu Tao, these two won't dare to harass you again. There were tears in Lu Tao's eyes. He felt that his past life was not worth it, but also expressed his sincere gratitude to Li Fan. Thanks, brother. It's just a small matter. It's just talk among brothers. Don't be depressed. I'll take you out to have fun and put all these bad people and bad things behind you. Li Fan brought Lu Tao to the bar opened by Wan Ro. Wan Ro was adjusting her newly mixed cocktail at the bar. When she saw Li Fan coming, she pushed the drink in front of him. "Mr. Li, how come you have time to come to my place today? It's just right, let me let you try the new wine that the boss lady made. It's a love product, and it's free." After saying that, Wan Ro gave Li Fan a coquettish look. Li Fan had to respond with a smile. Only then did Wan Ro realize that Li Fan had brought a strange friend with him this time. "Who is this?" Wan Ro asked. "This is my good friend. He's in a bad mood, so I brought him here to play." Lu Tao nodded politely to Wan Ro. "So you are Mr. Li's friend. How about this? I'll give you this cocktail. I hope you can have a good mood." Wan Ro stuck out her tongue at Li Fan and pushed the cocktail in front of him towards Lu Tao. Li Fan couldn't help but smile when he saw Wan Ro's naughty behavior. Lu Tao suddenly picked up the wine and drank it all. "It seems like your friend is really unhappy. You guys go to the booth I reserved and wait for me. I'll pack up and go over." Wan Ro blew Li Fan a kiss and then went to ask the clerk to look after her seat. Li Fan and Lu Tao came to the booth, and as soon as they sat down, Lu Tao couldn't help but pick up the wine on the table and start drinking. Li Fan didn't stop him. As Lu Tao drank, he started talking a lot. "Brother Fan, I really envy you. You are rich, handsome, and have everything you want. Unlike me, it is so difficult for me to even have an ordinary and stable life. Why is this world so crap?" Li Fan understood his feelings. He had been betrayed by his girlfriend and bullied at work. Only those who have experienced it would understand the bitterness. "But luckily, Brother Fan, you helped me get the money back and pulled me out of the abyss. Otherwise, I really don't know how I would have survived." Wan Ro, who happened to hear some of the conversation between the two, also came over and sat down at the booth. She poured wine for Lu Tao and consoled him. "So why not look at it from another perspective? Now that the things that bound you are gone, you have a new life to start over. Isn't this a gift from God?" "Yes, Lu Tao, and the money you get back is enough for you to start your own business. The best days of your life are still ahead," Li Fan also advised. Lu Tao's brain suddenly became much clearer. Yes. He has a little money now, and his engagement with Sun Lily was actually more to satisfy the wishes of his elders. He himself is clearly in the prime of his life, so what does he have to be afraid of losing now? Lu Tao downed another glass of wine, but this time he was obviously excited. "Mr. Lu, now is the time for you to let go of yourself and enjoy your youth." Wan Ro gestured to him at the men and women dancing enthusiastically on the dance floor, and Lu Tao finally let go of his restraint and began to join in. "The boss lady is really a spiritual mentor. I was worried that my friend would not be able to get over it, but I didn't expect that you would persuade her in just a few seconds." Li Fan picked up the wineglass and clinked it with Wan Ro. "I'm doing this for someone." I don't know who was so worried about his friend that his face wrinkled up. Wan Ro replied teasingly. You know what, Li Fan really likes Wan Ro's powerful energy. By the way, I haven't thanked her yet for the chewable tablet incident last time. Li Fan thought about it and took out the secondary card of his black card worth 100 million. "This is for you. If you want to buy something, just swipe it." Unexpectedly, when Wan Ro saw what he handed over, she turned her face away in displeasure. "Mr. Li, are you looking down on me? This trick of yours might work on other girls, but I won't fall for it." Li Fan was puzzled. Wouldn't it be better to just give the card to her? Wan Ro looked at Li Fan's expression and couldn't help but feel angry. Sometimes she really felt that Li Fan was a straight man. "I have enough food and clothes to run this shop, not to mention my father who is the director of the Judgment Bureau. You are looking down on me by giving me this, aren't you?" There were many people who wanted to spend money to seduce her before, but Wan Ro didn't like any of them. Li Fan was the first person who could make her give him her contact information on her own initiative. What she valued was not only Li Fan's unique and handsome appearance, but also his subtle intellectual aura. "I'm sorry. I was careless." He was just thinking about thanking Wan Ro, so he was a little anxious. Indeed, if it was a gift, he still had to prepare something that would please the other person. However, he did not expect that Wan Ro would regard money as nothing, and his admiration for Wan Ro unconsciously increased. "Then Miss Wan Ro, what do you want?" In the dim light, Li Fan asked in a hoarse voice. Wan Ro accidentally failed to resist and whispered in his ear. "I want you." Upon hearing this, Li Fan hugged Wan Ro tightly, and she slid straight into Li Fan's arms. In the booth, the two of them were kissing each other as if no one was around, with music blaring in their ears. In the central villa of Jingha Mansion, Gu Yiting sat in the room looking at the things she had just received. Inside was the car tracker and camera that Suzy Heo gave himself. Chapter 87. Gu Yiting confessed the truth. Li Fan set up a trap and Suzy Heo was doomed. Looking at the thing in her hand, Gu Yiting almost bit her fingers but couldn't think of any way to fool Suzy Heo. But it is impossible for her to betray Li Fan. After much thought, she chose to confess. It was late at night when Li Fan returned to the villa. Gu Yiting came out of the guest room upon hearing the sound. "Why haven't you rested yet so late?" Li Fan asked softly. However, it was these gentle words that directly broke down Gu Yiting's defense. She couldn't help sobbing softly. "What's wrong? Who bullied you?" Gu Yiting had the innocent look of a first love, and now she looked even more pitiful when she cried, which made Li Fan's heart tremble unconsciously. "Now that he has left her here, is there anyone who can bully her?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Li. I lied to you from the beginning." Gu Yiting raised her tearful eyes, her expression full of embarrassment and guilt. "You lied to me?" Li Fan was puzzled. "Well, actually, it was Suzy Heo who arranged for me and that group of sisters to enter your box. He even threatened me that if I took the initiative to approach you, he would tell my family about the work I was doing outside. I originally thought I could just deal with it, but I didn't expect you, Mr. Li, to be so kind to me, giving me money and letting me have such a well-paid job. But he saw me leaving the villa a few days ago, so he threatened me again and asked me to install a tracker and camera for you." Gu Yiting took out the equipment in her hand with tears in her eyes. When Li Fan saw it, his heart sank and he felt a little angry. But this anger was directed at Suzy Heo. This Suzy Heo had targeted him time and again, and he was magnanimous enough not to bother with him, but he actually threatened the people around him. He knew Gu Yiting's personality very well, and if he hadn't asked her proactively before, she would not even have talked about her family's difficulties. Besides, it was she herself who proposed to be the steward, so he would never blame her. "Yiting, you did a great job. You took good care of me these days, and you didn't sell my information to Suzy Heo just because of what he said. I can see clearly what is right and what is wrong. You don't have to blame yourself too much." Hearing Li Fan's words of understanding, Gu Yiting could no longer hold back. She has been so painfully attacking herself these days. How lucky she is to meet a man like Li Fan. Li Fan walked over and hugged her gently, and Gu Yiting's suppressed emotions for many days were finally released. From Gu Yiting, Li Fan thoroughly understood the whole story, as well as the several photos that Suzy Heo used to threaten Gu Yiting. "Don't worry, Yiting. I won't let any of those photos leak out. I will even make him experience the feeling of being attacked in the same way." Gu Yiting certainly believes in Li Fan's ability. She suddenly felt that she was stupid and should have explained everything to Li Fan a long time ago. Fortunately, I chose to confess in time, so that things did not develop to an irreversible point. The next morning, Li Fan placed the tracker directly on his passenger seat. Since Suzy Heo wanted to follow him wherever he went, then he would just follow him to his heart's content. Li Fan drove away from Jingha Mansion and received a call from Gu Yiting shortly afterwards. "Mr. Li, Suzy Heo really followed you out in his car. Okay, you continue to have a good rest, I'll take care of everything from now on." Gu Yiting felt warmed again when she heard that. That's right, Li Fan was still there for her, and she had nothing to worry about. Li Fan also saw Suzy Heo's sneaky driving figure from the rearview mirror. He curled up the corners of his mouth, turned a sharp corner and started walking the dog. Li Fan relied on his superb racing skills to maintain a speed that Suzy Heo could barely catch up with all his strength, and took him around the Magic City again and again. By the way, I took this opportunity to report Suzy Heo's information to a certain place. Soon, Li Fan drove to the underground market in Magic City. What is this guy doing here? Is it possible that I will find out about his dirty dealings today? Suzy Heo was overjoyed. This Li Fan is so rich, he must be doing something shameful behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could I be better than him? Li Fan's car stopped in front of a dark door, then he got out and walked in. Suzy Heo followed closely behind, and started recording on his phone. This kid Li Fan is doomed today. As a result, as soon as Suzy Heo entered the door, he couldn't see Li Fan at all. Where are the people? Just as Suzy Heo was about to look around, hundreds of lights suddenly lit up in the originally dim vision, and he was actually standing in the center of a circular auditorium. There were extremely high iron fences all around, and a few people suddenly appeared from the corner. Su Zihao looked horrified. What are you doing? Where's Li Fan? However, several people just looked at him with indifference and stripped off his clothes in an instant. What are you doing? Li Fan, come out. Are you deliberately trying to trick me? One of them reached out and patted Su Zihao on the face. Now that you've signed up, stop whining and get on the field. After stripping Su Zihao of his clothes, several people quickly left the scene. Then, from another secret door, the sound of an animal groaning was heard. Su Zihao was so frightened that his legs went weak. What? What is that? A pair of dark red eyes appeared in the darkness, and then a 1.5-meter tall fighting bull appeared in everyone's sight, and rushed towards Su Zihao without hesitation. Su Zihao was knocked several meters away. Now Su Zihao fully realized where this place was. This was the famous life and death fighting arena in the underground world of Magic City. One man and one bull. Face to face. Before, Su Zihao had watched the game with his friends in the audience with great interest. The moment that excites him the most is the scene where those people who have to work hard to make money are gored half to death by bulls. And now, the person who is about to be beaten half to death has become him. At this time, Li Fan, with a calm face, was sitting in the center of the audience. Li Fan! You're trying to trick me. I'll kill you. Su Zihao roared angrily, but was knocked flying by the fighting bull again, and he spat out a mouthful of blood all over the ground. On the other hand, the indecent photos of Su Zihao that Li Fan ordered have spread all over the internet. Su Zihao's travel company received a large number of order cancellations, and even Huifeng Group's share price was greatly affected. As for the so-called photos of Gu Yiting that Su Zihao had, they had been completely deleted by the hackers arranged by Li Fan. Su Zihao, all is lost. Chapter 88. Su Zihao was missing and preparing to acquire Shangshi Pharmaceutical. Inside the Su residence, Su Jinglai was furious. Haven't you contacted that guy yet? Issue a statement right now. Take back the travel company that this guy is in charge of. Don't even think about touching any of the Su family's businesses again. Su Zihao's scandal had a huge negative impact on society, and many women came forward to accuse Su Zihao of what he had done to them before. For a time, public opinion even affected the Su family's tutoring in Huifeng Group. Grandpa, don't be too angry. I will handle these things properly. Su Qianmu was also very troubled. She had originally thought that her cousin was just a bit of a dandy and uneducated, but she didn't expect that he would get into such a big trouble. On the other side, in the underground fighting arena, Li Fan saw that the anger on the internet was spreading and called Julia. Please control the malicious comments cursing the Su family online, and try not to affect other members of the Su family except Su Zihao. Yes, Mr. Li. He has always trusted Julia to do things, and sure enough, after a while, the online criticism of the Su family became much less intense. Su Zihao was already paralyzed on the court, but considering his friendship with Su Jinglai and Su Qianmu, Li Fan managed to keep Su Zihao's injuries from reaching a serious level. However, Su Zihao, who usually only knew how to eat, drink and have fun, had extremely poor physical and mental qualities, and was frightened to faint on the court early on. Li Fan snorted coldly and left, while the people in the fighting arena picked up Su Zihao and threw him outside the arena, and there was a lot of booing from the audience. Gu Yiting also saw the scene of Su Zihao being criticized on the internet at home, and she finally felt relieved. Afterwards, some of Su Zihao's deeds that were exposed needed to be investigated, but he absconded to an unknown place after the incident broke out, as if he had completely disappeared from the face of the earth. A few days later, in the office of the general manager of Supercar Group, Fan Sherwei reported to Li Fan the great success of Qingchang chewable tablets. Not only did Shangshi Pharmaceutical fail to develop a corresponding product to compete with us last week, but the market value of our product even shrunk by 10 billion. Director Li, our Supercar Group will definitely become the top pharmaceutical company in Longguo within a week. Li Fan nodded with satisfaction. Well done. In that case, let's start preparing for the acquisition. Acquisition. Fan Sherwei was shocked. Are you talking about acquiring Shangshi Pharmaceutical? That's right. There is no better choice for them now. I am helping them. A smile appeared on Li Fan's lips. Chairman Li, you are right. Now the Shangshi Group is definitely no match for our Supercar Group. The acquisition will not only allow us to firmly occupy the first position, but also allow us to completely destroy a strong opponent. It really is killing two birds with one stone. Without further delay, we will go directly to their headquarters this afternoon, said Li Fan. Fan Sherwei was surprised at the swift and ruthless actions of Li Fan. He nodded repeatedly and arranged for his subordinates to draft the relevant contracts. With Shengshi Pharmaceutical being completely confused, until now, their R&D department still has not figured out how chewable tablets can be made into such an effective product with such simple raw materials. In the office of the chairman of Shengshi Pharmaceutical, Li Jingyi seemed to have aged 10 years. He just couldn't understand how in just 2 weeks, the group had fallen to the point where it was completely left behind by Shirkong. All this could only be related to the new chairman. However, even with such an extensive intelligence network under his control, he could not find out any background of the new chairman. Just as he closed his eyes and thought about what measures to take next, his secretary Xiao Zhang rushed in. "Chairman! It's bad. Someone from Shirkong Group suddenly showed up and said they want to acquire us." "What?" Li Jingyi's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that this time, Shirkong Group would react so quickly, and they didn't intend to leave any room for Shengshi at all. He got up hastily and hurried to the meeting. Li Fan and Fan Shiwei brought a few people to Shengshi Pharmaceutical. He happened to meet Li Yangjia, who had lost a lot of money and came back to ask his father for money. Li Fan recognized at a glance that this guy was the one who had injured Yi Changming before. "Stop!" Li Fan scolded, and Li Yangjia turned around unhappily. "Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am? How dare you ask me to stop in my territory?" Li Yangjia was already in a bad mood because of losing money, and now he was even yelled at in his father's company. If this got out, how could he continue to mix in the circle of rich men? "Mr. Li, please apologize to our chairman right now." Fan Shiwei couldn't bear to see this. Does Li Yangjia not care about the family's situation at all? How dare he act so arrogantly here? "TSK, chairman? Where did you come from? Go back to where you came from. I'm the son of the chairman here. Believe it or not, I can end your cooperation with our company with just one word." Li Yangjia was still shouting, but Li Jingyi was shocked when he saw the Shirkong Pharmaceutical team. He came over and slapped Li Yangjia. "Asshole! How can you talk to the leaders of Shirkong Pharmaceutical like that?" Li Jingyi quickly extended his hand to greet Fan Shiwei. "Hello, Manager Fan. Where is your chairman? Please forgive my rudeness. Let's move to the conference room to discuss business matters." Fan Shiwei was not happy with Li Jingyi's way of covering up his son's rudeness, but he could only make room for him and gestured to Li Fan behind him. "This is our new chairman of Shirkong Pharmaceutical, Mr. Li." Li Jingyi looked in that direction, and his pupils suddenly widened to sizes bigger than duck eggs. This young man who looks like an intern is actually the new director who recently defeated Shengshi Pharmaceutical. Is this possible? Li Jingyi was still shocked, while Li Yangjia started shouting in dissatisfaction. "Dad! Are you really that serious? Is there any pharmaceutical company in the country that can compare to our Shengshi? You actually beat your own son for an insignificant outsider? Is there any father like you?" With a slap, Li Jingyi slapped him again. "Stop talking nonsense. Apologize to Chairman Li for your rudeness just now." Shengshi Pharmaceutical has reached such a critical moment, but his son is still so confused and repeatedly tries to provoke the chairman in person in charge of Shirkong Pharmaceutical. Isn't this pushing Shengshi into the fire pit? For a moment, he wanted to strangle his son to death and retrain him. Li Yangjia covered his face in shock. Today, his father actually slapped him twice because of a stranger. He has never been beaten since he was a child. "I won't apologize." Chapter 89 makes Li Yangjia kowtow and apologize, and he can only choose one between his son and the company. Li Jingyi was extremely angry, but Li Fan didn't have time to watch them quarrel. "Chairman Li, I believe you are also aware of the current situation of Shengshi Pharmaceutical, and you should also know that being acquired by our Shirkong Group is the best outcome for you, right?" Li Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at him. "Thank you, Chairman Li, for giving us Shengshi Pharmaceutical this opportunity. Shengshi Pharmaceutical was once so glorious, but now it can only exist by relying on Shirkong's halo." It is impossible for Li Jingyi not to feel heartbroken, but he still has a whole company to support. Now that Shirkong is willing to extend this olive branch, he can only accept it. He can't ignore the entire group for the sake of so-called face. Li Yangjia was stunned when he saw his father's servile appearance. When did they need to be so humble in their heyday? "Dad! Are you serious? Let Shirkong buy our Shengshi." Hearing Li Yangjia's question of disbelief, Li Fan sneered. "Mr. Li, you're right. Shengshi medicine is in this state now, all thanks to you. Blame me? What did I do wrong? Li Yangjia looked like a cannon that had been set off, and was about to rush up to question Li Fan. Li Jingyi was also full of doubts. Although his son was indeed uneducated, it was precisely because of this that he had never let him take over the affairs of the group. Why did Li Fan say that? Rebellious son. Did you do something wrong somewhere before? Did you make Chairman Li unhappy? Li Jingyi asked quickly. What the hell could I have done wrong? Li Yangjia still didn't care. His father made so much money just for him to enjoy. Wasn't it wrong for him to spend it on wine and women? Chairman Li's upbringing is really good. He hit someone and almost killed or disabled him. Could it be that Mr. Li is used to doing this kind of thing, so he can say so confidently that he did nothing wrong? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed instantly, and they looked at Li Yangjia with eyes full of contempt and disdain. It was then that Li Yangjia remembered that there seemed to be such a thing. In his understanding, causing injuries to others were trivial matters. As long as there was money, nothing could be solved. What? What? You're such a rebellious son, and you even hurt someone. Li Jingyi had an expression of disbelief on his face. He had never heard of this matter. Not only that, the young master also left $1,000 and walked away, acting like a member of a large pharmaceutical company. As the only heir to a leading domestic pharmaceutical company, he did such a thing that disregarded human life. Since Shangshi Medicine no longer wants the reputation of saving the world and helping people, I will help you take it off. This is in line with your style. The truth of the matter came to light, and everyone in Shangshi Pharmaceutical glared at Li Yangjia, who still looked unrepentant. This time, Li Jingyi kicked Li Yangjia to his knees. How could I have a son like you who behaves recklessly? You must kneel down and confess to Chairman Li. If you don't express your regret sincerely, I will not give you a single cent even if I die. When he heard about money, Li Yangjia finally panicked. If I didn't have my father's property, how would I be able to maintain this wonderful life in the future? His luxury cars, mansions and beautiful women would all leave him, which he could not accept. Li Yangjia quickly kowtowed. Chairman Li, you are so magnanimous, please forgive me. I was in a panic at the time, so I threw the money and left. In fact, I was very tormented afterwards, and I kept wanting to make amends but couldn't find a chance. Li Fan asked Fan Shuwei to take out his mobile phone to record the video, and then he looked down at Li Yangjia on the ground and said, The people you should apologize to are the couple who suffered misfortune because of you. Li Yangjia cried and apologized to the camera of his mobile phone again, and Li Fan sent the video to Yi Qian's parents. However, the superficial punishment of asking him to apologize is not enough. Li Fan signaled with his eyes and asked Fan Shuwei to throw out another pile of photos. On it are pictures of Li Yangjia playing cards with the money he got from Li Jingyi, as well as contract records of a large debt he owed. This. Li Jingyi looked at the photo in front of him in disbelief and almost fell down. He originally thought that his son was at most playful and unlearned, but he didn't expect that the troubles he got into outside were bigger and bigger. Chairman Li, I don't like to clean up after others. If these news about your son get out, it will be difficult for Supercar Pharmaceutical to not be implicated in your son's mistakes when he acquires Shangshi Pharmaceutical. Chairman Li can certainly choose to continue to indulge his son, but our Supercar Pharmaceutical will definitely not choose to save Shangshi. The weighing of the pros and cons depends on Chairman Li's own judgment. The meaning of Li Fan's words was very clear. He was telling Li Jingyi clearly that he could only choose one between his son and the company. This was also Li Fan's intention from the beginning. Li Yangjia relied on his rich father to act arrogantly all day long. Li Fan now wants to make him completely lose his support and feel the powerlessness and pain of those who are hurt and bullied by him because they have no background. It is fairest to treat others in their own way. What a rebellious son! Li Jingyi seemed to have used up all his strength to slap Li Yangjia, as if he wanted to sever all the ties between him and Li Yangjia. From now on, the relationship between you and me as father and son is severed. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. After doing so many wrong things, you will fend for yourself in the future, and I, Li Jingyi, will never look at you again. Li Jingyi chose the company where he had worked for many years and thousands of group employees. Because he knew that with the strength shown by Li Fan, even if their group refused the acquisition, Supercar would definitely defeat them completely, and they would have no chance of making a comeback. Fan Shuwei handed over a media statement and asked Li Jingyi to put his fingerprint on it. Dad, you can't do this. I am your only son. Li Yangjia was completely panicked. How could he survive without his father's money? He doesn't want to live in a house with only 3 or 4 rooms like those poor people. He wants a big villa, a big garden, and a convertible sports car. If he loses any one of them, it will be the end of him. Dad. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong this time. Li Jingyi no longer looked at him at this time. Because he was too emotional, he was helped away from the scene by several old subordinates. Only Li Yangjia was left there crying and shouting. Li Fan looked at the situation in front of him with satisfaction. When he walked out of Shengshi Group, Wang Xiufan called him via video. Chapter 90, going to the airport to pick up Yi Qianer, the new good friend turned out to be her. When the video started, a picture of Wang Xiufan and Yi Changming with tears in their eyes was shown. Xiao Fan. Thank you so much. I didn't expect you still keep this in mind. Wang Xiufan wiped her tears and said, just now there was a man named Li Jingyi who also apologized to us and gave us a large sum of compensation. All this is thanks to you. Li Jingyi's compensation was quite timely, Li Fan thought. Auntie Wang, these are what I should do. I said before that I would help you find the culprit, and I will definitely find him. You can bully anyone but not Auntie Wang and Uncle Yi. Li Fan said in a deliberately relaxed tone. When Lin Xilian heard the news, she ran from her home to Wang Xiufan's home, ran to the video and gave her son a thumbs up. My son did a great job. We should always distinguish right from wrong and never forget our roots. Li Fan felt a little embarrassed by being praised by several elders. Mom, Aunt Wang, today is the day Qianer returns from Milan. I will go to the airport to pick her up later. I will bring her the good news. Okay, thank you for your help. I don't know what this girl can do in Milan. She is grateful for having a good brother like you to help her. Wang Xiufan and the others chatted with Li Fan for a few more words. After hanging up the phone, Li Fan sent a message to Yi Qianer. Qianer, your flight is about to arrive. I'll pick you up at the south gate of the airport later. Thank you, Brother Fan 3. By the way, I also met a good friend on this trip, and she also happened to rent a house in your community. I will introduce you two to each other when I come back. Li Fan smiled and replied with a okay. At the south gate of the airport, Li Fan stood there waiting for Yi Qianer to come out. Because of the tight time, Li Fan was still wearing the more formal suit he had worn when he went to Shengshi Pharmaceutical. Standing outside with a height of nearly 1.9 meters, he was indeed a bit too eye-catching. The girls passing by couldn't help but slow down their pace and look at Li Fan carefully when passing by him, and some even secretly took out their mobile phones to take pictures. However, Li Fan was not disturbed by his surroundings at all, and just looked at the exit of the airport. Brother Fan. Yi Qianer rushed out of the airport entrance pulling a suitcase, and there seemed to be a graceful woman following behind her. The girl who was eager to add Yi Qianer on WeChat suddenly fell in anger and looked at her with a sour and envious look. Li Fan smiled and looked at the excited Yi Qianer, and opened his arms to welcome her back. After the two hugged each other for a while, Yi Qianer quickly turned sideways to introduce Li Fan to the new friend she brought back. Brother Fan, this is the new friend I told you about. The two looked at each other and were stunned for a moment. Then Li Fan gave a barely perceptible smirk, stretched out his hand and said, "Hello, I'm Li Fan." Lu Hanswang in front of him looked at the man who had been lingering in his heart for a long time. He felt happy but also a little bit like fate was playing tricks on him. After all the twists and turns, I finally got in touch with him again. Hello, my name is Lu Hanswang. Lu Han placed both of his hands in Li Fan's palms, and clearly felt the slightly teasing strength coming from the latter's grip on his hands. After letting go of his hand, Lu Hanswang finally breathed a sigh of relief and walked to the other side of Yi Qianer. The three of them walked side by side. Yi Qianer stood between them and excitedly told Li Fan about the new things she encountered in Milan. By the way, Qianer, I have good news to tell you too. What? Tell me now. I have made the person who hit your father apologize to your parents in tears, and he has paid a heavy price. Really? You're so nice, Brother Fan. Yi Qianer couldn't help but stop and give Li Fan a big hug. Lu Hanswan felt a little uncomfortable when she saw the intimacy between the two. Her face froze for a moment, but luckily Yi Qianer had her back to her at the time and didn't see her expression. However, Li Fan could see clearly all her mental processes on her face. The three of them walked to the car, and Li Fan asked. Ms. Lu also lives in Jian community, right? Lu Hanswan nodded. Then I'll take you back together. Li Fan very gentlemanly shielded the two men's heads as they entered the back seat. When Lu Hanswang entered the car, she clearly felt Li Fan rubbing her hair. She subconsciously looked at Yi Qian'er, hoping that Yi Qian'er didn't notice this side. It's strange, why does she always feel like she's having an affair behind her best friend's back? But it's obvious that she has nothing to do with Li Fan. In the car, Yi Qian'er happily took Lu Hansuang to chat about family matters. As they talked, they chatted about the neighborhood where they lived. Oh, Han Shuang, let me tell you, the neighborhood we live in now is owned by Brother Fan. You're my friend, so I'll ask Brother Fan to give you a 50% discount on the rent. Jian community, is it Mr. Li's property? Lu Hansuang even stuttered when he spoke. Yes, I will live there. It was also arranged by Brother Fan. Lu Hansuang couldn't help sweating inside. Why did she feel like she was in Li Fan's palm wherever she went? He is the big boss of my company, and now the house I rent in Shanghai is still his. Oh my god. Why on earth is this guy so rich? Li Fan was in the front row, and he could not help laughing as he saw Lu Hansuang's changing expressions through the rearview mirror. When they arrived downstairs at Jian Community, Lu Hansuang and Yi Qian'er happened to live in the same building but on different floors. Yi Qian'er invited both Lu Hansuang and Li Fan to her home for a visit. In the kitchen, Yi Qian'er was cutting fruit. Lu Hansuang and Li Fan sat on the sofa. The former was feeling very uncomfortable, but Li Fan was looking at the magazine in his hand very calmly. Ms. Lu, do you hate me? Li Fan looked at Lu Hansuang pretending to be busy switching TV and looking at her phone, and couldn't help but teasing her. No. Lu Hansuang answered but didn't dare to look at Li Fan. Suddenly, Li Fan's face appeared very close to Lu Hansuang. So Miss Lu likes me? Lu Hansuang's face turned red instantly, and he stammered for a long time without saying anything. Qian'er, you must be busy cutting fruit. Let me help you. After Li Fan moved away a little, Lu Hansuang quickly found an excuse and ran to the kitchen. If I stay with Li Fan any longer, my face will probably turn red. Li Fan smiled and lowered his head to read the magazine again. In the kitchen, Yi Qian'er saw Lu Hansuang's blushing face and asked, Han Shuang, are you feeling unwell? Why do you look breathless and flushed? Chapter 91, sending Lu Hansuang home, donging her against the wall, meeting Xie Huimei and Lu Siyu in the audience. Yi Qian'er quickly came over to probe her head. Strange, you don't have a fever either. I'm fine, it's just that the living room is too hot. The kitchen is cooler. I'll help you cut the fruit. Lu Hansuang quickly laughed it off and changed the subject. By the way, Qian'er, I have a question for you. Just ask. The two began to chat while preparing the fruit. The guy you have out there is so handsome and outstanding, aren't you worried that other women will throw themselves at him? Hearing Lu Hansuang's question, Yi Qian'er's eyes lit up. Yeah, you also think Brother Fan is really good. I know everyone thinks he is good. Lu Hansuang frowned slightly. Why is this girl's way of grasping the key points so strange? I'm not worried. It would be abnormal if no women threw themselves at a man like Brother Fan. Besides, to be honest, he and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend, so who am I to care about his affairs? So, you two are not boyfriend and girlfriend? After hearing this, Lu Hansuang felt a little relieved of the guilt she felt for having feelings for Li Fan. In fact, as long as the woman he finds is not worse than me and doesn't make me feel that I am only worthy of being compared with those people, it's fine. And I'll feel more at ease if there's one more person to take care of Brother Fan. For example. Yi Qian'er said and suddenly threw a playful wink at Lu Hansuang. For example, if someone is as generous and decent as you, Sister Hansuang, I can accept it very much. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Hansuang's feelings were suddenly touched and he instantly felt embarrassed. However, Yi Qian'er just smiled, arranged the fruit plate, and brought it out for the three of them to enjoy together. After chatting for a while, Li Fan and Lu Hansuang left Yi Qian'er's house together. Lu Hansuang lives a few floors downstairs, and the decoration layout of his house is more ordinary compared to Yi Qian'er's top-floor duplex. In the elevator, Li Fan suddenly said, if necessary, I can also arrange a duplex on the top floor for you. The ordinary layout is still not that spacious to live in. Hearing this, Lu Hansuang waved his hands repeatedly. No, Mr. Li, you're too polite. Li Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. This girl was speaking to him so politely now. Was she trying to draw a line between them? Li Fan used the favorability skill. Come to think of it, I only need to use this when I meet this girl. A 99% favorability level suddenly appeared above Yi Qian'er's head, and it was already very close to 100%. The elevator arrived at Lu Hansuang's floor. She stepped out of the elevator and was about to say goodbye to Li Fan, but found that Li Fan came out with her. "Mr. Li, what's this?" Lu Hanswang asked in confusion. "I'll feel more at ease if I send you to your doorstep." These few simple words set Lu Hanswang's heart aflame again. "Well, okay then." Lu Han used both keys to open the combination lock of her house. Just as she was about to thank Li Fan, she was suddenly pulled into the house by his big hand. The combination door slammed shut and she was pressed against the back of the door by Li Fan. Li Fan held her wrists with one of his powerful hands and pressed it against Lu Hanshuang's head. Lu Hanshuang's face turned red instantly. "Mr. Li, what are you doing?" "Ms. Lu, do you really not like me?" Lu Han hesitated and couldn't answer. In fact, she already had the answer in her heart. From the moment she saw Li Fan on the plane, she fell in love with him at first sight. Li Fan didn't give her a chance to answer, and directly sealed her words with his lips. A hot and passionate kiss followed. Lu Hansuan was stunned at first, but after a while she surrendered and took the initiative to hook her arms around Li Fan's neck, deepening the kiss. The two kissed all the way, from the door, to the aisle, and then to the sofa. In the bedroom, Li Fan turned sideways and entangled Lu Hanshuang's hair with his fingers. "You don't have to pay the rent anymore. I will explain it to them." "No, it makes me feel like I'm being framed." Lu Hanshuang grabbed the quilt and covered his face while muttering. "There's no need to discuss this. If you really want to return it, you can exchange it for another thank you gift to me." Li Fan kissed Lu Han on both foreheads, then stood up and put on his clothes. Lu Han couldn't take his eyes off the man's muscular body, and the shirt made him look very refreshing. Lu Hanshuang was so exhausted that he couldn't get up for a long time. He could only say weakly, "I won't see you off, just take the trash out for me when you leave." Li Fan gave Lu Hanshuang another hard kiss in the bed with a wicked smile, then closed the door of her house with brisk and agile steps. This man, how come he is so strong in every aspect? This time he is completely defeated. Lu Hanshuang looked up to the sky and sighed, and couldn't help but savor the sweetness in his heart. The next morning, Li Fan arrived at the football field in the center of Magic City. Today was their team's first game in the city tournament, and Li Fan chose to go directly to the audience seats to watch their performance. "Li Fan? You're here to watch the game too?" Li Fan looked over when he heard the voices and found that it was Xia Huimei and Lu Siyu. "What a coincidence, you guys are coming to watch the game too." "Yes. We are fans of the extraordinary team in the first game." "Which team are you a fan of?" Xia Huimei excitedly pulled Lu Siyu to sit next to Li Fan, one on each side. "I'll just take a look and choose whichever one wins." Li Fan's deliberately joking words made Xia Huimei laugh. "That means our favorite extraordinary team will win. It looks like we'll soon become like-minded." The two of them talked and laughed for a while, but Lu Siyu was unusually quiet. "Siyu, why have you been in a daze since just now?" Xia Huimei stretched out her hand in front of Lu Siyu to signal. "No, nothing. I just thought about some work stuff." When talking about work, Li Fan remembered the last time he gave her a promotion. "By the way, are you adapting well after being promoted to deputy manager? If anyone in the bank is not doing well, you can also give me feedback directly." Li Fan asked sideways. "My work is going smoothly and my colleagues are very cooperative with me." "That's good." Xia Huimei was confused by the conversation between the two. "Siyu, did you get a promotion? Why didn't you tell us about this great news?" Xia Huimei asked curiously. "It's not a big deal, so I forgot about it for the moment. I'll make it up to you guys at the celebration banquet when I get back." "Oh, is that so?" Xia Huimei still felt a little strange. According to Lu Siyu's usual personality, she would definitely tell her friends about such good things as soon as possible. But now she said that she forgot? Chapter 92, Li Fan and her kiss in the camera, the true words between the two sisters. As Xia Huimei thought about it, she realized that Lu Siyu had come to chat with her less frequently and for less time than before. Maybe after getting promoted, you will be busier. After Xia Huimei explained it in her mind, she focused on watching the game. During the game, the extraordinary team played steadily and quickly won the first half. Xia Huimei greeted Li Fan happily. "See, I told you it's the right thing to do to invest in our extraordinary team." The two were chatting and laughing, and didn't notice that the Kiss Time entertainment segment on the big screen had already started. The camera was searching for handsome men and beautiful women in its field of view, and it immediately locked onto Li Fan, then froze on the faces of Li Fan and a lady beside him. As everyone was amazed by the face on the big screen and cheered, Xiao Huimei also looked at the big screen. It turned out that the people frozen in the picture were Li Fan and Lu Xiyu. Xiao Huimei and Lu Xiyu have two different types of beauty. Xiao Huimei has strict family education, so her fair and delicate appearance always contains the aura of a good girl. Lu Xiyu has worked in a bank for many years, and her job involves dealing with a lot of people, so the makeup on her face is always relaxed and appropriate, with a hint of wild beauty. At first glance, she looks like a carefree person who can liven up the atmosphere, which is why the cameraman finally chose her. Xiao Huimei was a little stunned. The noises from the people around her were getting louder and louder, and it seemed like they would not stop until they saw the kiss. Li Fan didn't care, but he was also worried that Lu Xiyu would be embarrassed by this, so he said, "Xiyu, it's okay if you don't want to. The cameraman should move the camera away after a while." Lu Xiyu did not respond to Li Fan's words, but suddenly pursed her lips, and then quickly kissed Li Fan on the lips. There was a sudden burst of warm cheers at the scene, and everyone whistled and applauded. After all, they were a handsome man and a beautiful woman, and everyone's reactions were very positive, and the atmosphere was immediately ignited. Xiao Huimei also widened her eyes beside her. "Emmy, the camera captured both of us. I'm just following the rules. I hope you don't mind." Lu Xiyu explained to Xiao Huimei past Li Fan. Although she knew very well how her actions would make Xiao Huimei feel, her instinct at that moment did not give her time to think. Xiao Huimei forced a smile and shook her head to indicate that she didn't mind, but she felt a little uncomfortable inside. At the beginning of the second half, Li Fan concentrated on observing the strengths and weaknesses of the members on the field, and naturally did not think much about the reaction between Xiao Huimei and Lu Xiyu. At the end of the game, the extraordinary team won a great victory. Despite the minor incident, both Xiao Huimei and Lu Xiyu were excited about the extraordinary team's victory. "I knew they could do it." Li Fan also stood up and said, "Since the two ladies like this team so much, let's go backstage and take a photo with them and get their autographs." "But, we ordinary audiences probably can't get into the backstage." "Don't worry, I'm here." Xiao Huimei and Lu Xiyu then remembered how they had forgotten Li Fan's identity as a super rich man. So the two of them followed Li Fan to the backstage. "Boss, did you come to watch our game today? Why didn't you just come to our team's position?" When Ajin saw Li Fan coming, he immediately asked the other team members to line up and greet Li Fan. "Boss." Xiao Huimei and Lu Xiyu looked at each other in surprise. "Brother Fan, you are the boss of the FIFA team?" Xiao Huimei asked in disbelief. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you just now. I was afraid that if I told you it would affect your own judgment of the game, so I thought I would tell you after it's over." Li Fan replied calmly, and then asked a few players to take out paper, pens, and some peripherals to give to the two. Oh my god, they just kept talking to Li Fan Gao about their understanding of the extraordinary team. Isn't this just showing off in front of Guangdong? At this moment, both of them were surprised, happy, and a little embarrassed. When the players saw that the two were Li Fan's friends, they enthusiastically took turns taking photos with them and gave the two special treatment. Ian Kur even got passes for the two to their training stadium, so that they could watch their training and games anytime and anywhere without any obstacles, enjoying treatment that other ordinary fans could not enjoy at all. Because Li Fan still had some things to review with the players, Xiao Huimei and Lu Xiyu left the backstage together after they took a contented photo and signed autographs. On the way home, Lu Xiyu calmed down from the enthusiasm of seeing her idol, looked at Xiao Huimei beside her, and after hesitating for a while, she finally spoke. "Emmy, what happened in the audience just now?" "Xiyu, don't worry, I can understand the situation just now." Xiao Huimei quickly spoke up to add on behalf of her friend. "No. I want to say." Lu Xiyu took a deep breath and said, "I want to say that I did kiss Li Fan because I liked him." Xiao Huimei stopped in surprise. What did you say?" "I said I like Li Fan. I've liked him since he helped me get promoted last time without any effort. It's really hard to resist such a strong and gentlemanly man." After Lu Xiyu said everything, she finally got rid of that inexplicable feeling of frustration. "And Huimei, don't blame me for being realistic. A man like this, who is rich and powerful, has no need and will not plant only one tree. He is no longer your little deskmate. He is the boss and chairman of countless companies, and a guest of honor in countless stores and car shops. As you saw just now, he even has his own strong team. I know you have always been simple-minded, but if you really like him, you should be mentally prepared and give up your idealistic ideas. This has nothing to do with right or wrong, it's about your own choice. I have made up my mind. At the same time, I don't want you to get hurt. Believe it or not, I mean it. After listening to Lu Siyu's words, Xia Huimei was not stupid. She had thought about what Lu Siyu said before, but it was suddenly laid out so bluntly that she inevitably needed some time to digest it. I'll think about it carefully myself. Xia Huimei replied. The two had come hand in hand on their way here, but now they were temporarily parting ways. On the other side, Li Fan analyzed the situation on the field for the players. After leaving the backstage and preparing to go home, I saw a woman in a gorgeous dress in the VIP seats next to the football field, with a bodyguard-like figure holding an umbrella for her. Yuan? Are you coming to watch the game too? Li Fan walked over and asked. However, the woman looked up at him, her eyes full of confusion as she looked at a stranger. Chapter 93: A woman who looks the same? The amazing power that makes the ground shake. After the two looked at each other for a moment, the woman sitting in the seat couldn't help but shook her head. Sir, although you are very handsome, I have to say that your way of chatting people up is a bit outdated. Li Fan was slightly stunned. Don't you recognize me? Song Yuan was about to respond. The bodyguard next to him told him that the car was waiting for him. She had no choice but to give Li Fan a fairly friendly smile in return. What's going on? This woman clearly has the exact same face as Yuan. But looking at her expression, it was as if she really didn't recognize me. Li Fan was surprised and took out his cell phone and called Yuan. Yuan, where are you now? Yuan's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Fan? I'm at home now. How did you know I was about to call you? Li Fan became even more confused. It seems that the woman just now was definitely not her, but is there really someone in the world who looks so similar? Moreover, Yuan mentioned before that he didn't have any brothers or sisters. Li Fan wanted to ask more questions, but Yuan spoke first. Actually, I wanted to call you just now. I wanted to ask you to go somewhere with me. It's just a little far. I wonder if it's convenient for you. Li Fan immediately heard the complex emotions in Yuan's tone. It seemed that the place must be very important to her. No problem, I'll pick you up now. After picking up Yuan, Li Fan drove her to an orphanage on the outskirts of Shanghai according to the address Yuan gave. As soon as we arrived, a middle-aged woman with slightly gray hair came out to greet us. Yuan, you're here. The children are waiting for you. Mother-son, this is my friend, Li Fan. After Yuan hugged Sun Bihua, he immediately introduced Li Fan, who was beside him. Such a handsome friend, I think he's your boyfriend? Li Fan greeted Sun Bihua politely, while Sun Bihua teased Yuan. From the look in the girl's eyes when she introduced him just now, it was obvious that she was interested in him. Mother-son, please stop talking nonsense and get the children out to play. After Yuan gently pushed Sun Bihua into the yard, he turned around and greeted Li Fan. I'm sorry, Li Fan. Mother-son just likes to joke around. The two talked as they walked. In the yard, a dozen children were playing games under the guidance of several adults. Everyone had a smile on their face. Oh, I haven't told you yet, but this is where I grew up. If it weren't for Mama-san, there might not be anyone like me in the world. The reason I asked you to come here with me today is because today is the 30th anniversary of the founding of this place. Only then did Li Fan realize that Yuan, who usually looked energetic, optimistic, and cheerful, actually had such a background. A trace of heartache arose in his heart. However, this also added a glimmer of possibility to his guess. Have you ever thought about looking for your family over the years? Li Fan asked. I did want to, but when Madame Sun found me at the door, there was nothing on me, so there was nowhere to look for it. Yuan looked very lonely. Well, who wouldn't want to return to his roots? Perhaps, I might know something about your biological family. After thinking for a moment, Li Fan finally spoke. Yuan was surprised. You know the information about my biological family? Actually, the reason I called you this morning to ask where you were was because I saw a girl who looked exactly like you at the city football field, and I mistook her for you. When these words came out, Yuan was full of disbelief. You said you saw a girl who looked exactly like me? Are you trying to say I might be one of a family's twin daughters? Yuan nervously and excitedly expressed his guess. Yes, and judging from the way that girl is dressed and the fact that she has bodyguards with her, it can be seen that your family should be relatively wealthy. It shouldn't be too difficult to find them. Yuan nodded dazedly. She originally just wanted Li Fan to know more about herself. I didn't expect to hear information from Li Fan about someone who might be my biological family. If you need, I can use my men to help you find your family. Before Yuan could respond, it suddenly started to rain heavily. The dean and teachers hurriedly brought the children back indoors, and Li Fan and Yuan also took shelter under the eaves. Oh no! Oh no! There's a landslide on the road ahead because of the rain. A car was buried inside. People nearby rushed over, but they couldn't rescue the person for a long time. And now the fire truck can't get over. What can we do? Sun Bihua said worriedly after receiving a call from outside. President's son, don't worry. I'll go check out the situation. After Li Fan nodded to Sun Bihua and Yuan, he quickly rushed into the rain. It was too late for Sun Bihua to stop it. I had to go back to the house to get an umbrella, and then I followed Li Fan with Yuan. A large number of young and middle-aged people have gathered at the place where the accident occurred. They all tried to work together to lift the huge rock that was at least 3 meters high, but they were unable to move it even a little bit. No! This stone is too heavy. Even if we had 50 more of them, we might not be able to move it. Besides, it's raining so hard now that it's hard for us to do anything. What should we do? Everyone was talking at once. Some people wanted to see if they could climb over the rocks and go around to save the buried car on the other side. But I couldn't climb over it at all. If this continues, the people trapped in the car may not be able to hold on for much longer. However, no matter how anxious they were, everyone was still completely helpless, and some people even began to pray to God. Everyone, make way. I'll go over and move the stone. Suddenly, Li Fan ran in front of the crowd, hoping that everyone would make way for him. Although everyone knew that he was eager to save people, some people couldn't help but mock him. Little brother, don't be so stubborn at this time. How can you move such a big rock by yourself? That's right. There were more than 20 of us here and we couldn't move it. We can't make trouble here if we want to save people. Everyone thought that Li Fan was just bragging, and no one was willing to give way to him. Li Fan was helpless and a little angry. He could only push away the people blocking his way and come to the big rock alone. It's fine if you say you're just bragging. But why are you pushing people? One of the men with a worse temper looked dissatisfied and immediately followed suit to teach Li Fan a lesson. However, at this time Li Fan's hand had already touched the stone. He just gave a light push, and the ground in front of everyone began to shake. Chapter 94, I got the top 1 cross-border e-commerce company and met her again. What happened so suddenly? Is there an earthquake at this time? Someone in the crowd who didn't know what was going on asked fearfully. The man who was going to settle accounts with Li Fan was now pointing his finger forward with a look of horror on his face. Yes. He moved the stone. Everyone looked in the direction of Li Fan and saw him put his right hand under the stone and lift up the whole stone with a light push. Oh my God! Am I seeing things? That young man lifted up that huge rock with just one hand. No! Impossible! This must be an illusion. How could someone have such great power? Those who didn't believe it hurried forward to take a look, only to find that the stone was now firmly held in Li Fan's hand. Oh my God! You really can't judge a person by his appearance. This can even be applied for the world record for the strongest person. Li Fan held the big stone and looked left and right. However, because the road was extremely narrow, there was no other place to place the stones. If you move forward any further, it is likely to cause secondary injuries to the injured person. After thinking about it, Li Fan put the stone down. As I said, that little brother can only hold it up for a while at best. It is still impossible to move it. A big-bellied man said this with great concern, trying to save the faces of the middle-aged men present. Indeed, it was just a momentary burst of power. This still doesn't solve the problem. Although Li Fan was speechless about what these people said, he was still thinking about saving people, so he said, "Everyone, please retreat far behind me now to avoid getting hurt later." Everyone was puzzled and asked why they should retreat. If he steps back, he will be able to move it? Then let's all step back. After all, the young man did lift the stone for a while. We can understand that the young man wants to save face and make amends now. It's that big-bellied man again. He immediately concluded that Li Fan felt embarrassed because of what he had done just now. This is just a way to create space for myself to escape later. Everyone stepped back with a hint of sarcasm. However, Li Fan just pressed his palm. With a bang, the entire stone collapsed instantly. In an instant, it turned into small stones in powder form and piled up into a stone pile only 1 meter high. Everyone originally planned to watch Li Fan escape in panic. As a result, when everyone saw the scene, they were so shocked that they almost couldn't breathe. What? Did he just shatter the stone with just one palm? This. If the stone was lifted up just now was just an accident. But it's also exaggerated to shatter it like this. Is this really a human being? No one dared to look down on Li Fan like they did just now. At this moment, all that came out of his mouth were shock and praise. Sun Bihua, who had hurried over, rubbed her eyes in surprise and asked Yuan beside her. Oh my god, did I see it right, Enan? It was Li Fan who shattered the entire stone just now. Yuan nodded. She had indeed seen Li Fan's superb martial arts when he rescued her at the antique stall before. But she didn't expect that Li Fan could reach such a level. Li Fan jumped lightly and quickly rescued the father and son who were trapped in the car from the pile of sand and rocks behind the big rock. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission of saving the dying and the wounded, and obtaining all controlling rights of the SA cross-border e-commerce company. When Li Fan's college classmates had a reunion. Some people are specifically responsible for cross-border e-commerce business. So I also heard about this cross-border e-commerce company called SA from him. It is said that this company now occupies almost 80% of the overseas e-commerce market. It has defeated the Amazon platform at the beginning of the year and has reached the top 1 position in software downloads in the United States. With this company, his business empire has been added with another heavy brick and tile. Only then did the others react from the rubble that Li Fan had thrown at them. Come over quickly to help carry the person to the ambulance that had just arrived behind. Li Fan diagnosed the injured father and son with his naked eyes. It's just a little lack of oxygen and some abrasions, nothing serious. Without saying anything more, they sent the man to the hospital. Sun Bihua and Yuan quickly came over with umbrellas and handed him a new umbrella, saying, "Kid, you are so awesome. Your hand is not hurt, right?" Li Fan waved the back of his right hand, which was not even scratched, and said, "Don't worry, President Sunday. This little thing can't hurt me." What a good kid. I feel relieved knowing Inan is with you. By the way, there should be some cleanup work to do here. I'll help keep an eye on it from now on. And then we'll follow you back. Sun Bihua smiled and pushed Yuan under Li Fan's umbrella. The two of them walked back to the welfare home holding umbrellas. I saw the welfare home as slightly old sign and somewhat dilapidated exterior wall. Li Fan called Julia and asked her to allocate some funds to renovate the welfare home. Suddenly, an unknown number called and Li Fan picked up the phone. Excuse me, is this Mr. Li? I am Yi Saifa, the general manager of SA e-commerce. The marketing director of the largest pharmaceutical and cosmetic company in Jiangchang will come to our company to discuss cooperation at 4 o'clock. I wonder if you have time to stop by and give us some guidance. We can also report to you on the latest business arrangements. Li Fan raised his eyebrows. This company moved quite quickly. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. After going back with Yuan to comfort the children, Li Fan came to the headquarters building of SA e-commerce company. As soon as he arrived at the door, Li Fan saw a familiar face. It's that woman who looks exactly like Yuan again. I didn't expect that Yuan had just asked me to keep an eye on her, and in just one day he met her again. Song Yuan felt the gazes around her, and when she turned sideways, she found the man who had chatted with her on the football field. Sir, you followed me here. In Song Yuan's understanding, a strange man approached her for no reason in the morning, and now appeared in the same place with her. It can't be said that this is all coincidence. Although Li Fan's way of chatting her up in the morning was old-fashioned, she had originally had a good impression of him because of his handsome appearance. Now that I see that the other person is actually following me and trying to pretend to meet me by chance, this feels a bit annoying. Sir, you'd better stop following me. Sorry, I don't have any intention of falling in love right now. Song Yuan spoke in a bad tone, trying to use this to drive Li Fan away. Li Fan looked at Song Yuan in confusion as she walked in. Falling in love? What does this have to do with falling in love? Could it be that I was misunderstood as coming here to chat up her again? However, Li Fan was not in a hurry to stop Song Yuan. There are generally only two situations in which Song Yuan would come to SA company. Either they are partners who come to discuss cooperation, or they are employees here. Chapter 95. Song Yu-won came to cooperate, and she was shocked by the man's magnanimity. There is complete surveillance in the hall, so I will be able to find out the identity of this woman no matter what. General Manager Hee Saifa, who had previously spoken to Li Fan on the phone, came out at this time. You must be Chairman Lee. I'm General Manager Hee Saifa who just spoke to you on the phone. Li Fan nodded indifferently, then went up to the conference floor with Hee Saifa. At this time, in the large conference room of SA Company, Song Yu-won was asking his assistant to copy his plan to the computer. This time, she came to SA to seek cooperation on behalf of her own pharmaceutical and cosmetic company. Although her pharmaceutical and cosmetics company is already number 1 in Zhangchang, it is even unique in the entire Dragon country. However, if they want to expand overseas markets, their own strength and resources are still too limited. And because of SA Company's outstanding performance in overseas markets, there are more and more companies of the same type as theirs that want to cooperate with SA. Therefore, she put 100% of her effort into this cooperation plan, hoping to successfully obtain the cooperation. Excuse me, Miss Song. Please wait a moment. Our chairman will also be attending the meeting today. When he arrives, you can start introducing your proposal. Song Yu-won nodded calmly. In fact, I started to get excited. Generally speaking, it is not necessary for the chairman to attend such meetings. It seems that SA Company attaches great importance to Huanyan Cosmetics. She took a few deep breaths and adjusted her appearance. I plan to perform well in front of the chairman and make them take a new look at my plan. Everyone. The chairman is here. With a bang, Hee Saifa pushed open the door and introduced Li Fan to everyone. All employees in the company know it. Someone who can take over the entire company when SA is at its peak. There is definitely extremely strong financial capital behind him, so every one of them is looking forward to Li Fan's arrival. Song Yu-won also looked like everyone else, and she suddenly saw the extremely familiar man behind Hee Saifa. It's him. The man who keeps chatting with me. How is this possible? Miss Song, this is our chairman, Chairman Li Fan. Hee Saifa introduced to Song Yu-won enthusiastically. Li Fan smiled and extended his hand, saying, Hello, Miss Song. At this time, Song Yu-won's face was completely frozen. This man is actually the chairman of SA. Just now at the door. He just wants to join the company. She actually thought the other party was chasing her. Oh my god, she was so embarrassed now. Ms. Song? Hee Saifa saw Song Yu-won's dazed look and reminded her. Song Yu-won finally came to her senses and shyly stretched out her hand to shake hands with Li Fan. Hello, Mr. Li, I am Song Yu-won, the marketing director of Huanyan Cosmeceuticals Company. Li Fan didn't expect this either. I was just misunderstood by Song Yu-won downstairs, and the next moment I ran into Song Yu-won in the conference room. This is good, I don't have to check her identity anymore. Li Fan listened to Song Yu-won's self-introduction. After nodding slightly, he sat down and prepared to listen to her plan report. Song Yu-won came to the meeting room before Li Fan. Originally, she was very confident of her success, but now she just wanted to find a hole to hide in. Offended SAS top boss. No matter how good a plan is, it can't outweigh someone's unhappiness. Although Song Yu-won had already given up hope on this cooperation, but she still demonstrated her perfect professionalism during the project report. After the introduction, the whole audience burst into applause. Song Yu-won is very grateful for the recognition from SA Company employees. However, at this time she had already anticipated the outcome of being rejected by Li Fan with just one sentence. So she subconsciously began to pack up her materials and prepare to leave. This plan is really well done. I believe that the cooperation with Huanyan Company will definitely help us SA to expand diversified overseas markets. To Song Yu-won's surprise, Li Fan actually praised her plan. And he sounded like he wanted to cooperate. Chairman Li. What do you mean? The anticipation in Song Yu-won's eyes made her look like she exuded a charming vitality. Before, Li Fan had always focused on her face, which was exactly the same as Yuan's. When I took a closer look today, I discovered the charming teardrop mole at the corner of her eye. She should be a woman of high intelligence and temperament, but she rarely reveals a sense of vulnerability that makes people feel sorry for her. In addition, there was the girlish, cute and arrogant look that Song Yu-won had shown before because she had misunderstood him. Li Fan really likes such a woman with rich layers and charm. What I mean is that I am very satisfied with the proposal you put forward, Miss Song. We can now formally sign a cooperation agreement between the two sides. Li Fan glanced to the side, and He Tsai-Fat immediately handed over the contract. Song Yu-won never expected this. Not only did Li Fan not make things difficult for her, but he also said so straightforwardly that he wanted to sign the contract right away. You know, Huan Yen has cooperated with large enterprises before. But every time we always have to haggle for a while over the budget amount. This was simply the smoothest cooperation negotiation she had ever had in all her years of work. Thank you, Chairman Lee. Thank you everyone here. Song Yu-won was so excited that she took her assistant to thank everyone. After signing the contract, Song Yu-won and his assistant prepared to leave. Miss Song, if you don't mind, let's go down together? Song Yu-won originally wanted to sneak away, because she still felt a little embarrassed about her previous behavior towards Li Fan. However, Li Fan had personally called her, so of course she wouldn't be so ignorant as to refuse his respect. Xiao Lu, you go down first. I will go with Chairman Lee. After hearing Song Yu-won's instructions, the assistant understood the hint and stepped away first. Li Fan and Song Yu-won walked into the elevator side by side. After struggling for a while, Song Yu-won finally spoke. Chairman Lee, I'm really sorry for what happened before. It's all my fault for being too self-indulgent. I misunderstood you as a pervert who was following me. I hope you can forgive my previous rudeness. Song Yu-won lowered her head. Although Li Fan did not bring up these things on his own initiative, it was for the sake of good cooperation in the future. It is better to apologize as soon as possible. Instead of being blamed as expected, Li Fan laughed heartily and said, It's okay. There's no acquaintance without fighting. And it was indeed me who took the initiative to talk to Miss Song at the beginning. It's normal for you to misunderstand. Li Fan's magnanimity once again shocked Song Yu-won. This man is so different. Chapter 96. Gu Yiting returns home to find out the truth. Su Qianmo is melancholy and seeks comfort. Song Yu-won secretly raised her head and observed Li Fan, her inner surprise still lingering. Generally speaking, men of Li Fan's status and position have their eyes on the top of their heads. If they offend those people by accident, they will probably be targeted and treated in a difficult way. And this Li Fan is not only handsome and has an excellent physique, but from the beginning till now, she has not been retaliated against or targeted at all. No wonder he could become the chairman of SA Company. This kind of temperament and ability to handle affairs are indeed not something that ordinary people can match. The previous events were over, but Li Fan still had the task of helping Yuan to get information. By the way, Miss Song, I've always heard that Huan Yen Company is a family business that has been passed down for many years. You and your brothers and sisters must have put in a lot of effort to manage Huan Yen so well, right? It would be nice if I really had brothers and sisters to help me. My parents were so focused on the family business that they only had me and no more children. Now it's time for them to retire and enjoy life, so naturally I have to take care of the business. As soon as Song Yu-won finished speaking, the elevator reached the first floor. Chairman Lee, thank you again NSA for giving us this opportunity. I hope our future cooperation will go smoothly. Goodbye. Because she had to catch the flight back to Jiangcheng, Song Yu-won hurriedly said goodbye to Li Fan. However, what she just said kept lingering in Li Fan's mind. She was the only one born? But are there really strangers in the world who look exactly the same? Forget it, I'll just have to wait until I meet Yuan and explain the situation to her, and then see what she decides to do next. Li Fan thought about it and drove his car away from SA. In the top center villa, Gu Yiting was preparing a bath for Li Fan. These days she has been acting like a good wife and mother, helping Li Fan to settle everything at home. She doesn't have to do any real work, she is usually only responsible for coordination and supervision. But she did not slack off, instead she arranged everything just right. When Li Fan comes back from outside in the evening, he can take a bath in the water temperature she has adjusted and eat the meal she has asked the chefs to prepare according to Li Fan's taste, so that Li Fan's personal rest time will not be disturbed by other people or things. The phone beside her rang. It was Gu Yiting's mother. Oh, Yiting. You finally answered the phone. Your grandma's condition is getting worse again. The doctor said that this time it will cost at least $500,000 for another surgery. How could this happen? Didn't you say last time that grandma's illness could be cured with 200,000 yuan? How could it be so serious again? Although Gu Yiting was anxious this time, she did not completely believe her mother's one-sided words. She learned about her grandmother's illness because her mother sent her a medical record, which indeed had her grandmother's name on it. But ever since Susie Heo threatened her with that H-pick that she had never taken, she realized that seeing is not necessarily believing. So when her mother suddenly asked for another $500,000 this time, she was a little skeptical. She has been living with her grandmother since she was a child, while her younger brother has always been raised by her parents in a big city. It was only after hearing that she had grown up and was able to make money that her parents got in touch with her again. But she already owed Li Fan a favor of 200,000 yuan, and this time, she couldn't possibly talk to Li Fan again no matter what he said. Yiting. Take a good look at it yourself. It's clearly written on the medical record. Without these $500,000, your grandmother might not survive this week. Her mother Lu Damei sent her the medical record again, and the amount on it had indeed become 500,000. Mom, don't worry. I'll think of a solution in the next few days. Gu Yiting couldn't judge whether this matter was true or not for the time being, so she could only comfort her mother first. Then you must hurry up. Otherwise your grandma won't be able to wait. Lu Damei howled a few more times and then quickly hung up the phone. Gu Yiting came out of the bathroom with a heavy heart, and happened to meet Li Fan, who had returned. Only then did she remember that she had only filled half of the bath water. Oh, sorry Mr. Li, I'll go back in and fill the water for you, please wait a moment. It's okay, I'll do it myself later. But you, why do you look so bad? Li Fan came over and touched Gu Yiting's forehead. This intimate and considerate gesture suddenly woke Gu Yiting up. Li Fan was so good to her. If her parents really lied to her on purpose, she would have to get the money back and return it to Li Fan no matter what. I'm fine Mr. Li, but I do need to ask for some time off from you. Take a leave? Where to? My childhood friend from my hometown is getting married, and she asked me to go over and help her prepare and be a bridesmaid. I guess I'll be busy for a while. My childhood friend is getting married? I will definitely go. Li Fan rubbed Gu Yiting's head again and said, but don't forget to come back. During this period, Li Fan has become accustomed to the long-lasting life with Gu Yiting at home. Life cannot be without passion, but it is also important to have one or two close and caring women around. When Gu Yiting comes back, their relationship can indeed be further improved. Although Gu Yiting didn't know what Li Fan was thinking at the moment, she had long been accustomed to living with Li Fan. She nodded immediately and said, don't worry, Mr. Li, I will be back soon after the matter is resolved. After seeing Gu Yiting off, Li Fan enjoyed the dinner prepared by the chefs. Not to mention, with one person suddenly missing, the house seemed even more empty. Li Fan, holding a glass of 1982 Lafite, came to the courtyard alone to look at the starry sky, but unexpectedly caught a glimpse of Su Qianmu with a melancholy look on his face. Li Fan, whose body functions are already different from those of ordinary people, can now clearly see things 10 miles away with just a glance. Su Qianmu hesitated in front of the door of his villa and didn't go in for a long time. Li Fan thought about it and called Su Qianmu. Miss Su, are you worried recently? Su Qianmu was surprised, how did you know? I guess. Su Qianmu gave a helpless smile and looked at the door in front of him, not wanting to take a step forward. Li Fan, can I go to your house now? Su Qianmu glanced at the central villa. The lights were on, so someone must be home. Anywhere would be fine, she needed to escape for a while. Certainly. Li Fan arrived at the door of his villa. At this time, Su Qianmu just happened to walk here. Looking at her, Li Fan could probably guess why. Susie Heo hasn't been found yet? The only things that could make a strong and decisive woman like her so worried are family matters. Su Qianmu did not answer, but took Li Fan's wineglass and drank it all, then walked into the villa. Chapter 97, Cuddling on the sofa with Su Qianmu while the female president makes breakfast in the kitchen. Su Qianmu walked into the villa and sat on the sofa looking tired. Although Ziheo has done many wrong things, he is still a member of our Su family after all. But I didn't expect that he would run away so quietly this time. She sighed, every time I think about going home and meeting my grandfather's anxious and expectant eyes, I feel guilty. But I've sent many people to look for him, but there's still no trace. Li Fan nodded thoughtfully. The last time he heard about Su Ziheo's disappearance, he specially sent someone to copy the footage of Su Ziheo's actions after he came out of the fighting arena. From the surveillance footage, it can be seen that Su Ziheo's subsequent actions were not coerced by anyone. Li Fan also anonymously sent the video to the Su family to give them a direction to look for. However, it now seems that the reason why Su Qianmu couldn't find Su Zihao was probably because he deliberately didn't want the Su family to discover his whereabouts. Maybe he feels that what he did before was too bad, and feels sorry for you, so he doesn't want to show up? Li Fan tried to interpret Su Zihao's behavior from a more benevolent perspective, although he did not think that such a bully could suddenly repent. I don't know, maybe. I just feel very sorry for Grandpa. Su Qianmu lowered his head again. Since you're here today, don't worry about these things. If you keep tense, you'll collapse. Li Fan pinched Su Qianmu's shoulders from behind to make her relax. Then Li Fan pressed a hidden button under the sofa. The sofa, which was originally only suitable for sitting, unfolded from the bottom instantly and soon turned into an extra large and soft cushion of nearly 20 square meters. If you don't mind, you can relax here tonight. With a snap of his fingers, the lighting mode in Li Fan's living room without a main light instantly switched to atmosphere. A 200-inch projection screen slowly descended above the TV wall in front of the two people. The surrounding floor-to-ceiling glass windows are also intelligently converted to blackout mode. In less than 5 minutes, the living room was transformed into an extremely comfortable movie theater. Just take your time here and call me if you need anything. Thinking that Su Qianmu might need some space alone, Li Fan stood up and prepared to go back to his room. However, Su Qianmu grabbed his wrist. Can you please keep me company? It's boring to watch it alone. Su Qianmu likes to be with Li Fan. She didn't know why, but it seemed like when this man was around, she always felt more at ease than usual. It is also less likely to overthink. Li Fan raised his eyebrows. Su Qianmu took the initiative to invite him, so of course he would not refuse. He turned over easily and sat next to Su Qianmu. The movie Su Qianmu chose is a lyrical and slow-paced romance film. The ambient light and the light reflected from the movie hit the two people. The two sat close to each other, their arms vaguely touching. The touch of skin seemed to be addictive. Su Qianmu unconsciously pressed herself completely close to Li Fan's arm, and then leaned on his shoulder. Li Fan forced a smile, and directly grabbed Su Qianmu's hand under the small blanket covering both of them and clasped their fingers together. Although Su Qianmu was a little startled, she was reluctant to let go. At the end of the movie, the two were still snuggling together like a couple. However, Su Qianmu had already fallen asleep leaning on Li Fan's shoulder. These days she has been busy looking for clues about Su Zihao everywhere and is almost exhausted. Li Fan did not wake her up, but pressed another button under the sofa, lowering the backrests of both of them a few inches. Su Qianmu muttered something in her dream because of the noise, and then buried her head in Li Fan's arms. She wrapped her arms tightly around Li Fan's waist, as if she was holding a big doll at home. Li Fan's blood was rushing up, and he could only suppress it quickly. What an annoying goblin. After Li Fan gave Su Qianmu a light kiss on the forehead, he hugged her back and fell asleep together. The next morning, Su Qianmu woke up in Li Fan's arms. She subconsciously looked at herself and fortunately, she didn't do anything too outrageous. With a red face, Su Qianmu got up and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The first thing Li Fan saw when he woke up was Su Qianmu wearing an apron and busying around in the kitchen. You know what, they really look like newlyweds. It is quite pleasing to see a female CEO who usually doesn't do housework cooking for herself. Su Qianmu simply cooked some porridge, fried a few eggs, and when she turned around, she saw Li Fan staring at her with burning eyes. She was subconsciously too shy to look back. Breakfast is ready, come and eat something together. The two finished their breakfast together, and it just so happened that Su Qianmu was going to Juanhong Group to discuss cooperation today. Li Fan thought that he hadn't been back to see the place for a while, so he took Su Qianmu with him. At the foot of the Juanhong Group building, Su Qianmu got out of the car and thanked Li Fan. Thank you for last night and today. Thanks to you, I feel much better now. I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your time. Now go and do your own thing. After saying that, Su Qianmu was about to walk into Juanhong Group. However, with the sound of the car door closing, Li Fan stepped out of the car with his long legs. Su Qianmu looked at him in confusion, only to see Li Fan directly holding her hand and walking towards another elevator that ordinary visitors and employees could not take. What are you doing? Are you here to discuss cooperation with Juanhong today as well? Su Qianmu asked. But how can you take their elevator? Su Qianmu looked around nervously, and only felt relieved when she saw that no one came to stop them. Talk about cooperation? I guess so. Li Fan smiled and thought that getting some investment from his own company could be considered as discussing cooperation. The moment the elevator door closed, Li Fan quickly grabbed Su Qianmu's hand and pulled her into his arms. Thinking of the last time Su Qianmu had a claustrophobia attack in the elevator, Li Fan said softly, "With me here, you don't have to be afraid of anything." Su Qianmu felt warm in her heart and let him hold her hand. The senior executives arrived, and two people stepped out of the elevator door one after the other. "Hello, Chairman Li." As soon as Shang Dehua received the news that the exclusive elevator was in operation, he immediately took Julia to the elevator door to wait for Li Fan's arrival. "Chairman Li?" Su Qianmu looked at Li Fan in confusion. "Li Fan, are they calling you?" Su Qianmu had always thought that Li Fan was a rich second generation from a mysterious aristocratic family. She even thought that the gymnasium and the football team were just a pastime for Li Fan when he was bored. Unexpectedly, he is also the chairman of a company? But it should be a small company, right? Although she had a good impression of Li Fan, she was also very clear that the investments of these second-generation rich boys were generally just for fun. Chapter 98, Su Qianmu is shocked to find out Li Fan's identity and communicates with Lu Han in the first-class cabin. "Miss Su, I didn't expect that you knew the chairman of our Juanheng. If you had said it earlier, our cooperation with Huifeng would have been much smoother." Shang Dehua had sharp eyes. When the door was half open just now, he saw the two of them holding hands. I guess Su Qianmu must have a special relationship with his boss. "What? Director Shang, you said Li Fan is the chairman of Juanheng." Su Qianmu couldn't help but be surprised and quickly turned her gaze to Li Fan standing beside her. Seeing her puzzled expression, Li Fan had no choice but to nod and acknowledge it. "So the figure of the new chairman that I saw in the lobby before was Li Fan." Su Qianmu recalled the first time she saw Li Fan being surrounded and escorted into Juanheng. At that time, she was full of curiosity about this mysterious chairman. Unexpectedly, fate had already tied the two of them together. What was even more unexpected to her was that Li Fan completely broke her stereotype of young rich people. When Su Qianmu thought of the young man who had pretended to be so pretentious in front of her before, Li Fan became more and more majestic in her eyes. Li Fan, Shang Dehua and Julia entered his exclusive office. "Chairman Li, thanks to you, our group's profit this quarter has more than quintupled compared to the same period last year. Here are our financial statements, please take a look." Li Fan took the report handed over by Shang Dehua. Most of the businesses covered by Juanheng Group are in a profit growth model, among which the information technology business has the fastest growth. "I have also asked Julia to deposit your 30 billion dividend for this quarter into your account." Shang Dehua reported respectfully. Unlike the first time when he was excited, Li Fan is now able to take his money calmly. The liquid cash in his bank account, plus his own stock assets, should be around 700 to 800 billion, right? "I don't know. There is too much money now and he doesn't have the energy to count it through various channels." "Well done. I feel relieved that the company has an old man like you in charge." Li Fan expressed his appreciation for Shang Dehua's work and allocated 100 million and 10 million respectively as rewards to Shang Dehua and Julia. For capable people, it is necessary to spend some money to make them feel that their efforts are worthwhile. "Thank you, Chairman Li. I will definitely work even harder to manage the company for you in the future." Shang Dehua was amazed at Li Fan's generosity, and immediately handed over a plan for a new project. "Mr. Li, this is the new Nature Leisure Manor tourism project we are planning to develop recently. We have already done the market research. In today's fast-paced lives of young people, many tourists are beginning to yearn for returning to the natural scenery, so our marketing colleagues proposed this plan based on the current popular trend. In order to differentiate ourselves from other competitors, we will create a fully integrated manor world with food, drink, entertainment and sightseeing, covering an area of 3,000 acres. Because this project is large in scale, the staff of the marketing department are very eager to go to the manor with you to check out the current progress." Shang Dehua carefully put forward his colleague's request. "Since everyone needs it, I have no problem with that. I'll trouble you with the itinerary arrangements, Julia." "Okay, Mr. Li." 3 days later, Li Fan and his colleagues boarded a flight. This flight happened to coincide with Lu Han being on double duty. While no one was paying attention, Li Fan pulled Lu Hansuang into his first-class cabin and had a gentle moment with her in the seat separated by a partition. Lu Hansuang, who had expressed her feelings to Li Fan, became much bolder than before. The two kissed each other ardently, but finally gave in because they had wasted too long. Lu Hansuang then stood up and returned to his duty area. Li Fan's current physique is completely different from that of ordinary people. Others would suffer from kidney deficiency if they were too emotional, but for him, the more he exercises, the better his spirit and energy become. Therefore, when he got off the plane, compared with his colleagues, he was the most energetic one. No wonder Mr. Lee can become our chairman. His energy and state are totally incomparable to us office animals. That's right. How can there be such a huge difference between people? Several colleagues murmured quietly. Li Fan smiled when he heard that, gently put his arm around the waist of Lu Hansuang, who was standing nearby directing passengers off the plane, and then walked out with brisk steps. Only Lu Hansuang was left staring at Li Fan's tall back with her little heart pounding. There is infinite sweetness in my heart. Outside the airport, Li Fan and his colleagues got on a luxury car specially sent by the manor. It didn't take long before they arrived at their destination safely. Now the facade of the manor has been completely constructed. Several pillars with gorgeous reliefs are entwined with various vines and dotted with flowers of different colors. It is full of design sense and forest atmosphere. It is consistent with the concept of nature proposed by the group, but not too rough and primitive. The low-key and gorgeous texture gives the entire manor a sense of luxury from the very beginning. The design team has a good aesthetic. Li Fan began to praise. A woman wearing a beret and with curly hair heard Li Fan's words and came out from behind the pillar. I didn't expect that you Juanhong people are so knowledgeable. This is a design that I worked on for several late nights, so it must be the most perfect. Lu Weiwei twirled the pencil in her hand with a little pride, while holding several design drawings in her other hand. When she saw Li Fan's face, she was stunned for a moment. As an art student, what she appreciates most is all kinds of beautiful things. The man in front of her was obviously more handsome than she had expected. Therefore, she couldn't help but look at Li Fan a few more times. By the way, didn't they say your chairman was coming? Where is he? When I came to my senses, I found that there seemed to be a bald and big-bellied man missing from the team. In her usual impression, the chairman of a group should look like this. Colleague Xiao Zhao hurried forward to introduce Lu Weiwei. Designer Lu, the person who just praised your design is chairman Li of our group. Lu Weiwei was stunned. What? He said that the man with a celebrity look in front of him is the chairman of Juanhong. Are you kidding me? Lu Weiwei thought to herself that she was not that stupid. When she was a 3-year-old child? How could this man be the chairman? They must have teamed up to make fun of me. Li Fan smiled helplessly and handed over his business card. Designer Lu, I am indeed the chairman of Juanhong. From now on, please give me your guidance. Lu Weiwei was completely petrified. Because she had also participated in the design of Juanhong Group's business card, what Li Fan took out in front of her was the platinum business card that belonged exclusively to the largest shareholder. Chapter 99. He is so young, yet he is the largest shareholder of Juanhong. Lu Weiwei choked up. The person I just made fun of turned out to be Juanhong's largest shareholder. She smiled awkwardly, trying to look relaxed, and said, "Oh, I was just joking with you, Chairman Li. You look like a very young and promising elite. I have long guessed that you are the chairman of Juanhong. That's why I thought of greeting you in a young person's way." Lu Weiwei has been a smart girl since she was a child, although the situation this time was a bit embarrassing. But it's not to the point where she can't hold on. Li Fan looked at the little girl's rapidly working brain and couldn't help but cover up his smile with a cough. It's really not the girl's fault. After all, she is indeed different from the stereotype of an ordinary chairman. Then I would like to thank designer Lu for his welcome. As long as you're satisfied, Chairman Li. Lu Weiwei quickly struck while the iron was hot and revealed an innocent smile. Yay! Successfully passed. Lu Weiwei cheered in her heart. Okay, let's not stand here anymore. Li Fan turned to Lu Weiwei and said, next, I'd like to trouble designer Lu to explain to us the current design of the manor. Yes, no problem. Everyone, please come this way. Lu Weiwei hurriedly took 2 steps forward and led everyone into the manor. The interior design of the manor mainly adopts a European style, and the main feature is a unique sense of luxury. Lu Weiwei's level is very stable. The design styles inside and outside the manor are consistent and echo each other without falling into a monotonous and boring feeling. However, when the introduction was halfway through, a middle-aged man suddenly rushed over from the waiting hall on the side. Looks like I've been waiting for a while. The man was dressed simply, and his colleague Xiao Zhao quickly reported to Li Fan in his ear. The man was the village chief of a nearby village. His name was Lu Dalin. I've been here several times, hoping to cooperate with the manor and get a piece of the pie. However, for a large enterprise like Juanhong Group, this type of project has not yet reached the point where it cannot be self-sufficient. It's called cooperation, but in fact it's just to make some money from them. Moreover, the Juanhong team had already done background checks and found that the village chief had a mediocre reputation in the local area. As for saying that it is for the benefit of their village, it is nonsense. It is just for the sake of gaining some benefits for themselves. Juanhong Group has even less reason to cooperate with him. At this time, Lu Dalong hurried over and grabbed the oldest-looking colleague in Li Fan's team. "You must be Chairman Li." Oh, he is indeed a handsome man at such a young age. In his opinion, the man in front of him was the only one with a beer belly among the group. With that bald head, he must be the chairman of Juanhong Group. Everyone present more or less guessed the basis for Lu Dalong's identification. The colleague Ace who was pulled back didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment. The other colleagues could hardly hold back their laughter. Especially Lu Weiwei, who could only use the design drawings to hide her smiling face. She didn't expect that this old man had worse eyesight than hers, and he dared to pounce on her without even being sure. "I don't." Ace was about to explain when he saw Li Fan giving him a look. When Li Fan was a child, he had seen many people like Lu Dalong in his hometown. They were very difficult to deal with in order to achieve their goals. He didn't want to spend all his energy dealing with these people. "I just happened to recognize the wrong person, so I'll just let Ace help me get rid of him." Ace felt like crying but had no tears. He could only watch everyone leave him. Lu Dalong didn't realize that he had caught the wrong person, and he kept trying to persuade Ace with spit flying all over the place. "Ha, this is really making me laugh to death." Ace, after listening to this tonight, I think his ears will be reported as work-related injuries. I was approached by this Lu Dalong before. He and his son are a perfect match. They are totally persistent. But our manor is located here after all, so we can't be completely disrespectful, otherwise we may be tripped up in the future. Several colleagues shook their heads while discussing the issue. Li Fan led the team to check all over the manor. The organizing team previously found by the group was very professional and there was nothing to criticize. "We'll stop here for today. You've all been exhausted from the journey. Go back to your rooms and rest for a while." At Li Fan's command, his colleagues said goodbye to him and returned to their respective rooms. Only Lu Weiwei walked slowly on purpose. When she turned around, she saw Li Fan looking at the scenery outside the manor with his back to her. Lu Weiwei took out her cell phone from her pocket and secretly took a picture of Li Fan's back. The evening moonlight shines on his strong and tall back. Just his back reveals his handsome temperament. She just likes beautiful things, she doesn't have any other ideas. Such a pleasing scene must be recorded. Lu Weiwei brainwashed herself in her heart, then slipped away from the scene with satisfaction, holding her phone in her pocket. The area where Li Fan was standing at this time was an open-air courtyard on the edge of the manor. There is a stream lying on the right side outside the manor, which just separates the village and the manor. A faint sobbing sound suddenly came. Li Fan frowned. This place. There won't be any more supernatural events. He is not afraid, but it would not be good if it affects the business of the manor. Li Fan looked in the direction of the sound, and his extremely sharp eyesight allowed him to immediately discover the source of the crying. At this time, a woman was squatting by the stream opposite, with her head buried, crying very sadly. But why does this voice sound so familiar? The woman cried so hard that she couldn't catch her breath and raised her head. Li Fan recognized the face at once. Gu Yiting. Why is she here and crying so hard? Gu Yiting has the delicate and weak appearance of first love, and she looks even more pitiful when she cries. Li Fan's heart tightened and he took a few steps to Gu Yiting's side. "Yiting? Did anyone bully you?" When Gu Yiting heard Li Fan's voice, she turned around in disbelief. It turned out to be Li Fan, the man she had been thinking about all the time. "Brother Fan." Gu Yiting ran into Li Fan's arms crying. Li Fan had no choice but to hug her and comfort her. "Why are you crying like this here? Tell Brother Fan if anyone bullied you." Hearing Li Fan's words, Gu Yiting cried even louder. "Brother Fan, I won't have a grandmother anymore." Gu Yiting burst into tears without caring about anything. Just now she was able to secretly hold back her tears in this stream, but now after seeing Li Fan, she could no longer suppress her devastated mood. "Besides, my parents only have eyes for my brother. I will no longer have any family." Chapter 100. Gu Yiting repays awkwardly. It turns out that Li Fan is so strong at the international conference. Li Fan felt extremely distressed when he saw Gu Yiting like this. Of course he knew how it felt to lose a loved one, not to mention that the person Gu Yiting lost was the elder she was closest to and relied on the most. He hugged Gu Yiting tightly in his arms and patted her back gently as she was twitching from crying. "Don't be afraid, I'm always here." Upon hearing this, Gu Yiting hugged Li Fan tightly, and her sad emotions finally found an outlet. Excessive crying made Gu Yiting a little exhausted, and she could hardly stand in Li Fan's arms. Seeing this, Li Fan picked her up and brought her back to his restroom in the manor. After placing Gu Yiting steadily on the sofa, Li Fan brought her a glass of water. Gu Yiting calmed down a little and told Li Fan everything that happened after she left his house. Because she didn't trust the medical record sent by her mother, Gu Yiting went directly to the hospital written on the record. It turned out that there was no information about her grandmother's stay. So she had no choice but to run back to her hometown where she used to live with her grandmother to investigate the situation. However, she never expected that after returning to her hometown, her neighbors actually told her that her grandmother had died of a sudden heart attack a few months ago. The date her grandmother passed away was exactly the day when Gu Yiting's mother sent her a fake medical record and asked her for 200,000 yuan. Not only that, after her parents cremated her grandmother's body, they thought it was too troublesome to take the urn away, so they actually poured her grandmother's ashes directly into the creek. This is also the reason why she was crying bitterly by the stream just now. Li Fan didn't expect that someone could be so cold-blooded and indifferent. "Your parents are nothing." More than that, Gu Yiting laughed bitterly at herself. "I later asked a distant relative about my parents' situation and found out that the 200,000 yuan they wanted to take away at the beginning was to pay off my brother's gambling debts. And the 500,000 was for her brother to marry a wife." Because Gu Yiting didn't want to bother Li Fan with the matter of the 500,000 yuan, she didn't bring it up at this time. Li Fan thought of how Gu Yiting had to work in a KTV in order to raise money, and he felt even more sympathy for her. "Fortunately, I kept her at that time. Otherwise, such a simple girl might have been taken advantage of by that rich man and was being abused in every way. Brother Fan, don't worry. I will get the 200,000 back no matter what I say." Li Fan just touched her head. In fact, he had forgotten about the 200,000 yuan. Gu Yiting had been thinking about returning the small amount of money she had taken from him, which made him feel that he had treated her unfairly in the past few days. "That 200,000 is really just some pocket money, but if you want it back, I can help you deal with it directly, and then go back and buy you more valuable things." "This is different, Brother Fan. No matter how little money it is for you, I won't let you waste it. Besides, they don't deserve it at all." Gu Yiting had completely lost her heart to her family at this point, so there was a bit more determination in her eyes. "And I must do this myself. You've done enough for me, and I can't always hide under your protection." The same thing happened with Su Zihao before. Li Fan helped him with everything. Although she likes the feeling of being protected, if she wants to stay with Brother Fan, she has to become strong. Li Fan naturally respected her choice. "Then remember to protect yourself, otherwise I will be worried." "Don't worry, Brother Fan." Gu Yiting looked at Li Fan, and suddenly her expression looked as if she had made some important decision. "Brother Fan, you have done so much for me before, I should repay you." As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Yiting awkwardly moved forward and wanted to kiss Li Fan. Li Fan was also bullied by this girl. There was a warm feeling on her lips, but Gu Yiting had no experience. The two of them suddenly stared at each other. Li Fan couldn't help laughing. Gu Yiting was a little embarrassed for a moment. "Brother Fan, is it true? Is there something wrong with my behavior?" Li Fan stretched out his hand to smooth Gu Yiting's frown and said with a smile, "You took good care of me in the villa before, so there is no question of repaying or not repaying between us." As he spoke, Li Fan suddenly leaned close to Gu Yiting's ear and said, "And if you really want to repay me, there's no need to rush. Won't we have plenty of opportunities in the future?" Gu Yiting's face turned red instantly, and various scenes in the villa began to appear in her mind. In fact, having such a lovely face and figure like Gu Yiting in front of him is enough to make Li Fan excited even without using any techniques. It's not that he doesn't want to, but he has an online meeting with a foreign team later. "It's almost time to go to the conference room to meet up with my colleagues." He didn't want the happy event to come to an abrupt end. Gu Yiting's eyes were still hazy from crying, and the look she gave Li Fan made his heart warm again. There was no other way, he could only suppress it and immediately leave for the meeting room. Gu Yiting felt a little regretful. "I shouldn't be so impatient. Why do I feel like Brother Fan is always avoiding me?" colleagues have gathered in the conference room in the central lobby of the manor. Li Fan sat down and saw the message Gu Yiting sent her saying that she wanted to go out for a walk in the manor courtyard. He couldn't help but smile when he saw the message and replied, "The lighting in the manor is not yet complete, please be safe and watch your step." Gu Yiting sent him a cute emoticon to show that she understood. Lu Weiwei, who was sitting a few seats away from Li Fan, couldn't help but become curious when she saw him smiling while looking at his phone. "Are you chatting with your girlfriend? What kind of woman would be the girlfriend of such a man?" Lu Weiwei couldn't help but start imagining various images, and subconsciously compared these images with herself. No. Lu Weiwei, what are you thinking about? Lu Weiwei suddenly started to realize why she cared so much about Li Fan. And who he is dating, does it have anything to do with me? Yes. She must have had a brain short circuit. At this moment, the conference video on the screen was connected, and Lu Weiwei quickly followed everyone to watch. Although Li Fan's current literary value is only 40, it is more than enough for him to master various common languages. So he made some supplements when some professional translators failed to translate it. Oh my god, our chairman is such a jack of all trades. I heard that this professional translator had worked at a diplomatic office before. I didn't expect that he was completely outshined by Mr. Li. Several colleagues couldn't help but whisper. Lu Weiwei's eyes had been glued to Li Fan since she didn't know when. Chapter 101, Gu Yiting almost got into trouble in the courtyard. Li Fan directly scolded Lu Dalong and his son. In the manor courtyard, Gu Yiting felt the natural atmosphere around her and her mood relaxed a lot. Just as she was about to lean over to smell the fragrance of the flowers, a voice called her. "Gu Yiting? I didn't expect that you'd become so much prettier after not seeing you for so long." Gu Yiting turned around and immediately saw Lu Xiaoqian looking at her with a lewd expression. Lu Xiaoqian wiped the saliva that was about to fall. When he was in the village before, he wanted to find an opportunity to attack Gu Yiting. I didn't expect that this girl would run out to work all of a sudden. He was thinking about it a lot, and today, she came to him on her own initiative. Looking at that pretty little face and her increasingly mature figure, Lu Xiaoqian really couldn't help it anymore. "Lu Xiaoqian, what are you doing? You are not allowed to come over here." Gu Yiting turned pale and screamed, quickly backing away. Li Fan, who was in a meeting at the time, suddenly caught an anxious and familiar voice. This voice is Yiting. Oh no, she is in danger. Li Fan stood up quickly and said, "Excuse me, everyone. We need to pause this meeting." After saying that, Li Fan immediately flashed away at an extremely fast speed. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Did the chairman just float away? Did he move his feet? Why can I only see the afterimage? After the others realized what was happening, they hurriedly followed out. But after a while, Li Fan could no longer be seen and he had been lost. Li Fan quickly came to the courtyard. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived here, Li Fan saw Gu Yiting retreating in fear, and Lu Xiaoqian trying to go up and pull her. Li Fan kicked Lu Xiaoqian away and pulled Gu Yiting into his arms. "Yiting, are you okay?" Although Gu Yiting was still frightened, fortunately she was not touched by Lu Xiaoqian at all. "I'm fine, brother Fan, luckily you came in time." Gu Yiting hugged Li Fan tightly in fear. She looked like she didn't want to leave him even a step. Sure enough, only by being with Li Fan could she feel so safe. Lu Xiaoqian fell to the ground and knocked out several of his front teeth. He was very angry. "Who the hell are you? How dare you stop me from doing this?" Lu Dalong was strolling somewhere else, but when he heard his son's voice, he immediately rushed over. When he saw his son lying on the ground, his face suddenly changed. "Son, what happened to you? Who made you like this?" Lu Xiaoqian spat out a mouthful of blood, pointed at Li Fan viciously and said, "Dad. He's the one who hurt me like this. Please help me teach him a lesson." Lu Dalong looked at Li Fan angrily and said immediately, "My son and I have discussed cooperation with Juanheng. Who do you think you are to treat my son like this? I will report this to your chairman and have him fire you." Li Fan sneered when he heard this. "Then I want to see how you can fire me." At this time, other colleagues finally found their way to the courtyard. Lu Dalong immediately ran to the breathless A's. "Chairman, you have to make the decision for my son." He squeezed out a few tears and complained. He is just a small employee, yet he dares to contradict a client who was about to reach a deep cooperation with Juanheng. Who knows what kind of disaster he will cause you in the future. It would have been fine if my son had suffered a little, but this employee was actually here just now, speaking rudely to you. I can't stand this. Lu Dalong kept telling lies, one after another without stopping. Everyone looked at each other, and occasionally stole a glance at Li Fan's face. Some people have already felt embarrassed for Lu Dalong. However, Lu Dalong did not notice the strange expressions of the crowd at all, and continued to tearfully accuse Li Fan, his employee, of oppressing them and their son. Chairman, you must believe me. Everything I say is true. Li Fan had lost most of his patience after seeing that Lu Dalong hadn't finished his performance for a long time. He sneered, and his colleagues shuddered unconsciously. Ace broke out in a cold sweat and immediately stopped Lu Dalong from speaking any further. Village Chief Lu, please stop complaining in front of me. In fact, the person you are accusing now is the chairman of our Juanhong group. Lu Dalong was stunned for a moment, then waved his hands in disbelief and said, Chairman, please stop teasing me. This guy is about the same age as my son. How can he be a chairman? And that was clearly what we were talking about during the day. Chairman, you can't scare an old man like me just to protect this employee. Ace could only continue to explain. He is indeed the chairman of our Juanhong group. You were the first one to talk to me this afternoon, but I never said that I was the chairman. Ace quickly pulled up Li Fan's introduction from his tablet, and Lu Dalong's face changed immediately when he saw it. Dad! What are you still standing there for? Avenge me now! Seeing that Lu Dalong didn't move for a long time, Lu Xiaoqian became anxious. So many people saw him being knocked to the ground. If he doesn't fight for his revenge, how can he survive in the future? Lu Dalong hurried back to hold him down, and whispered in his ear. Stop arguing. Do you know who you have offended? The guy you offended is the chairman of Juanhong. A hint of disbelief flashed across Lu Xiaoqian's eyes, which were originally wide open with anger. How is that possible? That kid is obviously about the same age as him. He is actually the head of Juanhong's family. Why? Li Fan didn't want to watch them anymore. Village Chief Lu, why don't you fire me? I'm still waiting. Lu Dalong immediately lost his previous arrogance and tried to get closer to Li Fan with a flattering look on his face. Oh, Chairman Li, this was just a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? I saw your son bullying the girl with my own eyes. How could this be a misunderstanding? Li Fan hugged Gu Yiting tightly in his arms, and just now you kept saying that I was talking nonsense. Is this also a misunderstanding? Lu Dalong became anxious and glared at Gu Yiting fiercely. It's all this woman's fault. If she hadn't seduced his own son, would he have offended Li Fan later? Chairman Li, we are all here to do business, why should we hurt our harmony for a woman? Upon hearing this, Li Fan sneered and scolded. Friendship? What kind of friendship do I have with you? You guys have always been the ones who shamelessly tried to get close to our Junhang. Do I still need to be friendly with people like you? If you dare to bully his woman, don't blame him for not giving them any face. Lu Dalong didn't expect that what Li Fan said would actually block the way for their future cooperation. He has been the village chief for more than 30 years, and has never suffered such a big loss on this land. Chapter 102, in return for the favor in front of the French window, Lu Dalong secretly uses a shady trick. Lu Dalong's expression suddenly became sinister. Although Juanhong is indeed a large group, there is no way they can suppress this local tyrant. Chairman Li, do you mean that you will no longer cooperate with our Lu family? Li Fan said with disdain. I never wanted to cooperate with you guys, not before and certainly not in the future. Although our Juanhong is big, we are not interested in raising blood-sucking pests. Okay. Then I, old Lu, would like to wish Chairman Li's manor to be able to run smoothly. Lu Dalong gritted his teeth and spoke sarcastically. Since Juanhong is so disrespectful, don't blame them for completely shutting down the manor. If he doesn't show these people his methods, they will really think he can't do anything to them. Son, go. Lu Dalong called out to Lu Xiaoqian, who was still lying on the ground howling, and the latter could only quickly get up and follow with a grimace. Gu Yiting was frightened when she saw the cold light in Lu Dalong's eyes just now. Brother Fan, I've heard before that the people in the village chief's family are not good people. They are capable of doing anything bad. What if they take revenge on you? Gu Yiting was extremely anxious and wished she could leave here with Li Fan right now. Believe me, Brother Fan. So far, there is nothing I can't solve. Just stay by my side and I promise that no one will dare to bully you again. Okay, I believe Brother Fan. Everyone was just getting nervous because of the tension between Lu Dalong and Li Fan, but they didn't expect to be fed a wave of dog food suddenly. So they all tactfully left and returned to the meeting room. Lu Weiwei was in no hurry to leave. From just now till now, Li Fan has been protecting the woman in his arms. Lu Weiwei also saw the woman's face clearly in the moonlight. Is this the woman he likes? Her curved willow-shaped eyebrows are always slightly frowned subconsciously, and her skin is as smooth and white as a peeled egg. When she smiles occasionally, her eyes can turn into a beautiful crescent shape, and her small lips are as fresh and tender as cherries. She also has a slender frame, but a well-developed figure. She is simply a beauty on earth. Looking at myself again, I'm actually quite good-looking. It's just that she lacks the natural femininity, and she seems to be unable to get rid of that student-like childishness. This was the first time in Lu Weiwei's life since she was a child that she had such a strong desire to be someone else. Li Fan was flirting with Gu Yiting in his arms when he suddenly noticed Lu Weiwei, who had been looking at them. Designer Lu, are you waiting for me to go over to the meeting? Lu Weiwei came to her senses and nodded. Yes. It seems the team over there still has some issues that require your personal guidance. Why am I still so obsessed with analysis? Luckily, she didn't reveal anything. Lu Weiwei muttered to herself. After Li Fan sent Gu Yiting back to the room, he came back and held a meeting with the foreign team for several hours. When he returned to the room, Gu Yiting seemed to have fallen asleep on the bed. Just when Li Fan wanted to lie down on the other side of the big bed to rest, a small hand touched his Adam's apple. Li Fan paused. This girl's sleeping posture was too irritating. He was just about to turn over to tuck in the quilt for Gu Yiting, but he saw the lovely girl in front of him looking at him with her big eyes. Yiting, you haven't slept yet? Li Fan swallowed subconsciously. Gu Yiting's posture as she lay on her side and looked at him was really seductive. Gu Yiting did not answer Li Fan's words, but her slender fingers wandered around her Adam's apple. Brother Fan, I still want to repay you as soon as possible. What happened tonight really frightened her. It also made her completely understand that Li Fan was the only one who could always protect and love her. She was still as clumsy as before, but still very useful to Li Fan. Unlike Li Fan's previous efforts to restrain himself, this time he also responded enthusiastically to Gu Yiting's love. Li Fan's room is on the top floor of the manor, and there is a charming night view outside the large floor-to-ceiling windows. Inside the window, the glass was clearly pressed with hands, and a fiery intertwined figure was reflected. Because Li Fan had given very detailed instructions on the first day, the specific work in the next few days just needed to be done by other colleagues. Li Fan, like a tourist, visited every corner of the manor with Gu Yiting. Then make some suggestions to optimize the customer experience. And because of the incident involving Lu Dalong and his son, Li Fan strengthened the security measures of the manor in advance. Although it has not officially opened yet, outsiders are no longer allowed to enter and leave at will. Everything is going smoothly and orderly. In order to reward his colleagues for their hard work, Li Fan specially organized a dinner party in the open-air courtyard of the manor. The dishes are prepared by the manor's top team of chefs, and include Chinese, Western, Korean and Japanese food. Everyone sat around a rectangular table that could accommodate 50 people, chatting and drinking, feeling extremely relaxed. Until a scream suddenly rang out. Gu Yiting screamed "Ah!" and jumped up from her seat, pointing fearfully at the rapidly crawling creature on the grass. Everyone be careful. There are snakes here. Li Fan quickly picked up Gu Yiting with one hand and let her sit on the long table to avoid being bitten. Ah! There's one here too. Suddenly, several snakes emerged from the surrounding grass. My colleagues were so scared that they couldn't avoid it. Li Fan had sharp eyes and immediately discovered that there was another one near Lu Weiwei, but she hadn't noticed it. He used his other hand to gently support her and safely carried her to the long table. Before Lu Weiwei had time to get scared, she looked at Li Fan, who was so close to her, and her face turned red. The ecology of the manor has always been well maintained, but now so many snakes suddenly appear. There must be something fishy. Li Fan's eyes changed, and he took out the poison powder and medicinal materials left over from his search for the prescription. Pour it into the red wine, shake it, and quickly sprinkle it on the surrounding grass. After a while, the creatures that tried to approach them collapsed on the grass and did not move. But the scene looked horrifying. Why are there so many snakes all of a sudden? This is too scary. The other colleagues were still in shock, their faces filled with confusion. By the way, brother Fan, I remember that the village chief seemed to have a relative who specialized in selling snakes. Do you think it would be possible? Gu Yiting looked at the corpses all over the ground, memories emerged in her mind, and she quickly reminded Li Fan. Then it's probably their doing. I didn't expect Lu Daolong to come up with such a sinister trick. Chapter 103 Seeking Peace with Lu's Father and Son? Li Fan has such a powerful poison? Li Fan took another look at the types of snakes on the grass. They were all non-venomous but would be extremely painful if bitten by someone. This Lu Daolong is quite cunning. By doing this, he not only successfully disgusted Li Fan. And if they really want to investigate, they can't do anything to him. Humph, I didn't expect that the Lu family father and son would be so shameless. Li Fan snorted coldly and called Julia. Julia, how's the investigation going on for the thing I asked you to investigate a few days ago? Chairman, we have obtained the basic evidence. You can take action at any time. Good. On the other side, Lu Daolong was looking at the empty snake cage in the room with a good mood. Dad, what's going on? Lu Xiaoqiang ran in excitedly from outside. His father told him before that he wanted to teach those people in the manor a lesson. He came here today specifically to see how things were going. Well, take a look for yourself. Lu Daolong pointed to the snake cages in front of him and pointed to Lu Xiaoqiang. Lu Xiaoqiang's eyes suddenly burst into excitement of success. Let's see if they dare to confront us again in the future. If you dare to mess with our Lu family, you will suffer the consequences. Lu Daolong was also very satisfied with his son's words. That's right. Such a good business, they want to open it without giving us any profit? No way. By the way, son, you must remember not to cause trouble recently. It will be disadvantageous to us if we leave any evidence behind. Lu Xiaoqiang naturally nodded repeatedly and said, Don't worry, Dad. I will never hold you back. After saying this, the two of them burst into laughter again, as if they saw piles of gold waving at them. After a while, the two of them started drinking one glass after another. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lu Xiaoqiang walked towards his own small shop in a daze. On the way, he suddenly saw a very familiar figure. Gu Yiting. Lu Xiaoqiang rubbed his eyes and looked at it carefully again. The man was indeed wearing the same clothes that Gu Yiting wore in the manor that day. Lu Xiaoqiang walked over with a grin and hugged the figure from behind. Yiting, it's a dark and windy night. You must be waiting for me here on purpose, right? Brother Chang, I am a magnanimous person. Since you have taken the initiative today, I will let bygones be bygones for what happened before. As Lu Xiaoqiang spoke, he touched the girl in his arms all over, with a lewd smile on his face. Xiao Zhao, who was hugged, had a mask of pain on his face. Why does he come here to work properly, but ends up here dressing up as a woman to seduce the village bully? But who can blame him for looking smaller and thinner than most men? It's not a good idea to let female colleagues take risks in such things. He was so sad that he could not even cry. He could only hope that the boss and the others could quickly get the video they wanted. After hearing the OK signal from the headset, Xiao Zhao immediately knocked Lu Xiaoqiang unconscious with a punch. The next morning, Lu Xiaoqiang woke up naked in the middle of the road. There was dried blood on his face. It seems that the fight between me and that girl was very intense last night. Lu Xiaoqiang savored the meal with great satisfaction. It's a pity that I can't remember the specific details of the subsequent plot. Next time I must give her a good beating when I'm sober. Lu Xiaoqiang thought happily and returned to Lu Daolong's home. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Daolong said proudly, Son, get ready to go out with me. Juanhong and the others are really impatient and are here to ask us to discuss something. Dad, you are so wise. With just one move, they surrendered so quickly. Lu Daolong waved his hand pretending to be indifferent. After all, your father has been in the business for more than 30 years, and has seen all kinds of storms. These young boys from the city are too young to fight me. Soon, after the two of them packed up, they headed towards the manor in high spirits. Pushing open the door of the agreed meeting room, Lu Daolong still looked arrogant. However, at this moment, on the big screen in front of the two of them, it clearly showed Lu Xiaoqiang forcibly touching an invisible woman. There is also a scene where he is stripped of all his clothes and lying naked on the ground. You guys are plotting against me. Lu Xiaoqiang reacted and started cursing immediately. Only then did I see that among the people opposite, the one wearing Gu Yiting's clothes was actually a thin man. Lu Dalon turned around and glared at his son unhappily. I just gave him instructions yesterday, but he got himself into trouble today. But Lu Dalon was not nervous. What does this video show? Even if they really took this video to report the case, at most they would just be given a verbal reprimand. It has no impact on the father and son at all. Chairman, I thought Juan-Hung invited us here today because I knew I was wrong. I didn't expect you wanted to further intensify the relationship between our two families. Lu Dalon's eyes were shining with coldness. This video is just a small matter at best. You don't think you can do anything to us by setting up such an insignificant situation, do you? As expected, city kids are very naive. Lu Dalon smacked his lips nonchalantly, then pulled a chair and sat down. Li Fan also said slowly. Who said I was going to do anything to you? I just thought it would be a shame not to share such a good video of yours. When the time comes, I will pack up a few more videos and find a few venues in our village to play them 365 days a year. I will broadcast them wherever I go. Help our Lu family's children expand their reputation. After all, Lu Dalon holds the position of village chief. Although he has done a lot of bad things in the past, he still cares a lot about his reputation. If you, Juan-Hung, want to harm us like this, then I don't mind dying together. You bring shame to my family, so I will make sure your manor will never open. Who is afraid of whom? Juan-Hung thought that he could control them father and son with this point, but he was totally wrong. Lu Dalon's eyes regained their shrewd calculation. Their family has done so many shady things for so many years, they wouldn't mind a few more. If you make me angry, what happens next will be more than just a snake. Lu Dalon smiled with confidence. Juan-Hung's colleagues were instantly furious. It was indeed your Lu family who did this. It's really shameless. Lu Dalon listened to the angry curses around him with a look of disdain on his face. Although the expression on his face had already admitted it, the old fox didn't say another word. Li Fan was not in a hurry, he just asked someone to bring out a large transparent box. There were corpses of dead snakes inside. Lu Dalon's face suddenly changed, because there were exactly the same number of them. How is this possible? He specially picked the most flexible group this time. It's only been one day, and they were able to catch all the people they released. Moreover, there were no wounds on the snake's body, so it could only have been killed by poison. How did they get such a powerful poison? Chapter 104, Li Fan holds evidence against Lu Dalon, and Lu's father and son admit their mistakes. Lu Dalon was shocked, but pretended to be calm on the surface. I didn't expect that this Juan-Hung guy is so capable. But he was not afraid, because he had plenty of time to spend with them. 20 or 30 are not enough, so we will release hundreds or thousands of them later. So what if they can catch them all by then? With so many terrifying creatures around every day, he didn't believe that anyone would dare to come to this so-called crappy manor. If he can't make money, no one else can. At this time, Li Fan took 3 or 2 steps to Lu Dalon. Lu Dalon raised his eyebrows. Why, Chairman, you have no other options? Since intimidation failed, are you planning to attack an old man like me? Li Fan sneered, took a step forward, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Village Chief Lu, I have given you so many hints and told you to quit while you are ahead. Why don't you understand? Or, with so many people here, are you sure you want me to read out all the subsidies and bribes you have embezzled from village construction projects over the years? Li Fan's voice was so sonorous and powerful that Lu Dalon was stunned on the spot in an instant. What Li Fan asked Julia to investigate at the beginning were the dirty things Lu Dalon did behind the scenes, which he thought were flawless. The so-called trap he set for Lu Xiaoqian was just an introduction. If Lu Dalon could wake up earlier, he wouldn't bother to mention what happened later. But just as he expected, these two people would only become more aggressive. Then I naturally have to give them a big gift. Although Lu Dalon was shocked, he still pretended to be calm and said, Oh, do you think you can fool me with such empty talk? You said I did these things, do you have evidence? Li Fan shook his head helplessly. Resisting the outcome will only make things uglier. Chen Lauer, in 2004, you secretly accepted 10,000 yuan from him to help him change the land contract period. In the same year, you secretly received 6,000 yuan from Wang Si and subcontracted the farmland in our village to others for operation. As Li Fan spoke, he approached Lu Dalon and whispered. Or do you want me to tell you the whole story of how you became the village chief? When Li Fan called out Chen Lauer's name, Lu Dalon began to tremble uncontrollably. Now he was covered in cold sweat. How could he even know all these old stories of his? And every single thing was said so accurately. Once these things are exposed, the Lu family will be completely finished. Only then did Lu Dalong realize the situation before him. There is no such thing as a strong dragon defeating a local snake. Now in front of Li Fan, he is just a small shrimp that can be manipulated at will. How do you know so much? Li Fan looked at Lu Dalong's pale face with satisfaction, then glanced past him and said, Village Chief Lu, I not only know the evidence you want, but I also have a lot of it. I have no intention of exposing your past, but if Village Chief Lu continues to do something to Jun Han, then I have no choice, don't you think? Lu Dalong's lips trembled 3 times. He now fully believes that Li Fan has damning evidence against him. The smug look on his face finally deflated. Lu Dalong's face was full of cautious flattery. Chairman, my son and I were ignorant before. We can talk it out nicely if we have anything to say. Everyone was confused when they saw Lu Dalong's sudden change in attitude. Lu Xiaoqiang was even more shocked. Mr. Li. What the hell did you say to my dad? Dad. We have so many ways to deal with them, do we really need to be afraid of him? Upon hearing the sound, Lu Dalong immediately slapped Lu Xiaoqiang in the face. My nose, which had just healed in the morning, started bleeding again in an instant. Beast! Shut up! Do you have any right to speak? Everyone present was amazed. This old man seemed so arrogant just now, how come he suddenly changed his personality? And all these changes occurred after the chairman of the board talked to Lu Dalong. Our chairman is so amazing. I thought there was no way to cure this old man, but how come our boss solved it with just a few words? Colleagues didn't know that Li Fan was secretly investigating Lu Dalong. So now seeing this situation, everyone naturally admires Li Fan's magical powers. Since Village Chief Lu was willing to talk nicely, let me state our Juanheng's request. Li Fan returned to the main seat and leaned casually on the backrest. But Lu Dalong didn't dare to sit down anymore and stood up quickly. Pulling Lu Xiaoqiang, they half bent over respectfully and listened to what Li Fan said. Chairman Li, please let us know if you have any requests. We will do our best to meet your needs. Now that Li Fan has the evidence in his hand, he has grasped the lifeblood of the entire Lu family. If they don't behave well, they might be torn to pieces one day. So Lu Dalong could only try his best to act like a well-behaved lackey. We at Juanheng don't have any other requests. We just hope that our manor can continue to operate well. So, I hope the village chief can send people to help maintain the surrounding environment. When Lu Dalong heard this, it seemed like nothing, so he immediately nodded and agreed. That's natural, that's natural. The manor is near our village, so it's only natural for us to help maintain the environment. It's only natural. Li Fan nodded with satisfaction and added. Village Chief Lu, you know that we have suffered damage because of your actions. So I hope you can protect our manor with all your heart in the future. Otherwise, if something happens in the future, we will inevitably be the first to suspect you. Li Fan stopped there. In fact, if the Lu father and son had not done such a disgusting thing as releasing the snake, Li Fan would not have been targeting them all the time. But now they have brought disaster upon themselves. There was no need for Li Fan to show any compassion to them. He is not a saint and will not be so foolish as to repay evil with kindness. Lu Dalong didn't expect that Li Fan was so smart. What he meant was clearly that if anything happened to the manor in the future, it would be the Lu father and son who would take the blame. This way, not only will they not be able to touch the manor at all in the future, they will even have to put in 100 times more effort to maintain the manor together. Now not only did they not get any profit, but they also lost themselves. There was no other way. Lu Dalong could only grit his teeth and say, Chairman Li's lesson is that we will do a good job of protecting the manor in the future to prevent any accidents from happening. Juanheng's colleagues were in a very good mood seeing Lu Dalong's well-behaved appearance. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? That's right. If you fight with Juanheng, you will get beaten up by our chairman. Amidst the cheers, Lu Dalong could only run away with his son, his tail between his legs. Chapter 105, 200,000 can be recovered with one phone call. Go to the antique company to find Yuan. After Lu Dalong slipped away with his son, Juanheng's colleagues all couldn't help but sigh to Li Fan. Lu Dalong has been pestering us here for several months. We thought we couldn't do anything about him, but we didn't expect that Director Li would solve the problem as soon as he arrived. That's right. But they really brought this upon themselves. I've been working for so many years and I've never seen anyone release snakes like this before. Fortunately, we invited Director Lee to come and inspect this matter this time, otherwise, I really don't know how long this matter would take. Gu Yiting walked directly towards Li Fan from the crowd. Then she whispered in his ear. Brother Fan, you are awesome, I will reward you well when I get back. Li Fan smiled knowingly and patted Gu Yiting's butt lightly. The incident was successfully resolved, and a few days later it was time for Li Fan to lead the inspection team back. When Li Fan was saying goodbye to the staff of the manor, Lu Weiwei suddenly hugged Li Fan, who was about to shake hands with her. Designer Lu, are you reluctant to part with me? Li Fan joked deliberately. In fact, this girl is quite interesting and her work ability is not bad. Li Fan is optimistic about her future. Now Lu Weiwei is just a senior student who has not yet graduated. Because of her outstanding design talent, she can participate in so many large-scale projects at such a young age. Li Fan thought about letting her develop for a few more years, and it would not be impossible to hire her to work under his company in the future. You must not forget me. Lu Weiwei murmured while hugging Li Fan. Li Fan thought that Lu Weiwei was reluctant to part with the friendship they had built over the past few days, and replied, Don't worry, no matter who you are, I will never forget you. When you come to the Magic City in the future, Brother Fan will take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. These days, Li Fan also regarded Lu Weiwei as his half-sister. So if she needs it in the future, I will protect her. Although Lu Weiwei was reluctant, she had to let go in the end. Watching Li Fan and the others' backs gradually disappearing into the distance. On the return flight, this time it was Gu Yiting who accompanied Li Fan. The two of them snuggled in their first-class seats, drinking chilled wine and watching a newly released movie. It's just that the space is small and I can't move freely. Li Fan touched the hair of the person next to him, thinking that it would be better to use a private jet directly for future travel. When getting off the plane, all of Juanhong's colleagues had pale faces. The work schedule and long-distance flights these days have taken a toll on their bodies. However, when Li Fan came back, his face was still full of energy. Is our chairman really a human being? Why doesn't he look tired at all? And his condition gets better and better each time, leaving no chance for anyone to survive. Li Fan could only shrug helplessly. Come on, brothers. Exercise diligently and you will surely gain a strong body. After saying that, Li Fan took Gu Yiting and walked out to the airport gate, leaving his colleagues with envy and jealousy. Brother Fan, why don't you go back first? I want to get the 200,000 yuan back before going back to the villa. Gu Yiting was about to hail another car when her hand was suddenly grabbed by Li Fan. You don't have to go in person. Instead, just go back to the villa and I'll take care of it. But... Before Gu Yiting could say something, Li Fan kissed her on the lips. Besides, Yiting, have you forgotten our previous agreement? Li Fan's eyes were ambiguous and passionate, which made Gu Yiting suddenly remember what Li Fan had said before, that he would repay him slowly when they returned to the villa. Hate it, why do you keep thinking about this? Gu Yiting's tone sounded like she was blaming someone, but the blush on her face betrayed her. The main reason is that Li Fan is too strong. The previous times. Just thinking about her makes me sick. Okay, I'll listen to you then. Li Fan was very satisfied with Gu Yiting's well-behaved appearance. After sending her to the car sent by his family, Li Fan called Julia directly. Julia, if I have $200,000 that I want to recover, how can I do it? Chairman, if the money was transferred from your bank card and needs to be recovered, it is still very easy. Because you are a top customer of Sabah Investment Bank, if you want to intercept the transfer of any funds, just ask them to freeze the funds that have been transferred out. No matter how long or how far it takes. Li Fan was a little surprised. After all, in his previous experience, once the money left his account, it would be difficult to get it back. Yes, the clients served by Sabah Investment Bank are generally top-tier wealthy individuals, so their entire money chain is highly secure. Julia replied in a clear and pleasant voice. I didn't expect the world of rich people to be so safe and reliable. Li Fan nodded and said. Okay, then you can help me contact them to process the money. The original recipient of the money is named Gu Yiting, you can just follow up and check. Okay, Chairman, I'll do it for you right away. Not long after he hung up the phone, Li Fan received a text message on his mobile phone stating that his 200,000 yuan had been refunded. Julia is so efficient. During the time she had been working beside him, she had really helped him solve many difficult problems. Not bad, not bad. When I have time, I will definitely give her a raise. After the matter was settled, Li Fan went directly to Yuan's company. Yuan's company was very small, and Li Fan wandered around in an office building before he finally found the antique company located in the corner of the floor. Hello, who are you looking for? The girl at the front desk hadn't even looked up when she said hello. When she saw Li Fan's face clearly, her whole body froze visibly. The colleagues who happened to stand up to stretch their bodies also saw Li Fan, who was very outstanding in appearance, sitting at the front desk, and for a moment they forgot what to do next. Oh my god, who is that? Why is he so handsome? And he's so tall. He looks like he's 1.9 meters tall. But why is such a handsome guy here? Maybe he has come to the wrong place? The girl at the front desk had the same idea as them, so she stammered. Well, the artist recruitment company is not on this floor. What artist? I'm here to look for someone. Li Fan saw that the other party seemed to be in a daze, so he could only slow down his speech. I'm here to look for a girl named Yuan. Is she in there? She's here. You, just walk in and stand closest to the window, and you can see her. Thank you. Li Fan responded with a polite smile. The girl at the front desk was instantly struck again, and took a few deep breaths before she regained her composure. Chapter 106 attracted attention in Yuan Company, and the boss treated Li Fan respectfully. Li Fan walked in along the route indicated by the girl at the front desk. As soon as he entered, he felt many concerned gazes and whispered discussions. But he could understand it. After all, he would be impressed by his own handsomeness when he looked in the mirror occasionally. When he had this idea before, he was worried that he would be considered a common man. But now he is not worried at all, because the eyes of the crowd will prove that what he said is true. What's more, he now has the blessing of full charm. At this time, Yuan was sitting at his small workstation, staring intently at two identical antiques on the table. This is too difficult. One of her clients got two identical antiques from nowhere. He also asked her to distinguish the true from the false. What she said was to test her ability. What's more, the counterfeits are very well made. She was almost cross-eyed but couldn't tell the real thing from the fake. If only Li Fan were here now. With his skills, he would definitely be able to give her the answer in just 1 second. Yuan helplessly leaned down on the table and glanced upwards. The next second, Li Fan actually appeared in front of her. Am I dreaming? Yuan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Li Fan was amused by Yuan's little actions and words, and reached out to rub her head. It's not a dream, it's real. The colleagues who had been observing Li Fan's movements couldn't help but scream. Some of them were hit, and some of them were sour. Others are jealous. Yuan jumped up from his seat in surprise. How come you appear as soon as I think of you? After saying this, Yuan realized that there was something wrong with what he said. I mean, thinking of you. No, that missing you. Yuan's desire to cover up makes the truth more obvious. Okay, whatever Miss Yu wants is fine. Li Fan didn't expose the woman's little thoughts, he just teased her. Just in time for you to come, please help me check which of these two things is real. Please. Yuan leaned against Li Fan and acted coquettishly. He couldn't help but feel a burning sensation in his heart. He coughed and then glanced at the two antiques on the table. This one on the left. Upon hearing this, Yuan immediately picked up the antique on her left hand and looked at it from left to right. Then he smiled triumphantly like a fox and said, Yeah, that's right. I think this is it too. Great, now we can get the job done. Li Fan felt very good when he saw her quirky appearance. Yuan's boss Shen Qingfeng had been standing not far behind the two of them, observing them. Seeing that Li Fan could identify the genuine product at a glance, he couldn't help but be shocked. In fact, when Yuan took the two antiques back, he also found opportunities to study it, but it took him a variety of methods to tell the real from the fake. He also suspected that maybe Li Fan just happened to be lucky enough to get lucky. But now, the subtle details that Li Fan and Yuan explained to distinguish the authenticity of the two antiques were completely correct. It seems that this young man is really good at it. My dear little brother, it seems that your treasure appraisal skills are very good. I don't know, are you interested in working in our company? Shen Qingfeng hurried forward to deal with Li Fan. He must not let go of such a talent. Li Fan looked at the middle-aged man's eager eyes and recalled that Yuan also wanted to force him to work in their company. It's no wonder that this company culture is ingrained into the hearts of every employee and boss. Li Fan smiled and was about to decline when he heard Yuan speak for him. Boss, you're late. I've asked him the same question before. And, Yuan paused deliberately, this gentleman is the president of Jean Antique Store. Yuan's tone even carried a hint of pride, as if he was praising his own family. Wah! What? Shin Xingfeng had an expression of disbelief on his face. Are you telling the truth? Of course, no one should be cheated. As Yuan spoke, he held out his hands to Li Fan as if to please him. Li Fan couldn't do anything with her, so he had to take out his token and put it in her hand. Here's the evidence. For a moment, everyone in the office couldn't sit still. They all ran over to look at the sign in Yuan's hand. It really is Jean's token. But, can this man become the president at such a young age? Everyone gasped in envy and jealousy. Shin Xingfeng almost lost his balance. Oh my god! How could this small temple of his be worthy enough to welcome such a great man? He reacted and quickly pulled a chair over for Li Fan to sit on. President, please take a seat. I was rude and offended you just now. Xiao Lu. Hurry up and bring out our best Tiguanyin tea to entertain the president. Seeing Shin Xingfeng wiping his cold sweat devoutly, Li Fan could only sit down on the chair quickly. It seems that Jin's reputation is really great. Wherever they go, these antique dealers seem to be extremely nervous. Li Fan didn't expect that he came here just to find someone, but he was inexplicably surrounded by people. At this moment, Yuan was so happy as if he had received some honor. Li Fan really liked to see her laugh heartily. If you think about it this way, just let her be watched. As long as the girl is happy, that's fine. President, this is the Tiguanyin that I have treasured for many years. Please have some tea. On the other side, Shin Xingfeng took the tea from Xiao Lu and handed it to Li Fan very respectfully. By the way, President, do you have any instructions for me today? The biggest boss in the antique world suddenly visited their company. It was a rare scene that only happens once in 1,000 years. Maybe it's because their performance has been good during this period, so they have received attention from their superiors. When Shin Xingfeng thought about his company's rapid development, he couldn't stop smiling. It's nothing serious, I just need to talk to you about something. So that's how it is. Although Shin Xingfeng had a disappointed expression on his face, he still tactfully pulled Yuan over from his seat. Yuan, since the president is here to see you, put your work aside and have a good chat with the president. Thank you, boss. Yuan came over happily and returned the token to Li Fan. Then she dragged him to the coffee shop downstairs. By the way, Li Fan, why did you come to see me today? Yuan scooped a big bite of chocolate cake and put it in his mouth, with cream sticking to the edges of his mouth. Li Fan smiled and helped her wipe off the cream with his fingers. As the warm fingers slid across his skin, Yuan suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken. I already know about the girl who looks like you and you asked me to pay attention to her last time. As soon as Li Fan finished speaking, Yuan almost choked on the cake. So soon? To be honest, Yuan really wanted to know about his own life experience. But when the door-called truth was placed before her, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Chapter 107. Yuan learned about Song Yuan's family background, and Li Fan was amazed at the banquet. Li Fan took out his cell phone and pulled out the group photo taken after the last meeting. The girl in the middle is her. Yuan took the phone and looked at it carefully. When she saw the face that looked exactly like her own, she couldn't help but exclaim. This is to the point where I even doubt whether it is me. So, I think there's a high probability that you two are twin sisters. Li Fan speculated. Yuan's face became visibly tense. She really had too many questions about this matter. If it was true, she really wanted to know. Why would the parents abandon their two daughters? And judging from the way the girl is dressed, her family should be well off. Next, Li Fan gave Yuan a brief account of Song Yuan's identity and background. For example, her family's company is a long-established pharmaceutical and cosmetic company, and she now lives in Jiangcheng. But there is one strange thing. Li Fan suddenly changed the subject. Yuan looked at him puzzledly. When I asked her about her family situation, she said she was an only child. Besides, she doesn't look like she's telling a lie. Yuan was visibly disappointed. Maybe they just happen to look the same. They said they don't have any brothers or sisters. Li Fan didn't think so. Maybe her parents have been hiding it? I think to find out the truth, you still need to go and meet them face to face in person. Yuan took another big sip of coffee and didn't say anything for a long time. Li Fan saw her uneasiness. Are you worried about something? Yuan couldn't help but sighed. I was abandoned at the door of the orphanage when I was born. Maybe they abandoned me on purpose from the beginning, so they didn't tell Song Yuan that they had another child. If that's the case, even if I go back, I might end up being abandoned a second time. Li Fan felt a little distressed when he saw Yuan's melancholy look. He reached out and held Yuan's hand and said, Yuan, you don't have to be afraid. No matter what, I will be with you. Even if they don't want you in the end, I still want you. During the days he spent with Yuan, Li Fan already had a place for her in his heart. Although I have many people in my heart. But it was easy for him to protect everyone. Li Fan suddenly asked whether he wanted it or not, which made Yuan blush. But after Li Fan said this, she suddenly seemed to have confidence. Besides, I know Song Yuan's situation very well now. Her family can't escape for the time being. You can think about it carefully. Of course, the final decision of whether or not to recognize each other is up to you. Hearing Li Fan's suggestion, Yuan nodded. Then I'll think about it for a while, but if I really want to go find her, you must accompany me. Don't worry. Li Fan rubbed Yuan's hair lovingly. The two of them started playing and laughing again. After leaving the vicinity of Yuan's company, Li Fan received 4 party invitations on his mobile phone. The party is the same party, but the invitations are sent to different company identities. They were sent to Juanhong, Hualian Airlines, Feitai and SA Cross-Border E-Commerce respectively. Although the scale of this party was not too large, all the invited guests were prominent figures in the upper class. There are both rising stars such as entrepreneurial giants and old-school aristocrats with deep roots. In short, anyone with an annual income of less than 2 billion cannot enter. Li Fan thought about it and clicked accept invitation on the letter from SA. SA is the most common and shallowest of my 4 identities. And the reason why Li Fan made this choice. First, given my current position, I really need to make some partners and friends with whom I can interact in business. With this identity as SA boss, he can screen out those brainless and arrogant guys immediately. Secondly, your every move will not be constantly watched by others, and you will not feel too much pressure when making friends. 3 days later. The gathering was held in a not-so-conspicuous villa winery in the center of Shanghai. As soon as Li Fan arrived at the party, he caused a discussion. Many wealthy ladies take advantage of this opportunity to find a rich husband. When I saw Li Fan, who had such a striking appearance, I couldn't help but feel a little excited. Fortunately, Chu Shuowan didn't come today. Finally, we have some room to perform. Several socialites squeezed the softness of their chests and sent ambiguous glances to Li Fan. The Chu Shuowan they mentioned was the leader of the 4 great socialites in Shanghai. Not only is she extremely beautiful, but she is also talented and knowledgeable, and is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Therefore, wherever she is, other socialites will be automatically ignored. So, today I received news that Chu Shuowan was ill and could not attend the banquet. Everyone was trying their best to gain some points in front of the big guys and small bosses. Li Fan didn't know what was going on in their minds. He only saw a few people winking at him. But Li Fan was very disappointed. The young ladies from wealthy families at today's banquet were indeed a little too mediocre in terms of appearance. No one can compare to the lovely people around me. Moreover, Li Fan does not need any so-called marriage with a wealthy family to increase his own value. So he didn't even look at them and just walked away. After several celebrities tried their best but received no attention, they couldn't help but scold Chu Shuowan. It must be that Chu Shuowan's ghost that has put us in such a mess. That's right, if she hadn't raised the standards of these men, we would have been very popular as well. Seeing that they couldn't catch the handsome Li Fan, the few of them had to disperse and search for their target. Li Fan watched almost the entire show. It turns out that the so-called upper class is not as special as he had imagined. Everyone has 2 eyes and 1 nose. Some people pretend to be elegant, while others still swear in a vulgar way. After all, most of them are just ordinary people who know how to package themselves. And listening to those conversations, the people who are touted as having high IQs are even fewer in number. Li Fan felt a little bored. Suddenly, the sound of firm and powerful high heels came from the other side of the door. Everyone was surprised and looked towards the door. Li Fan, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, also glanced over casually. However, the visitor stunned him immediately. The warm light from the ceiling of the gate cast a shadow on the woman. It turned out to be Su Qianmu, who was wearing a slim backless dress. Li Fan usually saw her either in a suit or in casual attire. And this dazzling dress today truly shows off Su Qianmu's figure and superior appearance. Chapter 108, Su Qianmu is his girlfriend? The golden law firm is in hand. Su Qianmu was a little too beautiful. The beautiful back revealed behind the slim-fitting dress is just the right amount of sexy. The high-slit fishtail skirt clearly shows off her long legs. Wearing high heels, Su Qianmu's every step was swaying. At one time, it attracted the hearts of many rich second generations and bigwigs. I saw the men looked greedy. The original few socialites stamped their feet in anger again. How could I forget about Su Qianmu? Now that Chu Shuowan isn't fighting her, all eyes are drawn to her. When they originally considered their competitors, they only thought of Chu Shuowan, who had the same status as themselves. For a moment, I actually forgot about Su Qianmu, the female president. With sexy bodies and sexy brains, there is no need to compare them all, just go home, take a shower and go to bed. Several people were extremely angry, but they couldn't do anything to her. In that case, it would be better for Chu Shuowan to come. At least if they don't like Chu Shuowan, they can still try to trip her up. But they dare not to trip up Su Qianmu. Su Qianmu kept walking, but suddenly she saw Li Fan, whose eyes were fixed on her. After all, Li Fan's appearance is so outstanding that it would be hard for her not to notice him. Su Qianmu couldn't hide the surprise on her face and walked towards Li Fan. Why are you here? Are you here as the chairman of Juanhong? Su Qianmu thought that given Li Fan's low-key personality, it would be unlikely for her to meet him in such an occasion. I didn't expect him to come today. But she originally thought that Li Fan was too low-key. It would be nice if I could take this opportunity today to announce his identity as the chairman of Juanhong Group. After all, even good wine needs to be hidden in a bush. Li Fan's goodness definitely deserves to be seen by more people. Li Fan shook his head calmly, no. But Miss Su's outfit today really amazed me. I like it very much. When Su Qianmu heard Li Fan say the word like, her heart suddenly felt a little warm. She recalled the last time when the two of them were lying on the sofa hugging each other. If you like it, then my dressing up is not in vain. Su Qianmu responded in a low voice. At this time, there was another person arriving late at the gate. When he saw the goddess Su Qianmu, whom he had been thinking about, he immediately walked over in 3 or 2 steps. Qianmu, you are dressed so beautifully today. Wei Xiaowei didn't notice Li Fan standing next to Su Qianmu at all. His eyes were fixed on Su Qianmu with lustful eyes. When Su Qianmu heard Wei Xiaowei's voice, she rolled her eyes to the sky. Why is it this guy again? Is it impossible to avoid him anywhere? And since it was also a compliment from Li Fan, she felt very comfortable hearing it. Wei Xiaowei's praise made her suddenly feel cold. However, due to the situation, Su Qianmu still responded to him. Thank you for the compliment, Master Wei. Wei Xiaowei wanted to get closer to Su Qianmu, but then he noticed Li Fan's figure. He also saw Su Qianmu leaning towards him intentionally or unintentionally. Suddenly, my anger flared up. I didn't get any advantage in the previous game, so now I have to lose to him even with women. Wei Xiaowei immediately put on a contemptuous expression and started to mock Li Fan. Hey, isn't this Boss Li from that idiot football team? What? Why are you here instead of guarding your own little gym? Don't you even look at this? Is this a place you can come to? Ding. The host is detected to be provoked. Trigger the task, announce that you are Su Qianmu's boyfriend and slap Wei Xiaowei in the face. You can obtain the ownership of Jinluan Law Firm. Jinluan Law Firm, the best law firm in the country. Focusing on the field of business transactions, he has never lost a battle so far. It is known as the Pizza Hut of Dragon Country. With such a law firm, I don't have to worry about all the miscellaneous matters related to my own business in the future. Moreover, Li Fan knew that Su Qianmu was interested in him, so he was sure to win this game. Li Fan looked at Wei Xiaowei's smug face. There was no anger in my heart at this moment. It's more like watching a monkey in the zoo picking up money for itself. I didn't expect that Master Wei not only has bad ball skills, but also bad character as a person. Li Fan responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. Then he suddenly took Su Qianmu into his arms. I am invited to attend the banquet as the boss of SA Company. What? Do I need your permission, Mr. Wei? Also, Qianmu is my girlfriend. I advise you not to hit on my girlfriend. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was stunned. What? So this guy is the new boss of SA? To acquire the ownership of SA shares when the momentum is so strong, it must cost at least tens of billions. This person is not simple. He also said that Su Qianmu is his girlfriend. Isn't Su Qianmu always ranked in the top 3 of the most difficult to chase list in Magic City? That's right. I heard that several noblemen tried various ways to please her, but they were all rejected. Everyone was talking about it, and for a moment Li Fan and Su Qianmu became the focus of the party. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The ownership of Jinluan Law Firm has been issued. Hearing the system broadcast, Li Fan nodded with satisfaction. Su Qianmu was a little stunned. Why did Li Fan suddenly say that she was his girlfriend? Although I did recognize him very early on. But before that, the two of them were still in an ambiguous period. How come suddenly? Although Su Qianmu was confused, she was still a little excited inside. Seeing Su Qianmu's shy look, Wei Xiaowei was so angry that his face turned purple. However, he didn't expect that Li Fan was so capable. We were able to take over SA company. But compared to Shunfeng Real Estate, it is just a small shrimp. So he immediately said in a sarcastic tone. I thought it was some impressive background, but it's just this. Even if you are Miss Su, you should have a long-term vision and open your eyes more to see the truly outstanding young talents around you. Only in this way can you be worthy of your status as Miss Su, right? Su Qianmu was a little angry. Why is Wei Xiaowei still chattering in front of her for so long and not leaving? Just when she was about to lose her temper, Li Fan directly pulled her behind him to protect her in a manly manner. Don't worry about my girlfriend, Mr. Wei. But Mr. Wei, if you have time, you should look in the mirror more often and reflect on why the beauties didn't choose you. After saying that, Li Fan took Su Qianmu to another area. Wei Xiaowei was left looking frustrated, wanting to explode but not being able to. As soon as they left the area near Wei Xiaowei, Su Qianmu became obviously much happier. You just responded so well. I have disliked this Wei Xiaowei for a long time. He relies on his family's wealth to learn nothing. This is the kind of person I hate the most. Chapter 109 Wei Xiaowei gets drunk and causes trouble. Li Fan buys Shunfeng Real Estate on the spot. Li Fan found Su Qianmu's temper and complaints very cute. After they chatted for a while, Su Qianmu went to the bathroom. Li Fan held the red wine and glanced around casually. Suddenly a somewhat familiar face came into his sight. The other person raised his glass and walked towards him. Li Fan? It's you! There was definite surprise in Chu Ruiji's eyes. You don't remember me? The one who sat in front of you and behind you for half a semester in elementary school. Li Fan's memory suddenly became clear. In the first half of the 3rd grade, Chu Ruiji had to move. So after spending half a semester in Li Fan's primary school, he went to the aristocratic primary school in Shanghai. And during that short period of time, Li Fan had the best relationship with him. At that time, everyone knew that Chu Ruiji came from a famous wealthy family, so Li Fan was not so surprised to see him here at this moment. Chu Ruiji. Of course I remember you. It's been years since we last met. The two old friends immediately patted each other on the shoulders and started reminiscing about the past. I saw the confrontation between you and Wei Xiaowei just now. I didn't expect you to be the boss of SA now. Chu Ruiji praised Li Fan sincerely. In fact, when he was in elementary school, he discovered that Li Fan was different from others. The mind is more flexible and the behavior is more methodical. Seeing how capable he is now, Chu Ruiji is also very happy for him. By the way, let's exchange contact information. Chu Ruiji excitedly took out his cell phone and they added each other on V. At this time, Su Qianmu's scolding voice came from the other side of the hall. Opposite her was Wei Xiaowei, who was a little drunk. Miss Su, I really like you. If you follow me, I promise you will get whatever you want. Wei Xiaowei completely blocked Su Qianmu's way. Everyone around looked like they were enjoying a good show. Li Fan frowned and quickly took 2 or 3 steps over to push Wei Xiaowei away. What are you trying to do to my girlfriend? Wei Xiaowei was angry and immediately exploded. Don't think I didn't see it. With someone like you, how could Qianmu be interested in you? It's obvious that Qianmu is just playing hard to get with me. With your status, what can you compare with me? Wei Xiaowei's self-righteous remarks made Su Qianmu very angry. Just as she was about to argue with him, she saw a fist rushing out from beside her. Li Fan punched Wei Xiaowei directly on the bridge of his nose. Chu Ruizhi, who was about to come over to help, stopped suddenly. The whole place fell into surprised silence. Is this guy crazy? He actually dared to hit the young master of Shunfeng real estate. Does he want to stay in the Magic City? Last time, there was a man who robbed Wei Nu's daughter. His business was just starting to take off, but he was bankrupt all of a sudden. Sure enough, these small families just don't know the importance of things. What's the point of showing off their anger? SA is probably finished now. Ding. Trigger the task, acquire Shunfeng real estate and receive a rebate of 10 times the acquisition amount. In stark contrast to the ridicule from the people around him, Li Fan now had an excited smile on his face. Shunfeng real estate is a large company after all, and the cost of acquiring it would be a huge sum of money. But if the system gives him a 10-fold rebate, the nature of the situation will be different. You will only make a lot of money and never lose anything. The smart screen that suddenly appeared in front of him also showed the current shareholding structure of Shunfeng real estate. Wei Xiaohui's father only owns 35% of the shares and is the major shareholder. Shunfeng's equity is dispersed, so it is completely possible for you to acquire it yourself. Li Fan looked at Wei Xiaohui, and the smile on his face became more and more obvious. However, people around him just thought he was crazy. How dare you hit me? Li Fan's punch just now completely woke Wei Xiaohui up. He immediately stood up and fought back. As a result, Li Fan kicked him again, knocking him to the ground. Then he took out his cell phone and made a call. Boss Lu, I need you to come over now. The party was held in a small meeting room in the villa. 3 general managers from Juanhong, Hualien, and Feitai were sitting their board. Originally, they came to the party with their own directors. As a result, Li Fan asked the 3 of them to play landlord here by themselves. He said that he would not appear as a director for the time being. Only then did they realize that their director was not only his own director, but was also the boss of 3 well-known large groups in Shanghai. The other 2 were extremely envious when they saw how excited Mr. Lu from Feitai was when he received the call. Assistant Lu did not dare to delay and immediately came to the main hall of the banquet. Look, isn't that Mr. Lu from Feitai Real Estate? That's right. It's him. As expected, he is from the top 1 real estate company in Shanghai. His aura shows that he is not an ordinary person. Those who had originally ridiculed Li Fan now fixed their eyes on Mr. Lu. Wei Xiaowei also recognized that this was his father's guest of honor and hurried over to greet him. As a result, Mr. Lu walked past him and came to Li Fan and bowed deeply. Chairman, what can I do for you? The whole audience suddenly fell into an incredible silence. Some people were so shocked that they even forgot to breathe. Su Qianmo and Chu Ruizhi's faces changed drastically. Li Fan is also the chairman of Feitai Group. In terms of size, Feitai Real Estate is more than equivalent to 3 Shunfeng real estates. It has developed rapidly in recent years and has become an extremely prominent presence in the entire Dragon Country. Lu, Mr. Lu, what are you talking about? He is just the boss of a cross-border e-commerce company. Wei Xiaowei was a little dazed and kept brainwashing himself that Mr. Lu had called the wrong person. However, Mr. Lu began to admire his director again. I didn't expect that Mr. Li also studies cross-border e-commerce. With such a wide range of interests, no wonder he can become the boss of his own group. Li Fan wanted to laugh when he saw Wei Xiaowei struggling to death. Boss Lu, just buy Shunfeng now, and then dismiss the Weiss. Mr. Lu didn't expect that Li Fan asked him to come here to acquire San Francisco real estate. But his expression looked a little embarrassed. Chairman, the acquisition is possible, but the acquisition cost is at least 10 billion. The company's current budget is temporarily placed on some projects, so it's okay. Just buy it. I'll transfer the money to you directly. Go and do it right now. By the way, contact Jinluan Law Firm and ask them to work overtime now. The conversation between the 2 completely shocked the people around them. 10 billion to acquire Shunfeng. And it comes from a personal account. Oh my god. Mr. Li's net worth must be at least hundreds of billions. And he said he wanted Jinluan Law Firm to work overtime. Could it be that this top law firm is also his? Chapter 110, Acquisition of Shunfeng with a rebate of 100 billion, Su Qianmu's intention. Mr. Lu's facial muscles couldn't help but tremble. Our chairman is so arrogant. After acquiring Shunfeng, Feitai will definitely reach a higher level. He had long been annoyed by the old man Wei's malicious attempt to seize the market. Yes, Chairman. I'll do it right away. Mr. Liu directly called the company's employees to issue tasks. Now Wei Xiaowei was completely panicked. Li Fan is actually the chairman of Feitai. Moreover, Wei Xiaowei knew the situation of his own industry. Especially now that Li Fan has Jinluan law firm in his hands, Shunfeng may really change hands. Wei Xiaowei quickly knelt down and crawled in front of Li Fan. There is no trace of his previous arrogance. He just kept kowtowing and apologizing. I'm sorry, Mr. Li. I really know I was wrong. If I knew your true identity, I would never dare to offend you. Please be magnanimous and spare our family. Li Fan just sneered when he heard this. Master Wei, do you mean that you can do whatever you want and offend anyone who is lower in status than you? It's not right for Wei Xiaowei to admit it, nor is it right for him to deny it. I can only slap myself in the face again and again. He tried to use a torture tactic to make Li Fan take back his promise. Li Fan felt no wave of emotion. If Wei Xiaowei was just being mean tonight, I would just teach him a lesson. But his teammates had been injured because of him and they were also criticized for no reason. It was time for reckoning. Moreover, given Wei Xiaowei's arrogant and domineering personality, who knows how many similar things he has done? This is perfect, I can just consider it as getting rid of a harm to the people. After a while, Wei Xiaowei's phone suddenly rang. Everyone watched with bated breath. Wei Xiaowei answered the phone tremblingly. Hello? Oh no, master. Feitai suddenly took away nearly 55% of our Xuanfeng's shares. And they even pointed out that you were the one who caused the trouble and removed the master from his position as a shareholder. The master is furious now and wants you to come back and explain everything to him. The person on the other end of the phone was very excited. Except for Wei Xiaowei, everyone around heard the conversation clearly. Wei Xiaowei fell to the ground weakly. The look in his eyes was one of regretful despair. The look in everyone's eyes when they looked at Li Fan had turned into complete horror. He actually spent 10 billion to acquire Shunfeng. There is definitely more than just Feitai behind him. At this time, relevant financial news on everyone's mobile phones also pushed the information that Shunfeng was acquired by Feitai. For a time, the entire industry in Shanghai was shaken. Li Fan ignored the gaze and directly took Su Qianmu's hand and left. Xu Ruizhi looked at Li Fan's back, and the admiration in his heart could not fade away for a long time. Outside the villa, Su Qianmu suddenly couldn't walk because of the inconvenience of her high heels. Li Fan directly picked her up by the waist. Wow, look at that couple. They're dressed just like in the movie. That's right. And a princess hug. So romantic. Passers-by couldn't help but take pictures with their mobile phones. It received a lot of likes when it was posted online. Su Qianmu still seemed to be in a dream at this moment. Just now, Li Fan stood up for her and rescued her from the bad guy like a prince. He even spent tens of billions to acquire Shunfeng on the spot. It completely touched her girlish heart that admired strong men. On the surface, Su Qianmu appears to be a strong and decisive woman. In fact, in private, I am still a little woman who yearns for a fairy tale of love. Therefore, a capable and heroic man like Li Fan completely dominated her. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition mission. Receive 100 billion in rebates. Li Fan carried Su Qianmu to the passenger seat. He glanced at his bank account again, and the extra numbers made him feel extremely happy. I make money again and have a beautiful woman by my side. This life is so beautiful. Li Fan leaned over and fastened Su Qianmu's seatbelt. The intimate distance made Su Qianmu's heart beat again. Where are you going? Li Fan's deep voice sounded in Su Qianmu's ears. Let's go find a styling shop to change my clothes first. Li Fan quickly drove Su Qianmu to Linda's styling shop. Previously, he asked Linda to be his personal stylist, but he couldn't always have her by his side. So I found a piece of land in the center of Shanghai and opened a store for her. In just a few months, her business was thriving again. Linda saw Li Fan coming from afar. I was about to go forward, but then I saw there was an extremely beautiful woman beside him. He immediately understood what he meant and asked the shop assistants to leave work early. After Su Qianmu entered the locker room first, Linda came to Li Fan and pretended to be angry. You come here once in a long time, and you bring a woman with you. Li Fan could only smile and stroke her back gently. I will make it up to you next time, be obedient. Poof. Linda snorted, then left the key to Li Fan and left. Su Qianmu waited inside for a long time, but no one brought any clothes to change into. Just as I was about to call for help, I saw Li Fan walk in. The dressing room in this styling shop is huge, with a large leather sofa in the middle. There are also small bars with drinks around. It is not an exaggeration to call it a suite. Su Qianmu had already taken off half of the edge of her dress. Seeing Li Fan coming in, she felt a little embarrassed and wanted to pull it up again. However, his hand was held down by Li Fan. He knew that wealthy families like Su Qianmu's usually had strict rules at home. So there are some things he still needs to confirm first. Ms. Su, what do you think about me saying tonight that you are my girlfriend? Li Fan's face was close at hand. Their breathing was very close, and Su Qianmu was a little afraid to look directly at him. If you want me to be your girlfriend, it's not impossible. Before Su Qianmu could finish her words, Li Fan kissed her lips. It's more convenient to wear a dress after all. Li Fan's words made Su Qianmu's face turn red again. He has good skills. Su Qianmu felt an ultimate experience she had never had before. The next morning, the two woke up hugging each other tightly. Su Qianmu was still not used to this state with Li Fan. But I couldn't bear to get up. Woke up? Li Fan hugged her in his arms and kissed her. It's all your fault. I haven't gotten up so late in all these years. Go get me some change of clothes. Li Fan raised his lips to a wicked smile. I can help you, but you have to pay me. What? Su Qianmu didn't react. Another fierce battle that lasted several hours. When Su Qianmu got into the car, she was carried by Li Fan. Although the reason was completely different from last night. After sending Su Qianmu to Huifeng, Li Fan suddenly received a call from Song Yuhuan. Chapter 111. Song Yuhuan asks for help. Li Fan takes action and solves the problem instantly. Li Fan quickly answered the call. Ms. Song? The other party seemed to be suddenly relieved when he heard Li Fan's voice. Mr. Li, I'm really sorry to disturb you so suddenly. But I really can't help it. Although Li Fan was confused, he quickly comforted her. It's okay, Miss Song, just tell me directly. I have some connections in the Magic City. Song Yuhuan spoke in such an anxious tone. And the person she was looking for was someone she wasn't very familiar with. Li Fan quickly deduced that she had encountered trouble that needed to be resolved in the Magic City. Song Yuhuan was amazed at Li Fan's sharpness. Actually, there was a dispute between our Huanyan Cosmetics and a distributor in Shanghai. The distributor said that after selling our products, a large number of customers recently complained that our products caused facial ulcers. Now the distributors and customers are demanding huge compensation from us, and they are threatening to ruin our reputation if we don't pay. Song Yuhuan paused, and there was an almost inaudible sob in her voice. But our quality control at Huanyan has always been the most stringent, and there have been no problems with the inspections. But now they are trying to bite us to death. That's why I want to ask you for help, Mr. Li. Do you have any local law firms with better business capabilities to recommend? Listen to Song Yuhuan finish all that in one breath. Li Fan also completely understood the right and wrong of the matter. So that's what happened. Then Miss Song, when are you going to come over? Probably 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Song Yuhuan replied. Okay, I'll make arrangements with the law firm. I'll pick you up at the airport tomorrow. You don't have to worry about accommodation. I also own a hotel. Just come. Li Fan spoke a series of words, and had already made all the arrangements for Song Yuhuan clear. Although Song Yuhuan was a little confused, she was still happy in her heart. After hanging up the phone, Li Fan directly assigned the task to Jin Luan office. Yuan also called Li Fan at this time. Li Fan, I've thought it over. I'm ready to face it all. Let's set off for Jiangcheng tomorrow. Yuan said in a determined tone. They are indeed two sisters, and even their timing is so coincidental. Li Fan teased in his heart. You don't have to leave for Jiangcheng. You will be able to see your sister whom you have never met in the Magic City tomorrow. Li Fan briefly told Yuan what happened in Huanyan Group. What? It sounds like the distributor and the customer are in collusion. Li Fan, you must help her. Yuan's indignation seemed to burst out of his phone. Don't worry, Mississippi. This is a piece of cake for me. As for you, I hope you won't be unable to sleep all night just because you have to meet your biological sister. Humph. No way. Yuan hung up the phone angrily. But his face was full of embarrassment as if he had been hit by something. The next morning, Li Fan arrived at the airport. Song Yu-won walked out from the VIP channel. The whole person exudes a fragile and haggard beauty. When she dragged her luggage to Li Fan, she almost couldn't stand. Li Fan immediately reached out to support her. Careful. Song Yu-won thanked Li Fan for his help embarrassingly. She has been exhausted both physically and mentally by this dispute these days. The spoiled young lady's aura that she had before is much less. But in Li Fan's eyes, there were some different styles. Li Fan brought Song Yu-won to Hilda Hotel to check in. The eyes of the girls at the front desk who hadn't seen their boss for a long time lit up. While he was excited, he discovered that there was another beautiful woman beside Li Fan. They immediately became like wilted daylilies. It turned out that it would never be their turn no matter what. Send Song Yu-won to the suite. Li Fan was about to leave when he was stopped by Song Yu-won again. Chairman Li, I still want to ask about the law firm. I can't rest easy just waiting here. Li Fan rubbed his eyebrows, feeling a little helpless. I wanted to let you see the finale after I'm done with it. In that case, I'll call them over now. After Li Fan finished speaking, he went out and made a phone call. Song Yu-won was a little confused. Finished? What she had asked Li Fan to do before should be to help her find a law firm. How come it suddenly became processed? With doubts, Song Yu-won followed Li Fan to the conference room in the hotel. Hello, boss. As soon as he entered, a row of 7 or 8 lawyers immediately stood up and greeted Li Fan. When Song Yu-won saw their firm's name badge, her eyes almost popped out. Jin Lewin Law Firm. The top 1 law firm in Longhua. Since its opening, it has been an undefeated legend in business disputes. If ordinary companies want them to help, the appointment can be counted in years. Song Yu-won didn't expect that she was just asking Li Fan for a simple favor. He got himself such a powerful helper. And according to the qualifications of SA Company, it must have taken a lot of effort for Li Fan to help her find Jin Lewin. Thank you, Chairman Li. Song Yu-won's eyes were filled with gratitude. It doesn't matter, just something to do. Li Fan answered calmly. Anyway, Jin Lewin is mine. It was indeed just something I mentioned casually. Just as Song Yu-won was about to repeat her situation to the lawyers again, a lawyer suddenly stood up and walked out. It wasn't too long before the distributor was pulled in. This is? Song Yu-won looked at the situation in front of her in surprise. Li Fan patted her hands and said, Don't worry, just sit and watch. Why don't you confess what you did? Lawyer Yang, who was in the lead, shouted angrily. The distributor immediately knelt down in front of Song Yu-won. Director Song, we are so sorry for you. The rotten face incident was actually caused by us bribing a few customers in order to extort money from you, Huanyan. We also forged those medical records, but we really know we were wrong. The distributors were in tears. Song Yu-won was completely confused at this time. Although she could guess the tricks between distributors and customers. But it was clear that this distributor had been acting very arrogant before. Why is it suddenly? The distributor was seen ostensibly asking for her forgiveness. In fact, the look of fear was directed at the lawyers. Song Yu-won also understood. Jin Lewin must have found solid evidence in his hands. It is even possible to directly hold the distributor's handle. Next, you know what to do, right? Li Fan looked at the distributor with a look of oppression in his eyes. I know. After the distributor kowtowed several times, he was escorted out by the lawyer. Song Yu-won was completely shocked. Less than 2 hours had passed since she got off the plane, and Li Fan had already helped her completely resolve the dispute. Chapter 112. Yuan and Song Yu-won meet. Li Fan points out the problem of the piano master. Li Fan looked at Song Yu-won's dazed expression. I couldn't help laughing and said, It seems that I still scared you. Before you arrived in Magic City, Jin Lewin had already thoroughly dug up the inside story of this distributor. He has done similar things at least 10 times before. He was unlucky this time and fell into our hands. It's just the right time to pay the price for his mistakes. Li Fan still looked like he had everything under control. Song Yu-won received a notification on her phone and picked it up to take a look. The distributor has retracted the small-scale rumor post they had previously spread. A special apology statement to Huanyan was also pinned on the top of the post. As for the price they have to pay in private, it is unknown. How is it? Are you completely relieved now? Li Fan handed Song Yuan a cup of calming tea. Song Yuan nodded repeatedly. Thank you so much this time, Chairman Li. Without your help, I don't know how much negative impact this incident would have on us. Song Yuan's mind was racing, wondering what kind of practical thanks Li Fan would like. It's just a small favor. But I also have something to trouble you, Miss Song. Song Yuan heard that she could help Li Fan. His eyes immediately brightened. She was just wondering how to thank him in return. Chairman Li, please tell me what you want to say. I need you to meet someone. Li Fan said directly. Meet someone? Song Yuan was puzzled, but still agreed. Soon it was evening of the next day. Li Fan took Yuan to Hilda Hotel. The two went to the restaurant together. Song Yuan had already sat down in her seat alone. Yuan's face was full of tension, and he had two big dark circles under his eyes. What should I do? I am a little afraid to go in. When it came to the final step, Yuan began to back off. Li Fan knew that what she needed now was someone to push her. So he grabbed her hand without saying anything and walked towards Song Yuan. Feeling the approaching footsteps, he entered Song Yuan's sight first. It was Li Fan holding a tender white hand. It turns out that Li Fan wanted her to see. Is she his lover? She didn't know why, but she felt a sour feeling in her heart. After calming down, Song Yuan stood up with a smile on her face. Extend your hand to say hello. But when she saw the face of the woman next to Li Fan clearly, she was completely stunned. Why, this woman's face? Exactly the same as hers. Yuan was also a little stunned. Although I have seen photos before. But the shock of seeing him face to face still made her unable to react. This. Am I dreaming? Song Yuan hadn't gotten enough rest these days. Now, suddenly, I almost couldn't stand again. Seeing this, Li Fan asked them both to sit down. Miss Song, this is the person I want you to meet. I'm sorry for not explaining the situation to you in advance. It's mainly because you've seen it. It's really hard to explain such things in a few words. Yuan and Song Yuan calmed down for a moment. And subconsciously spoke at the same time. You. I. Forget it, you should speak first. Song Yuan said to Yuandao. This woman can appear to see him at the same time as Li Fan. She should have more or less understood her situation. Although Song Yuan was full of questions. But I still want to hear what Yuan has to say first. Next, Yuan told Li Fan what he had learned about her existence and his own orphan background. So combined with my own experience, I think it's possible that we really are sisters. After listening to Yuan, Song Yuan then realized that Li Fan's previous chat with her was probably just a mistake. But, my parents didn't tell me that I have a twin sister. Song Yuan replied. And her parents have always been open-minded and gentle. It's unlikely that he would lie to her about something like this. Maybe we just look alike. Song Yuan tried to explain this matter from a more reasonable perspective. However, after she said it, she didn't believe it herself. It's a bit understandable. But she looked exactly like the woman in front of him. Except for the teardrop mole at the corner of my eye. As for the others, they are at a level that anyone would admit to being confused if they went out. There's no point in you guys guessing here. How about doing a blood relationship test directly? Li Fan watched as the two of them spent a long while without any clue as to what was going on. He took the initiative to suggest. If you need me, I can ask a doctor from my hospital to come over right now. It seems that this is the only way. Song Yuan agreed to the proposal. Yuan nodded. Doctors from the Credit Suisse private hospital soon came and extracted DNA samples from the two. Only then did Yuan and Song Yuan know about it. Even the most famous Credit Suisse private hospital in Shanghai is owned by Li Fan. Boss, we have already extracted the samples and the results will be available in about 2 hours. A medical staff member reported to Li Fan. You don't have to be so anxious. Yuan felt uneasy and spoke subconsciously. Then you can give us the results tomorrow. Li Fan ordered. Leave a day for the two of them to have some buffer time. Okay, boss. After the Credit Suisse people left, Yuan and Li Fan also prepared to leave. Song Yuan looked at the intimacy between the two. I feel so weird inside. It turned out that the reason I met Li Fan was thanks to Yuan. She suddenly felt very lonely. His attitude towards Yuan also became complicated. If she was really her biological sister, what kind of changes will come to your home? The more he thought about it, the more headache he got. Song Yuan simply went back to his room, emptied his mind, and fell into a deep sleep. To relieve Yuan's nervous mood, Li Fan brought Yuan to a villa restaurant that recently opened in Shanghai. It is said that the internationally renowned piano artist Pachiri is specially invited to perform on time every night. It is a place that the upper-class nobles like to go to recently. Li Fan was not interested in these. But I heard that the buildings inside are built in the style of palaces from hit movies. Very popular among girls. It just fits Yuan's personality of liking romantic atmosphere. The two took their seats and the piano performance began on time. Li Fan was also intoxicated by it along with everyone else. The master is worthy of being a master. What he played was not so much a piece of music as a rare work of art. However, Li Fan still found a discordant point in one section. It wasn't Pachiri's mistake. Rather, the intonation is wrong because of a problem with the strings inside the piano. After the performance, the crowd applauded and praised. Li Fan also cheered and then raised the questions he had discovered. Chapter 113. Li Fan's god-level piano skills amazed the audience, and the master knelt down to become his disciple. After Li Fan praised Pachiri, he tactfully pointed out that one of the notes was not quite accurate. Before he could explain that it was not the master's fault, but there was a problem with the strings. A man quickly jumped up from the dining table. "Who are you? How dare you question Master Pachiri here? Do you understand art? You're just talking nonsense here." Zhuguan Yuan looked indignant. The expression he gave Pachiri was full of flattery. He had always wanted to get close to Pachiri and become his last disciple. Now that someone dares to criticize Pachiri, he must of course seize the opportunity to perform well. Pachiri also felt that there was nothing wrong with his performance just now. It's not that he looks down on people. But he is, after all, an internationally renowned pianist. How could I not hear if there is a problem with the pitch? So he tacitly agreed to Zhuguan Yuan's statement on his behalf. There was even a hint of contempt in the look he gave Li Fan. Impatience flashed in Li Fan's eyes. He pointed out the problem, and that idiot was jumping up and down. "Shut up, idiot. Did I say anything for the reason that you're just barking like a dog? It's not Pachiri's problem, but a string inside the piano is loose. Because the pitch deviation is so small, it's normal that it's not noticeable." After hearing this, Pachiri turned away without caring. He thought the other party could really explain it. He actually said that the strings were loose? Since the deviation is so small, how come he, an international master, couldn't hear it, but he, an ordinary diner, could? Most likely he is just making it up to save his own face. Zhuguan Yuan's reaction was even more intense. "This is hilarious. Do you think you have super hearing? The deviation is too small to be heard, so you can just pretend as much as you want. Anyone can challenge Master Pachiri's musical level." When the other diners heard what Zhuguan Yuan said, they also burst into laughter. Here an ordinary man questions an international music master. That's not a joke. The master has a famous name. What does he have? Ding. Trigger the mission, play your own music on the spot to slap everyone in the face, and you will get 60% of the shares of Xinjiang Precious Metals Company with a market value of 1 trillion. Li Fan's expression paused. A precious metal company with a market value of trillions. Wouldn't my worth then go up another level? He smiled and looked around at everyone's expressions that were waiting for the show. This opportunity to get rich quickly was given to me by you. Li Fan stood up directly, and his slender and strong figure burst out with a momentum of determination to win. "I don't want to waste any more words with you short-sighted people. Since you don't believe me, I will avoid the out-of-tune key and compose a piece of music on the spot for the lady in front of me." Everyone looked in the direction of Li Fan's gesture. Yuan felt somewhat flattered by everyone's gaze. But there was also a vague sense of uncertainty and worry. Because she didn't know whether Li Fan could play the piano. It would be bad if he lost face because of this. "Li Fan, do you really want to go up?" Yuan asked cautiously. "Certainly." After Li Fan answered, he came to the piano. Zhuguan Yuan wanted to step forward to stop them, but was stopped by Pachiri. After being asked the same question by the man for so long, he really wanted to see if this man was really capable. The lights moved following Li Fan's footsteps. Li Fan's straight and powerful fingers fell on the piano keys. After a while, a self-composed song with Titanic as the background poured out from the piano. Everyone present seemed to be pushed into the maritime accident that shocked the world. The musical notes and colors that permeate the space fully display this touching love story. Even the cleaning lady who was passing by couldn't help but stand there in a daze, tears streaming down her face. Everyone in the audience had tears in their eyes. Cry your heart out in the arms of your partner. Pachiri looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His artistic perception is stronger than that of ordinary people, and he was already covered with goosebumps. This kind of experience is something he has never experienced in all his years of working in the industry. The level of this man in front of me is not worthy of him, even if he is called the best in the world. It is no exaggeration to say that this is simply a god-level. After the song ended, everyone was still immersed in the musical atmosphere that Li Fan had just created, and it took a long time for them to recover. Then they all applauded at the same time, and the cheers were so loud that it seemed to overturn the ceiling. Li Fan stood up and raised his hand to lift the piano cover. Among the exposed strings, one of them was indeed showing signs of looseness. Everyone gasped again. Pachiri was also shocked to the extreme. Such a subtle difference was noticed by this man at a glance. He has the absolute pitch among absolute pitches. This is really terrible. Seeing everyone's reactions, Zhu Guangyuan still looked indifferent. He has never had any appreciation for art. The reason why I praised Pachiri before was because I wanted to take advantage of his fame. Now seeing that Pachiri had been standing there since just now, he thought that Pachiri was completely angry with Li Fan. Then he walked towards Li Fan, cursing again. Thinking of venting anger for Pachiri. Just because you play a random piece of music, you think you can tell our master what to do? Unexpectedly, Pachiri pushed Zhu Guangyuan away. He knelt down in front of Li Fan. Master. You are the real master. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They just instinctively thought that Li Fan's music was great. Now that I see even a master like Pachiri kneeling down to become his disciple, I realize how terrifying Li Fan's piano skills are. Then Pachiri turned around and scolded Zhu Guangyuan viciously. You are such a stupid and vulgar person. There is no way I would accept someone like you who has no appreciation for art and only knows how to flatter others as my apprentice. And you actually dared to be so disrespectful to this gentleman just now. Get out of here immediately. And you are never allowed to set foot in here again. Zhu Guangyuan was completely stunned by the scolding. His leg hit the horse's hoof completely. Why don't you just go away? Another angry shout. Zhu Guangyuan never expected that Li Fan's power was so strong. When the song was over, everyone in the restaurant stood on his side. Without even having time to take his female companion with him, Zhu Guangyuan immediately crawled out of the door. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Obtain 60% of the shares of Xinjiang Precious Metals Company. Ah! The sound of the system brought Li Fan extreme pleasure. At this time, some of the diners around were uploading Li Fan's performance video to the internet. Chapter 114, Li Fan's piano playing video goes viral. Chu Ruizhi discovers that Li Fan is the bank president. Xiao Lu, go ask the kitchen to prepare some more special dishes for this master. Pachiri turned and gave instructions to a restaurant employee. Pachiri is a good friend of the boss here. Therefore, he is equivalent to half the boss in the restaurant. Xiao Lu nodded seriously and immediately went to the kitchen to give instructions. Li Fan saw that Pachiri's attitude had become so good. I didn't care about what happened just now anymore. Pachiri, I appreciate your kindness. But forget about taking you as my apprentice. I have a lot of things to do myself, and I really don't have time to recruit any more disciples. Besides, he is good at so many things now. If I were to recruit disciples for everything, how would I be able to recruit them all? The best way is not to open this loophole. I understand. Thank you again for your teachings, master. In fact, Pachiri was so excited to ask for a master just now because he was really amazed by Li Fan's level. At that moment, he wanted to express his endless admiration. So he subconsciously knelt down and became a disciple. Now that he is calmed down, his mind is clear. A top master like this must have many people flocking to him. And his energy must be used in more valuable situations. With my qualifications, how could I possibly catch the eye of a master? Fortunately, the master did not blame him for his recklessness. Li Fan thinks that Pachiri is a good person. Although they couldn't be master and apprentice, he didn't mind having one more friend. So the two of them added each other's contact information. Pachiri held his phone in his hands, extremely excited. He immediately returned to his seat and played a few songs for everyone for free. On the other hand, a video of Li Fan playing the piano uploaded by a diner. It also became completely popular on the internet. The video only captured Li Fan's profile, his nimble fingers, and the music that was still full of emotion even through the machine. Oh my god! What a heavenly sound! It's absolutely perfect. The song being played is Titanic, right? Every scene from the movie just now popped up in my mind. How terrifying! Does Dragon Country have such a pianist? Yeah, who is this master? Does anyone have a ticket? I want to go to the live concert. The discussion on the internet is in full swing. Topics related to mysterious piano master improvises his own music quickly dominated the entire Weibo hot search. At this time, in the secretary's office of Juanhong Group, Julia finished her work. While browsing the latest news, a piano video caught her sight. She immediately recognized the back of her boss. But I didn't expect that Chairman Li's piano skills were so advanced. Looking at the praises for Li Fan all over the internet, she couldn't help but feel a little proud. Looking at the piles of documents from other projects in front of me, her originally somewhat tired mood was instantly swept away. For her boss, she has to become a workaholic. Let the boss have no worries. As for the video, she was not in a hurry to take it down. Anyway, the video didn't capture the boss's face. And since the boss is so awesome, naturally he needs more people praising him. Thinking of this, Julia quickly got back to work. The next day, Li Fan received the DNA test report from Credit Suisse. The result was just as he thought, Yuan and Song Yuan were definitely sisters. With the report, Li Fan called the two to Hilda's restaurant again. The two people in front of me were visibly nervous. The results are out. You two are, indeed, sisters. Li Fan directly spread out the page with results on the table. Yuan and Song Yuan's expressions were blank for a moment. Then there was a sigh of relief and relief that the dust had settled. So, we are really sisters. Yuan carefully observed Song Yuan's expression and said, "Yes." Song Yuan replied, "Then according to our respective birthdays, I will call you my sister." Song Yuan suggested. The result is out. She felt relieved but then couldn't help but worry again. I had been thinking of waiting for the results to come out, and if Yuan was really my sister, I would tell my parents then. And now, how should I talk to my parents? After struggling for a while, Song Yuan still called her parents to explain the situation. The two elders were also shocked and flew over from Jiangcheng overnight. Li Fan spent the rest of his time with the two sisters. As soon as he stepped out of the door of Hilda Hotel, Xu Ruizhi called Li Fan. "Excuse me, are you the president of Ijin Antiques Auction House?" Xu Ruizhi's familiar voice came. "Riais? You looking for me?" Hearing Li Fan's reply, Xu Ruizhi was also stunned. Wasn't he the person he called the number for was President Ijin? Why does this voice sound so much like Li Fan? The last time he and Li Fan added each other was on WeChat, but he didn't know Li Fan's number. "Are you Li Fan? President of Ijin Auction House?" he asked incredulously. Only then did Li Fan realize that Xu Ruizhi was looking for him in his capacity as the bank president. "Yes," Li Fan replied. Xu Ruizhi's computer was down for a few seconds. Then, thousands of alpacas roared through my heart. What? Li Fan is not only the boss of SA and the director of Feitai Group, but also the president of Ijin, the most authoritative auction house. Besides, these companies don't match at all. So strong, so strong. His former classmate is so strong. Even though I have known so many rich kids since I was a child, I have never seen one with such a wide range of interests and who has reached the top of the industry in all of them. At this moment, he was completely in awe of Li Fan. In order to avoid appearing to be too ignorant, Xu Ruizhi quickly calmed himself down. "So Li Fan, you are the president of Ijin. It's like this. My family recently received a new batch of calligraphy and paintings. So I thought I'd ask you to come and check if it's genuine." "I see." Li Fan smiled and said, "This is easy. Where is your home? I'll go there right away." Villa number 1 of the Royal Sea Mansion. Let me know when you are almost there and I will pick you up at the door. Good. Yuhai Luxury Villa is an old-fashioned villa luxury area in Shanghai. Those who live there are generally old money families who have been rich for at least 3 generations. This is consistent with Li Fan's long-standing impression of Chu Ruizhi. When Li Fan drove his Pagani to Chu Ruizhi's house, Chu Ruizhi's eyes suddenly lit up. Although Pagani is not expensive for him. But there are only 3 of these things in the world. That's not something you can buy with money. A sports car is enough to show how extensive Li Fan's network of contacts is. Thank you, old classmate, for making you make a special trip. Chu Ruizhi hurried over to greet him. Li Fan followed Chu Ruizhi into the living room of the villa, but suddenly smelled a hint of illness. A pair of slender long legs stepped down the stairs. Chapter 115, Chu Shuoan asks Li Fan to be her dance partner, and they make a grand appearance at the gate of the Noble University. Chu Shuoan, wearing a white lace dress, came to the first floor of the villa elegantly and calmly. Shuoan, come over and say hello to your brother Li Fan. Chu Ruizhi saw his sister coming down from upstairs and hurriedly called her over. Chu Shuoan lives up to her name. Her whole expression was calm, and her every move was full of elegance and nobility. She has a fairy-like temperament that is not of this world. Although Li Fan has seen many beautiful women. But when I see someone like Chu Shuoan, my eyes can't help but light up. Hello, brother Li Fan. I'm Chu Shuoan. Chu Shuoan bent slightly and nodded, with only a plain diamond necklace hanging on her slender swan neck. Hello. Li Fan also nodded slightly. The disease he smelled earlier was slowly dissipating from Chu Shuoan. It should be right at her right knee. Li Fan's physical condition has improved a lot recently, and his medical skills have also become more proficient. Chu Shuoan's condition was probably due to the difficulty in healing wounds caused by years of trauma. After greeting Li Fan, Chu Shuoan went to the courtyard outside the villa on her own. Li Fan followed Chu Ruizhi to the study where he kept his calligraphy and paintings. With just one glance, Li Fan determined that the calligraphy and paintings were authentic. Chu Ruizhi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It turns out that master-level antique appraisers are different. The appraisers he had found before had to lie on the ground and look at the antiques with a magnifying glass. I've been looking at it for a long time but still can't figure it out. If he had known that President Eugene was Li Fan, he wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. After the appraisal, Chu Ruizhi originally wanted to take Li Fan for a walk around his villa. Then he was suddenly called away by a work call. Chu Ruizhi apologized repeatedly, but Li Fan didn't mind at all. He asked the servant of the Chu family for paper and pen and wrote down the prescription. Then we came to the courtyard garden. In the courtyard, Chu Shuoan bent over to water and nourish the flowers and plants. The whole picture looks like a beautiful oil painting. I have to say that this picture looks much more pleasing to the eye than the calligraphy and paintings that were just appraised. Seeing Li Fan coming, Chu Shuoan politely bowed slightly and greeted him. Miss Shuoan likes plants very much? Li Fan asked. Chu Shuoan nodded gently. I like them, because they are very quiet and beautiful. It sounds the same as Miss Shuoan. Li Fan joked. A rare smile appeared on Chu Shuoan's usually calm face. Li Fan handed the prescription directly to Chu Shuoan. I don't know what happened to you, Miss Shuoan, but please take care of yourself. Old injuries haven't healed yet, and new injuries have been added. It's easy to develop hidden diseases. Li Fan was looking at Chu Shuoan's knees, which were covered by her skirt. Chu Shuoan was extremely surprised. How did he know that his knee was injured? Chu Shuoan took it and found that it was filled with some medicinal materials and dosage instructions. Is this the prescription he prescribed for himself? Who exactly is this friend of my brother? Although Chu Shuoan was still confused, she still took Li Fan's prescription and expressed her gratitude. If you have something that is inconvenient to tell your brother, you can actually tell me. I can help you with that, too. Look at Chu Shuoan's taciturn personality. Li Fan guessed that she probably wouldn't tell her family even if she was wronged. Such a fragile woman inevitably aroused his desire to protect her. When Chu Shuoan heard this, she was shocked and moved. Outside, everyone just thought she was a little princess whose life was going smoothly, and no one ever noticed her aggrieved situation. Li Fan is the first one. But she still shook her head and didn't tell Li Fan the reason. Li Fan stopped there and was about to leave. Chu Shuoan called out to him again. Brother Li Fan, can I ask you for a favor? Li Fan turned around and said, you can talk about it. Tomorrow is our school's graduation dance. Since you discovered my injury, could you please be a good person and be my dance partner, so that my condition will not be discovered by others? Li Fan didn't expect that Chu Shuowan would ask him for help but still want to further cover up what happened to her. But seeing the pitiful look of the little girl, he nodded and agreed. Thank you. Chu Shuowan was so happy that her voice became louder. The next day, Li Fan picked up Chu Shuowan at a street corner 1 block away from the Yuhai mansion. Because it was a dance party, Chu Shuowan changed into a dress with a large skirt. The cut is simple and has a sense of design, which perfectly outlines her graceful figure. When Chu Shuowan first met Li Fan yesterday, she was still surprised by his handsome face. When we met again today, the throbbing in my heart was even more obvious. In order to match today's dance, Li Fan specially changed into a high-end black tuxedo and matched it with a high-quality white bow tie. He is definitely a prince who came out of a fairy tale. Even though Chu Shuowan usually doesn't show her emotions on her face, today her face flushed a little. Li Fan drove the Pagani and took Chu Shuowan directly to her aristocratic university. The Medusi Royal Noble University is a top-level university that is different from other universities on the market. There are generally only 2 possible ways to study here. The first type is the top students with excellent academic performance who are invited to study in the school. The minimum requirement is to be the top scholar in a province. Because Sihuang University has always been the cradle of the top leaders in business and political circles. Studying here means having access to top-level resources that ordinary people cannot reach. Therefore, in previous years, many outstanding students would accept the invitation to study. The second is the way most of Sihuang's students are admitted. That is to rely on their wealth and donate funds to Sihuang to obtain admission to the school. If parents want their children to attend Sihuang Noble University, their net worth must reach at least hundreds of millions in cash flow. Of course, there are some that slip through the net. For example, if someone has relatives working at the Sihuang Noble University, they can occasionally find an opportunity to squeeze a few of their own people in. And Chu Shuowan is a particularly prominent one among them. Not only did she come from a wealthy family, she was also the provincial champion in the liberal arts in the college entrance examination that year. As a result, she suffered a lot of bullying and harsh treatment at school that ordinary people would not encounter. However, she has not told anyone about this so far. Pagani successfully arrived at the gate of Sihuang Noble University. There are already many luxury cars outside the door. But everyone's attention was still attracted by this extremely cool Pagani. The rich kids who have had broad horizons since childhood really understand what this car means. They all looked inside the car curiously. I'm curious about when such a cool person appeared in the school. The bat-wing-like car door opened upwards, and a pair of crystal high heels stepped on the ground. Chapter 116. Li Fan showed off his dancing skills at the dance. Was Chu Shuowan moved? Is it Chu Shuowan? Did her family buy a new Pagani? Chu Shuowan got out of the car. Her looks, which were already more stunning than those of ordinary people, became even more breathtakingly beautiful when paired with the specially prepared gorgeous clothes. There was endless praise all around, and several rich second generations had love in their eyes. Especially Xiao Ziliang, the son of the Xiao group, who has been pursuing Chu Shuowan. In the entire Sihuang University, he felt that only the school belle Chu Shuowan was worthy of his supreme status. Moreover, his family background is at the top level in the entire Sihuang. Apart from him, who else is qualified to stand with Chu Shuowan? Before coming to today's dance, he dressed up carefully and combed his hair into a slicked back style that showed his masculine nature. The purpose is to dance with Chu Shuowan and win her heart in one fell swoop. He rubbed his hands impatiently and walked towards Pagani. The next second, Li Fan stepped out of the car. Everyone was stunned. The person in the Pagani was not Chu Shuowan's rich brother. But it was a strange man with extremely high appearance. But this person looks very unfamiliar. Many classmates who have always been keen on attending various high-class gatherings, after thinking for a long time, could not recognize which family this young man came from. Because Li Fan looks too young. So they naturally classified him as a college student who had not yet graduated like them. Xiao Ziliang's face suddenly turned ugly. Who the hell is this guy? Why would his goddess Shuewan come here in his car? Could he be the dance partner that goddess Shuewan found? How can I win the heart of the goddess if this is the case? Chu Shuowan gently placed her hand on Li Fan's, and Li Fan held it in return. The warmth from his palm made Chu Shuowan pause. It's a strange sense of security. Amid the gazes and discussions of the people around them, the two of them walked into the campus gate side by side, as elegant as a count and lady. Xiao Ziliang was very angry. But now the school gate is a place where people come and go. Everyone who studies at Sihuan has to maintain their reputation. Even if they are looking for trouble, they will look for it in places that cannot be seen. Xiao Ziliang gritted his teeth and followed the crowd to the auditorium. Anyway, there is still plenty of time, he can always find an opportunity to teach that kid a lesson. It was almost time for the dance to officially begin. The young masters and young ladies, who were dressed exquisitely, had already arrived inside the auditorium. But it was obvious that Chu Shuowan and Li Fan had completely become the visual center of the entire dance party. Chu Shuowan suddenly regretted asking Li Fan for help. Although this way no one else will dance with you, there is a possibility that you will notice your injured knee. But Li Fan was indeed a little too dazzling. There were many more eyes glued to her than before. Many of them even carry blatant jealousy and malice. On the stage, a boy named Amal, who was the same age as them, acted as the host. He was announcing the segment where numbers would be drawn to select the performers for the opening dance. The numbers scrolled on the big screen and stopped at 06. The corresponding number is Chu Shuowan's wrist tag number. Amal was complacent. Xiao Ziliang had already explained this aspect to him long ago. Chu Shuowan must be the one to perform the opening dance. This way the boss can get his wish and dance with his goddess. Amal looked towards the center of the auditorium excitedly. At this time, the light was already shining right in the center. Chu Shuowan's beautiful face was captured by the camera, and the big screen showed her 360-degree beauty without blind spots. There were bursts of exclamations. Amal was almost mesmerized by the sight. It turns out that the boss has a good eye. However, the next person the camera was pointed at was Chu Shuowan's dance partner, a man he had never seen before. And he is so damn handsome. Where's the boss? Shouldn't the boss be dancing with Chu Shuowan? Amal was totally frightened. It's over. I've messed up everything. At this time, Xiao Ziliang had already rushed to the backstage angrily. You idiot! Why didn't you answer my text message or phone call? Now my goddess is going to dance the opening dance with that pretty boy, I'm going to kick you to death. There's a fierce fight going on the stage. On the other side, in the center of the auditorium, Chu Shuowan and Li Fan were already ready to dance. The dance style they chose was national standard dance. Chu Shuowan thought that Li Fan probably only knew the most basic dance steps. This was also one of the reasons why she asked him for help before. This way, even if you want to follow, you won't have to put too much effort in, and you won't expose your injuries. However, as soon as the music started, Li Fan's aura instantly changed as if he were a different person. Looking at Chu Shuowan's surprised eyes, Li Fan smiled faintly. Don't worry, leave everything to me. Although his hand seemed to be gently placed on Chu Shuowan's waist. But Chu Shuowan inexplicably felt as if there was a powerful force supporting her. To others, her dancing steps seemed natural and smooth. Only she herself knew that, in fact, her feet did not feel any force on the ground at all. She was completely led by Li Fan to dance. You don't even have to use any strength. Li Fan used his own strength to make the two of them dance together to create a very spectacular scene. She didn't expect Li Fan's dancing skills to reach this level. Her curiosity about Li Fan grew stronger and stronger, and her eyes were filled with lingering surprise. Oh my god! This guy is not only handsome, but his national standard is so high. Yes, it's exactly the same as my dance teacher. No, it's much better than my teacher. The noble children present had been immersed in such social occasions since childhood. Therefore, these related dance styles are taught from elementary school to adulthood. Naturally, I have developed the skill of recognizing dancing techniques at a glance. There were constant exclamations of praise from the audience. Some of the second-generation rich who were initially unhappy with the two being too dazzling have now become convinced. Xiao Ziliang on the stage looked at the scene in front of him and was so angry that his teeth were about to break. Before, among the boys in our school, Xiao Ziliang was the best at national standard dance. Now, Xiao was far behind. The discussion of several classmates not far away reached Xiao Ziliang's ears. His face suddenly turned as black as ink. The opportunity to perform the opening dance with the goddess was snatched away by someone else. Now even the dancing skills that I am so proud of are being called worthless. How could he bear it? Glancing around, he saw the dice game set up in the recreation area. He narrowed his eyes and had an idea. Off stage, the song ended. Li Fan led Chu Shuowan to express her gratitude with extremely elegant dance moves. There was thunderous applause at the scene. The two of them were as close as possible. Chu Shuowan clearly felt the heat coming from the palm against her lower back. Well, did I do well? Suddenly, Li Fan leaned closer to her and asked. Looking at the handsome man in front of her, Chu Shuowan clearly felt her heart beating faster. Chapter 117 Xiao Ziliang came to make trouble. 5 million is too little. Yeah, brother Li Fan performed very well. Chu Shuowan lowered her head shyly. Li Fan saw this girl, who usually had a calm expression, showing such a shy face. I feel very satisfied. Li Fan and Chu Shuowan's tacit cooperation and amazing dancing moves. It has spread throughout the entire Sihuang campus through photos. The entire campus confession wall is filled with discussions surrounding the two of them. Oh my god. Whose family is this handsome guy from? I want his contact information. You? Don't you see who's standing next to her? That's Chu Shuowan, the most famous lady in Magic City. They are such a perfect match. I'm dying of admiration. In a short period of time, Li Fan's fame has reached the level of being on par with Chu Shuowan, the long-famous campus goddess. More and more students from other grades came to watch. Xiao Ziliang almost crushed his phone to pieces. What the hell is this? He had never enjoyed any treatment in his 4 years of studying here, but all of it was taken away by that pretty boy. No. He must teach him a lesson. At this time, a large group of fans had surrounded Li Fan and his partner. Xiao Ziliang had no choice but to let his younger brothers lead the way and walk over with a swagger. Brother! Since you are here, why don't you play a game with me so that I can represent our school as the host? Xiao Ziliang spoke words that sounded friendly on the surface. In fact, the look in his eyes when he stared at Li Fan was full of disdain and hatred. Li Fan saw that the other party was looking for trouble and was too lazy to talk to him. How dare this pretty boy ignore me? Xiao Ziliang's anger could no longer be suppressed. Because Chu Shuowan was beside him, he could only grit his teeth and say, it's just a dice game prepared for everyone in the leisure area. Brother, you wouldn't be afraid, right? Hearing this clumsy way of provoking, Li Fan sneered. Ding! Trigger the mission, hit Xiao Ziliang in the face in the dice game to obtain the ownership of the Magic City Royal Noble University. Li Fan's eyes lit up. Ownership of this university. This school probably wouldn't bring him much financially. But the personal connections it holds are a huge mine of gems. Thinking of this, Li Fan's eyes towards Xiao Ziliang immediately became as shrewd as a cheetah seeing its prey. Well, since Master Xiao has invited me so kindly, I will respectfully obey your command. The two walked towards the leisure area. Chu Shuowan looked worried. Before, Xiao Ziliang had caused a lot of trouble for others because of pursuing her. Now that he has done this, he must have regarded brother Li Fan as his potential love rival. So she hurriedly followed. The other students also looked like they were enjoying a good show. A large group of people immediately filled the marble gaming table. Amao came between the two of them and took the initiative to act as the game host for them. Mr. Xiao, how are you going to play? Li Fan asked. When Xiao Ziliang saw that Li Fan actually took the initiative to give him the decision-making power, he immediately showed a triumphant smile. Since there are only two of us now, let's just guess the number. Whoever guesses the closest total with 3 dice wins. Xiao Ziliang is sure to win. He has been following his father for many years since he was a child. I'm already very familiar with the twists and turns under the table. No one has ever been able to beat him at playing dice over the years. This handsome pretty boy is even more impossible. Okay. Li Fan agreed without hesitation. The smile on Xiao Ziliang's face grew wider. This kid is really just a young man who doesn't know his place. Then we will play 3 rounds. You can set your own stakes in each round, but the value can only be higher and not lower. After the last 3 rounds, whoever takes away the most of the opponent's belongings will be the final winner. Li Fan nodded, I'm fine with either. He won't lose anyway. Amao quickly brought a set of dice cups and 3 dice. To be fair, he gave it to Xiao Ziliang and Li Fan for examination respectively. Li Fan directly let the system spray the inner wall of the dice cup and the dice with fidelity spray. The first game begins. Brother, you are new here, so I have to take care of you. How about this, you tell me what you want to bet on first, or else if the thing I put out is too valuable, people will say I'm bullying you. Xiao Ziliang leaned back in the high-end leather chair like a big boss. Although he also saw the Pagani driven by Li Fan at the gate. But he doesn't think Li Fan is a rich man. Judging from his pretty face, he is probably just pretending to be cool by borrowing some rich woman's car. Mr. Xiao, just go down, I'll just follow yours. Ever since Li Fan became rich, he has had no idea about the expenses on some occasions. The main reason is that he doesn't know how much the rich second generation here can accept. Just let Xiao Ziliang decide it directly. I didn't expect you to be so courageous, brother. Okay, I'll make the decision first. I'll give you this amount. Xiao Ziliang held up 5 fingers in a serious manner. 50 million? Li Fan asked. Xiao Ziliang almost fell from his seat. How the hell is this pretty boy so good at pretending? He originally wanted to scare him off with 5 million. You actually guessed 50 million. The other students who were watching were also a little shocked. What kind of family is this? How could you guess it was 50 million? Although these people are all second generation rich, their family control is generally quite strict. If I really bet 50 million in one game, I would be killed by the elders in my family in a minute. Because the amount was too exaggerated, everyone thought that Li Fan was just trying to save face. It's 5 million. Xiao Ziliang replied unhappily. Damn it, why do I feel like I've lost a lot of momentum before I even started playing? Oh well, I'll give you 10 million then. Li Fan clicked his tongue. It was boring. What could one do with such little money? Everyone was shocked again. Please, if you lose, you have to pay real money. It's not about giving virtual game coins. Xiao Ziliang even sneered. Let this idiot just pretend. Let us see if he can get 10 million after losing to me. Amao determined the bet amount and began to shake the dice cup frantically. Although the scene was noisy, Li Fan could still hear every number on the dice clearly. 3, 5, 6. Li Fan wrote down the 3 numbers on a piece of paper and placed it upside down on the table. Xiao Ziliang was also confident, he heard 90% of it. My points must be closer. Xiao Ziliang also wrote down the points and stamped them. Buy it and leave it. Amao quickly opened the dice cup. Xiao Ziliang's face immediately showed joy. 3, 5, 6. A total of 14 points. Following Amao's voice, Xiao Ziliang immediately turned over his paper and slammed it heavily on the table. 3, 5, 4. I hit 2 of them directly. Brother, you should be convinced by this, right? Xiao Ziliang acted as if he had already won completely. His younger brothers around him also started to make a fuss. No one noticed the slightly tilted corner of Li Fan's mouth. Chapter 118. Can a straight win? Whoever loses will lose everything. The crowd's booing grew louder. Li Fan slowly turned the paper. The numbers 3, 5, and 6 suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Xiao Ziliang's face froze in fear. How is this possible? With all the exposure he had seen and heard over the years, he could accurately tell that the 2 ears were already at the level of the best among humans. This pretty boy actually hit all 3. The younger students who were watching were also shocked. Wow! This is amazing. All 14 points correspond exactly to each other. Could this national standard boss be a hidden gambling god? Many female classmates looked at Li Fan with a hint of admiration in their eyes. Li Fan's face showed no emotion. He doesn't think he is a great gambler. However, he is still very confident in his excellent hearing. TSK, I think it's just a coincidence. It shouldn't be that hard to just guess 3 numbers at random. One of Xiao Ziliang's younger brothers quickly came out to save his face. Oh? If it's not difficult, then why can't Xiao Ziliang even guess correctly? The female classmate who had completely joined Li Fan's fan camp quickly fought back. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziliang immediately glared at his younger brother. If you really can't speak, then don't speak. The pretty boy is just deceiving himself, but he is not. Wouldn't that mean I would be destroyed along with him? He just didn't believe that this pretty boy would be able to guess right again in the next round. Alright, I lose this round, okay? Let's settle the chips after we finish playing 3 rounds. Amao, let's start the next round. What do you mean it's okay even if he loses? Li Fan snorted coldly. Xiao Ziliang has no other abilities, but he is very tough. Okay, I'll bet first in this round. Li Fan raised his eyebrows and also showed 5 fingers. Same 5 million as last time, right? Xiao Ziliang sneered. This pretty boy is really smart. I just won 5 million and now I have to give out another 5 million. Even if I lose to him, this pretty boy won't lose anything. I said 50 million. Li Fan tapped his fingers lightly on the table, exuding the aura of a big boss for some reason. This guy is not done yet, is he? Xiao Ziliang frowned. I totally don't understand why Li Fan has to be so arrogant about numbers. Who the hell has so much money to burn to play like this? Yes, Li Fan's wealth is indeed difficult for these young masters who rely entirely on their family to understand. Okay. Then I'll give you 50 million. Xiao Ziliang gritted his teeth and said. Anyway, as long as he doesn't lose, he can make a profit of 45 million. He will definitely not show mercy this time. Amao picked up the dice cup and started shaking it violently again. With a bang, the dice cup was slammed heavily on the table. Xiao Ziliang is full of confidence this time. Because everyone was looking forward to the result, they all unconsciously held their breath while rolling the dice. Xiao Ziliang could clearly hear the sound of the dice rolling. Yes. And there are consecutive numbers. He quickly wrote his number on a piece of paper. However, Xiao Ziliang heard it clearly. Li Fan is even less of a problem. This time it was like an open book exam for him. He also raised his hand and wrote down 3 numbers. Who do you think will win this time? Although the handsome guy was really accurate, I also think that he was lucky, so this round should be won by Xiao Xiao. Several rich second generations nodded in agreement. Amao opened the dice cup, and instantly 3 numbers appeared in sequence, 1, 2, and 3. Wow! It's Shunzi. The probability of guessing this is much smaller. Everyone guessed. However, Xiao Ziliang immediately turned over his paper with a snap. 1, 2, 5. I was just asking who else was there. I had heard a sequential number a long time ago, and it turned out just as I expected. Xiao Ziliang was already extremely proud. Now he has won all of Li Fan's wealth. The pretty boy's good luck has come to an end. Li Fan glanced at him sideways, flicked his fingertips, and turned the paper over. The 3 powerful words 1, 2, 3 suddenly appeared on the paper. The whole audience burst into cheers of disbelief. 123, all 3 are correct. Oh my god. Is this really not the reincarnation of the god of gamblers? Once is a coincidence, can it be a coincidence twice? This is definitely a real strength. Xiao Ziliang grabbed Li Fan's paper in disbelief and read it over and over again. No problem at all. Moreover, the actions they both just performed were in front of everyone, so there is little chance of cheating. At this time, Chu Shuowan, who had been worried, finally breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that Li Fan could have the upper hand against a veteran like Xiao Ziliang. Brother Li Fan is really awesome. Chu Shuowan's admiring eyes completely hurt Xiao Ziliang. He obviously came here to embarrass Li Fan. Why am I the only one who keeps losing now? If this goes on, the money will be gone and the beauty will run away with her. Is my reputation going to be ruined on the eve of graduation? No, he would never allow it. Xiao Ziliang quickly gave Amao a look. Amao understood what he meant, and while everyone was cheering, he secretly left for a while. I thought you were a newbie, so I let you off a little. I didn't expect you to be so good, brother. Well, I'm going to compete with you seriously in the last round. Xiao Ziliang still spoke in a face-saving manner. However, the crowd watching more or less showed some contempt for him. How about this, for the last round, let's do something big. Whoever loses will have to pay back everything he brought today. As Xiao Ziliang spoke, he took off his valuable Rolex watch, threw out a few bank cards, and the keys to his Ferrari LaFerrari. Of course, you have to take off all your clothes. Xiao Ziliang has made up his mind. If Li Fan doesn't lose badly in the last round, he will not be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. Don't these people think that this pretty boy is handsome? Then let him completely expose himself in front of everyone and see if they will still want this face in the future. Chu Shuowan became anxious when she heard this. Mr. Xiao, isn't this too much? Although Li Fan has already won 2 games. But there is no guarantee that there won't be any unexpected events next time. Li Fan originally came here to help her. She would definitely feel guilty if Li Fan was brought to shame because of her. At this moment, Li Fan felt it was ridiculous that Xiao Ziliang offered himself to be slapped. If it weren't for the system mission he was carrying out, he would have kicked such an idiot out. And the system has not yet notified anyone, which means the task has not been completed. Li Fan tilted his head and said calmly, "It's all right, Miss Xuewan. If Master Xiao likes to play, I will accompany you to the end." But Zhu Xuewan's heart was in suspense again. "All right. I knew you could handle this, brother. Then let's officially start the final round." Xiao Ziliang quickly clapped his hands and made the decision. At this time, Amao also came back, and he seemed to be holding something in his hand. Chapter 119, He is the Modern Gambling God? The ownership of Sihuang Noble University is acquired. The lights in the auditorium are basically concentrated in the ballroom area. Therefore, the lighting in the lounge area was as dim as if it were in a bar. No one noticed what Amao was holding when he came back. Li Fan saw it clearly. Those were 3 dice that looked no different from ordinary dice. At the same time, he also saw that Amao quickly replaced the dice he brought with the dice in the original dice cup. No wonder Xiao Ziliang was so generous and bet his entire fortune in the last round. Love has already prepared a backup plan for myself. It's a pity that in front of the authenticity spray, all the efforts will be in vain. Li Fan smiled calmly and made a gesture to Amao to come in. At this time, Xiao Ziliang looked relaxed. There was absolutely no anger or embarrassment from losing the previous 2 games. He also didn't look around as he did before to hear the sound clearly. Because the answer was already in his heart. He couldn't help but let out a sly smile. Amao picked up the dice cup, shook it a few times seriously, and then put it on the table. They say this will better test the level of both sides. Before Li Fan wrote the number on the paper, Xiao Ziliang shouted out as if he was afraid that someone would grab his attention first. 3 Psi XS. Leopard. People around him were somewhat dissatisfied with his unruliness. What's the point of you shouting it out first? Aren't you just blocking other people's paths? That's right, there's no way this is possible. Xiao Ziliang pretended to be embarrassed and apologized to Li Fan. "I'm so sorry, I was so excited during the last round." "Don't mind me, brother. I believe your answer will be different from mine." Humph, he just wanted to shout it out first on purpose. In this way, even if Li Fan really has the ability to hear everything, it will be useless. If you are slower than him but still shout the same thing, then it means you have no other options and are just deliberately plagiarizing. No matter what, you are sure to win. If you fight with him, do you really think that he, the little overlord, is a vegetarian? Originally, Li Fan didn't know how Amao and Xiao Ziliang were planning to cheat. Now I understand it completely. I guess they are the 3 dice that Amao brought just now. It must be made of some special material. No matter how you shake it, it will eventually land on 3 Psi XS. So Xiao Ziliang doesn't have to do anything. Just report the number first at the end. Li Fan suddenly admired himself for using the fidelity spray to prevent accidents in the beginning. Otherwise, with Xiao Ziliang's shameless level, it's really possible that he would get caught up in the last round. Li Fan calmly showed the numbers he had written. 2, 3, 3, my answer. These are not only 3 numbers, but also happen to be Li Fan's mockery of Xiao Ziliang. Ha ha ha. This is so funny, 233? Do you think you are surfing the internet now? Xiao Ziliang has begun to become complacent. He dropped his previous friendly disguise and started laughing at Li Fan's answer directly to the brothers around him. "Mr. Xiao, let me confirm again, the bets for the last round are what you just said, right? If you lose, Mr. Xiao, you won't regret it, right?" Li Fan took advantage of the fact that the answer has not been revealed yet. Make sure not to leave Xiao Ziliang any chance to make up for it. Of course. I'll use my Xiao family's century-old foundation as a guarantee. If I go back on my word, our Xiao family will go bankrupt tomorrow and our entire family will be homeless. Xiao Ziliang promised solemnly. The elders of the Xiao family have always been superstitious. This oath he made was already his highest level of guarantee. But he is not afraid, because there is no way he can lose this game. I feel relieved with Master Zhao's words. The curiosity of the whole audience was also at its peak at this time. Everyone watched the situation on the stage with bated breath. Amao looked at Li Fan with contempt. God of gamblers. Fall from the altar now. He quickly opened the dice cup, revealing the dice inside. Got it. Got it. All three numbers are correct. The student who first saw the dice situation immediately shouted. Amao and Xiao Ziliang were so proud that they didn't even look at the numbers above. Xiao Ziliang immediately stood up with a champion's attitude. Now everyone has seen it. Only me. I am the only god in Si Huang. However, the crowd he imagined did not appear. It's 233. It's really 233. That's amazing. I hit all three innings. Ah. Mom, I saw the living god of gamblers. Everyone's enthusiasm was aroused, and they all couldn't stop admiring and praising Li Fan. Xiao Ziliang looked at the dice cup in disbelief. The person lying inside was actually 233, not 666. How so? Xiao Ziliang immediately glared at Amao with his eyes wide open. The latter was also scared to death when he saw the dice. That's impossible. I already have. Amao hurriedly waved his hands to Xiao Ziliang to prove that he had really done as asked. He didn't know why this situation had happened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the ownership of the Royal Noble University of Medusi. Li Fan leaned back in his chair comfortably. Mr. Xiao, please fulfill the bet we just made. Have someone pack up these cards, car keys, and other things and give them to me. As for clothes, are you going to take them off now? Xiao Ziliang's face turned red. He never thought he would end up like this. But he just swore a solemn oath and filmed a video. However, he didn't believe that Li Fan was really that powerful. Maybe he was cheating just now, which is why he won all three games. Xiao Ziliang quickly wanted to ask his younger brothers to arrest Li Fan and search him in public. Humph! Do you dare to say that you didn't cheat? I've been playing for so many years, and I've never seen anyone win every time without error. You must have done something wrong. I advise you to take care of yourself and confess first, otherwise it will be embarrassing if we find out later. Xiao Ziliang immediately turned the tables. This caused dissatisfaction among the people around. Xiao Ziliang, you can't afford to lose, can you? With so many of us watching here, there's no chance for the handsome guy to do anything. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziliang immediately shot them a warning look. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, otherwise my Xiao family will not be a pushover. Everyone felt a little scared when he said that. After all, the Xiao family is very powerful in the Magic City. Chu Shuowan didn't expect Xiao Ziliang to be so persistent and even wanted to frame Li Fan. She couldn't help but take a step forward and wanted to speak for Li Fan. Li Fan just stretched out his hand gently to stop her. With his other hand, he grabbed the wine glass on the table and threw it directly into Amao's right sleeve. With a crackling sound, 3 special dice fell out from Amao's sleeves. It fell straight onto the marble table. Chapter 120. Chu Shuowan was taken away. Someone accused Li Fan of indecent assault. The students who were more agile immediately picked up the 3 dice before Amao. Why do you still have dice on you? And why do they weigh so much when they are flipped? Now, everyone understood. So this is someone crying thief. That's right, you tried to cheat but failed, and you still have the nerve to bite back, how shameless. Suddenly, Xiao Ziliang became the target of public criticism. In Siwanli, everyone knows that Amao follows Xiao Ziliang's lead. The special dice that fell from Amao's body was enough to explain the problem. Amid the criticisms of the crowd, Xiao Ziliang glared at Amao fiercely. Then he ran away like a rat crossing the street. God of gamblers! God of gamblers! God of gamblers! Fans surrounded Li Fan and cheered. See that Li Fan not only defeated Xiao Ziliang perfectly. He was also severely punished for his usual bullying face. Chu Shuowan couldn't stop feeling happy and admiring. Just when she was about to go forward to congratulate Li Fan, someone suddenly came up and called her away. Shuowan, there's a teacher in the next office looking for you. Chu Shuowan was puzzled, but followed him anyway. When Li Fan turned around, he no longer saw Chu Shuowan. In the audio-visual office next to the auditorium. Teacher, do you have something to ask me? As soon as Chu Shuowan came in, she saw a familiar figure sitting on a chair. She subconsciously wanted to escape. However, the door was slammed shut by the 2 people who had followed her. Ren Fei turned around with the chair. His face was full of pride and jealousy. Is our ball goddess very proud today? She watched the video of the dance playing on her phone. Then he scrolled down and looked at the confession wall, which was full of comments expressing admiration for Chu Shuowan and Li Fan. His face instantly turned sinister, and he grabbed a cup and threw it at Chu Shuowan's feet. I told you to be more low-key before, but you didn't listen at all. You've made our school's students lose interest in learning. Do you think this is appropriate? But since I am the vice principal's daughter, I will reluctantly discipline a disobedient student like you. She was only a little late. This bitch Chu Shuowan actually found a handsome guy to support her. I also took this opportunity to become popular in school again. It took a lot of effort to curb her momentum a little. This woman is so ignorant of the danger. Ren Fei pretended to be considering her classmates. In fact, he was so jealous that he wanted to tear Chu Shuowan into pieces immediately. It was she who caused Chu Shuowan's knee injury before. Relying on her status as the vice principal's daughter, she cultivated a group of little followers in the school who obeyed her blindly. Whenever Ren Fei is unhappy, a group of people will come together to punish the person who made her angry. Among them, those top students with poor family backgrounds were the most severely bullied. And Chu Shuowan, because of her calm and gentle nature. Although he came from a noble family, he was also bullied a lot. The more important reason was that Chu Shuowan's light was too dazzling. She has long become a thorn in the eyes of all the celebrities in Shanghai. Ren Fei stood up and flexed her wrists. Isn't it because of this face that Chu Shuowan is loved by so many people? She made me so angry today. If I don't teach her a lesson, I'll never be able to calm down. As graduation approached, Ren Fei's malice became more unscrupulous. She raised her hands high. However, the imagined slapping sound did not appear. With a bang, the door was suddenly kicked open. Li Fan teleported to Chu Shuowan's side and accurately caught the hand that was thrown towards her. Then he threw her hard again, and Ren Fei fell to the ground. Brother Li Fan? How did you know I was here? Chu Shuowan exclaimed in surprise. The most important thing is, how could he save himself so timely and quickly? Chu Shuowan looked at Li Fan, and there seemed to be thousands of stars reflected in her eyes. She clearly felt a place in her heart collapse. Li Fan reached out and pulled Chu Shuowan to protect him. He looked at Ren Fei lying on the ground with cold eyes. Just now, he felt something was wrong when he found out that Chu Shuowan was not there. So I followed the traces and found it. Then I heard Ren Fei yelling and cursing inside. Ren Fei didn't expect that the male protagonist in the video would actually appear to protect Chu Shuowan. She started going crazy on the spot. It's indecent assault. It's indecent assault. Help! The two men immediately understood what was going on and ran out to play the victim to attract everyone's attention. Ren Fei shouted with a triumphant smile on her face. How dare a person from another school come and ruin her good deeds? She must make both of them look bad today. Li Fan looked at Ren Fei, who was rolling on the ground with a hint of disgust. With such a beauty by his side, would he molest her? There are surveillance cameras in here, didn't you see it? Li Fan asked unhappily. Ren Fei glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner before she reacted. Humph, so what if there are surveillance cameras? With just one order from me, all surveillance content can be cleared. Her father is the vice president of Sihuan University. It's just a matter of snapping your fingers to do something. At this time, a large group of people had already gathered at the office door. Some people who do not know the truth have begun to point fingers at Li Fan. No, that's not the case. Brother Li Fan didn't molest her. This was the first time Chu Shuowan took the initiative to step forward. I have accepted whatever Ren Fei and the others did to me in the past. But now they want to frame Brother Li Fan, that is not possible. Li Fan saw that Chu Shuowan's face turned red because of anger. I felt a little touched. I didn't expect that this girl, who usually doesn't like to argue, would actually speak up for herself. He picked up the phone and made a call. Principal, right? Come to me right now with the surveillance camera from the office next to the auditorium. After Li Fan finished speaking, Ren Fei couldn't help laughing. He's still the principal. If you want to act like that in front of me, then you've chosen the wrong person. She also immediately got up and made a phone call. Dad, someone is bullying me. We are in office B103 now, please come and seek justice for me. Li Fan looked at Ren Fei's arrogant attitude with eyes as if he was looking at a fool. How come they are all college students? Chu Shuowan is so generous and decent. Others like Xiao Ziliang and Ren Fei all looked like they had no ability but thought they were awesome. It seems that the school spirit needs to be rectified. After a while, Rin Fei's father Rin Honyuan arrived first. Who dares to bully my daughter here? Do you think you can do whatever you want now that you are about to graduate? When Rin Honyuan appeared, Ren Fei immediately rushed over and cried. Dad! It's them! Chu Shuowan tricked me into coming here and even called this man to molest me. Ren Honyuan was immediately furious. How dare you touch my daughter? Are you so bold? At this moment, another strong male voice suddenly came from the door. Principal Run! Who are you talking about who is so bold as to be brave?